In a world where strength and beauty reign supreme, Lu Tianzhuo finds himself trapped in the body of a discarded furnace in the Hahuan sect, lying in bed for a staggering 40 years. As he teeters on the brink of death, a glimmer of hope appears in the form of a life-altering system. With the help of the sect's saintess, he awakens the destiny counteraction system, igniting a fierce desire for revenge. But the path to redemption is fraught with challenges, including an unexpected relationship with Lin Min, a stunningly talented disciple. As Lu navigates his new reality, he must confront his past, embrace his fate, and perhaps discover that true power lies not just in strength, but in the bonds he forges along the way. Will he rise from the ashes and reclaim his destiny, or will he remain a mere pawn in a game of divine manipulation? Chapter 1. The Destiny Hedge System. Tongzi, I am on the brink of death. Why do you still not emerge? It has been 40 years, surely. Even if you are playful, you must have had enough by now. Hurry back. System, damn it. At Tianzhuo, atop the sitting forgetfulness peak, an elderly man with hair as white as snow lay on his bed, cursing in frustration. His name was Tianzhuo, the only male elder of Tianzhuo, and he was a traveler who had been on Lingshao continent for 40 years. In his previous life, Tianzhuo had seen similar scenarios where the male protagonist, after traversing worlds, either possessed a golden finger, a protective system, or at the very least, was reborn as a significant figure with a formidable background. However, he had the misfortune of being reincarnated into the body of a furnace cauldron bearing the same name as his own within Tianzhuo. As the name suggests, Tianzhuo was a sect that enhanced cultivation through dual cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, a furnace cauldron serves as a tool or medium for training. However, the combination of Tianzhuo and a furnace cauldron signified something different. To put it bluntly, it was a communal tool used by the female disciples of Tianzhuo for their cultivation. Generally, individuals in such a position, after being drained of their yang energy by several female disciples, found it exceedingly difficult to survive. The preferred method of disposal for them was to dig a grave and bury them. Yet, the original Tianzhuo was exceptionally gifted. He entered the sect at 20 and continued until his twilight years at 59. Logically, one with no practical value should not have been sustained by the sect. Nevertheless, in recognition of Tianzhuo's unprecedented contributions, the sect leader appointed him as the first male elder in the history of Tianzhuo. With his mid-level qi refining cultivation, he was expected to pass away by the age of 100. Yet, now, this body of Tianzhuo had been transported here, feeble as a mere wisp, lying in bed for 40 years. There were no golden fingers, no systems, not even a single act of standing on his own. Now, at the age of 99, with death looming, could Tianzhuo not feel despondent? Just as he wallowed in his despair, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated from outside the window. 12 maidens clad in crimson carried a gilded palanquin past sitting forgetfulness peak, the curtain of the palanquin lifted by the wind, revealing a stunning yet ethereal visage. Tianzhuo's murky pupils abruptly contracted. That was the moonlight of the original host's heart, the sole inner disciple of the sect leader, rumored to possess the 9-yin mysterious vein, Lin Min. She had entered Tianzhuo alongside the original host, and they referred to each other as siblings. One was a paragon of talent, taken in as an inner disciple by the sect leader, the other, a gifted furnace cauldron. Just then, as Tianzhuo pondered how to address her, a strange sound echoed. Subsequently, a panel resembling a computer screen appeared before him, loading something. Could it be that the system had finally arrived? Tianzhuo's heart leaped with joy, yet he found the loading process excruciatingly slow. Was the system stuck? Ding. Just as he pondered, the loading reached 100%. The fate reversal system has completed loading. Would you like to bind? As the words appeared on the panel, options for yes and no manifested. Only a fool would not bind it. Prolonging this charade would surely cost him his life. Thus, Tianzhuo directed his consciousness to select the affirmative option. System binding successful. Host basic information as follows. Name, Tianzhuo. Age, 99-100. Cultivation, mid-level qi refining status. Sole male elder of Tianzhuo. Nepotism employed. What a disgrace. The phrase in parentheses regarding nepotism was rather insulting, wasn't it? Alas, he had endured such indignities before and had grown accustomed to it. Having reconciled with this, Tianzhuo continued to read. The fate reversal explanation was as follows. View misfortune as capital for shorting life, and through contrarian maneuvers, achieve a decisive turnaround. System task: establish a relationship with the celestial beauty Lin Min of the Een mysterious vein, moonlight visit, system activation. System reward: beginner's gift pack, first form of Ling Tian's sword technique, upon successful completion of the task. After reading the task, Tianzhuo couldn't help but curse. This was truly outrageous. Was this a game? Establishing a relationship? He could hardly rise from his bed, and they expected Lin Min to come to him? If they wished for his demise, they could have stated it plainly instead of presenting this absurd system, giving him a glimmer of hope. I heard that brother's condition is not well. I came to visit during my spare time from cultivation. Lin Min gazed at Tianzhuo, who resembled a mere wisp of paper, for a while before speaking. Reflecting on the scene from decades ago when they entered the sect together, how spirited Tianzhuo had been then. Now, he lay like a desiccated corpse. It was truly lamentable. I never imagined that in my final moments, my junior sister would come to sitting forgetfulness peak to see me. I can die content now. Life is but a play, reliant on performance. As Tianzhuo uttered these words, he forced out 2 tears. The task assigned by the system did not specify the exact nature of the relationship to be established. Therefore, he optimistically believed that perhaps holding hands or sharing a gentle kiss would suffice to fulfill the task. Moreover, given his current physical condition, even if Lin Min were to take the initiative, it would be futile. He had entirely lost that capability, leading Tianzhuo to rationalize that his thoughts were indeed valid. Hence, he endeavored to appear as pitiful as possible to evoke Lin Min's compassion. It has been 80 years since we first met. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please tell me, and I will do my utmost to grant them. See, an opportunity had arisen. Tianzhuo's heart surged with joy once more, though he could not allow this elation to surface. Otherwise, all would be for naught. In truth, junior sister, you may not know this, but from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I have harbored feelings for you. Yet, our disparity in status is insurmountable, and I could only bury this affection deep within my heart. Do you know? Every time I was treated as a furnace cauldron, all I could think of was you. If I could, in my final moments, cultivate with you just once, I would have no regrets. Lin Min could hardly anticipate such a request from Tianzhuo. Her delicate face immediately flushed. Indeed, He Huanzong practiced dual cultivation techniques to harmonize yin and yang and elevate their cultivation. However, being of the Jiu Yin Xian my physique, she inherently had no need for such matters. Thus she remained, to this day, an untouched maiden. While she could not deny her prior affections for Tianzhuo, this request was simply too excessive. Senior brother, junior sister, have you agreed? Quickly, assist me to rise. Witnessing the formerly murky gaze of Tianzhuo transform into one of clarity, Lin Min could only shake her head in resignation. I am sorry, senior brother. I cannot fulfill your request. Allow me to offer a hug instead. After saying this, she leaned down, her eyes falling upon Tianzhuo's aged visage, marked by a hint of familiarity, evoking memories of their initial days at Huanzong. A pang of sorrow welled within Lin Min, and she gently embraced him. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Simultaneously, a voice filled with delight echoed in Tianzhuo's mind. Chapter 2. Resolving the predicament. Indeed, my earlier conjecture proved accurate. The so-called connection with Lin Min, even an embrace, was sufficient. A gift package appeared on the panel, emblazoned with the words Newbie Gift Pack. Next to it, a small wooden box icon bore the inscription Open. Tianzhuo was filled with excitement, ready to open both the Newbie Gift Pack and the small wooden box without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Min stood upright, signaling the conclusion of their embrace. Xixiang, I will try to find time to visit you in the future. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. My master has summoned me for some matters, so I must take my leave. Lin Min's face returned to its icy demeanor, and with her attendants, she gracefully departed from the sitting forget-be. Under ordinary circumstances, Tianzhuo might have felt reluctant to see her go. After all, having lain in bed for so many years, with only the servants bringing him meals, he had rarely received visitors. It was a rare opportunity to be graced by a beautiful lady. Surely, he would wish to keep her a while longer. However, the situation had changed, the system had arrived, and it was imperative to explore ways to extend one's lifespan. Open. Without any hesitation, Tianzhuo clicked to open the Newbie Gift Pack. Inside were 1 Shoyuan Dan and 1 Shisue Dan, along with 100 cultivation points. These two pills were unfamiliar to Lu Tianzhuo, seemingly not products of this continent. As for the cultivation points, he had never heard of such a concept. However, considering that these were gifts from the system, they were unlikely to be of poor quality. Thus, he accepted the pills and cultivation points, which were stored in his panel's backpack. Eagerly, he proceeded to click on the small wooden box icon, revealing a weathered tome. Lifting it with his consciousness, he read the title inscribed in bold brush strokes, Ling Tian's Sword Technique. The cheapness of this sword manual reminded him of a scene from a certain movie by Xing Yi in his past life, where a ragged old man wielded a similar shabby object and proclaimed, "Little one, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. You are a genius in cultivation." It seemed he had completed a task and was rewarded with the first form of the Ling Tian sword technique. He decided to take a look. "Since I have it, I might as well embrace it," Lu Tianzhuo muttered to himself, flipping open the sword manual. The introduction stated that the Ling Tian sword technique transcended the heavens, mastering 9 sword forms, rendering one invincible in the world and breaking the limits of heaven and earth. Upon reading this description, Lu Tianzhuo inwardly marveled at its grandeur. He was disinclined to read further, hastily turning the page. The first form, Yun Ke Jing Hong. Do you wish to receive it? Receive. When this option appeared, Lu Tianzhuo did not hesitate. Beep. Alert. The host's body is too weak to receive the sword technique at present. Please alter your physical condition. Cursing silently, Lu Tianzhuo could only manage a wry smile. The system was not mistaken. In his current state, attempting to practice swordsmanship would likely lead to his demise. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he opened his backpack and retrieved the translucent Shiyuan Dan without a moment's hesitation, swallowing it whole. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, he felt no distinct sensation. What? Did the effects wear off so quickly? Is this some form of trickery? He was about to lament the system's generosity when he noticed a change in his age indicator, shifting from 99-100 to 99-200. This indicated that his lifespan had been extended from 100 years to 200 years. At the peak of qi refining, one typically lived for only 100 years. Only by advancing to the foundation establishment stage could one extend their life to 200. This astonishing transformation filled Lu Tianzhuo with immense joy. Otherwise, given his current physical condition, he could have perished at any moment. Now, after consuming the Shiyuan Dan, he no longer needed to worry about such possibilities. Perhaps due to a psychological effect, Lu Tianzhuo felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Supporting himself on the edge of the bed, he sat up effortlessly, feeling no strain whatsoever. Looking down, he noticed that his skin was still wrinkled and bore the marks of age. It seemed that the Shiyuan Dan had merely extended his lifespan without altering his physical form. This led Lu Tianzhuo to recall the second pill, the Shisui Dan. Although the name was not native to Ling Shao continent, it was presumably designed for cleansing the meridians and marrow. Without any hesitation, he promptly retrieved the Shisui Dan. Unlike the Shiyuan Dan, which was crystal clear, the Shisui Dan was dark and resembled a small clay pellet, seeming as though it had been formed by an elderly trickster. Nonetheless, he dismissed any reservations. He would consume it and see what happened. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo tossed the Shisui Dan into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom. Moments later, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupting from his dantian. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately seated himself on the bed. As the terrifying spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, gradually permeating every inch of his flesh. Initially, the energy felt gentle, like a spring breeze, but it soon grew violent. Lu Tianzhuo felt as if his very soul was trembling, pierced by countless fine needles in succession. The energy surged like a torrent, repeatedly colliding against his previously constricted meridians, and he could even witness them widening before his eyes. The pain was unlike anything Lu Tianzhuo had ever experienced. Nevertheless, he knew he had to endure. If he allowed himself to cry out in agony, the energy might dissipate, thwarting the intended effects of cleansing the meridians and marrow. After the transformation of his meridians, Lu Tianzhuo believed the ordeal was over. However, he quickly realized he had underestimated the process. The spiritual energy penetrated deeper into his flesh and marrow, and the pain intensified, nearly causing him to shatter his teeth. During this process, he observed a foul-smelling black substance seeping from the surface of his skin, likely the toxins accumulated within him over the years. In short, it was utterly revolting. The duration of this process remained uncertain, Yet he soon observed that the skin upon his body began to emanate a lustrous sheen. Upon witnessing this transformation, Lu Tianzhuo's countenance finally broke into a smile. He understood that he had indeed succeeded in the purification of his marrow. This Shisui Dan was undeniably potent. If one were to let their guard down, the outcome would be vastly different. As Lu Tianzhuo grasped the truth of his success, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He subsequently collapsed onto the bed, yet a contented smile lingered upon his face. Chapter 3. Setting a Small Goal Stench. This was Lu Tianzhuo's immediate reaction upon awakening. It was foul. His second reaction echoed the first, overwhelmingly putrid. Without a moment's thought, Lu Tianzhuo sprang from his bed and dashed outside, desperate to escape the unbearable odor. How to describe it? It was akin to the smell of someone's simmering excrement. Once he burst out of the house, he inhaled the fresh air deeply, taking a considerable time for the stench to diminish. Though it did not entirely vanish, a lingering foulness still permeated the air. This noxious aroma seemed to emanate from his very being, and as Lu Tianzhuo glanced down, he was taken aback. A layer of dark, viscous substance clung to his body, the source of the horrid smell. In a moment, he comprehended the situation. After consuming the Shisui Dan, he had undergone a profound internal cleansing, and those repulsive substances were merely the impurities expelled from his body. He could only imagine the state of his bed. Frowning, Lu Tianzhuo resolved to tidy up. However, as he took a couple of steps, he sensed something unusual in his lower region. Peering down, he was astonished. The name Tianzhuo was indeed well-deserved. In some aspects, he truly exhibited extraordinary talent. Wait, what was going on? It had been 40 years since it had stood up, and now it was. Lu Tianzhuo had no time to marvel at its grandeur. He hastily wiped away the filth from his body and examined the exposed skin. It shimmered with vitality and elasticity, a stark contrast to his previously aged form. This meant that the Shisui Dan had rejuvenated his frail body to that of a vigorous youth. A roar of exhilaration escaped Lu Tianzhuo. The fate reversal system was indeed remarkable. Although it had come 40 years too late, good things are worth waiting for, and his era was about to begin. He yearned to seize the opportunity to claim the first form of the Lin Tian sword technique. However, the overpowering stench necessitated that he first cleanse himself. Holding his nose, he entered the house, disposed of the bedding, and filled a basin with water to bathe. In an instant, the water turned murky, and Lu Tianzhuo had to change it 5 times before he could finally rid himself of the grime clinging to his body. At last, he beheld his entire form. Muscular arms, a tapered waist, a perfect inverted triangle, and 8 abdominal muscles that resembled a washboard, truly alluring. His skin was as smooth and tender as that of an infant, radiating a translucent quality. Transformed. This phrase encapsulated Lu Tianzhuo's current state perfectly. The system was indeed extraordinary. After admiring himself, Lu Tianzhuo's gaze lingered on a particularly prominent feature, and he chuckled. No wonder he had survived being a furnace for 39 years. There was indeed a reason. Now it was entirely his, and grand prospects awaited him. Having traversed to this realm and languished in bed for 40 years, how much enjoyment had been lost. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo resolved to liberate himself completely and allow women to experience what it was like to be a furnace. Of course, with his current cultivation level, he was still far from adequate and needed to elevate his abilities. This was a continent where strength reigned supreme. Without power, how could one succeed? With that thought, Lu Tianzhuo donned his clothing and stood before a bronze mirror. To his astonishment, his facial skin still bore signs of aging, starkly contrasting with the rest of his body. What was this phenomenon? It certainly affected his appearance. Yet, upon reflection, this facade also had its deceptive advantages. As his cultivation advanced, reversing the signs of aging would be a trivial matter. After indulging in some self-admiration, he reopened the interface. He navigated to the first form of the Lin Tian sword technique, Yinshu Jing Hong, and clicked to claim it. In an instant, that page transformed into a beam of light and penetrated Lu Tianzhuo's mind. At that moment, he felt as if he had become an unparalleled sword. And with a swift motion, a sword aura shot forth. The brilliance of the sword glimmered like shadows gliding through the clouds, truly magnificent. Though regrettably, his cultivation was still too low to unleash its full potential. Now, the only remaining resource from the novice gift package was 100 cultivation points. Lu Tianzhuo paused at the 100 cultivation points, which presented an option to use them. Without hesitation, he clicked to utilize them, eager to see the outcome. A roar. Lu Tianzhuo felt an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy erupting from his dantian, causing the energy circulating through his meridians to come to an abrupt halt. Soon, the gathered energy began to rotate counterclockwise, and the recently transformed meridians throbbed violently, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. Could this be the end of him? However, the decision was no longer his. He could only surrender to the process. The duration of this ordeal was uncertain, but gradually, the pain lessened. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo sensed an immense abundance of spiritual energy within him. His meridians flowed like rushing rivers, ultimately coalescing into a spiritual lake in his dantian. Foundation establishment. He had astonishingly broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and Lu Tianzhuo was elated. He hurriedly inspected his foundational information. Name: Lu Tianzhuo. Age: 99-200. Cultivation. Foundation establishment initial stage technique. Lin Tian sword technique, first form status. The only male elder of the Hahuan sect, nepotism. As he had anticipated, he had officially entered the foundation establishment stage. Previously, he was at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, meaning that in a mere moment, he had transcended both the mid-stage and peak of Qi refinement, leaping over 2 minor realms. When he glanced at his cultivation points again, he discovered they had dwindled to 0. Could it be inferred that 50 cultivation points were sufficient to elevate 1 minor realm? This was truly astonishing. Advancing a minor realm was notoriously difficult. Some individuals, lacking in innate talent, may spend 3 to 5 decades in cultivation before achieving a breakthrough. Yet, in a mere instant, I have conquered 2 minor realms. Indeed, it seems that I am quite extraordinary. I have now reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, which, according to established norms, qualifies me to become an inner sect disciple based on my prowess. After enduring 40 years of humiliation, I am finally ready to rise and sing like a liberated serf. Just wait, for I shall reclaim the dignity lost over these 4 decades. A wicked smile spread across Lu Tianzhuo's face. His first step would be to unify the entire Hahuan zone. He aimed to win over the Radiant by Yue Guang, Lin Min, and conquer the sect leader, Ling Shuangli, becoming the sovereign among these remarkable women. Chapter 4. The fiercest competition for the furnace. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 decades, Lu Tianzhuo has hardly left his perch on Zhuowang Peak, let alone descended from it. Now that he has finally made some progress, how could he resign himself to lingering on Zhuowang Peak any longer? It is imperative that he descends the mountain to witness the flourishing scene of Hehuan Zone and simultaneously seek opportunities to undertake tasks issued by the system, striving for further advancement. Although he has recently broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, he is still merely at the level of an inner sect disciple. Should he encounter any dangers, his ability to protect himself would still be in question. Therefore, he must hasten to elevate his cultivation, so that he may traverse this realm of cultivation without hindrance. With this thought in mind, Lu Tianzhuo tidied up briefly and descended from Zhuowang Peak, a place he had not left in nearly 40 years. His first destination was the General Affairs Hall of Hehuan Zone, the hub of commerce within the sect, where one could buy or sell various goods. Although Lu Tianzhuo held the title of elder, he was largely disregarded by others in the sect. Nevertheless, he received an elder's salary, which had accrued a considerable number of spirit stones in his storage ring. The reason he chose to visit this place first was to see if there were any elixirs or techniques that could enhance his cultivation. The General Affairs Hall was bustling with numerous patrons, likely the most lively spot within Hehuan Zone. Lu Tianzhuo had no time to pay attention to others, and he made his way directly to the counter. Behind the counter sat a voluptuous woman with her long hair tied up, possessing an extraordinary beauty, only slightly inferior to Lin Min. However, she exuded a mature charm that Lin Min lacked, her ample bosom seeming to strain against her attire. Lu Tianzhuo found himself captivated, momentarily losing sight of his purpose. "Are you here to buy or sell?" The head of the General Affairs Hall, Zhuang Ling, inquired without looking up, but to her surprise, she received no response. Her temper flared, as she felt increasingly disrespected by those who ignored her words. Upon finally raising her head, she was taken aback to see Lu Tianzhuo standing at the counter. "Elder Lu?" Zhuang Ling could hardly believe her eyes. Although she had not met him often, she was aware of the legendary figure within Hehuan Zone. Hadn't he been bedridden for 40 years? Rumor had it that his condition had worsened, and he was expected to pass away any day now. How could he possibly appear in her General Affairs Hall? Was it a moment of clarity before death? If the Lu family were to perish here, it would bode ill for her. Zhuang Ling felt increasingly anxious and wished to expedite Lu Tianzhuo's departure. However, oblivious to her thoughts, Lu Tianzhuo was wholly focused on her ample bosom, responding nonchalantly. "It is I, Elder Zhuang. After so many years, you remain as splendid, oh no, as beautiful as ever." Zhuang Ling, wishing for Lu Tianzhuo to leave quickly to avoid any ill fortune, chose to ignore his somewhat inappropriate remarks. Otherwise, her fiery temperament would have led to a confrontation. "I intend to buy something today. I have not spent a single spirit stone from my salary over the years, but now I plan to indulge," he declared. Despite possessing remarkable talent in certain areas, Lu Tianzhuo's aptitude for cultivation was mediocre at best. Therefore, spirit stones held little value for him. It would be wiser to exchange them for elixirs. "If my cultivation speed is slow, then I shall resort to consuming elixirs," he thought. If the system did not frequently issue tasks, he could consume more elixirs to hasten his ascension. With that, he produced a portion of spirit stones from his storage ring, placing them on the counter in a small mountain-like heap, surely several thousand in total. This was a significant expenditure, not only surprising the onlookers, but even startling Zhuang Ling herself. What could this elder intend? Was he truly engaging in a final act of defiance? As the crowd gawked in astonishment, a brash voice rang out, parting the onlookers. A handsome young man accompanied by several sycophants approached. Lu Tianzhuo scrutinized him for a moment, confirming he did not recognize the youth. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Who might you be? Do I know you well enough for you to be mocking me here?" Lu Tianzhuo felt a surge of annoyance. It seemed he would need to teach this individual a lesson. "Old fool, you truly are blind to not recognize our esteemed Qin Sheng," protested one of the sycophants beside the young man. "Beast, how unfortunate for your father to name you so." The crowd erupted in laughter at Lu Tianzhuo's retort, leaving Qin Sheng's expression sour, as if he had bitten into something foul. "Do you know who I am?" Qin Sheng's voice boomed as he unleashed a fearsome aura that enveloped Lu Tianzhuo. "What do you intend to do, Qin Sheng? Do you dare to create a disturbance in my general affairs hall?" Zhuang Ling's icy voice cut through the tension. If a fight broke out here, it would be akin to striking her face. Furthermore, she could not abide the arrogance of this young man, a mere pretty boy flaunting his status. "Oh, right. This is your territory, Elder Zhuang. I shall grant you this favor. Old fool, if you have the guts, let us meet at the training ground to settle this, and see who truly is the strongest furnace in history." Though Qin Sheng was arrogant, he was wary of Zhuang Ling, as even those who supported him would hesitate to confront her. Thus, he proposed the training ground as the venue, eager to demonstrate his superiority over this elder who had long been considered irrelevant. Before him stood an old fellow, the strongest furnace cauldron of the previous generation, and he must ascend to prominence upon the legacy of this legendary figure. Just as Lu Tianzhuo was about to agree to Qin Sheng's proposal, the system notification chimed, and a panel materialized before him. System task: defeat Qin Sheng and reclaim the title of the strongest furnace cauldron. System reward: Yin Yang Hahuan Ju and the second form of Ling Tianjin Fa, upon successful completion of the task. By heaven, the Yin Yang Hahuan Ju sounds exceptionally grand. I must acquire it. You foolish child, while I was reigning as the strongest furnace cauldron, you were still in your liquid form. Soon, in the martial arts arena, I shall show you what true cruelty is. With such a splendid reward at stake, it would be a disservice to decline this task bestowed by the system. Thus Lu Tianzhuo readily accepted. Chapter 5: Regaining the title of the most powerful furnace. Ding. Elder Lu, do not act impulsively. Qin Sheng possesses the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Furthermore, it is rumored that Elder Meng Huan intends to make him her dual cultivation partner. Given your current circumstances, it is simply not prudent to offend him. Just as Lu Tianzhuo was preparing to leave with Qin Sheng, Zhuang Ling sent a sound transmission. She meant no harm. She merely felt pity for Lu Tianzhuo. How could a once prominent furnace Ding at the mid-stage of qi refining compete against the soaring Qin Sheng? If he followed him to the martial arena, he would likely be utterly defeated, leaving him with no chance of survival. Is Elder Zhuang genuinely concerned for me? Oh, how touching. Fear not. Once I deal with this little brat, I shall express my gratitude to you properly. While transmitting his thoughts, Lu Tianzhuo's gaze lingered on the excessively lofty heights. Once I receive the system's reward, the Yin Yang Huan Ju, I must find an opportunity to dual cultivate with this woman, Zhuang Ling, as a token of my appreciation. Old fool, why are you hesitating? Are you afraid? Damn, would I fear a beast like you? Let us go. Lu Tianzhuo scoffed, and without even taking the spirit stones from the counter, he strode outside. The disciples of Huan's sect within the General Affairs Hall saw such an exciting spectacle and were unwilling to miss it. Thus, they all followed Lu Tianzhuo and Qin Sheng toward the martial arena. Zhuang Ling harbored genuine concern for Lu Tianzhuo, so she set up a formation to secure the General Affairs Hall before joining the main group heading to the martial arena. Upon her arrival, she found Lu Tianzhuo and Qin Sheng already standing atop the martial platform. Old fool, you are merely a mid-stage qi-refining little coward. What do you have to contest against me? Kneel before me, humbly acknowledge your mistakes, and chant 10 times that Qin Sheng is the strongest furnace ding of Huan's sect. I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall perish. At that moment, Qin Sheng stood with his long hair billowing in the wind, radiating confidence. Previously, when he was hailed as the strongest furnace ding of Huan's sect, doubts had arisen because Lu Tianzhuo's former reputation was far too resounding, with many calling him the strongest in history. Such words pierced Qin Sheng's heart like a thorn, yet at that time, Lu Tianzhuo had been lying on the Zhuowang Peak. He couldn't possibly drag him down for a match, could he? However, upon unexpectedly encountering him at the General Affairs Hall today, how could Qin Sheng let such an opportunity slip by? If Lu Tianzhuo followed through with his words, would there still be doubts about the title of the strongest furnace ding of Huan's sect? Fool, as long as I am here, you will remain nothing but refuse. Seeking death, Qin Sheng never anticipated this old man would be so obstinate. With an enraged roar, he propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging toward Lu Tianzhuo. In his view, there was no doubt he could effortlessly eliminate this old waste. As he charged, Qin Sheng was already envisioning his grandiose speech after defeating Lu Tianzhuo. Just as he closed in on Lu Tianzhuo, a flash of white light appeared. With a thud, Qin Sheng felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell directly onto the martial platform. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, for they witnessed a gaping wound on Qin Sheng's chest. Blood gushed forth, staining the martial platform, yet no one had seen how Lu Tianzhuo had made his move. A mid-stage qi-refining old fool had instantaneously defeated a mid-stage foundation establishment youth? This was utterly absurd. Yet, the stark reality before them left no room for disbelief. Lu Tianzhuo was filled with astonishment. The first form of the Ling Tian sword art, Yun Ke Jing Hong, was indeed formidable. It had effortlessly vanquished Qin Sheng, who shared the same cultivation level, and the thrill was exhilarating. Just as Qin Sheng attempted to rise, Lu Tianzhuo stepped down onto his injured chest. Little brother, do you yield? Lu Tianzhuo looked down at Qin Sheng with a playful expression. I yield to your mother. Lu Tianzhuo, you are but a name without substance, an old waste. I am about to become Elder Meng Huan's dual cultivation partner. Do you dare to touch me? Qin Sheng bellowed desperately at Lu Tianzhuo. He could hardly believe his humiliation and was left scrambling for some semblance of dignity. Do you refuse to yield? Very well, it is too late for that. As Lu Tianzhuo's words fell, he channeled his spiritual energy into his right foot. He then raised his foot and began to stomp mercilessly onto Qin Sheng's head. At first, Qin Sheng could still hurl insults. But after 3 or 4 strikes, he was completely dazed. After several more blows, Lu Tianzhuo finally halted. With your meager abilities, how dare you contend for the title of the strongest furnace ding of Huan's sect? I may be old, but I am not dead. Do you not feel aggrieved? Then let me ensure you can never be a furnace ding again. After speaking, Lu Tianzhuo glanced at Qin Sheng's vulnerable position and raised his foot, delivering a powerful kick. Crack! The onlookers clearly heard the sound of destruction, causing many to instinctively cover their groins. Ack! Qin Sheng's inhuman scream reverberated throughout the martial arena, a sound filled with despair. Enjoying yourself, are you? I will show you who the beast is, who the strongest furnace ding is, and who is truly arrogant. Lu Tianzhuo, fearing that Qin Sheng might still recover and that he would miss out on the system reward, delivered another fierce kick to Qin Sheng's groin. This time, Qin Sheng could not utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. However, in his final moment of consciousness, he realized his fate. The role of furnace ding was no longer within his grasp. He would have to seek employment in the palace instead. Beep beep beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. The familiar voice echoed once more, and the panel reappeared. Would you like to claim the Yin-Yang Huanju? Without hesitation, Lu Tianzhuo clicked to accept, and the sword manual of Ling Tian's sword art materialized once again. Previously, Lu Tianzhuo could only view the introduction and the first form, Yun Ke Jing Hong, but this time he could finally turn to the page of the second form, Tian He and Lin. He realized that this signified he could immediately begin cultivating the Tianhe kneeling technique. And the mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. He knew that the Hahuan Zone was a sect dedicated to the harmonious dual cultivation of yin and yang, and now that he had acquired the yin-yang Hahuanju, it must be an extraordinarily formidable dual cultivation method. Lu Tianzhuo could hardly contain his eagerness to find someone to test it on. Who dared to provoke my people with such audacity? Just as Lu Tianzhuo was enveloped in excitement, a voice, chilling to the core, pierced through the air. Soon after, a strikingly beautiful voice floated down from the martial arts platform, casting a furious glare at Lu Tianzhuo. Chapter 6. To be cut off? With an elongated figure and unparalleled beauty, it seemed, upon a glance from Lu Tianzhuo, that her bust was not at all inferior to Zhuang Ling's. She was undoubtedly a celestial beauty. Yet, despite her striking allure, no one in the Hahuan sect dared to confront her. She was none other than Elder Meng Huan, boasting a mid-stage golden core cultivation. The audacious Qin Sheng, who had just been incapacitated by Lu Tianzhuo, had the audacity to act so brazenly in the Hahuan sect primarily due to the backing of Elder Meng. Furthermore, it was rumored that he was soon to become Elder Meng's dual cultivation partner. Who would dare offend her? Now that Qin Sheng's vital essence had been thoroughly shattered by Lu Tianzhuo, one could only imagine the fury brewing within Elder Meng. Concern swept over the onlookers, for there were many who harbored animosity towards Qin Sheng. Alas, Lu Elder had merely performed a righteous act, yet now faced potential retribution. What a cruel twist of fate. Lu Tianzhuo, being one of the elders, surely Meng Huan would not act recklessly? However, Lu Tianzhuo was merely an elder in name, having gained her status through her youthful prowess in the bedroom. How could she possibly contend with Elder Meng? This time, the odds seemed grim. The spectators began to whisper cautiously among themselves, wary of inciting the wrath of this formidable woman. Is that not Senior Sister Meng? It has been ages. You remain as stunning as ever. Lu Tianzhuo greeted Meng Huan, acknowledging her. Although Meng had joined the sect before Lu, both were elders, making the address appropriate. Ah, who dares to harm my people? It is you, Lu Elder? Have you lost respect for me after 40 years at Zhuowang Peak? Meng Huan spoke, her gaze fixated on the blood pooling from Qin Sheng's shattered essence. She had hoped to take him as her dual cultivation partner, for individuals of such talent were rare. Instead, this remarkable furnace had been ruined by Lu Tianzhuo, an utterly useless elder. How could she not feel enraged? She longed to shatter Lu Tianzhuo into 1,000 pieces. Senior Sister Meng, you are mistaken. I was assisting you. This brat dares to claim to be the strongest furnace in the Hahuan sect. Is that not a fraud? I have heard that you intended to take him as a partner, so I merely dealt with this charlatan. Decades ago, the entire sect acknowledged Lu Tianzhuo as the strongest furnace. Compared to that beast, this lad was merely a novice, and she could not allow him to usurp her position. Meng Huan paused, puzzled. What did usurp mean? Besides, had that old fool not been incapacitated for 40 years? Could a worn-out relic still be of use? Undeniably, he had once been the strongest furnace of the Hahuan sect, but times had changed. Enough words. Lu Tianzhuo, you shall pay the price for your cultivation. With that, Meng Huan vanished from sight. Lu Tianzhuo suddenly felt enveloped by an overwhelming force, leaving no opportunity to employ her Ling Tian sword technique. The disparity in their realms was a significant disadvantage, fueling Lu Tianzhuo's resolve to break through swiftly. Suddenly, Lu Tianzhuo found her breath caught, as Meng Huan's right claw gripped her throat. You shall perish. Meng Huan's icy voice resonated, and Lu Tianzhuo could palpably sense the murderous intent. Truth be told, a flicker of panic ignited within Lu Tianzhuo. Only a fool would not fear death. However, she believed Meng Huan would not slay her, after all. She still held the title of elder. How many elders existed within the Hahuan sect? These positions were bestowed by the sect leader. Could one simply eliminate an elder? Even if Meng Huan were a fierce tiger, she would not recklessly dispose of her. Senior Sister Meng, please temper your fury. I am also one of the elders of the Hahuan sect. If you were to crush me, how would you explain it to the sect leader? Let us seek a solution instead. Lu Tianzhuo endeavored to keep her voice calm. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. You are correct. I indeed cannot crush you, as it would be difficult to explain to the sect leader. However, my chosen furnace has been ruined by you. If I do not impose some punishment, how would I maintain my dignity? With that, she seized Lu Tianzhuo and vanished. Lu Tianzhuo realized her fate was sealed. Based on Meng Huan's methods, she would either be gravely injured or worse. Had Lu Tianzhuo retained her former prowess, perhaps there would be hope. Yet, after lying dormant for 40 years at Zhuowang Peak, could she possibly rise again? It was over. Only the sect leader's intervention might save her now. Zhuang Ling absorbed all the murmurs around her, feeling a twinge of injustice for Lu Tianzhuo. This situation did not entirely rest on her shoulders. It was Qin Sheng who had instigated the conflict. Moreover, Lu Tianzhuo's incapacitation of Qin Sheng was a service to the people, a commendable act indeed. To be punished by Meng Huan for this was undeniably unfair. However, as the sect members had remarked, Meng Huan was excessively domineering. Only the sect leader could possibly intercede on her behalf. Yet, the sect leader was seldom seen, reportedly in seclusion, leaving only her personal disciple, Lin Min, able to gain an audience. Lin Min. Yes, she could seek Lin Min. It seemed this girl had entered the sect alongside Lu Tianzhuo, and their relationship appeared quite amicable. She should not turn a blind eye to her plight. Resolute, Zhuang Ling set off towards Lin Min's residence, hoping to save Lu Tianzhuo. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo had been brought to Meng Huan's residence at Duanshin Peak. Only those of elder rank could possess a mountain peak as their abode. Thud. Before Lu Tianzhuo could utter a word, she was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed. With a swift motion, Meng Huan summoned several vines that ensnared Lu Tianzhuo, binding her in a T-shape upon the bed. As she struggled to free herself, the vines only tightened, ensnaring her further. If this continues, he fears that his wrists and ankles will be severed. Meng Shiji, what are you planning to do? Even in the case of dual cultivation, I do not relish being a passive participant. TSK, such audacity. You still dare to speak to me so flippantly? Did you not render Qin Sheng's manhood useless? Then I shall personally ensure that yours meets the same fate. As soon as the words left her lips, a dagger gleaming with a cold light appeared in her hand, and she slowly approached Lu Tianzhuo, who lay on the bed. Chapter 7. Turning peril into safety. What on earth is this woman planning? Could she truly be contemplating making herself a eunuch? I mean, for goodness sake, I am an elder. Has she lost her mind? Lu Tianzhuo began to feel a sense of panic. Meng Shiji, this is all for a furnace? Surely it cannot be so. A furnace? Do not forget that you yourself are also a furnace. And it is precisely because of this that you became the first male elder in the history of Hahuan's sect. Qin Sheng possesses remarkable talent, and I am about to become his Dao partner, yet you have rendered him useless. If I do not seek retribution from you, whom shall I seek it from? Indeed, you carry the title of elder, and while I may be audacious in Hahuan's sect, I would not dare take your life. However, this grievance I cannot swallow, and thus I shall cut you down as a demonstration of my stance. Swish. In the next moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt a sudden chill in his nether regions. No way, could she truly have cut me? But there was no pain, so he hurriedly glanced down. To his astonishment, his outer trousers had been sliced open, revealing his inner garments. Old fool, you were once the strongest furnace in our Hahuan sect, but back then, I was too engrossed in my seclusion to catch you at your peak. Since that is the case, let me take this opportunity to admire the strongest furnace of your once more. Swish. As her words fell, the dagger in her hand sliced once more, with Meng Huan's technique being exceedingly precise. She merely severed the last piece of cloth on Lu Tianzhuo's body without inflicting any harm. At that moment, Elder Lu found himself utterly exposed to Meng Huan. To be frank, this woman is incredibly exhilarating. It had been 40 years since Lu Tianzhuo had encountered such candidness from a woman, and certain feelings began to overwhelm him. Astonishing talent began to gradually reveal itself before Meng Huan. The elder, who initially sought to sever Lu Tianzhuo, now found himself blushing with embarrassment. He could only fixate on Lu Tianzhuo's remarkable endowments, with no desire to take action. At this moment, Meng Huan's emotions were quite complex. She wanted to avenge Qin Sheng, but was reluctant to squander such extraordinary talent. The reason she found Qin Sheng appealing was primarily due to his extraordinary gifts. Thus, when engaging in dual cultivation with him, the enhancement of her cultivation was remarkably efficient, while also providing her with enjoyment. However, the talent displayed by Lu Tianzhuo far exceeded that of Qin Sheng. If she were to utilize him as a furnace, would her cultivation not progress at an even swifter pace? As Lu Tianzhuo noticed her unwavering gaze fixed on his vital parts and her hesitation to act, he quickly grasped the situation. Damn it, this audacious woman truly believes that my title as the strongest furnace is merely for show? He promptly interjected, Meng Shiji, you seek to settle the score with me simply because I rendered your furnace incapable, right? Do not tell me you have genuinely fallen for that beast. Now you see, The strongest furnace in Hahuan's sect should be me, not that lad named Qin. What he can offer you, I can undoubtedly provide double, if not more. Moreover, I am also an elder of Hahuan's sect. Should you choose to act against me, it would indeed invite considerable trouble for you. Hardly a worthwhile endeavor. What? Are you threatening me? Even if I were to render you useless, what could it possibly change? Meng Huan snapped back to reality, reluctantly diverting her gaze from Lu Tianzhuo. No, no, no. How could I dare threaten Shiji? I merely believe your actions are not worth it. You are so astute, Shiji. Surely, you can comprehend this logic? Lu Tianzhuo hurriedly flattered. Humph. The people of Hahuan's sect claim you have been bedridden for 40 years and have become completely useless. It seems the information was erroneous. As she spoke, she cast another glance at Lu Tianzhuo's astonishing talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianzhuo's heart finally settled. He knew his vital parts were safe. Just as he was about to voice another thought, a familiar voice echoed. Elder Meng, Lin Min has come to pay her respects. What brings her here? Could it be that she heard about my predicament and has come to rescue me? This means, perhaps, Lin Min still harbors feelings for me. Lu Tianzhuo felt a surge of joy. I must secure this opportunity. Who would have thought that the esteemed holy maiden of Hahuan's sect would value you so highly as to personally come to demand your release? Lu Elder, your charm remains undiminished. Swish. The binding vines that restrained Lu Tianzhuo's hands and feet were all severed. The previously restrained Lu Elder finally regained his freedom. He hastily wrapped the torn remnants of his trousers with the severed vines to avoid further embarrassment. You understand what should and should not be said, do you not? As Meng Huan's words fell, a new set of clothing was draped over Lu Tianzhuo. It was left behind by Qin Sheng and fit him perfectly. Rest assured, Shiji, Tianzhuo understands. Preserving my vital parts is the most crucial matter for me. My current strength is indeed lacking. But once I become formidable, I shall see how I deal with this audacious woman. Lu Tianzhuo thought fiercely within, while maintaining an extremely respectful demeanor. That is good. Let us go and meet our holy maiden. Lin Min is the only direct disciple of the sect leader, Ling Shuangli, and is destined to succeed her as the leader of Hahuan's sect. Her status within the sect is unquestionable, and Meng Huan would not dare to speak out of turn. Please, Shiji. Lu Tianzhuo hastily gestured for her to proceed, following closely behind her toward the grand hall. Ah, the arrival of the holy maiden truly elevates the prestige of my Duanqing Peak. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by the icy countenance of Lin Min and her few guards. Though Meng Huan felt a tinge of fear towards Lin Min, she could not resist a mocking remark. She understood that Hahuan's sect required balance. Such trivial matters would not provoke Lin Min, let alone the sect leader. However, Lin Min paid no heed to Meng Huan. Her gaze was fixed upon Lu Tianzhuo behind her. Lu Shixiang, are you unharmed? She had received notification from Zhuang Ling and rushed over at the fastest speed, anxious to ensure Lu Tianzhuo was safe. I am well, Lin Shimi. Meng Shiji merely brought me here to reminisce. We are old acquaintances. Lu Tianzhuo quickly replied with a light chuckle, while Meng Huan let out a cold snort. Meng Shiji, since we have reminisced about the past, and Lin Shimi has summoned me for a matter, I shall take my leave for now, and we can reconvene at a later time. Very well, Liu Shidi. The title of Liu Shidi was pronounced heavily by Meng Huan, and it still lingers in her mind. However, in the presence of the esteemed saintess Lin Min, she can only swallow her grievances. Lin Shimi, let us be on our way. Liu Tianzhu then smiled warmly at Lin Min. Meanwhile, saintess Lin did not spare a glance at Meng Huan, grasping Liu Tianzhu's hand as they turned to depart. Chapter 8. The Unconventional Technique. Senior brother, are you alright? That old hag named Meng didn't do anything to you, did she? As soon as she stepped away from Duanqing Peak, Lin Min hastily inquired of Lu Tianzhuo. Fear not, junior sister, I am perfectly fine. Witnessing Lin Min's genuine concern brought immense joy to Lu Tianzhuo. It appeared that this girl harbored profound feelings for him, thus making the matter of dual cultivation considerably easier. Little did Lin Min realize that while she regarded Lu Tianzhuo as an elder brother, he harbored intentions far more intimate. That is good to hear. However, when I left Zhuowang Peak, you could barely rise from your bed. How is it possible that now you can move freely and even incapacitated Qin Sheng? Lin Min queried, perplexed. The last time she saw him at Zhuowang Peak, he was on the brink of exhaustion. How could he have transformed so dramatically in such a short span? To speak of this matter, I owe my gratitude to you, junior sister. After you departed from Zhuowang Peak, I felt my limbs unfreeze, and I effortlessly climbed out of bed. Even more astonishingly, my cultivation did not diminish despite lying dormant for 40 years. Just the other day, I encountered that scoundrel who spoke ill of me and challenged me to a duel at the training grounds. I am unsure whether he is simply weak or I am remarkably strong, but with a single strike, I brought him to his knees. I heard the disciples below say that this fellow is notorious for his misdeeds and claims to be the strongest furnace of Hihuan's sect. I could not tolerate it, so I struck with a bit more force. Lu Tianzhuo's explanation left even Lin Min without any argument to contravene. Yet, she was astonished that a mere glance at Lu Tianzhuo had such a remarkable effect. Had she known earlier, she would have visited him sooner, sparing him from lying in bed for 40 years. Senior brother, the reason Qin Sheng has been so arrogant within Hihuan's sect is due to the protection of Elder Meng Huan. You are well aware of Elder Meng's high standing in our sect. Today, I received a notification from Elder Zhuangling, which is why I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You must certainly steer clear of that madwoman Meng Huan. It is said she has decided to take Qin Sheng as her partner, and now that you have utterly incapacitated him, with her vindictive nature, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. Lin Min's expression remained one of concern, despite Lu Tianzhuo's newfound ability to move freely. Given his modest cultivation, how could he possibly be a match for Meng Huan? Of course, that woman would not dare to act overtly against him, especially since he bore the title of elder. However, should she choose to strike from the shadows, how could Lu Tianzhuo evade her? Being targeted by a mid-stage golden core master was hardly a favorable situation. Rest assured, junior sister, I have already clarified matters with Elder Meng. I believe she will not trouble me again. You mentioned that it was Elder Zhuangling who tipped you off? Lu Tianzhuo sought confirmation from Lin Min, fearing he had misheard. Indeed, otherwise how could I have arrived so promptly? Upon receiving Lin Min's affirmative response, Lu Tianzhuo began to ponder. Why would Zhuangling come to his aid? Logically, the two had no prior connection. Could it be that she had been captivated by his charm? Certainly, that must be the case, he thought, feeling a surge of pride. Senior brother, senior brother. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Lin Min's voice broke through, bringing Lu Tianzhuo back to reality. I thank you, Lin junior sister, for your timely rescue. However, I have urgent matters to attend to, so please excuse me. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Tianzhuo hastily made his way back to Zhuowang Peak, eager to claim the rewards from the system. Watching Lu Tianzhuo depart in haste, Lin Min felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Previously, when he was bedridden, he needed her assistance to rise for dual cultivation. How was it now that, upon recovery, he seemed hesitant to face her? Could it be that he felt shy? With a resigned shake of her head, Lin Min departed with her 4 loyal guards. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo returned to Zhuowang Peak at an astonishing speed. Eagerly, he opened the system panel and navigated to the second technique of the Ling Tian sword art, Tian He and I Lin. Would you like to receive it? Upon seeing the words on the panel, Lu Tianzhuo did not hesitate to click yes. In an instant, the page transformed into a radiant light that surged into Lu Tianzhuo's mind. He felt as though he had become an unparalleled sword. With a swift motion, sword energy erupted forth. The sword intent resembled a silver river cascading downward, and as it cut through the air, a dragon-like force manifested. It was truly awe-inspiring. This technique's power had more than doubled compared to the first. Had he employed this technique during his battle with Qin Sheng, it would not merely have resulted in a superficial wound. He could have cleaved the man in two without a shred of surprise. This was still with his cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Once his strength increased further, the technique would undoubtedly multiply in power. The mere thought was exhilarating. Having completed the second technique of Ling Tian sword art, Lu Tianzhuo eagerly turned to the already acquired Yin Yang, Hihuanju. He contemplated practicing it immediately, but upon retrieval, he discovered it was a method for dual cultivation between a man and a woman. Without a partner, he found himself unable to engage in training. Curse it! Just moments ago, that Meng Huan seemed entranced by his astonishing talent. Had Lin Min not intervened in time, they might have already begun their dual cultivation. According to the introduction of Yin Yang Hihuanju, during dual cultivation, he could absorb the cultivation of the woman involved. The higher her cultivation, the greater his benefit. Meng Huan, being a mid-stage golden core expert, would likely elevate his own cultivation by 1 or 2 realms should they cultivate together. Moreover, this technique had an impressive aspect. With each dual cultivation session, the woman would pledge her loyalty. When this loyalty reaches 100, one will receive a special gift bestowed by the system. This is truly irresistible. After experiencing the previous Meng Huan incident, Tianzhuo became acutely aware of his own insignificance. Therefore, he must hasten the enhancement of his cultivation. Otherwise, he may encounter unforeseen circumstances in the future. Not to mention achieving invincibility, one must at least possess the ability to safeguard one's own life. No, he must urgently seek an opportunity to win over that woman Meng Huan and secure her loyalty. Chapter 9. The Body of Heavenly Jealousy. Elder Lu. Elder Lu, are you there? Just as Tianzhuo was contemplating how to deal with Meng Huan, a somewhat familiar female voice resonated, yet he could not immediately recall the identity of its owner. Elder Lu, have you returned? The voice echoed again, and Tianzhuo finally recognized it belonged to Zhuangling, the supervisor of the General Affairs Hall, with whom he had previously conversed for a brief moment. What is this situation? After going to inform Lin Min, she now takes the initiative to seek him out at Zhuowang Peak. Could it be that this curvaceous woman has truly been captivated by his charisma? Alas, his allure was akin to fireflies in the night, impossible to conceal. Tianzhuo straightened his appearance and, while making his way outside, exclaimed, "Yes, I am here." Upon stepping out, he found Zhuangling standing elegantly at the entrance. Goodness! Her figure was strikingly prominent, and Tianzhuo instinctively lingered his gaze upon her. It was truly not his fault. He had never encountered such a formidable sight during his time on Earth. Who wouldn't wish to gaze a little longer at something beautiful? After all, there were no taxes on admiration, right? Elder Lu. Zhuangling felt somewhat disdainful of Tianzhuo's wandering eyes, yet for reasons unknown, she could not muster any anger. It seemed to have been the same during their previous encounter at the General Affairs Hall. Clearing her throat, she said, "Ah, it turns out to be Elder Zhuang. I was just thinking of expressing my gratitude to you at the General Affairs Hall. Had it not been for your alert to junior sister Lin, I might have been dealt with by that woman, Meng Huan." Tianzhuo coughed lightly, reluctantly tearing his gaze from her impressive figure. He mused silently that if measured by Earth's cup sizes, it would surely be AG. Truly, she was extraordinarily endowed. If she were to have children, they would never know hunger. Elder Lu is being too polite. That fellow, Qin Sheng, truly deserves a good reprimanding. What you did today has allowed many to vent their frustrations. Thus, my actions were merely a trifling effort. Had I not informed the saintess, I would have been powerless to rescue you from Elder Meng. This was not mere flattery from Zhuangling. Her cultivation was indeed lower than Meng Huan's, and she harbored a real annoyance towards Qin Sheng. Had she not wished to avoid conflict with Meng Huan, she would have relished the opportunity to teach that Qin fellow a lesson. Elder Zhuang, your visit to Zhuowang Peak is not merely to ascertain my safety, is it? If that were the case, it would require no further explanation, suggesting that this woman has developed feelings for me. Oh, nearly forgot the matter at hand. Elder Lu, you had left some spirit stones on the counter at the General Affairs Hall. Afterward, you went to the martial arena with Qin Sheng, leaving the stones with me. Since the amount is not insignificant, I feared you might worry, so I hastily brought them over. Here are the 3,400 spirit stones you left behind. Please take a look. After finishing her words, Zhuangling presented the pile of spirit stones. Upon hearing her, Tianzhuo felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed her visit was not solely for him. Truly, it is too much trouble for Elder Zhuang. Please, come inside and sit for a while. After accepting the spirit stones, Tianzhuo extended another invitation to Zhuangling. If she were to enter his abode, perhaps a story would unfold. Thus, he resolved not to forsake what might appear as an opportunity, for success favors the prepared mind. No, there are still numerous matters to attend to at the General Affairs Hall. I shall return once the spirit stones are delivered. Farewell, Elder Lu. Zhuangling replied, preparing to turn away. Ding. Name, Zhuangling. Age, 134. 300 Cultivation. Initial stage of Golden Core Realm Physique. Body of Heavenly Jealousy. A heaven-defying innate talent suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. Unable to break through the Golden Core Realm. At that moment, the system panel abruptly appeared, detailing information regarding Zhuangling. Tianzhuo was momentarily taken aback. What was this? However, he was alarmed to learn that the system indicated the body of heavenly jealousy could not transcend the Golden Core Realm, meaning Zhuangling's life would stagnate at the age of 300. She was already 134, nearing the midpoint of her life. Though it may seem that she had more than a century left, in the realm of cultivation, such time was trivial. Much like Meng Huan, who spent decades striving to break through a single realm. A century would pass in the blink of an eye. It was a pity for such a beautiful woman to face an early demise. Damn, this system has no business presenting such distressing information. Just as Lu Tianzhuo cursed the system, the familiar voice resounded once more. System task: engage in dual cultivation with Zhuang Ling, employing the yin-yang harmonious convergence technique to alleviate the pressures of the heavenly Tao upon her until they dissipate. System reward: God-level alchemy technique. Each dual cultivation session grants an additional 25 cultivation points. Lu Tianzhuo's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. The act of dual cultivation with Zhuang Ling was not the crux of the matter. The acquisition of the God-level alchemy technique and cultivation points was paramount. He simply desired to assist Elder Zhuang in resolving the burdens of the heavenly Tao. He promptly called out, "Sister Zhuang, please hold." Zhuang Ling, who had already turned away, paused and turned back in surprise, asking, "Elder Lu, is there something else? I have discerned a certain issue, and I am uncertain whether to address it." "What issue?" Zhuang Ling inquired, intrigued. "If my deductions are correct, Sister Zhuang, you possess a rather rare physique, do you not?" Lu Tianzhuo spoke enigmatically, deliberately withholding the name of the body of heavenly jealousy. It was an excellent opportunity to cultivate an air of mystery in Zhuang Ling's perception of him. As anticipated, Zhuang Ling's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, her ample bosom visibly rising and falling, revealing her agitation. The sight was so captivating that Lu Tianzhuo could hardly avert his gaze. How could he resist the allure of dual cultivation with such a woman? "How do you know?" Zhuang Ling's voice trembled, for even the sect leader was unaware of this matter. How could Lu Tianzhuo have discerned it? "I am also aware that it is known as the Tianzhuo, a physique constrained by the heavenly Tao, forever unable to transcend the gold core realm, with life eternally frozen at the age of 300. Zhuang Shiji, I have not spoken in error, have I?" Upon glancing at Zhuang Ling, she appeared utterly stunned by Lu Tianzhuo's revelation. Such a physique possesses a probability of merely 1 in a billion. Were it not for the heavenly Tao's suppression, it would undoubtedly signify a prodigious talent, with the potential to transcend into another dimension. However, as far as I know, no one has yet managed to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Yet I can assure you, I, Lu Tianzhuo, can aid you in shattering this limitation, albeit Zhuang Shiji must be prepared to pay a certain price. What? As soon as Lu Tianzhuo's words fell, Zhuang Ling hastily interjected, "Engaging in dual cultivation with me." Chapter 10. Senior sister, please take your place. What is this? Engaging in dual cultivation with him? This is clearly an attempt to take advantage of me. In an instant, Zhuang Ling erupted with a terrifying aura, seemingly no weaker than the previous Meng Huan. LV Tianzhuo felt an impending danger. Despite his breakthroughs, the disparity was simply too vast. Even with the protection of the Zongzi, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it! Why are all the women of Hahuan's sect so remarkably powerful? When I become invincible, just wait and see how I deal with you lot. Of course, for now, I must maintain a facade of humility. A true man must be able to be both soft and hard, to yield and to stand firm. Senior Sister Zhuang, please do not misunderstand. I absolutely do not intend to take advantage of you or anything of the sort. I genuinely wish to help you break free from the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao. Think about it. If I lacked such capability, how could I possibly discern that you are a Tianzhuo body? If I am not mistaken, our sect leader is likely unaware of this matter, correct? As long as you engage in dual cultivation with me, I promise to gradually loosen the heavenly Tao-esque grip on you until it disappears entirely. You know very well that my skills are limited. Would I really risk my life just to engage in dual cultivation with you? That would be an unprofitable venture for me. Upon hearing the initial part of his words, Zhuang Ling felt that LV Tianzhuo made some valid points. But what did the last sentence mean? How could it be unprofitable? Engaging in dual cultivation with him would actually be a loss for her because, due to her unique constitution, she remains a maiden to this day. Nevertheless, she could not shake the feeling that this man was not deceiving her. If he truly possessed such abilities, then dual cultivation with him would not be out of the question. The cultivation talent of a Tianzhuo body is nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. If LV Tianzhuo could indeed lift the weight of the heavenly Tao from her, then, given her talent as a Tianzhuo body, becoming a legendary empress would not be impossible. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Ling turned her gaze towards LV Tianzhuo. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with a face chiseled like stone, marked him as a rare beauty. However, He appeared rather aged, his face lined with wrinkles. Moreover, it was said that he had been bedridden for 40 years. What if he were to perish after their dual cultivation? Would she not have lost her purity in vain? LV Tianzhuo had been observing Zhuang Ling's facial expressions and could surmise her thoughts. He immediately laughed and said, "Senior Sister Zhuang, I understand your concerns, but I assure you that they are unwarranted. Although I have been bedridden for 40 years, it is merely because I spent too long as a furnace cauldron, depleting my yang energy excessively, necessitating a period of recuperation. After these 40 years, my body has returned to its peak condition of youth. If I were truly as weak as the legends suggest, how could I have defeated the formidable Qin Sheng so effortlessly on the martial stage? Hence, your worries are indeed unfounded. I am in excellent health and thriving." To further demonstrate his point, LV Tianzhuo mimicked a gorilla, thumping his chest loudly. After hearing his explanation, Zhuang Ling found it quite reasonable. Qin Sheng was at least at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If LV Tianzhuo had no skill, he could not have defeated him. And he did so with a single strike, which was sufficient proof of his physical condition. "Elder LV, can you truly lift the weight of the heavenly Tao from me?" Zhuang Ling was ultimately tempted. It was only natural to desire liberation from the heavenly Tao-esque constraints. If it were truly lifted, her cultivation talent as a Tiandu body would surely allow her to soar to greatness. Certainly, but it requires frequent dual cultivation. You are well aware of the nature of the heavenly Tao. In previous instances, I could only guarantee a gradual loosening of its grip. As for how many times we must engage in dual cultivation to completely remove the heavenly Tao-esque suppression, I cannot make any promises. I prefer to lay all the cards on the table. Whether or not you agree is entirely up to you." At this moment, LV Tianzhuo appeared utterly sincere, exuding an air of authenticity as if he were the most virtuous gentleman in the world. One must admit, his acting skills were truly worthy of an Oscar. Zhuang Ling fell silent once more, waging a battle of thoughts within her mind. Should she engage in dual cultivation with LV Tianzhuo? If she did, she might have the chance to lift the constraints of the heavenly Tao. However, if she refrained, her life would come to an end in just over 100 years. A century is hardly a long time in the realm of cultivation, merely a fleeting moment. Regardless, the opportunity lay before her. She had to give it a try. Resolutely, Zhuang Ling clenched her teeth, stomped her foot, and declared, "LV Tianzhuo, I will engage in dual cultivation with you. But let me make one thing clear. If there are no results after our dual cultivation, I will take your life." With a resounding crash, she struck her palm down at LV Tianzhuo's feet, creating a deep pit. Just imagine if that had struck him instead. What would the outcome have been? Terrified, LV Tianzhuo hurriedly retreated, realizing the truth behind the saying that the weak must endure punishment. Yet, the thought of engaging in dual cultivation with this peach-like beauty made his fear dissipate instantly. His eyes lingered on Zhuang Ling's bosom, nearly causing him to drool. "Senior sister, why don't we head inside now?" LV Tianzhuo almost blurted out the words, "Get on the bed." If that were the case, given Zhuang Ling's temperament, she might very well strike him down with her next palm. "You lead the way." As she thought of the scene that awaited them inside, Zhuang Ling's pretty face flushed crimson, her chest rising and falling dramatically. To LV Tianzhuo, this was an incredibly delightful rhythm. Why wasn't there a mobile phone? If only he could record this moment, how charming it would be. Silently swallowing, he quickly said, "Senior sister, please follow me." As he spoke, he turned and walked into the room, while Zhuang Ling cautiously followed behind him. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo's heart rate was likely around 170 to 180, and Zhuang Ling, trailing him, was certainly no less anxious. Upon entering the room, Lu Tianzhuo hurried to tidy up the somewhat disheveled bed. Perhaps out of shyness, Zhuang Ling turned her body away, avoiding his gaze. After a short while, Lu Tianzhuo had straightened the bed and directly said, "Shiji, please take a seat." Chapter 11. The Power of Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. "Shiji, please join me on the bed." Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Ling's delicate face flushed like a ripe apple, a deep crimson hue. Yet, what alternative did she have if not to lie down? It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Tianzhuo was her sole beacon of hope. If he could not lift the celestial burden weighing upon her, it might well be a weight for death that awaited her. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely made her way toward the bed. "Listen, Lu Tianzhuo, if you dare to take advantage of my situation under the pretense of helping me, I swear I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The murderous intent in her words was palpable, and Lu Tianzhuo sensed it without difficulty. However, he was unfazed. This was merely Zhuang Ling's last act of defiance. Rest assured, Shiji, I am a man of my word. As the saying goes, a gentleman appreciates beauty in a righteous manner. I would never exchange my life for a single opportunity to cultivate with you. That would be far too unwise, for your virtue is not so valuable. How dare you still act so arrogantly? Zhuang Ling thought, her patience wearing thin. After their dual cultivation, she was certain that she would willingly offer her loyalty. At that moment, Tianzhuo was entirely in control, presenting himself as the master of the situation. If Zhuang Ling could not endure, she was free to leave and forego the lifting of the celestial restriction. Humph, you better keep your word. Indeed, at this moment, the illustrious elder Zhuang, renowned in the Hehuan sect, could only vent her displeasure in this manner. After casting a fierce glare at Tianzhuo, she finally reclined upon the bed. Shiji, surely you have not been ignorant of the fact that dual cultivation requires the removal of clothing? How else shall we proceed? Tianzhuo found himself at a loss for words. While Zhuang Ling appeared mature, she was surprisingly naive. It seemed he must guide her step by step. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete their dual cultivation. Upon hearing Tianzhuo's words, Zhuang Ling's cheeks deepened in color. Why must she be the one to take the initiative in such a situation? Yet, how could she refuse? With her eyes closed, she began to shed her garments. During this process, Tianzhuo's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not help but lament the absence of a camera during his transmigration. Capturing this moment would have been an extraordinary delight. Before long, Zhuang Ling stood before him, fully unveiled. Her entire being aglow with a rosy hue born of bashfulness. Tianzhuo was utterly astonished by her flawless physique, a true masterpiece of creation. Did she defy the laws of gravity? How was this possible? In the midst of his admiration, he found himself uncontrollably gushing blood from his nose. Though he had watched countless adult films in his previous life, his experience was merely theoretical. Having spent 4 decades in leisure since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered such a scene. Thus, his reaction was hardly surprising. Do you truly need to humiliate me so, Lu Changlao? Zhuang Ling, mistaking his exclamations for vulgarity, opened her eyes in indignation, only to find Lu Changlao frantically dabbing at his nosebleed. How could he call himself the strongest furnace of the Hehuan sect? In that moment, Zhuang Ling was left in a quandary, unsure whether to feel anger or amusement. My apologies, Shiji. A minor issue has arisen. I'll be right with you. With that, Tianzhuo hurriedly sought water to clean the blood, a rather disheveled sight. After regaining his composure, he approached the bed once more, gazing at the still flustered Zhuang Ling. Shiji, are you truly certain you wish to engage in dual cultivation with me? You still have the opportunity to reconsider. Once I lie down, it will be irrevocable. Tianzhuo regarded the enchanting figure on the bed with utmost seriousness. Just as he had previously thought, a gentleman appreciates beauty in a righteous manner. One must not act recklessly. This revelation clearly caught Zhuang Ling off guard. She had not expected Tianzhuo to inquire so earnestly at such a critical juncture, significantly altering her impression of him. You mentioned that only you can alleviate my celestial burden. Do I truly have any other options? But let me be clear, if you fail to deliver, I will not hesitate to make you suffer. Zhuang Ling felt compelled to issue yet another warning. Very well, Shiji, I am coming. After declaring this, Tianzhuo slowly advanced toward Zhuang Ling. After a time, he lay beside her, breathing heavily. In that moment, he had completed his first dual cultivation since arriving in this world. Exhilaration coursed through him. He felt an unparalleled sense of clarity, a sensation beyond description. More importantly, during this process, he had employed the yin-yang harmony technique, deriving immense benefits from Zhuang Ling. His cultivation level had now reached the peak of foundation establishment. Moreover, Tianzhuo sensed that his realm was distinct from others. Although he was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he felt capable of contending even against the peak of the golden course stage, such as Menghuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. The familiar voice resounded once more, and the panel appeared before him. Would you like to claim the god-level alchemy technique? Without hesitation, Tianzhuo clicked to accept, and a white light surged into his mind, imparting the god-level alchemy technique. Additionally, he was rewarded with 25 cultivation points, a consistent reward for each dual cultivation with Zhuang Ling. Name: Zhuang Ling. Age: 134. 350 cultivation. Mid-stage golden core physique. Heavenly jealousy body. Celestial suppression slightly loosened. Loyalty: 50. As Tianzhuo reveled in his newfound fortune, Zhuang Ling's identity information once again flashed before him. Her lifespan had been extended from 300 years to 350 years. She reaped benefits far beyond mere trifles. The constraints of Tianzhuo had also eased, allowing her cultivation to ascend from the initial stage of Jindan to the intermediate stage. During her first dual cultivation, her loyalty soared to an impressive 50, leaving Lu Tianzhuo eagerly anticipating their second session. Should her loyalty reach 100, the system would bestow upon him a unique reward. This prompted Lu Tianzhuo to marvel at the remarkable prowess of the cheat. It was no wonder that during his time playing CF, so many were drawn to cheats, for the experience was indeed exhilarating. Woman, your chastity and loyalty now belong to me. With this thought, Lu Tianzhuo could not help but reach out to caress Zhuang Ling's delicate cheek. At that moment, Elder Zhuang had already succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to withstand Lu Tianzhuo's extraordinary talent. Chapter 12. Naive and foolish. Zhuang Ling felt as though she had awakened from a dream in which she had engaged in dual cultivation with Lu Tianzhuo. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself lying naked upon the bed, a sharp pain radiating through her body, a stark reminder that this was no mere fantasy, but a reality she had unwittingly embraced. Her chastity had been surrendered to a man who had once been a furnace for the harem sect. The thought of this brought forth 2 silent tears. Summoning all her strength, she managed to sit up, her gaze falling upon a crimson mark on the sheets, a poignant reminder of the night's events. Ah, you are awake? Assess your condition and see if I have deceived you. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo's voice broke through her thoughts. Zhuang Ling, regaining her composure, cast a cold glare in his direction. Could this be the man who had robbed her of her purity? Lu Tianzhuo, should my body bear any lasting changes, I shall take your life without hesitation, she declared, her words laced with fury. Despite the handsome visage before her, her anger was palpable. After threatening Lu Tianzhuo, she began to delve within herself. To her astonishment, she discovered she had reached the mid-stage of the Jindan realm. Shock coursed through her. She had lingered at the initial stage of Jindan for many years, and now, after a single encounter with Lu Tianzhuo, she had transcended her previous limitations. Could it truly be? She remained skeptical, conducting further examinations, and each time she confirmed her newfound status. It was undeniable. At this moment, Zhuang Ling felt a monumental transformation within her being. Was the heavenly Tao suppression truly loosening? Excitement bubbled within her. The resentment she had harbored towards Lu Tianzhuo began to dissipate. Your cultivation has advanced to the mid-stage of Jindan, and the heavenly Tao's constraints have indeed weakened. This is merely our first dual cultivation. Further practices will be necessary. As for how long it will take to completely lift the heavenly Tao suppression, I cannot say. In any case, the more we engage in this practice, the better it will be for both of us. Lu Tianzhuo's voice pulled her back to reality. Humph, do not presume I will express gratitude. This is merely a transaction, each of us fulfilling our own needs. Though Zhuang Ling felt a sense of gratitude towards Lu Tianzhuo, she adhered to the typical woman's tendency to feign indifference. To acknowledge her appreciation would be humiliating, especially after having surrendered her chastity to him. That is correct. Since our transaction is complete, you should return to the General Affairs Hall. Others are in need of goods. He continued, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Who do you think you are? You will still need to come to me for dual cultivation in the future. Do not pretend to be noble. When your loyalty reaches 100, you will have no choice but to submit. Lu Tianzhuo sought to dismantle her aloof facade, relishing the feeling of conquest. I will leave. Zhuang Ling resumed her icy demeanor and turned to dress, as if to shield herself from Lu Tianzhuo's gaze. He scoffed at her actions. What part of you have I not seen? After she donned her clothing and stepped off the bed, she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Her wounds throbbed painfully, making it difficult for her to maintain her balance. Quick as lightning, Lu Tianzhuo caught her in his arms. What? Do you not wish to leave? Shall we engage in another round of dual cultivation? Perhaps it will further loosen the heavenly Tao's restraints. Zhuang Ling pushed him away with urgency, aware of his reputation as the strongest furnace of the harem sect and recognizing his extraordinary talent. She feared that another round of dual cultivation would leave her utterly incapacitated. This matter is not to be disclosed to anyone, or I will not spare you, she warned. Zhuang Shiji, you have made 2 errors in your statement. First, you have underestimated me. Second, you have overestimated yourself. Do you believe that reaching the mid-stage of Jindan can defeat me? You are quite naive. If we were to engage in combat, you would soon discover my strength and ferocity. Therefore, abandon your petty thoughts. Moreover, understand this. In this world, only I, Lu Tianzhuo, can completely remove the heavenly Tao suppression from you. There will be no second. So do not think you can kill me. Should anyone attempt to harm me, you must protect me, or your Tianzhuo body will never attain its full potential. Do you understand? Lu Tianzhuo regarded Zhuang Ling, who still threatened him, with disdain. Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Ling felt as if she had been struck by a frost-laden chill, her resolve wilting. She understood the truth in Lu Tianzhuo's assertions, regardless of his cultivation level. Should he encounter any peril, she would indeed need to shield him. Through their dual cultivation, she had not only advanced a small realm, but had also witnessed signs of loosening in the heavenly Tao's constraints. This meant that her once envied talent could finally begin to manifest, and with further cultivation, her progress would be exponentially enhanced. Admittedly, Lu Tianzhuo deserved credit for this. He had provided her with a glimmer of hope for breaking free from the heavenly Tao's constraints. Enough of your boasting. Are you not aware that I have already advanced to the mid-stage of Jindan? Defeating a mere foundation establishment practitioner would be child's play. However, you have indeed facilitated the loosening of the heavenly Tao suppression, so I shall spare your life. Today's events are not to be spoken of, otherwise, I will make you regret it. As she threatened Lu Tianzhuo, she raised her small, adorable fist. This gesture elicited a chuckle from Lu Tianzhuo. Despite Zhuang Ling being over 100 years old, her temperament resembled that of a young girl in her 20s, prompting Lu Tianzhuo to dismiss any notion of holding a grudge against her. Zhuang Shiji, next time you come, please bring me some alchemical materials. I wish to refine some pills. Of course, I will not ask of you for free. I will pay you the appropriate amount of spirit stones. I am not short on funds. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo had acquired a divine-level alchemy skill and was eager to experiment with it. You can refine pills? Zhuang Ling was evidently skeptical upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's proclamation. Certainly, apart from giving birth, she is capable of everything else. Just provide me with the materials, and I shall pay whatever is necessary. There shall be no negligence in this matter. It seems that this woman holds herself in rather low regard. She must be made to understand what true genius entails. Very well, with wealth comes the means. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Zhuang Ling was eager to return and thoroughly examine her own health, so after speaking, she turned to exit. However, after taking a few steps, she recalled something and suddenly turned back. She hastened towards the bed, leaving Lu Tianzhuo in curious anticipation of her intentions. Zhuang Changlao approached the bed, and with a swift motion of her right hand, she tore away the blood-stained sheet. Remember, do not speak of this to anyone. She warned Lu Tianzhuo once more before limping away from Zhuowang Peak. Chapter 13. The transformation of Zhuang Ling. This was Zhuang Ling's first experience, and thus she regarded the piece of fallen red cloth with great significance. Otherwise, she would not have returned to tear the bedsheet. For Zhuang Ling, this cloth could be considered a witness to her first encounter, could it not? Observing Zhuang Ling, who limped away from Zhuowang Peak, LV Tianzhu's countenance lost its playful demeanor. As one who had traversed into this realm, occupying the original host's body, he could not acknowledge his past as a furnace for Hehuan's sect. Zhuang Ling was the first woman he encountered in this world. Regardless of her motives, she had bestowed her first experience upon him, and thus he felt a sense of responsibility toward her. In this continent, monogamy was not the norm, and LV Tianzhuo anticipated having many women. However, this could be viewed as an expression of affection rather than promiscuity. Once intimacy was established, it was in accordance with his character to provide unwavering care. This was the mark of a true gentleman. Otherwise, how would he differ from a scoundrel? His journey in life had only just begun, and he chuckled heartily at the recollection of the warmth shared with Zhuang Ling during their dual cultivation. Yet, his current cultivation level was still too low, necessitating rapid advancement. This world reveres strength. With sufficient power, one could act at will. Otherwise, failing to protect his own women would be utterly disgraceful. With this thought, LV Tianzhuo began to meditate and practice diligently. After a significant period, he realized there was no effect. He could not even absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. It could only be said that his talent for cultivation was woefully inadequate. Frustrated, he lamented that with such a dismal aptitude, effort seemed futile. Perhaps he should simply embrace a laid-back approach. After a futile endeavor, he began to curse in anger, realizing he was clearly not cut out for cultivation. It might be better to wait for the system to issue a task, as otherwise, he would be wasting time. His earlier dual cultivation with Zhuang Ling had indeed consumed considerable energy, so he resolved to take a nap to recuperate, awaiting the next opportunity for dual cultivation. When he awoke, he found himself refreshed, having enjoyed a deep and sweet slumber. As he leapt from the bed, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, completely erasing the fatigue of the previous day. He could easily engage in a duel with Zhuang Ling for 300 rounds without feeling any weariness. After a quick tidy-up, he noticed no one had come to serve him a meal. It seemed Lin Min had informed the sect leader that he was fit to rise, thus he had lost that privilege. However, this did not pose a challenge for LV Tianzhuo. He could easily prepare a sumptuous meal for himself. Having satiated his hunger, he found himself bored and decided to head down Zhuang Peak towards the administrative hall. Did you notice? Today, Elder Zhuang seems different from before. Indeed, a smile has graced her face. It is almost unbelievable. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. I noticed it too, and she exudes a newfound charm. My goodness, I can hardly bear it. Such remarks filled the air as LV Tianzhuo entered the administrative hall. The corners of his mouth turned upwards. It seemed his previous encounter had indeed transformed Zhuang Ling considerably. He was curious about her reaction upon seeing him. Arriving at the counter, he found Zhuang Ling deeply engrossed in thought. Her expression adorned with a gentle smile, truly a stark contrast to her former self. She had served as the elder of the administrative hall for many years, and this was the first time anyone had witnessed her smile. Clearing his throat to draw her attention, he interrupted her reverie. "You are here?" Zhuang Ling exclaimed, quickly lifting her gaze, her eyes meeting LV Tianzhuo's. In that moment, he discerned a hint of shyness within her gaze. Indeed, it was shyness. Subsequently, her eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze. With a loyalty rating of 50, it appeared she had developed a significant attachment. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such behavior. Reflecting on this, a pleasing smile graced LV Tianzhuo's face, and he found himself eager to discover what a loyalty rating of 100 might entail. "Didn't you say you would seek me out? Why haven't you done so?" he inquired, adopting a serious tone. I must oversee the administrative hall. I cannot simply leave. If I were to go, it would have to be in the evening." Her response was utterly unexpected. Originally, LV Tianzhuo intended to test how Zhuang Ling would react to his questioning. Given her previous temper, she would typically have exploded in anger. Even after their intimate encounter, she would have remained unyielding. However, he was surprised to find her explaining herself in such a humble manner. It seemed he had underestimated the significance of her 50 loyalty rating. Now, LV Tianzhuo could confidently conclude that Zhuang Ling had fully submitted to him. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, he felt an overwhelming desire to engage in dual cultivation with her once more. It was exhilarating. Yet, recalling that Zhuang Ling had expressed a desire to keep their relationship private, he refrained from any excessive actions. After all, she was the first woman he encountered in this foreign realm, and she deserved to be treated with utmost care. "I understand you are busy with work, which is why I have come to seek you out. As I mentioned yesterday, I need to acquire some alchemical materials. I have come to collect them now. Please arrange for me the items worth 10,000 spirit stones." LV Tianzhuo chose not to tease Zhuang Ling any further. There would be ample time for that later when they returned to Zhuang Peak. For now, he had important matters to attend to. Having already perused the divine art of alchemy, it is imperative to conduct an experiment to discern what manner of elixirs can be concocted. Should the creation of extraordinary potions indeed be feasible, it would be only fitting to bestow them upon Zhuang Ling and Lin Min. Although no intimate relationship has yet been established with Lin Min, Lu Tianzhuo has already regarded her as his own, placing her alongside Zhuang Ling in his affections, thus ensuring he does not neglect either. Purchase 1,000 spiritual stones. Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, Zhuang Ling exclaimed in a hushed yet fervent tone. She harbored profound skepticism regarding Lu Tianzhuo's alchemical abilities. For it is well understood that becoming an alchemist is no trivial pursuit. This old fellow has only just risen from his sickbed, and now he wishes to embark on such an endeavor? Is that not akin to striking a duck's head with money? Chapter 14. This is genius. 10,000 spiritual stones, even for an elder, is not an insignificant sum. Therefore, Zhuang Ling did not wish to see such a precious resource squandered. It would be far more beneficial to reserve it for enhancing one's cultivation. At this moment, Elder Zhuang remained oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly assumed the role of Lu Tianzhuo's caretaker. This subtle shift in dynamics, however, did not escape the keen eye of Elder Lu. who once again beamed with delight. Rest assured, senior sister, my younger brother is well aware of his intentions. Just hand it over to me, he declared. With a flourish, a substantial pile of mid-grade spiritual stones appeared upon the counter, the resounding clatter capturing the attention of all present. The scene left everyone in a state of astonishment, including Zhuang Ling, who had initially anticipated Lu Tianzhuo's desire to purchase 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It is essential to note that the exchange rate between mid-grade and low-grade spiritual stones is 100, meaning this fortune equates to 1 million low-grade stones. Truly, he had lost his senses. What on earth is wrong with this elder? Is he indulging in a final bout of extravagance? After having incapacitated Qin Sheng and being taken away by Elder Ming yesterday, he miraculously returns today. It appeared that Elder Lu had indeed mastered the art of idleness over the past 40 years, treating money as a triviality, easily earned again through expenditure. The surrounding onlookers soon erupted into a flurry of discussion, for Lu Tianzhuo's actions were simply too ostentatious. Many inner sect female disciples began to regard him with newfound admiration, for in any era or continent, wealth garners respect. A number of them even hesitated, contemplating how to draw Lu Tianzhuo's attention. After all, should an opportunity for dual cultivation arise, would this elder not provide some financial support for such an endeavor? What a bunch of superficial admirers. Do they not have the decency to reflect upon themselves? How can they even compare themselves to our Ling Ling? Truly absurd. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tianzhuo could not help but voice his disdain, while simultaneously showering Zhuang Ling with praise. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Though his words were brusque, Zhuang Ling felt a swell of warmth within her. She found his flattery quite gratifying. Lu Tianzhuo, are you certain you wish to exchange these spiritual stones for alchemical materials? This is an extraordinary sum, Zhuang Ling pressed, deeming it necessary to clarify his intentions. After all, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones could significantly elevate one's cultivation level. Considering Lu Tianzhuo's alchemical prowess, he might squander the materials in the process. Thus, she felt compelled to caution him once more against impulsiveness. Do you doubt my capabilities, senior sister? Lu Tianzhuo retorted, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin that made Zhuang Ling's cheeks flush crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Shameless. Elder Zhuang scoffed, then proceeded to gather the alchemical materials for him. She dared not engage further in conversation, fearing he might utter something that would leave her utterly astounded. Soon, a plethora of rare ingredients appeared before them. Jiuzhuan Huan Hun Chao, Qian Yin Shuel Yin, Qi Yin Gua, Long Shui Feng Sui, Lei Peng Yu, and many others. Upon seeing these treasures, Lu Tianzhuo's eyes gleamed with excitement. They were sufficient for him to experiment with. Amidst envious gazes, he stored them all within his spatial ring. Meet me at Ziwang Feng tonight. I have something special for you. I must take my leave now, Lu Tianzhuo declared, casting a lingering glance at Zhuang Ling before departing at great speed, eager to return to his alchemical pursuits and assess the results of his endeavors. However, this statement left Zhuang Ling's heart fluttering, as memories of their dual cultivation from the previous day flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to redden even further. Lu Tianzhuo's haste in departing was driven by his eagerness to refine elixirs. Having acquired the divine alchemical technique, how could he refrain from testing its efficacy? Otherwise, he would need to invest time in fostering a deeper relationship with Zhuang Ling at the General Affairs Hall, for she was indeed his most cherished companion. Upon returning to Ziwang Feng, Lu Tianzhuo found himself momentarily bewildered by the vast array of alchemical materials before him. Previously, he was merely a novice in the qi refinement stage, lacking any qualifications for alchemy. Consequently, he had no alchemical furnace at his disposal, which posed a predicament. After searching high and low, he ultimately resorted to using a flowerpot-like container as a makeshift alchemical furnace. He reasoned that with his divine alchemical technique, the quality of the furnace was irrelevant. If everything were of the highest caliber, it would fail to showcase the prowess of his skills. Setting up a barrier outside, he commenced his alchemical preparations. Without excessive ceremony, he followed the steps. Tossing all the materials into the container, Lu Tianzhuo seated himself on the ground, channeling spiritual energy to gather in his hands. Before long, a faint blue spiritual flame flickered to life in his palm. To his astonishment, the process was remarkably simple. This must be the strength of the technique. Otherwise, given his own limitations, success would have been elusive. Cautiously, Lu Tianzhuo directed the spiritual flame into the container, only to discover that his control over the flame was almost uncanny. This humble pot seemed more effective than a top-tier alchemical furnace. Typically, the alchemical process involves igniting the furnace, introducing materials, refining, and solidifying the elixir. However, Tianzhuo bypassed these intricate steps, approaching the task with an improvisational flair reminiscent of a haphazard stew. The precious materials he purchased with 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones now lay within the container. The spiritual flame continuously refined them. But if anyone were to witness the scene, they would be utterly astounded. The materials did not immediately dissolve. Rather, they retained their original forms while gradually changing color. Yet, Tianzhuo's attention was wholly consumed by the manipulation of the spiritual flame. Though it was his first attempt at alchemy, he felt an innate understanding of the entire process unfolding in his mind. The key lay in mastering the flame's temperature. Throughout this endeavor, he acquired a wealth of knowledge, assuring him that his next attempt at alchemy would yield results far superior to this one. However, he was aware that the concoction he had just produced would undoubtedly astonish the entire harem sect. Contemplating this, Tianzhuo's face broke into a satisfied smile. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, the spiritual flames in his hands began to flicker and fade. He slowly opened his eyes, recalling the fantastical tales he had encountered back on Earth. Those narratives depicted alchemy as an exceedingly arduous endeavor, where the depletion of spiritual energy could lead to utter failure. Yet he felt no sense of exhaustion. Could it be that all those accounts were erroneous? Astonishingly, just as this thought crossed his mind, he inadvertently caught sight of the successful elixirs nestled within the basin, prompting an involuntary exclamation of astonishment. Chapter 15. Sees it genius. This is truly genius. If word of this spreads, not only would it cause a stir in Hahuan Zone, but the entire Linxiao continent would also be in an uproar. Those so-called geniuses pale in comparison to me. They are the most insignificant among their kind. Although there may be a hint of arrogance in my words, I take pride in my superiority. If you possess the ability, then show it. After reveling in my triumph for a moment, Tianzhuo finally turned his attention to the elixirs in the basin. To others, these might be invaluable treasures, but to Elder Lu, they could only be deemed the most failed batch of concoctions. He casually grabbed a bottle and filled it, counting a total of 32 elixirs. He did not need to concern himself with the names of each elixir, as the system panel displayed both their names and effects. After a brief examination, he decided to keep one called Jukidan. This particular elixir was not exceptionally remarkable. It merely gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a short period, aiding in cultivation breakthroughs. Now that Zhuangling's heavenly path had loosened slightly under his influence, it was indeed a perfect time for her to cultivate, and this Jukidan would serve as excellent support for her advancement. For his first woman, Tianzhuo felt a considerable fondness. After tossing the broken basin away, he noticed that night had fallen. Earlier, he had invited Zhuangling to join him in the evening. He wondered if she could set aside her pride to meet him. Tianzhuo wished to cultivate together with her and elevate her loyalty to 100. At that point, the system would provide special rewards, possibly enabling a significant leap in his own cultivation. After waiting for a while without anyone ascending the mountain, Tianzhuo grew impatient. He prepared some food, intending to finish it and then rest, leaving any matters for the next day. However, before he could finish, he heard a sound outside. She has arrived. Having been intimate with Zhuangling, he was quite familiar with her fragrance. The ability to identify a woman by her scent had become a peculiar skill of his. Yet, he made no move, remaining seated to eat. If anyone should take initiative, it should be her. Who says a man cannot care about his dignity? Upon entering the room and seeing Tianzhuo eating alone, Zhuangling quickly inquired about his meal. The higher-ups were aware of my ability to walk independently, so they discontinued the meal delivery. What could I do but make do with what I have? After all, we are cultivators and cannot starve. Observing Tianzhuo in his current state, Zhuangling felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. This left her astonished. Could it be that she was developing feelings for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their relationship was purely transactional, devoid of genuine emotion. Stop eating. Let me prepare something for you. Though she thought this, her actions betrayed her sincerity. After speaking, Zhuangling felt a twinge of regret. Being too eager was not wise. However, the words had already escaped her lips, so there was no taking them back. She actively began preparing food for Tianzhuo, quickly presenting an array of delectable dishes. Taste my culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Tianzhuo gazed at her intently before indulging in the meal. The dishes he prepared were merely edible, but those crafted by Zhuangling were truly delightful. The exquisite dishes were swiftly devoured by Lu Tianzhuo, leaving him yearning for more. How was it? Delicious? Zhuangling instinctively asked Lu Tianzhuo, not realizing when she had become so invested in his opinion. It is an absolute delicacy. I have never tasted such exquisite dishes before. I feel as though I have wasted my life until now. If you could cook for me for a lifetime, how wonderful that would be. This was a heartfelt confession from Lu Tianzhuo, yet upon hearing those words, Zhuangling's cheeks flushed. What does this imply? Does he wish to become my partner? At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo recognized the ambiguity in his statement and quickly cleared his throat, saying, Earlier, I mentioned I had something good for you this evening. Now that we have satisfied our hunger, it is time to fulfill my promise. Upon hearing this, Zhuangling understood the implication and walked toward the bed, shedding her garments as she approached. However, her expression began to darken. This man merely sought to take advantage of her during their dual cultivation. What good thing could he possibly offer? Surely, it was merely his exceptional talent. If not for the constraints of the heavenly path upon her, would she engage with him? Zhuang Shiji, what are you doing? Lu Tianzhuo was taken aback. How had she become so proactive? Had she developed an admiration for his talent, or merely wished to break free from her constraints? You, Lu, what are you pretending for? The so-called good thing is merely about that matter, right? If it weren't for the constraints of the heavenly path upon me, would I engage in dual cultivation with you? Hurry up, I am pressed for time. Zhuangling's faint affection for Lu Tianzhuo dissipated in an instant. How dare she speak to me like that? Clearly, a loyalty of 50 is insufficient. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. Damn it. Little girl, I will not let this slide. Zhuangling's reaction ignited Lu Tianzhuo's desire to conquer her completely. If he did not subdue her entirely, he would have no face to present to the world. With that thought, Lu Tianzhuo suddenly immersed himself in the moment, forcefully slamming his hand on the table. The unexpected noise startled Zhuangling, who had already partially undressed, causing her to halt her actions and look at him in astonishment. Zhuangling, what do you take me for? Am I merely a lecherous fool seeking to deceive you for your body? Yes, I admit I am lecherous, but a gentleman's lechery is pursued with integrity. The purpose of summoning you today is to share with you the elixir I have refined from the materials purchased from Zhongwu Tang. Under my influence, the heavenly Tao within you has begun to loosen. Therefore, you are now able to unleash some of the capabilities inherent to your Tianzhu body. After all, do I not wish for you to swiftly transcend your current cultivation level? Here, take this specially crafted Juki Dan, which is designed to gather the spiritual essence of heaven and earth within a short period, facilitating your cultivation breakthrough. Take it and depart. Upon finishing his words, Lu Tianzhuo hurled a Juki Dan towards Zhuangling. At that moment, his gaze towards Elder Zhuang was filled with profound disappointment. Zhuangling instinctively caught the Juki Dan, and in that instant, she comprehended the true value of this elixir. Alas, she had misjudged him. While feeling deeply moved, Zhuangling also found herself engulfed in self-reproach. Summoning her courage, she approached Lu Tianzhuo and, with a voice scarcely louder than a mosquito's, said, I am sorry, I misjudged you. Damn, take it away. Lu Tianzhuo was internally laughing maniacally. At that moment, he felt like the Emperor of Shadows. Chapter 16. Is this not mastery? Life is like a play, all dependent on performance. This statement is undoubtedly true, applicable on Earth, and in this realm as well. Lu Tianzhuo, with a mere touch of his acting prowess, ensnared Zhuangling into his scheme. At this moment, Elder Lu could hardly contain his glee. It truly resonates with the adage that society is simplistic, while it is humanity that is complex. However, he must not reveal his satisfaction, lest all his prior theatrics be rendered futile. We are already this close, and yet you think of me in such a manner? A heart-wrenching sentiment indeed. I, Lu Tianzhuo, have regarded you, Zhuangling, as my own, even refraining from using the precious elixir I concocted and bestowed it upon you first. Yet this is the outcome I receive. How blind I must be. Lu Tianzhuo believed that the previous effort was insufficient. Thus he stoked the flames of his performance once more, thinking it would suffice. What? Lu Tianzhuo considers himself to be her woman? No wonder he generously offered the freshly crafted Jukidan to her. Reflecting on her previous attitude toward him, Zhuangling felt a surge of embarrassment. Not only had he assisted her in alleviating the heavenly Tao's suppression, but he had also gifted her such a precious elixir. Yet, this was the conclusion she drew? Who could endure such thoughts? Zhuangling recognized her profound mistake, and the urgency to remedy it struck her. Tianzhuo, I apologize. I should not have spoken of you in such a way. It was entirely my fault. Please do not be angry anymore. To witness the aloof beauty Zhuangling apologize so humbly filled Lu Tianzhuo with a sense of accomplishment. Who in the entire Hahuan zone possesses such capability? Even the sect leader would not compare. Thus, his vanity was greatly satisfied in this moment. Moreover, he was confident that Zhuangling's loyalty would soon return to a perfect score of 100. Zhuangling, my feelings for you are genuine, yet your earlier words were truly hurtful. Upon saying this, Lu Tianzhuo placed his right hand over his chest, feigning heartache. Seeing this, Zhuangling felt even more guilty. Then, recalling Lu Tianzhuo's kindness and their intimate relationship, she pondered what was left for her to uphold. With this thought, she dismissed any notions of pride. Extending her right hand, she grasped Lu Tianzhuo's hand that rested upon his chest, and together they made their way to the bed. After a duration of time, both lay exhausted and drenched in sweat at the head of the bed. Following their second dual cultivation, Zhuangling sensed a further loosening of the heavenly Tao's suppression. Although Lu Tianzhuo did not experience another breakthrough in his cultivation, he did receive 25 cultivation points, bringing the total in his bag to 50. If his calculations were correct, these 50 points were sufficient to elevate him to a new minor realm. What of talent? I possess the system, the game mechanics, and I fear no one. Subsequently, Lu Tianzhuo assessed Zhuangling's condition. Aside from the slight easing of the heavenly Tao, her cultivation had not advanced. Yet her loyalty had reached 70 points. At this rate, with 3 or 4 more rounds of dual cultivation, it was likely to max out. This would grant him new system rewards. Although the specifics of the reward remained unknown, based on the system's characteristics, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. This was capital for his survival, something Lu Tianzhuo held in high regard. As long as he had not reached invincibility, he must endure and live modestly. When he finally attained true invincibility, he would show those fools what cruelty truly meant. Naturally, Zhuangling was oblivious to Lu Tianzhuo's thoughts, yet she felt immensely satisfied, physically and emotionally fulfilled. With her long fingers, she traced circles on Lu Tianzhuo's chest, seemingly enhancing the atmosphere. Tianzhuo, why is your skin so exquisite? It is even more tender than that of an infant. Yet this quality is not reflected in your face. This realization struck her during their first encounter. It was not a deliberate observation. Lu Tianzhuo's skin was simply too striking to ignore, akin to white jade, evoking an irresistible urge to touch it. The skin of an infant could not compare. However, his facial skin bore the roughness of age. While devoid of age spots, it was still coarse, an incongruity for one person to possess. I am practicing a unique technique that has yet to reach its pinnacle. Hence my facial skin has not aligned with the rest of my body. Yet you can surely sense that my physique is youthful beyond measure. You are mine, so I shall be candid. Lying on the bed for 40 years was also necessary for cultivation. Having just achieved a significant breakthrough, I finally rose from the bed. In this realm, there are no taxes for boasting, so let me indulge. No one can ascertain the truth of my words. Yet it is evident that I have grown stronger, leaving Zhuangling with no choice but to believe. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Zhuangling nodded in utmost belief. She had witnessed Lu Tianzhuo's prowess, which was no mere boast. I perceive your cultivation to be at the mid-stage of refining qi. Am I mistaken? During the combat arena, I was puzzled by how you could defeat Qinsheng in one blow. Clearly, there is more to it. What realm do you truly occupy? Zhuangling inquired curiously. Qinsheng was no weakling. His talent was exceptional, already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, soon to reach the pinnacle. It would not be easy for Lu Tianzhuo to dispatch him swiftly. However, he had accomplished it, which had raised her suspicions. In truth, I possess strength at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but perhaps my cultivation method differs. Thus, even when facing you, I should not falter. Just keep this knowledge to yourself. Remain discreet. Lu Tianzhuo did not hold back from Zhuangling, sharing all that was necessary. However, he preferred not to have too many people privy to this information, lest those formidable experts seize him to serve as a test subject, which would be disastrous. It has been previously stated that before achieving invincibility, one must remain cautious and endure, for a ship navigated with care can sail for millennia. Rest assured, I shall keep this to myself, Zhuangling replied with utmost seriousness. At this moment, she has finally accepted Lu Tianzhuo as her man. Thus, how could she ever contemplate causing him harm? Today, I have concocted numerous elixirs from those materials, all of which are quite practical. Therefore, I shall entrust these potions to you for sale in the Zhongwu Hall. Lu Tianzhuo requires a substantial quantity of spirit stones to procure superior materials, for he wishes to ascertain the remarkable capabilities of this divine alchemical art. Chapter 17. One more time, do you wish to earn some wealth? I possess a considerable collection of spirit stones, which I am willing to offer you should you require them. Zhuang Ling initially assumed that Lu Tianzhuo sought the spirit stones for cultivation purposes, hence she was prepared to present her own stock. Although she too needed them for her practice, the presence of Lu Tianzhuo rendered her own needs somewhat insignificant. You ought to keep your own. I require a substantial quantity of spirit stones to procure higher-grade alchemical materials. This endeavor is indeed a costly one, so even if you were to give me your share, it would be but a drop in the ocean. Though the elixirs I concocted may not be exceptionally formidable, they are undeniably practical. Every single elixir should command a good price. Simply price them high. Lu Tianzhuo harbored unwavering confidence in the elixirs he had crafted. After all, he wielded divine-level alchemy skills, far superior to the trinkets peddled by itinerant sorcerers. Typically, elixirs produced by other alchemists carry Dan poison, thus exhibiting certain side effects, which are more pronounced in more powerful elixirs. However, the elixirs crafted by Lu Tianzhuo completely lack this flaw. The unique spirit flames he employed eradicated any trace of Dan poison. How could such remarkable elixirs possibly fail to fetch a high price? What sorts of elixirs have you crafted? Zhuang Ling inquired eagerly, her curiosity piqued. The qi-gathering pill he had previously gifted her was already immensely impressive. Could there be even more extraordinary elixirs? With a flourish, Lu Tianzhuo produced the remaining 31 elixirs from his storage ring, filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. This is a revitalization pill, capable of immediately halting bleeding and healing external wounds. This is a tranquility pill, which dispels inner demons and distractions, allowing for concentrated cultivation. And this one is remarkable, a foundation establishment pill, which enables one to establish a foundation immediately upon reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. Lu Tianzhuo began to explicate the effects of these elixirs to the system panel. While the quality of the elixirs may not have been exceedingly high, they were indeed quite applicable, serving as a boon for those of lower cultivation levels, particularly the outer disciples. More importantly, these elixirs were devoid of Dan poison, a fact that Zhuang Ling had already perceived. Astonishment was her only response. Even the more adept alchemists within the sect lacked such prowess. Ling, can you sense the uniqueness of these elixirs? Thus, do not hesitate to set higher prices, especially for those beneficial to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and beyond. The higher, the better. The quality is evident, so there is no fear of them not selling. The only reason I have not produced even more potent elixirs is the inadequacy of materials. Given ample resources, I would be capable of crafting even more formidable elixirs. This is precisely why Lu Tianzhuo required a vast amount of spirit stones to exchange for superior alchemical materials. He brimmed with anticipation for his alchemical skills, for not everything could be deemed divine. All right, I understand. I shall gather these elixirs for safekeeping. Zhuang Ling responded, promptly storing the elixirs within her own storage ring. Their practical effects guaranteed a lucrative sale. However, Zhuang Ling soon contemplated a grave concern and hastily turned to Lu Tianzhuo. Tianzhuo, you have incapacitated Qin Sheng, which has undoubtedly provoked Elder Meng Huan deeply. Last time, the saintess interceded on your behalf, but given Meng Huan's temperament, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. You must exercise caution. Within the elder group, Meng Huan was an anomaly, offering no deference to anyone and frequently clashing with the sect leader. The entire sect was aware that Qin Sheng was her favored consort, and their plans to become partners were now thwarted due to Lu Tianzhuo's actions. Given Meng Huan's nature, how could she possibly let this matter rest? If circumstances permit, she will undoubtedly find an opportunity to retaliate against Lu Tianzhuo. It would be well for Zhuang Ling to remain by Lu Tianzhuo's side, especially since she had recently achieved a breakthrough and was no longer intimidated by Meng Huan. Nevertheless, there were numerous affairs within the General Affairs Hall that required her attention, and she could not linger indefinitely at Lu Tianzhuo's side. Should Meng Huan seize upon an opportunity, the consequences could be dire. Zhuang Ling had genuinely begun to regard Lu Tianzhuo as her partner, fearing for his safety. Rest assured, she will not dare to lay a hand on me. Even if she were to attempt it, I would not cower. Should I be provoked, I would deal with her as well, Lu Tianzhuo declared with remarkable authority. In that moment, he exuded the aura of a sovereign, radiating an undeniable power that distinguished him from the man he had been before. Zhuangling found herself utterly captivated by Lu Tianzhuo's commanding presence, gazing at him in awe. Just then, the system's voice echoed, momentarily startling Lu Tianzhuo. He quickly checked the panel, hoping it heralded a new task. If so, it would mean additional skills could be acquired. However, to his surprise, the sound did not signify a new task, but rather indicated that Zhuangling's loyalty had risen from 70 to 80. This meant that a mere casual remark from him had garnered a 10-point increase in her loyalty. It seemed that the girl was quite perceptive. Reaching 100 loyalty would surely happen swiftly. With that said, I shall not worry. If I cannot handle the situation, I will simply avoid entanglements and hasten to the General Affairs Hall to find you. After our dual cultivation, my own cultivation has also progressed, and confronting her head-on would not pose a problem. The outcome remains uncertain. Once Zhuangling regained her composure in Lu Tianzhuo's embrace, she instructed him. Thank you for your concern, my Ling Ling. But I do not regard a mere Meng Huan as a threat. Lu Tianzhuo responded nonchalantly. This was not mere bravado. The techniques bestowed by the system were truly unparalleled. Moreover, his current cultivation level certainly differed from that of ordinary individuals. Although he was only at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he was confident that he could contend with Meng Huan using his 2 moves from the Ling Tian sword technique without falling behind. Do not forget that he still possessed 50 cultivation points within his system backpack. Utilizing them would propel his cultivation directly into the early stages of Golden Core. Thus, the might of the Ling Tian sword technique would undoubtedly be amplified by more than double, effortlessly dealing with a Meng Huan of mid-level Jin Dan cultivation. Furthermore, upon witnessing her astonishing talent at Meng Huan's estate, it seemed that the animosity had significantly diminished. Perhaps this woman was even contemplating the prospect of a dual cultivation with me, considering her talent far surpassed that of the discarded Qin Sheng. Tianzhuo, what are you pondering? At this moment, Zhuangling had called out to Lu Tianzhuo several times, finally bringing him back to reality. He then embraced Zhuangling tightly, exclaiming, "Of course, I am eager for another round of dual cultivation." Chapter 18, The Pill Market is booming regarding the dual cultivation with Zhuangling. Lu Tianzhuo finds great joy in it. Even though his cultivation level has not risen, he has accumulated 25 cultivation points. After 3 sessions of dual cultivation, he has amassed a total of 75 points. If it weren't for Zhuangling's inability to endure the tempestuous experience, he would have aspired to gather 100 points, enabling him to ascend 2 minor realms. At present, the most crucial task for Lu Tianzhuo is to elevate his cultivation. He remains unaware of the formidable opponents he may encounter as a result of his current status. Therefore, he must strive to enhance his abilities, for only then can he safeguard his life. During his time playing CF on Earth, he learned a fundamental truth. Being a hanging player does not equate to invincibility. Nevertheless, he is quite satisfied with his current cultivation, opting for a gradual approach. Patience is key, especially considering Zhuangling's well-being. Initially, she intended to return to the Zhouwang Peak to rest, but Lu Tianzhuo persuaded her to stay. The two embraced and fell asleep, their hearts and bodies enveloped in satisfaction. Upon awakening the next day, Lu Tianzhuo discovered breakfast already laid out on the table. Zhuangling seemed anxious about being discovered and had left Zhouwang Peak early, as she was not ready to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Lu Tianzhuo. He understood her concerns but felt indifferent. With her loyalty already at 80, he knew she would not abandon him. Once her loyalty reached 100, even if he wished to dismiss her, she would remain by his side. Everything was under his control, so why worry? He hummed a cheerful tune as he sat down at the dining table, leisurely finishing the breakfast prepared by Zhuangling. It must be said, her culinary skills were indeed impressive, unlike his own lackluster abilities. She was adept in both the kitchen and public life, with a pleasing figure capable of bearing children, a woman truly suited for the role of a wife. If he were on Earth, marrying such a woman would be akin to striking gold. However, in the Lingxiao Daolu, strength is revered, and it is only natural for powerful individuals to have multiple partners. Lu Tianzhuo wholeheartedly agreed with this notion, prompting his desire to grow even stronger. After finishing breakfast, he promptly settled down on the floor to meditate. He accessed the system's control panel and opened the cultivation points inventory. Selecting 50 points, he began the process of refinement. Soon, Lu Tianzhuo could sense a transformation occurring within him. The liquid spiritual energy in his dantian was being intensely compressed, quickly reaching a critical threshold. Countless spirals of spiritual energy manifested within his meridians, roaring incessantly. This process was exceedingly arduous for Tianzhuo. His pores began to exude fine droplets of blood. Had his body not been thoroughly transformed earlier, this alone might have shattered his frail form. Damn, even breakthroughs come with pain. Yet, Tianzhuo was no stranger to hardship. He had endured much on earth, gradually rising to a core position in his company. Thus, the physical pain was bearable, and he could withstand it. Enduring wave after wave of spiritual energy compression, the sensations were both excruciating and exhilarating, leading him to curse internally, wondering when it would all end. Boom. After an indeterminate period, he sensed his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. A tremendous sound erupted from his dantian, and he beheld a golden light blossoming forth within it. Simultaneously, a translucent golden elixir was being formed. In an instant, Tianzhuo felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a stark contrast to the previous torment. Golden elixir. He had officially entered the initial stage of golden elixir cultivation. Tianzhuo felt immense delight. Indeed, being a hanging player had its advantages. In just a few days, he had transformed from a mid-level qi refinement practitioner to an adept at the initial stage of golden elixir. Compared to the so-called prodigies of Lingxiao Daolu, he was in a league of his own. He understood that his cultivation journey was unique. Despite only reaching the initial stage of golden elixir, he believed he could hold his ground against even the peak of golden elixir or the initial stage of Yuaning. Thus, Minghuan no longer posed a threat. Whether or not she was captivated by his astonishing talent was inconsequential. During Tianzhuo's moment of breakthrough, the pills he had concocted had sold out spectacularly. Each pill fetched a price exceeding 10,000 spirit stones, with the better ones priced in the tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Zhuangling felt overwhelmed, busily stuffing a plethora of spirit stones into her storage ring, reveling in the delightful sensation. Unbeknownst to her, a beautiful young woman had been observing from nearby for quite some time. As Zhuangling finally had a moment to breathe, the lovely girl approached her. "I have seen you, Shushu Zhuang." Her sweet voice immediately captured Zhuangling's attention. Qi Wei, the prized disciple of the second elder, possessed remarkable talent and had recently entered the Hahuan zone, already reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, just a breath away from breaking through to the peak stage. Consequently, she was a key focus of training within the sect. Due to her stunning appearance, she was among the 3 renowned beauties of the Hahuan zone. The so-called 3 beauties were selected by the disciples from both the inner and outer sects based on their charms, akin to the beauty queens of earth, although elders like Zhuangling were not eligible for selection. Lin Min was also one of the 3 beauties, and she was the most famous among them, for the title of saintess of Hahuan zone was not a mere trifle. She was a candidate for the future sect leader. "Wei Wei, is there something you need?" Zhuangling, having a good rapport with the second elder, treated Qi Wei with courtesy, for she genuinely liked the girl, intelligent and diligent. Who could resist such charm? "I noticed that while this batch of pills can only be considered beginner level, they contain no trace of pill toxins. Would you be so kind as to tell me who crafted these remarkable elixirs?" These elixirs were evidently concocted not long ago, undoubtedly crafted by the hands of a disciple from the sect. However, none of the alchemists known to Qi Wei possessed such remarkable abilities. Hence, her curiosity was piqued, and she felt an urgent desire to uncover the identity of this extraordinary individual. After hearing her inquiry, Zhuangling hesitated, uncertain whether Tianzhuo would mind her disclosing this matter. Yet, considering her relationship with Qi Wei's master, she felt compelled to share. Thus, she lowered her voice and said, "Wei Wei, I can tell you, but you mustn't speak of it to anyone else." "Rest assured, Shu, I understand the importance of discretion," Qi Wei promptly assured her. Subsequently, she leaned closer to Zhuangling, who quietly revealed the identity to her. "It is he." Upon hearing this, Qi Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 19. A one-time settlement inside the inner sanctum. At Qin Sheng's residence, he had been granted a private room due to his relationship with Minghuan. Ordinary inner disciples were not afforded such luxury. Typically, 2 would share a room. Some disciples, accompanied by their partners, would reside together, facilitating their cultivation. At this moment, however, Qin Sheng was far from the valiant figure he once was. The pallor on his handsome face betrayed his despondency as he stared blankly at the ceiling, devoid of spirit. He had been incapacitated by Tianzhuo for several days, and during this time, Minghuan had not visited him even once. This absence left Qin Sheng feeling utterly disheartened. Had it truly come to naught? His resentment toward Lu Tianzhuo intensified as he pondered how he could have found himself in such a predicament without the latter's interference. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A stunning beauty entered, and it was none other than the one he had longed for. Huan, is it really you? You have finally come to see me. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Upon seeing Meng Huan, Qin Sheng's demeanor instantly transformed. Despite his current state of debilitation, he believed that as long as Meng Huan stood by him, he could still command respect within the sect. Her visit signified that she still harbored feelings for him. With a resurgence of hope, he thought that regaining his former strength would make dealing with Lu Tianzhuo a trivial matter. How many times must I remind you to address me by my title? In the past, if Qin Sheng had called out to her in such a manner, Meng Huan would have felt elated. His youthful exuberance was infectious. After all, it was this very energy that had drawn her to him. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing him call her that now, Meng Huan felt a wave of nausea. Perhaps it was due to his incapacitation, or perhaps as a result of witnessing Lu Tianzhuo's prodigious talent. Whatever the reason, her feelings for Qin Sheng had evaporated. Her decision to visit him was merely a product of contemplation over the past few days. After all, it was common knowledge within the sect that they had once been involved. To not show up would have raised eyebrows. Although Meng Huan was indifferent to others' opinions, she preferred to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. This visit would serve to sever all ties with the young man named Qin. Huan, please don't treat me this way. Did you not once wish to be my partner? Let us solidify our bond now. What do you say? Qin Sheng sensed the shift in her demeanor and sought to salvage the situation. However, it was futile. A woman whose heart had changed is as unyielding as stone, and Meng Huan was no exception. I came today to discuss this very matter. There will be no partnership. I prefer to cultivate alone, as it allows for greater tranquility. Given our history, I will cover your medical expenses, but from this moment forward, we share no further connection. Meng Huan had anticipated that expressing such sentiments would be difficult, yet it came surprisingly easily. In hindsight, she regretted not coming sooner, perhaps immediately after Lu Tianzhuo had rendered Qin Sheng incapacitated, to terminate their relationship then. No, please don't do this, Huan. You didn't say this before. He felt a deep sense of loss. She was his greatest support, and without her, how would he navigate the sect? In his previous position of power, he had made many enemies. However, they had chosen to endure, given his association with Meng Huan. Now, devoid of her protection, he worried that they might turn against him. I warn you once more, do not call me Huan. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Upon hearing that name, goosebumps erupted on Meng Huan's skin. She narrowed her eyes at Qin Sheng, her latent murderous intent palpable, as though he uttered her name once more. She would unleash her wrath. It was over, utterly over. This singular thought coursed through Qin Sheng's mind. He could no longer rely on her. The root of this predicament lay squarely with Lu Tianzhuo. Had he not rendered Qin Sheng powerless, Meng Huan would not have treated him thus. In his cleverness, Qin Sheng understood that his high intelligence and emotional acuity were the reasons Meng Huan had once been infatuated with him, even contemplating a partnership. Thus, once he regained his composure, his mind began to race. Elder Meng, we have shared a past. Since we have reached this juncture, let us speak candidly. You are certainly aware of my current predicament. I can no longer serve as a furnace. My future is uncertain, let alone affording medicine for my injuries. He regarded Meng Huan coldly. I have stated that I will cover your medical expenses, she retorted, realizing that he was hinting at a separation fee. For her, this was not a significant issue. As long as she avoided the stigma of abandoning him, she had no qualms about providing a settlement. Moreover, she still felt some affection for Qin Sheng, as he had shared many lonely nights with her, a truth that could not be erased. Let us settle this at once. I assure you I will no longer trouble you, nor will I speak ill of you behind your back. What do you think, Elder Meng? Qin Sheng's gaze was imbued with frost. The harshness of her words resonated deeply within him. He now fully comprehended the emptiness of her sentiments. Given this reality, he decided to approach the matter of finances directly, discarding any pretense. He understood Meng Huan valued her reputation, thus negotiating for a sum would likely meet little resistance. Speak, how much do you require? This way, they could resolve everything in one fell swoop. And he would be free of any ties to her. As one of the most influential elders in our sect, surely 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones is not an unreasonable request. At this moment, Qin Sheng felt liberated from any reservations, boldly stating his demand. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable sum indeed. Thus, Meng Huan furrowed her brows, believing that the demands were somewhat excessive. However, upon further reflection, she acknowledged that this young man had indeed accompanied her for quite some time, and a bit of compensation was warranted. Furthermore, she was not particularly concerned about the expenditure of these spirit stones. If she was to give, then so be it. Her tightly knitted brows soon relaxed, and she turned her gaze towards Qin Sheng. Xiao Qin, having followed me for so long, you should be well aware of my disposition. I can offer you 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but this is a one-time settlement, and only this once. Should you wish to request further funds in the future, or speak ill of me behind my back, you should be fully cognizant of the consequences. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. With that declaration, a substantial pile of medium-grade spirit stones appeared on the ground. Observing these spirit stones, a sinister expression emerged on Qin Sheng's face. Chapter 20. The material is completely ruined. I am well aware of Elder Meng's methods. If I were to disregard your advice, I would only be walking towards my demise. So rest assured, I know precisely what I must do. Qin Sheng readily acquiesced, for he dared not defy her. Meng Huan's tactics are not something an ordinary individual can contend with. Otherwise, how could she possibly behave so audaciously within the sect? Should I violate the two rules she mentioned, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Qin Sheng is a clever man. He understands what actions are prudent and which are not. Despite her arrogance, he values his life greatly. Very well, do take care of yourself. Meng Huan cast a final glance at the reclining Qin Sheng before she departed from his chamber. Lu Tianzhuo. Upon witnessing this situation, Qin Sheng clenched his fists and growled through gritted teeth, achoo. Just then, Lu Tianzhuo, who was comfortably leaning against the headboard, chatting with Zhuang Ling, inadvertently sneezed. Damn it, who is cursing me from behind? He exclaimed in exasperation. Zhuang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Tianzhuo's words. This fellow truly is amusing. What does sneezing have to do with anyone else? Tianzhuo, you should have seen the scene in the General Affairs Hall today. The pills were sold out in an instant, and their prices skyrocketed. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones those 31 pills sold for? After her laughter subsided, Zhuang Ling began discussing serious matters with Lu Tianzhuo. She had not come here for dual cultivation, but rather to report her achievements. Shouldn't it be around 100 or 80,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Although the pills she refined were of somewhat lower quality, their lack of Dan poison set them apart from inferior ones. Thus, selling each for 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones should not be a problem. Therefore, she conservatively estimated that they would yield at least 100 or 80,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Once these spirit stones were in her possession, she could proceed to purchase higher-grade alchemical materials. Consequently, the next batch of pills she crafted would be of an even higher quality. 350,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Goodness, how can such trivial things be worth so much? Upon hearing this figure, Lu Tianzhuo was momentarily taken aback. Calculating it out, each pill could fetch over 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which is indeed impressive. Considering that the materials he purchased only totaled around 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, turning around to earn 340,000 middle-grade spirit stones is quite a profitable venture. As for the labor costs associated with refining the pills, they could be entirely disregarded, while others were diligently learning. Lu Tianzhuo was merely playing around with alchemy, producing this batch of pills with little effort. Therefore, for him, those 340,000 middle-grade spirit stones were pure profit. What do you mean by trivial things? You clearly have no understanding of alchemical products. Do you realize how esteemed alchemists are nowadays? High-ranking alchemists are even more formidable. Although the pills you crafted are of lower grade, they are entirely free of Dan poison. Even high-ranking alchemists would struggle to achieve that, wouldn't they? Thus, it is no exaggeration to assert that if your pills were sold publicly, they would command a higher price and might even incite disputes. Noticing Lu Tianzhuo's nonchalant demeanor, Zhuang Ling hurriedly sought to enlighten him. Perhaps this fellow, having lain in bed for 40 years, was completely oblivious to the market prices outside. To put it plainly, if that batch of pills had not been sold in the Hahuan sect's General Affairs Hall, but rather in the open market, selling for over 1 million spirit stones would not have been strange, for they are truly worth that much. Of course, the only drawback is their relatively low grade, making them less effective for those of higher cultivation levels. If these initial grade pills could be elevated to middle grade, it would be more than just a matter of earning spirit stones. Alchemists, not only in Hahuan sect but throughout the entire Lingxiao continent, are regarded as top-tier professionals. However, materials are limited. Otherwise, I could refine even better pills. These spirit stones are of little use to me, so you may keep them. When you come back tomorrow, bring me the finest alchemical materials from the General Affairs Hall, and I shall see what quality of pills I can produce. The Hahuan sect, considered a second-rate sect within the Lingxiao continent, did not inspire much hope regarding the materials from the General Affairs Hall. For now, he would make do with them as practice. Once his cultivation level rose and the timing was right, he would venture out to seek superior alchemical materials, eager to discover the grade of pills he could produce. If he ultimately could not refine even a high-grade pill, then this so-called divine alchemy would be better left untouched. Given Lu Tianzhuo's current circumstances, even if he were to produce divine-grade pills, they would not significantly benefit his cultivation. Being a natural waste, without a system to support him, he would remain at the qi refinement stage for his entire life. Thus, whether or not he engaged in alchemy was of little consequence. It was merely a hobby. However, should he manage to refine exceptional pills, it would indeed facilitate deeper interactions with the remarkable women within the sect. Lu Tianzhuo had set his sights on winning over by Yueguang Lin Min and conquering sect leader Ling Shuangli, aspiring to be the king among these outstanding women. Alchemical products would serve as the key to unlocking their hearts, akin to using luxury items like LV to impress others on Earth. I understand now. Tomorrow, I will spend extra spirit stones to bring you higher-grade alchemical materials. Zhuangling's confidence in Lu Tianzhuo grew steadily. He truly was a peculiar individual. Aside from his astounding talents in certain areas, his unconventional methods were plentiful. Not only did he possess dual cultivation techniques unmatched by even the founding patriarch of Hahuan's sect, but he also managed to produce pills devoid of Dan poison. What was even more astonishing was his claim that, with his foundation establishment cultivation, he could defeat someone at the golden core stage like himself. The heights of his future achievements are almost unimaginable. If previously she had sought his assistance to relieve the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao, now she found herself in the position of the active party. At this moment, Zhuangling genuinely desires to be with Lu Tianzhuo. If circumstances permitted, she would even be willing to forge a bond of partnership with him. Previously, she sought to conceal the nature of her relationship with Lu Tianzhuo, perceiving it as a source of shame. However, now Elder Zhuang yearns to proclaim to the world that Lu Tianzhuo is indeed her beloved. She has observed that after a couple of days of mutual cultivation, even Lu Tianzhuo's most apparent flaw, his weathered visage, has shown signs of improvement. His skin has gradually begun to regain its youthful softness, seemingly on the verge of restoring his former allure. Such a remarkable man is truly hard to find. Tomorrow's concerns can wait until tomorrow. For now, the priority is to rest. After Lu Tianzhuo spoke, he turned over and began to engage in the exquisite act of unraveling the mysteries of the heavens with Elder Zhuang. Chapter 21. Qi Wei seeks medicine. Upon awakening the next day, Lu Tianzhuo felt invigorated. It seemed that the act of liberating the celestial path had indeed been beneficial for both body and mind. Had it not been for Zhuangling's desperate pleas for mercy the night before, he would have undoubtedly engaged in a second round of this celestial liberation. Ultimately, he settled for just one instance, earning a mere 25 cultivation points. Oh, he had almost forgotten to check Zhuangling's loyalty level. With that thought in mind, Lu Tianzhuo accessed the system panel, locating Zhuangling's name under the section of related individuals. The system interface resembled a computer screen from Earth, with each item clearly displayed and accessible with a click, proving to be remarkably convenient. Name: Zhuangling. Age: 134. 350 cultivation level, mid-stage of Jindan realm, beginning to challenge the pinnacle of Jindan realm. Physique: heavenly jealousy. Body: the suppression from the celestial path has loosened. Loyalty: 85. Indeed, after their dual cultivation the previous night, her loyalty had increased from 80 to 85. Though her cultivation did not see a significant rise, she had begun to approach the peak of the Jindan realm. At this rate, it would not be long before she reached the pinnacle. The heavenly jealousy body was truly formidable. Without his assistance, her progress would not have been so swift. However, he couldn't help but ponder when her loyalty would finally reach 100. Lu Tianzhuo was eager to discover what rewards the system would bestow upon him. At present, he was keen to attain an impressive state. Otherwise, he feared being easily outdone in the outside world. With a resigned murmur, Lu Tianzhuo acknowledged that he had only recently acquired the system. After all, he had been dormant for 40 years. Was a little more time truly a burden? With these thoughts settling in, Elder Lu's spirits lifted. He took a seat at the dining table and began to relish the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Zhuangling. After finishing his meal, he intended to refine the 50 cultivation points from his backpack, which would elevate him to the mid-stage of the Jindan period. Junior Qi Wei pays her respects to Elder Lu. A sweet voice floated in from outside, interrupting his thoughts. Qi Wei. Lu Tianzhuo was unfamiliar with the name, having been oblivious to sect matters during his 40 years of repose. However, judging by her voice, she seemed to be quite attractive and worthy of further discourse. He promptly set down his breakfast and called out, "Come in." As soon as his words fell, the door swung open, revealing a stunning figure. Adorning her hair was a pearl tassel that shimmered with her every movement, harmonizing beautifully with her fair complexion. Beneath her willow-shaped brows, a pair of almond-shaped eyes glimmered, their outer corners slightly lifted, forming crescent moons. Her delicately pointed nose radiated a natural rosy hue, and her lightly pursed lips appeared naturally tinted. Adding to her charm was a deep dimple on her left cheek, with the corners of her mouth subtly curving upwards, resembling peach blossoms in early spring. Lu Tianzhuo stared, captivated. Her beauty was distinctly different from Zhuangling's maturity or Lin Min's aloofness. To put it bluntly, she possessed a youthful and adorable visage. Elder Lu. Observing Lu Tianzhuo's gaze, Qi Wei's smile gradually faded. She stood up and called out, feeling reluctant to engage with someone who appeared so lecherous unless she had a purpose. "Oh, this lovely lady, what brings you here?" Lu Tianzhuo snapped back to reality, realizing that he had likely missed most of her earlier words. "Hello, Uncle Lu. I am Qi Wei, the disciple of the second elder. I have come to seek your assistance." Qi Wei noted the bewildered look on his face and decided to reintroduce herself, this time wisely invoking her master's name. The title of the second elder carried significant weight within the sect. Anyone would be inclined to show some respect. "Ah, so you are a highly regarded disciple of my senior sister? I am honored. Please, speak freely. If there is any way I can assist you, I shall gladly oblige." Lu Tianzhuo responded with a charming smile, eager to help. "Brother?" Qi Wei was taken aback by his choice of words. He referred to her master as senior sister and then called her sister. What a strange hierarchy. Could such a charlatan truly concoct refined elixirs? Despite her skepticism, she recalled that this information had come from Zhuangling, who would not deceive her given their relationship. Having come this far, Qi Wei decided to press on, hoping for the best. "Uncle Lu, yesterday at the General Affairs Hall, I noticed a batch of refined elixirs that were not packaged individually. Upon inquiring, Zhuang Shishu informed me that they were produced by you. Thus, I have come to request your assistance." Qi Wei was straightforward, articulating her intent without hesitation. "Zhuang Shishu mentioned this to you?" Lu Tianzhuo inquired, sensing that Qi Wei, or perhaps her master, had a close bond with Zhuangling. Given that Zhuangling was the first woman he encountered upon arriving in this world, her position in Lu Tianzhuo's heart was unique. Therefore, if he could assist, it would be his duty to do so. Moreover, he held a favorable impression of this adorable girl, which might offer an opportunity for deeper interaction. "Yes, Zhuang Shishu told me and insisted that I not share this with others." Qi Wei observed that Lu Tianzhuo seemed to share a special connection with Zhuangling and quickly added, "Given that, I must respect that trust. However, I am curious about the nature of my request. Please, let me know what it is you seek. I shall do my utmost to assist." Lu Tianzhuo was cautious not to overcommit, for if he failed to deliver, it would be a significant embarrassment. "Esteemed Shishu, in my quest for advancement, I have previously consumed a considerable amount of elixirs. However, the repercussions of these potions have led to a stagnation in my cultivation, leaving me ensnared in the mid-stage of foundation establishment for an extended period. After witnessing the remarkable elixirs crafted by you, Shishu, I was profoundly astonished. Thus, I humbly request your assistance in concocting a pill to help me transcend this impasse." Upon expressing my request, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nonetheless, this represents a rare opportunity one am unwilling to forego. As I pondered, the old scoundrel surnamed Lu was about to tease me when a chilling voice emanated from outside. Chapter 22. A Reckless Ambition. Qin Sheng. This is the voice of Qin Sheng. It appears that this fellow, after being incapacitated by me, can no longer suppress the fury within and has come seeking vengeance. Judging by the cultivation levels of the few individuals accompanying him, the strongest among them has merely reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. This indicates that he has indeed become Meng Huan's discarded pawn. Otherwise, Those coming for revenge would consist of more than just these few insignificant lackeys. At this thought, a smirk crept onto LV Tianzhuo's lips. It seems that Meng Huan, despite her formidable talents, has been utterly captivated. Otherwise, how could she abandon her little wolf pup? Be careful, Master LV. It's Qin Sheng come to take revenge on you. You should hide quickly, and I'll deal with them. Before LV Tianzhuo could react, Qi Wei's urgent voice rang out. The entire inner sect was aware of the incident where LV Tianzhuo had incapacitated Qin Sheng, and Qi Wei was no exception. Although she was not present at the time, she had heard about it from others. However, upon meeting LV Tianzhuo in person, she instinctively doubted the veracity of the rumors. How could Elder LV, at the Qi refinement mid-stage, possibly incapacitate someone at the Foundation establishment mid-stage in a single strike? Thus, she sought to stall the individuals outside, hoping LV Tianzhuo would escape. It wasn't that she wished to meddle in the matter, but if LV Tianzhuo were to perish, who would assist her in concocting elixirs? Dear sister, do you underestimate me? Just a few insignificant lackeys cannot pose a threat. With that, LV Tianzhuo prepared to step outside. However, Qi Wei grasped his arm and pulled him back. At a time like this, why are you showing off? Let me go out and see if I can send them away. You stay here and pray for me. The urgency in her voice made her face flush adorably. LV Tianzhuo chuckled softly. Since she was so resolute, he would allow her to proceed. He would merely observe from behind, and if Qi Wei could not handle the situation, he could intervene later. Qin Shixiang, do you even understand what you are doing? This is the sitting forget peak. And Master LV is also an elder of our sect. Is this not an act of treason? Once Qi Wei stepped outside, she began to exclaim. Upon hearing her words, LV Tianzhuo discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. The way she spoke so fiercely would only serve to heighten Qin Sheng and his companion's excitement. If it were him, he certainly would not heed her warning and retreat. He would have to test the waters himself. As expected, upon seeing Qi Wei, the eyes of the group lit up with greedy desire. However, Qin Sheng's expression soon soured. He had been thoroughly incapacitated and was in no position to act. Even with one of the three flowers, Qi Wei, before him, he felt utterly powerless. The hatred he harbored for LV Tianzhuo grew even stronger. He then addressed the four individuals by his side. Each of you has already received 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Today, no matter what, we must incapacitate that old thing named LV. Is that understood? Rest assured, Qin Laodi, we uphold our professional ethics when it comes to taking money for our troubles. The speaker, with a sharp, monkey-like face, was the strongest among the five, having reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. To his surprise, one of the three flowers, Qi Wei, was also present. I like this little lady, exclaimed another man, rugged in appearance, who seemed eager to make advances on her. Are you all tired of living? Unable to tolerate their intentions, LV Tianzhuo could no longer remain silent. How dare they toy with a woman he cherished? He had to intervene to establish a formidable image before Qi Wei. Thus, he emerged, bellowing fiercely. Upon seeing LV Tianzhuo, Qin Sheng's eyes burned with rage. If it weren't for this old fool, would he have ended up like this? From being Meng Huan's favored disciple to a discarded pawn, the drastic shift was unbearable for him. You old bastard, you finally dare to show yourself. Today, I will take your life. Qin Sheng screamed, pointing at LV Tianzhuo. Throughout this exchange, he felt a deep pain, as memories of LV Tianzhuo's humiliating kicks on the martial arts platform flooded his mind, intensifying his hatred. Take my life? How absurd. I am an upright elder of the Hahuan sect. What are you insignificant inner disciples? Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, LV Tianzhuo could not help but laugh. A few inner disciples dared to claim they would eliminate an elder? They must have truly lost their minds, or perhaps had their brains kicked by a donkey, to utter such foolishness. The others, upon reflection, realized the absurdity of their situation. They had been too engrossed in Qin Sheng's proclamations about LV Tianzhuo's downfall, combined with the allure of the spirit stones, to remember their own vulnerability. Qin Laodi, you are correct. We cannot bear this responsibility. The sharp-faced man, Tian Wang, had a master who was a rather powerful elder, and with his notable cultivation, he had previously matched Qin Sheng's arrogance. Yet, due to their mutual understanding, they had maintained a good relationship without conflict. Brother Tian, are you foolish? The dead cannot speak. As long as we eliminate this little lady, who would know it was us? Besides, before dealing with her, you can all have your fun. I hear this Qi Wei is still a maiden, a rare find indeed. After hearing Tian Wang's concerns, Qin Sheng pressed them on further. Fortunately, with Qi Wei present, they were more inclined to assist in dealing with LV Tianzhuo. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the eyes of Tian Wang and the others gleamed even brighter, scanning Qi Wei's figure with a predatory gaze. Having never encountered such a situation, Qi Wei hurriedly covered her chest with her hands. This gesture only ignited the reckless ambitions of the group further. If I could possess one of the 3 illustrious flowers, Qi Wei, for the first time, what would it matter if I were to live a few years less? Dying beneath the peony is a romantic notion, even as a ghost. One can retain a certain charm. It is indeed true what Brother Qin said, the deceased cannot speak. How delightful it would be to taste the essence of this enchanting maiden. Qi Wei's allure is simply irresistible, prompting Tian Wang to take a daring leap. If he could obtain this young lady's virginity, then everything else could be cast aside. As soon as the words left his lips, he eagerly approached Qi Wei, intent on claiming his prize. Chapter 23. Seeking death requires consent? What on earth do you intend to do? The fury within Lu Tianzhuo had already begun to simmer. How dare these ruffians act so brazenly on his territory? It was akin to courting death, and he was prepared to unleash his lethal instincts. These scoundrels deserved to perish, and he intended to spare none. Just as Qin Sheng had previously asserted, only the dead could safeguard secrets. However, before he could make a move, Qi Wei, that girl, had already positioned herself in front of him. Elder Lu, you are no match for them. Allow me to handle this. What the hell? To be belittled by a mere girl was a blow to Lu Tianzhuo's pride. Wei, step aside. I can manage. Lu Tianzhuo felt helpless. After all, he was an elder. How could he tolerate such disdain? He yearned to obliterate these individuals, yet Qi Wei's subsequent words further bruised his ego. Elder Lu, do not overestimate yourself. The gap in cultivation between you and them is insurmountable. Qi Wei's cultivation was nearing the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, merely awaiting the right opportunity to break through. Among the 5, including Qin Sheng, the strongest, Tian Wang, was only at the peak of foundation establishment as well. Lu Tianzhuo did possess some fighting capacity against him, which gave Qi Wei a semblance of confidence. With such declarations made, what could Lu Tianzhuo say? He could only remain obediently in the background, prepared to intervene should Qi Wei falter. TSK, truly one of the 3 exquisite flowers. You are stunning. Tian Wang remarked, his desire ignited. He had indeed shared intimate moments with numerous female disciples within the sect, yet none compared to Qi Wei. If he could indulge in her warmth even once, he would gladly accept remaining stagnant in his cultivation for life. Tian Wang, I am a disciple of the second elder. Do you comprehend the consequences of laying a hand on me? My master would never let you off lightly. Qi Wei replied, lacking confidence against Tian Wang. After all, he surpassed her in cultivation, and there were 3 others watching hungrily beside him. Therefore, she preferred to avoid conflict if possible. Do not use your master to intimidate me. Is the second elder so formidable? My master fears no one, so tonight, you and I shall share a bed. If you are wise, cooperate, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, not only will I enjoy you, but my fellow disciples will also relish the experience. Once we are done, you will meet your end. Tian Wang's voice was icy as he gazed at Qi Wei. This was not mere verbal intimidation. It was a reflection of his innermost thoughts. While he claimed his master was unafraid of the second elder, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Sheng was entirely correct. Only the dead could keep secrets. Thus, whether Qi Wei complied or was coerced, the outcome remained unchanged. Both Xi and Lu Tianzhuo had to die. In light of this, let us see whose strength prevails. As she uttered these words, Qi Wei's aura underwent a radical transformation. She no longer appeared the timid girl, but radiated an air of lethal resolve. Observing this, Lu Tianzhuo silently nodded in approval. This girl was impressive, embodying the spirit of a heroine. However, she was merely a step into the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while Tian Wang was a genuine master at that stage. Although the difference was slight, it was a fundamental disparity. Not everyone possessed the capability to challenge those above their level. Therefore, barring unforeseen circumstances, Qi Wei was unlikely to match Tian Wang's prowess. It seemed you were only stirred to action when faced with peril. In that case, let us engage in some entertainment. Seeing Qi Wei's demeanor, Tian Wang was genuinely enraged. Ignoring her initial dignity, he had intended to allow her a graceful exit. Now, it seemed unnecessary. With his words barely spoken, he propelled himself off the ground, launching towards Qi Wei like an arrow released from its bow. His aura was far more potent than hers. Qi Wei, prepared for battle, instantly felt the oppressive weight of Tianzhuo's might. A bitter smile crept upon her lips as she recognized the vast chasm between her and a master of foundation establishment. Although she was merely a fingertip away from crossing the threshold, it felt as insurmountable as the heavens. She had come seeking a pill from Tianzhuo, never anticipating this turn of events. Fate is a fickle mistress, and one is often at its mercy. With a fierce cry, Qi Wei charged towards the advancing Tianzhuo. The impact of their palms colliding reverberated through the air, and they swiftly separated. Both retreated 3 steps upon landing, regaining their stances, silently scrutinizing one another without uttering a word. The others, lacking the cultivation to perceive the exchange, were oblivious to the gravity of the moment. With a sudden cough, Qi Wei expelled a mouthful of blood. The encounter with Tianzhuo had indeed inflicted some wounds. Though not grievous, it rendered her temporarily incapable of continuing the fight. Observing her plight, Tianzhuo smirked, confident that his full-force strike was beyond what this little girl could withstand. You wanted to elevate Lu's status, did you not? It seems your relationship is quite close. Well then, shortly, my companions and I shall ensure that the old man witnesses your performance beneath us. Ha ha. With Tianzhuo's laughter, the others joined in, reveling in their perceived victory over Qi Wei, whom they believed was now theirs to toy with. My apologies, Elder Lu. It appears I am unable to assist you in escaping this predicament. Qi Wei glanced at Tianzhuo with a bitter smile, then prepared to end her own life. Having preserved her chastity for so many years, how could she possibly surrender it to these despicable villains? Thus, suicide was her final act of dignity. Death would bring an end to all her troubles. Humph, thinking of dying. Without my permission, that is simply impossible. You'd better obediently accompany us, brothers. Tianzhuo, clearly aware of Qi Wei's intentions, darted forward, gliding toward her. What fun is there in playing with a corpse? Therefore, he would not allow Qi Wei to take her own life. If she were to die, it would have to be after he had finished with her. Swish! Just as he closed in on Qi Wei, ready to seize her, a streak of white light slashed toward him. Chapter 24 On the pirate ship. Hurry. It all transpired with alarming swiftness. Tianzhuo could only watch in astonishment as a beam of white light vanished into his very being. Yet, to his bewilderment, he felt absolutely nothing. What could this possibly mean? Had he merely imagined that radiant light? Was there truly no such phenomenon? Tianzhuo. As Tianzhuo grappled with his confusion, the terrified voices of the others reached his ears. He wished to inquire about the situation, but found himself utterly unable to utter a sound. What on earth was happening? Why was today so bizarre? Seeing Qin Sheng and the others pointing at his body, he quickly glanced down. To his horror, he discovered that his body had been cleaved in 2. At that moment, Tianzhuo finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Yet, what significance did this realization hold? All was in vain. With a thud, his bisected body slumped to the ground, each half collapsing in opposite directions. The once arrogant Tianzhuo, who had harbored designs on Qi Wei, now met with such a tragic fate. This was the consequence of wreaking havoc on one's own territory. Tianzhuo approached with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. It was evident without question that he was the one behind this calamity. The technique employed was none other than the second form of the Ling Tian sword technique, Tian He and I Lin. This was the first time Tianzhuo had tested its might since mastering it. It was fortuitous that he encountered such a situation, allowing him to practice against Tianzhuo, who was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Indeed, the effectiveness was remarkable. A single strike was all it took to obliterate his opponent. The power surpassed that of the first form, Yun Ke Jing Hong, by more than double. What a thrill! At that moment, Qin Sheng finally realized that Tianzhuo's victory over him on the martial arts stage had not been mere luck. Just as he was about to strike, he had been struck himself, much like how Tianzhuo had been pierced just now. Tianzhuo you. Qin Sheng pointed at Elder LV, rendered speechless by shock. If what he suspected was true, just how powerful was this Elder LV? Mid-level Qi refinement? Nonsense. Who among them at that stage could be so formidable? Now that you are here, no one shall leave. Tianzhuo wore a seemingly harmless smile as he approached the remaining 4, including Qin Sheng. Everyone, charge together. Otherwise, no one stands a chance against him. Qin Sheng shouted desperately at the 3 inner disciples who had taken his spirit stones. Perhaps by uniting, they could find a slim chance of survival. Waiting to be picked off one by one by Tianzhuo would yield no hope. The 3, shaken by Qin Sheng's frantic cries, realized they had no choice but to act. Without hesitation, they howled and charged at LV Tianzhuo. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng turned to flee. If LV Tianzhuo wished to eliminate these fools, he would surely expend a considerable effort. Seizing this opportunity to escape, he believed that as long as he descended from Zhuowang Peak, he would be safe. Thus, he paid no mind to the pain in his groin, sprinting away with all his might. The sound of 3 sharp impacts echoed, and tranquility returned. As Qin Sheng ran, he sensed an eerie silence behind him. Even the sounds of battle had vanished. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding what transpired, yet in his current predicament, he dared not look back. His singular thought was to escape Zhuowang Peak. Everything else was irrelevant. However, at that moment, the mocking voice of LV Tianzhuo reached him. After all is said and done, you can still run so swiftly. It seems you are no ordinary person. Ah! The suddenness of that voice startled Qin Sheng into a scream. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. Fleeing was paramount. To his dismay, however, he found that no matter how fervently he kicked his legs, he could not advance. You brought 4 helpers, yet they have all perished. If I were to let you go, would that not be unfair to them? So off you go. As soon as LV Tianzhuo's words fell, his right hand seized Qin Sheng by the collar and flung him with force. Whoosh! Qin Sheng's body was tossed back like refuse. Crash! The sound of his landing was crisp. Howl! Soon after, Qin Sheng's anguished cries erupted as he found himself sprawled beside a pile of mangled corpses. How could he not be terrified? Elder LV, it was my fault, all my fault. Please, spare me. Qin Sheng sprang to his feet, kneeling before LV Tianzhuo in desperate supplication. At that moment, he was utterly paralyzed by fear. Revenge for past grievances? Such thoughts had fled his mind. He was consumed by a singular desire to survive. Yet, LV Tianzhuo paid no heed to the kneeling Qin Sheng, instead regarding the still shocked Qi Wei with a smile. This young man had spoken a truth. Only the dead keep secrets. Sister Wei Wei, I have dealt with 4. The remaining waste is yours to handle. What do you say? A pledge of allegiance. LV Tianzhuo was inviting her to offer her loyalty. Qi Wei immediately grasped Elder LV's intention. This fellow was indeed crafty, even plotting against her. Do you not wish to break free from your shackles and attain greater cultivation? Why waver at such a juncture? Are you afraid? Have you never taken a life? It matters not. Just say the word, and I shall handle it. Yet, should she choose to spare him, could she ever hope to break through the pinnacle of Foundation establishment? This dilemma churned within her. Sister, please no? As she gazed upon the kneeling Qin Sheng, this wretch was bowing his head fervently, desperately pleading for mercy. Do not blame me. If blame is to be cast, it is upon you for having offended the wrong person. In a fit of rage, Qi Wei declared, and with a swift motion, her right hand seized Qin Sheng's neck. With a crack, a mere exertion of force shattered his neck completely. Thus, the once revered furnace cauldron of the Hehuan sect, Qin Sheng, met his untimely demise. Are you satisfied with the outcome you desired? Casting Qin Sheng's lifeless body aside, Qi Wei shouted at Lu Tianzhuo. Despite her fury, in Lu Tianzhuo's eyes, she still appeared somewhat adorably fierce. A petty man is no gentleman. A man without poison is not a true hero. This is a lesson I offer you free of charge. No spirit stones required. Qi Wei. It is indeed unfortunate. I have ultimately found myself on Lu Tianzhuo's treacherous vessel. Whether I can become a joyful pirate remains uncertain. Chapter 25. The work resumes. Gazing upon the 5 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Lu Tianzhuo experienced a profound sensation that he could scarcely articulate. Whether on Earth or in this realm, it was his inaugural act of taking a life. Strangely, he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Indeed, it was an invigorating experience. Observing those who sought to bring him harm now lying defeated, Lu Tianzhuo felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Perhaps he was inherently suited to the role of the villain. It was only during his days toiling away on Earth that this latent potential had remained dormant. With power comes the necessity for ruthlessness. Those who follow my path shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone who obstructs my way will meet an unfortunate fate. With this thought, a charming smile graced Lu Tianzhuo's lips. A moment that did not escape Qi Wei's notice. She was perplexed by Lu Tianzhuo's smile as he looked at the corpses, yet she had to admit that it was rather handsome. They deserved their fate. There was nothing to pity them for. This matter was known to heaven, earth, you, and me. Do you comprehend? Suppressing his mirth, Lu Tianzhuo turned to Qi Wei and inquired. The stunning beauty merely nodded, at a loss for words. With a flourish, Lu Tianzhuo summoned a light blue flame, enveloping the 5 corpses. If this flame was potent enough for alchemy, it could certainly obliterate a few bodies. In an instant, the 5 corpses vanished without leaving a trace. Meizhou Wang Peak is seldom visited, thus no one can suspect us. Therefore, act as you wish without any psychological burden. Consider how Tian Wang and his associates would treat you. This way, you will not harbor any guilt. They deserve their fate. We merely executed a righteous act on behalf of heaven. Seeing Qi Wei's expression, Lu Tianzhuo discerned that she had not yet reconciled her inner turmoil. Given her youthful appearance and charming demeanor, Lu Chonglao felt compelled to offer reassurance. Had she resembled Zhu Beiji's aunt, he would have been disinclined to waste his breath. Humph, Lu Chonglao, you are quite the enigma. With a single move, you dispatched Tian Wang, a peak foundation establishment cultivator. What is your true cultivation level? Once Qi Wei regained her composure, she directed a question at Lu Tianzhuo. It was no wonder that he could concoct such pure elixirs at the mid-stage of qi refinement, devoid of any pill toxins. It appeared he had concealed his true strength, playing the role of a fool. Had it not been for Qin Sheng and others' sudden intrusion today, he might have continued to mask his abilities indefinitely. The entire sect was abuzz with rumors that he was nearing his end, bedridden for 40 years. Yet, it seemed these were mere smokescreens he had released, concealing his true prowess. Based on Lu Tianzhuo's earlier display, even her revered master might not stand a chance against him. Thus, Qi Wei had reason to believe that Lu Tianzhuo's cultivation could rank among the top 3 within the elder group. Who would have thought that a man labeled as a useless old fool for 40 years could possess such strength? Yet, these details were trivial. What mattered was that they stood united now. What did you say earlier? You wished to assist me in reaching the peak of foundation establishment, correct? Lu Tianzhuo was uncertain of his own cultivation level, as it seemed to exist outside the conventional realms. Thus, discussing cultivation levels held little significance. After hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, Qi Wei felt a surge of relief. Indeed, Elder Lu, I require a pill free of toxins to aid my breakthrough. I have lingered at this stage for far too long and wish to cease wasting time. In truth, Qi Wei had previously sought to hasten her advancement by consuming a plethora of pills, resulting in the accumulation of toxins within her body, thereby hindering her progress. Upon discovering the toxin-free pills in the General Affairs Hall, she realized there was hope. However, those pills were unsuitable for breaking her shackles, leading her to seek an alchemist through Zhuang Ling, hoping he could forge a pill to liberate her from her current predicament. It was merely a matter of a final push, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not take that step. Am I to understand that you wish to avoid wasting time, and thus have come to me to squander my time in aiding your breakthrough? Is that correct? Lu Tianzhuo finally grasped the situation. It seemed this girl regarded him as a mere tool. Elder Lu, only you possess such capabilities. Please, I implore you to assist me. Previously, she had been hailed as a prodigy of the inner sect, advancing swiftly to mid-stage foundation establishment. Yet, who knew that all of this was achieved through the excessive use of pills? Now, the side effects had become glaringly apparent. I can assist you, but it cannot be without cost, can it? Upon finishing his statement, Lu Tianzhuo wore an inscrutable smile. Qi Wei felt a foreboding sensation arise within her. What was his intention? What do you desire? Qi Wei gazed at Lu Tianzhuo, her voice involuntarily diminishing. It is simple. We shall engage in dual cultivation. What? Dual cultivation with him? Upon hearing this proposition, Qi Wei could scarcely believe her ears. How had this man conceived such an audacious condition? Was he out of his mind? Elder Lu, are you aware of what you are suggesting? After a moment of shock, Qi Wei confronted Lu Tianzhuo. Of course I am aware. I am not forcing you into anything. If you refuse, then so be it. A deal unmade does not compromise our integrity, wouldn't you agree? However, you must understand that the accumulation of toxins within your body has reached significant depths. This is the price of taking shortcuts. If I am not mistaken, your master possesses no viable solutions either, correct? Upon hearing his words, Qi Wei's expression darkened. Indeed, her master had no effective remedies, or she would not have come here in such a humble manner. Very well, I have said all I needed to say. If you do not consent, then seek another way. I must return to my training and cannot linger with you any longer. Noting Qi Wei's lack of any willingness to agree, Lu Tianzhuo grew disinterested in further discourse and issued an eviction order. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, Are there truly any virtuous souls who does not act in their own self-interest? Thus, it is entirely understandable, for Lu Tianzhuo does not regard himself as a virtuous individual. I beg your pardon, Elder Lu, Qi Wei remarked, before making her way down the mountain, her silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Just then, the system's notification chime resonated. Name: Qi Wei, age 55, 200 cultivation. Middle stage of foundation establishment physique. Tian sacred body. Can only be activated upon breaking through to the golden core stage. Loyalty. -20 system task. Assist Qi Wei in activating her Tian sacred body system reward. Third style of Lingtian sword technique. A mysterious system gift package goodness. The system has issued such a task. It seems I have no choice but to assist her. A loyalty rating of -20? What a rebellious declaration. If I do not manage to win over this young lady, I would indeed feel ashamed to face the elders of Jiangdou. With this thought, Lu Tianzhuo's lips curled into a smile. Work has come knocking once more. Chapter 26. Zhuangling's conquest. Lu Tianzhuo held a considerable anticipation for the mysterious gift package from the system. Moreover, the system's reward included the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique, which heightened its allure even further. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the second form, Tianhe Niling, obliterating the peak of the foundation establishment stage, Tian Wang, in an instant. Compared to the first form, Yunque Jinghong, its power had multiplied exponentially. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the third form, Qianzhong Gumming, was expected to be several times more potent than the second. Such life-saving techniques were of paramount importance to Lu Tianzhuo at this stage. As the saying goes, one must forge their own strength. Thus, elevating his own capabilities was imperative. With this thought in mind, Lu Tianzhuo returned to his chamber. If memory served him correctly, after his dual cultivation with Zhuang Ling yesterday, he should have accumulated 50 cultivation points. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to advance his cultivation by a small realm. Without hesitation, Lu Tianzhuo settled cross-legged on the ground and opened the system panel. Indeed, there were still 50 cultivation points in his inventory, and without any second thoughts, he commenced the refining process. Since this was not a breakthrough to a major realm, the refining proved to be rather straightforward. The 50 cultivation points swiftly fulfilled their purpose. However, to Lu Tianzhuo's astonishment, his cultivation still remained at the initial stage of the golden core. What was going on? Logically, he should have attained the intermediate stage of the golden core by now. Could it be that this flawed system had malfunctioned? Had the frequent dual cultivation rendered him incapable of further breakthroughs? Ding. System notification. When the host cultivation reaches the golden core stage, the efficacy of cultivation points diminishes significantly. To achieve another breakthrough, one must strive to earn more cultivation points. As Lu Tianzhuo pondered in confusion, a system notification popped up on the screen. What the hell? He exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Had the system gone haywire? How could it change its rules so arbitrarily? It had previously stated that 50 cultivation points could facilitate a breakthrough to a minor realm, yet now it had altered the terms. Furthermore, the system did not specify how many cultivation points were necessary to continue advancing, merely advising him to work hard to earn more points. Had the system never heard the saying that only a weary ox can be driven to plow? Despite his grievances, Lu Tianzhuo, as the host, found himself with little recourse. He had no choice but to adhere to these rules. What other option did he have? Sever ties with the system? Only a fool would consider such a course of action. Did he not know about the principle of the more you crave, the more you desire? Thus, he soon found peace with it, clicking on the host information on the panel. Name: Lu Tianzhuo, age 99, 400 cultivation. Initial golden core technique. Ling Tian sword technique first form, second form, divine level alchemy status. The only male elder of the Harem sect, appointed through merit. Upon viewing this information, a smile graced Lu Tianzhuo's face. The first notable change was his lifespan. At 400 years, did that not equate to the treatment befitting a Yuanying stage cultivator? Could he not reframe his perspective? Given his current cultivation, he was entirely capable of challenging experts in the Yuanying stage. Of course, such thoughts were merely speculative. He would not be foolish enough to actually confront a Yuanying stage master. Had the system not just played a trick on him? What if it did so again, potentially endangering his life? Thus, he resolved to be cautious, developing his strength in a low-profile manner until he reached invincibility. Another change was the manner in which he attained the position of elder. Previously, it had been through connections, but now it had transitioned to merit-based recognition. It seemed he could firmly secure his position as an elder based on his own prowess. This realization brought him considerable joy. Setting aside other considerations, he should have no trouble navigating the harem sect. Even the most formidable elders would hardly stand as his rivals, given his current level of cultivation. Noticing the time was still early, Tianzhuo decided to descend from Zhuowang Peak and head directly to the General Affairs Hall. After all, idleness was not an option. He intended to procure some materials for alchemy. Even if Qi Wei, that traitor, was unwilling to engage in dual cultivation with him, he still needed to produce the breakthrough elixir for her. The task assigned by the system was to help her activate her Tian holy body, and the prerequisite for this activation was for her to reach the golden core stage. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Originally, Tianzhuo had been the proactive party, but now, with the task at hand, he had become a mere worker. Where could he voice his grievances? The General Affairs Hall was as bustling as ever. It might well be the liveliest place within the entire sect. Tianzhuo, what brings you here? Upon sighting Tianzhuo, Elder Zhuangling broke from her usual reserve and greeted him with an exuberant voice. This action left everyone present dumbfounded. They had all witnessed Elder Zhuang's previous aloofness. What was happening now? Why was she so enthusiastically welcoming Tianzhuo? It was utterly bewildering. What had caused Elder Zhuang to alter her demeanor? Perhaps she had been impressed by Tianzhuo's handling of Qinshen? Was that what affection meant? The way she called out his name. Could it be that they were now a couple? Surely not. What were Elder Zhuang's standards? How could she possibly be interested in this nearly worn-out old fellow? After all, he was once the mightiest furnace companion. Perhaps he possessed some hidden talents. Now, Tianzhuo had become a master at the golden core stage, and his hearing had significantly improved. Thus, he could clearly discern the whispers of the disciples, despite their attempts to speak softly. Swiftly approaching Zhuangling, he quietly inquired, "What are you up to? Did we not agree to keep our relationship a secret?" Tianzhuo was well aware that Zhuangling had acted intentionally. Yet, he was perplexed as to why she would choose to do so. She had clearly warned him against revealing their connection to anyone. Why, upon turning around, had she herself broken the very rule she had set? Am I not allowed to be happy? What's wrong with that? Does my calling you this way embarrass you? Zhuangling gazed at Tianzhuo with a radiant smile. The complexion of his skin had improved markedly. Although it was not as flawless as her own, it no longer bore the signs of aging. The entire demeanor of the individual radiated a mature allure. Thus, Zhuangling has transformed her previous sentiments. She yearns to proclaim to the world that Tianzhuo is her man. With such an exceptional partner, what difference does it make if the entire world knows? Furthermore, women are inherently capricious beings, is that not so? I, however, remain indifferent, only concerned about the potential adverse effects on you. If you are willing, I could succinctly clarify the nature of our relationship right here and now. Tianzhuo wore a beaming smile, clearly indicating that Zhuangling has been thoroughly captivated by him. Chapter 27. Meng Huan's confrontation. Please, spare me. As Tianzhuo was about to explain, Zhuangling hurriedly stopped him. Although she did not mind clarifying, she felt that such a high-profile approach would be inappropriate. The current ambiguity was sufficient, allowing others to speculate. Did you come here for a specific purpose? Zhuangling inquired after holding Tianzhuo back. If there were no pressing matters, he would not have sought her out. Nothing of great significance. I intended to ask you to bring the alchemical materials when you visited me tonight. However, since I happened to be at Zhuowang Peak with nothing to occupy my time, I decided to come and collect them myself. Once I return with the materials, I will take the opportunity to practice alchemy, as I have the time to spare. Wouldn't you agree? Tianzhuo smiled as he articulated the purpose of his visit. I see. So how much material do you wish to purchase? Zhuangling was quite eager about the elixirs Tianzhuo had previously concocted. The gathering qi pill he had provided her was remarkably effective, significantly enhancing her cultivation, and she now sensed an impending breakthrough. Exchange all those spirit stones for alchemical materials. The higher the grade of the materials, the greater the quality of the elixirs I can produce. Besides, the spirit stones hold no value for me and are utterly unreliable, Tianzhuo stated, emphasizing the importance of the alchemical materials over spirit stones. Are you certain? That amounts to 350,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Zhuangling felt compelled to confirm. Absolutely certain. Spirit stones have no use for me. Oh, and you may retain around 80 to 100,000 spirit stones, as they will benefit your cultivation. Given that Zhuangling was now his woman, he felt justified in spending his resources on her. His words touched Zhuangling deeply, revealing her significant standing in Tianzhuo's heart. I do not require spirit stones. The elixir you gave me is sufficient. I shall exchange your spirit stones for alchemical materials right away. Lu Tianzhuo was even more satisfied with Zhuang Ling's understanding. Once I have crafted this batch of elixirs, I will select a few that you can utilize, guaranteed to help you surpass your current realm. But tonight, you must treat me well. After saying this, he cast a playful glance at Zhuang Ling. The exquisite beauty found her mind drifting to the scenes of their shared cultivation, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. This man, indeed, was the strongest furnace of the Hehuan sect. She could hardly withstand him. Had she not pleaded for mercy, she could only imagine what he might have subjected her to. With a fierce glare directed at Lu Tianzhuo, she set off to gather the necessary materials for alchemy. Soon, she returned with a substantial collection of materials that were significantly superior to the last batch. However, Lu Tianzhuo remained unsatisfied, as these items were rather common and did not include what he truly sought. As mentioned before, the Hehuan sect was merely a second-rate sect on Lingxiao continent, and he could not expect too much. He decided to make do for now, and when his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he would venture outside to acquire higher-tier materials. He stored all the alchemical materials in his storage ring, exchanged pleasantries with Zhuang Ling, and hurried back to Zuowang Peak, eager to refine these precious resources. Meanwhile, on Duanshan Peak, Meng Huan abruptly opened her eyes. She noticed that the strand of divine sense she had left on Qin Sheng had vanished. This occurrence could only signify two possibilities. Either Qin Sheng had surpassed her in cultivation and erased her divine sense, or he was dead. Given that Lu Tianzhuo had just incapacitated Qin Sheng, the former scenario was evidently implausible. Thus, it could only mean one thing. Qin Sheng had perished. With this realization, Meng Huan's eyes narrowed. Lu Tianzhuo became her primary suspect, as he was the one responsible for Qin Sheng's downfall. Regardless of their relationship, which had lasted a considerable time, even if it was merely a physical one, emotions had developed. Therefore, she felt compelled to confront Lu Tianzhuo and demand an explanation. Even if she ultimately chose to have this man as her furnace, he must be made to comply. With this thought, Meng Huan ceased her meditation and made her way directly to Zuowang Peak. Elder Lu, who was at Zuowang Peak, had retrieved his battered cauldron for alchemy and was preparing to toss the materials inside when he sensed a powerful aura approaching. Wow, it has been 40 years since Zuowang Peak has seen such a gathering. It has truly been bustling these past few days. Lu Tianzhuo remarked with interest, settling onto the ground to await the arrival of the formidable presence. Lu Tianzhuo, come forth and face your demise. A cold voice echoed shortly after. Meng Huan. Elder Lu recognized the voice, realizing she had likely learned of her lover Qin Sheng's demise and had come to seek retribution. Previously, Lu Tianzhuo had felt a measure of trepidation toward her, but now he was devoid of such fears. With his strength, defeating her was hardly a challenge. While he had once entertained thoughts of inviting Meng Huan into his embrace, the experiences he had with Zhuang Ling, Lin Min, and Qi Wei had dulled his interest in her. Damn it, this woman has probably been with countless men. What right does she have to be my companion? The esteemed Meng Shiji graces us with her presence, truly illuminating Zuowang Peak. Lu Tianzhuo said nonchalantly, remaining seated. With that, Meng Huan's figure materialized before him. She exuded an aura of lethal intent, more terrifying than when she had been on the martial arts stage. Yet, Lu Tianzhuo was no longer the naive individual he once was. He had no reason to fear her now. Pray tell, Meng Shiji, what brings you here? Lu Tianzhuo inquired, unconcerned with her imposing demeanor. However, Meng Huan remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. If looks could kill, Lu Tianzhuo would likely have been torn to shreds at that moment. Cursing under his breath, Lu Tianzhuo decided to embrace silence as well, fixing his gaze upon Meng Huan with unwavering intensity. However, his scrutiny was directed not at her eyes, but rather at her chest or the lower regions, for he believed there were no taxes on mere glances. What was there to fear? Meng Huan was taken aback by Lu Tianzhuo's audacious approach, engaging her in this manner. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, his penetrating stare rendered her profoundly uncomfortable. Aware that she could no longer afford to prolong this standoff with Lu Tianzhuo, she resolved to seize the initiative. With this thought in mind, she boldly declared, Lu, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare lay hands on my people? To which Lu replied, Ah, dear Meng, your words are misguided. I did not strike, I merely stepped. Following this, he feigned innocence with a comically innocent expression. Chapter 28, The Obedient Old Dog? The footwork, Did you kill Qin Sheng with your foot? Upon hearing this, Meng Huan's expression grew increasingly grim. Her little lover met a truly tragic end. She must demand an explanation. Kill Qin Sheng? Meng Shiji, have you made a mistake? I merely taught him a lesson on the training platform that day. This is a normal civil dispute. How has it escalated into a criminal case? Civil dispute? Criminal case? Meng Huan was utterly bewildered by Lu Tianzhuo's words, feeling her own education insufficient. Why could she not comprehend what this fellow was saying? Stop trying to be evasive with me. Everyone in the sect knows that Qin Sheng had enmity with you. If you did not kill him, then who did? With no other choice, Meng Huan could only confront Lu Tianzhuo in this manner. Although she could not prove that Lu Tianzhuo was the murderer, he was undeniably the prime suspect. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, she must seek justice for the deceased Qin Sheng. Even if Lu Tianzhuo were to take Qin Sheng's place in bed, he must do so willingly. Meng Shiji, one can indulge in various appetites, but words should not be spoken carelessly. Qin Sheng's nature within our sect is well known, and with your backing, he was indeed a scourge. He slept with others' partners, seized their spiritual stones, bullied the weak, and pursued the insane. There was nothing he would not do. Thus, he amassed numerous enemies, perhaps former foes seeking vengeance. Therefore, regarding his death, do not cast suspicion upon me. I have remained on Zhuowang Peak, only having visited the General Affairs Hall. I have witnesses to corroborate my whereabouts, so even if you wish to tarnish my reputation, it would be futile. Meng Shiji, perhaps you should investigate who he has offended? I am the one who incapacitated Qin Sheng, but I cannot admit to it. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo began to flaunt his eloquence, demonstrating that sometimes words can be the best means of resolving issues. Meng Huan found herself at a loss for words in response, as he was articulating undeniable truths. Under her protection, Qin Sheng had indeed acted with impunity, engaging in many unscrupulous deeds. Her primary motive for forming a partnership with him was to impose discipline, lest he cause further trouble. Ultimately, it was too late. He met such a fate. Was it truly not you who killed him? After a moment of silence, Meng Huan turned her gaze back to Lu Tianzhuo. Of course not. I am a timid person and lack such capability. Lu Tianzhuo hurriedly denied it. Only a fool would admit such a thing. Very well. Even if you are not the murderer, this matter is still inextricably linked to you. Qin Sheng possessed peak foundation establishment strength. Yet on that day at the training platform, who knows what despicable means you employed to injure him. Subsequently, you rendered him utterly incapable, leaving him bedridden and diminished in power. Otherwise, given his prowess, as long as it was not an elder intervening, his life would not have been in jeopardy. If not for Saintess Lin Min seeking me out on Duanqing Peak, do you think you could have left alive? Should we not settle this account? To be honest, that day after Lu Tianzhuo was stripped, she was indeed taken aback by Lu Zhonglau's astonishing talent. With Qin Sheng's fate sealed, Meng Huan believed Lu Tianzhuo to be the optimal substitute for him. Therefore, she sought to intimidate Lu Zhonglao at this crucial moment, aiming to compel Lu Tianzhuo to kneel and plead for mercy. Thus, he could seamlessly become her furnace. In Meng Zhonglao's eyes, Lu Tianzhuo was merely a cowardly being. Having reached this point in the conversation, did he have any other choice? However, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. Lu Tianzhuo stood his ground. Meng Shiji, I have already granted you ample face on Duanqing Peak. If you continue to be so aggressive, know that the junior brother possesses some understanding of martial arts. In truth, Lu Tianzhuo was well aware of Meng Huan's ulterior motives. She merely wished to coerce him into submission, compelling him to willingly serve as her furnace. Had this been before, Lu Tianzhuo might have indeed acquiesced. After all, engaging in mutual cultivation with her would yield at least 25 cultivation points, even if the system did not reward him. Moreover, throughout this process, he could gain Meng Huan's loyalty. However, after encounters with maidens like Zhuang Ling, Lin Min, and Qi Wei, his perspective had shifted. Meng Huan was undeniably beautiful, yet she had been passed around too many times. Consequently, Lu Tianzhuo found her tainted. If he were to engage in mutual cultivation, would he not be at a disadvantage? Thus, he promptly abandoned the notion of pursuing Meng Huan, for even in combat, he was not at a loss. Why should he demean himself? This was something he could not tolerate. Some understanding of martial arts? TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems your bravado has grown since our last meeting. Lu Tianzhuo, do not say that I have not given you an opportunity. Kneel and plead for me to accept you now. I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, I assure you, even if Saintess Lin Min arrives, she will not be able to save you. Meng Huan's gaze turned icy. How dare an old fool speak conditions to her? What Lu Tianzhuo could do was comply with her demands. Otherwise, he would face consequences beyond his capacity to bear. Meng Huan, I have always regarded you as my senior sister, which is why I have shown you such forbearance. Even though I acted against Qin Sheng, I still spared his life. I merely incapacitated him. I did not seek his death. Yet now you come to my Zhuowang Peak, so brazenly threatening me. Do you truly think Lu Tianzhuo is easy to bully? Over these 40 years, I have been in secluded cultivation. Do you believe yourself my equal? If I am not mistaken, my true cultivation level should now exceed the nascent soul stage. Meng Huan is merely in the mid-level golden core stage, and I possess the enhancement of the Ling Tian's sword technique. Defeating her would be without question. Therefore, if not now, when? Very well. Splendid. I do admire your confidence. Allow me to witness the fruits of your 40 years of savings. Meng Huan let out a cold chuckle, instantly appearing before Lu Tianzhuo. With no ostentatious movements, he raised his right palm and struck towards his chest. How dare this mere practitioner of the mid-chi refining stage utter such arrogance? Today, he must be thoroughly subdued, transformed into an obedient and compliant companion. With Qin Sheng now deceased, he shall henceforth serve as the furnace for my cultivation. Chapter 29. Dealing with Meng Huan in truth. She merely aimed to teach Lu Tianzhuo a lesson, to make him aware of her prowess, ensuring he would obediently comply and act as her loyal dog. In Meng Huan's eyes, Lu Tianzhuo was nothing more than a mid-level qi refinement practitioner, an insignificant figure. What right did he have to challenge her? Empty bravado was futile. Presumably, with a single strike, she would resolve everything. However, to Meng Huan's astonishment, her strike met nothing but air. Lu Tianzhuo had vanished without a trace, leaving no residual aura behind. What was happening? Meng Huan initially thought she had encountered a ghost. Senior Sister Meng, you seem to be overstepping, came Lu Tianzhuo's voice from behind her, startling Meng Huan. If that old fellow Lu had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, she would indeed find herself in peril. Thus, she swiftly turned around to avert any surprise assault. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized Lu Tianzhuo, impressed by his agility. She had not sensed his movement behind her. Was it mere luck? Meng Huan could not be certain, as she had felt nothing at all. You still underestimate me. Now, leave Zhuowang Feng as if nothing ever transpired. Lu Tianzhuo stated coldly, his patience wearing thin. Should this woman continue her incessant chatter, Elder Lu would not hesitate to employ more forceful measures. Humph. You prattle on as if you possess insight. If you cannot accept your role as a dog, then you deserve to be punished. With that, Meng Huan reappeared before Lu Tianzhuo, her right palm raised, aiming directly at his chest with greater force than before. It was evident she intended to teach him a proper lesson. You dare to defy me. Lu Tianzhuo's patience had evaporated, and he would no longer indulge Meng Huan. As he raised his own right palm to meet her strike, the two hands collided with a resounding thud. The once confident Meng Huan felt an overwhelming force emanating from Lu Tianzhuo's palm. Before she knew it, her body was involuntarily pushed back. Stumbling several steps, she finally regained her footing, staring at Lu Tianzhuo in disbelief, her previous arrogance extinguished. Shortly thereafter, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, which provided some relief. Meng Huan's chest heaved violently. She could scarcely fathom that she had been bested by Lu Tianzhuo. This individual, a mid-level qi refinement practitioner, had not only repelled her, but had also inflicted significant internal injury. How could this be possible? She was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, on the verge of reaching the pinnacle. To be injured by a mere mid-level qi practitioner? What would others think of her, an elder? As the thought crossed her mind, she spat out another mouthful of blood. How on earth did you accomplish this? Meng Huan's voice was frantic. She refused to concede defeat so easily. After years of arduous training, to be unable to overcome a mid-level qi waste was insufferable. Who could endure such humiliation, especially the proud Meng elder? That is of little consequence. What matters is your defeat. Now, I implore you to vacate Zhuowang Feng immediately, or face dire consequences. Lu Tianzhuo's voice was laced with cold indifference, resembling a sovereign surveying his realm. Meng Huan felt no inclination to resist, casting a begrudging glance at Lu Tianzhuo before clutching her aching chest and departing hastily. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, she could not afford to indulge in sentimentality, lest she risk her very life. A gamble she dared not take. Ha ha ha, have I truly become this formidable? Once assured of Meng Huan's complete departure, Lu Tianzhuo gazed in disbelief at his right palm, laughing heartily. To have repelled Meng Huan with a single strike, and that without employing any additional techniques, was remarkable. It could be concluded that his cultivation level was sufficient to contend with even the Yuan-Ing stage masters. This, undoubtedly, was monumental news for Lu Tianzhuo. It was rumored that the sect leader, Ling Shuangli, was a master of the Yuan-Ing stage. In other words, within this sect, no one could threaten his life. While he would not act recklessly, he at least no longer needed to worry about his own survival. Damn it, whoever dares to provoke me will face dire repercussions. After muttering a curse, Lu Tianzhuo retrieved the alchemy pot he had discarded earlier. Finding a suitable spot, he set it upright and tossed all the materials for alchemy into the pot. Had Menghuan not interrupted, this batch of elixirs might have already been completed. That foolish woman truly wasted time. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo regretted not having exerted more force earlier, wishing he had incapacitated her for months. After cursing Menghuan a few more times, he focused his mind. The azure spiritual flame reappeared in his palm, gently lifting the pot and infusing it with flames. Given that this was his second attempt at alchemy, his control over the heat was far superior to his first experience, allowing him to proceed with ease and without worry. The materials within the pot were swiftly refined by his spiritual fire, behaving obediently throughout the process. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Tianzhuo extinguished the flames. Upon lowering the pot, he beheld a collection of exquisite elixirs resting at its bottom, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Regrettably, as a cultivator of limited aptitude, these elixirs were of little use to him. With a hint of resignation, Lu Tianzhuo remarked, "If only I could consume these like candy, they would surely benefit me." After a moment of reflection, he counted a total of 50 elixirs. Now, Lu Tianzhuo is beginning to doubt whether the current batch of pills can be effectively utilized by the Hahuan zone. Previously, those inferior pills were sold for over 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This new batch, however, surpasses the previous one by an immeasurable number of grades. Can the inner disciples truly afford them? The Zhongwu Tong is lacking in exceptional alchemical materials, indicating that elevating the status of Hahuan zone must be prioritized. The materials available outside are far more abundant. Perhaps one could discover the desired components to concoct even more extraordinary pills. Of course, that is a consideration for the future, and it is best to contemplate it later. Lu Tianzhuo then selected 2 pills from the batch, which Qi Wei could make use of. The remaining 48 pills were cast into his storage ring. Chapter 30. Deception within the Hahuan zone. Only the elders are entitled to possess individual peaks as their abodes. The outer disciples reside in communal quarters, while the average inner disciples share rooms of 4 or 2. The more distinguished inner disciples may have single rooms or even entire courtyards to themselves. Qi Wei, possessing strength nearing the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and with her master being the second elder of the sect, is indeed a highly esteemed inner disciple, residing in a solitary courtyard. However, at this moment, the beautiful Qi was far from being in high spirits. The words of Lu Tianzhuo echoed incessantly in her mind, causing her great distress. From his insinuations, it was evident that he could concoct the elixirs she required, thereby cleansing the accumulated pill toxins within her body and facilitating her ascension to a higher realm. Yet, the prerequisite for this was to engage in mutual cultivation with him. Relinquishing her long-held chastity, Qi Wei found herself unable to comply. She did not wish to sacrifice her soul merely for the sake of a hasty breakthrough. Conversely, she and her master, the second elder, had explored various methods but had yet to find a way to transcend their current limitations. What then should she do? Qi Wei even regretted having inquired about this matter with Zhuangling. Had she remained ignorant, she would not be embroiled in such turmoil now. "Dear niece, Qi Wei." Just as she leaned her chin in contemplation, a familiar voice reached her ears. Soon after, the old man Lu Tianzhuo entered her courtyard. The irritation that had already consumed Qi Wei intensified upon seeing him. She immediately stepped out of her residence and coldly remarked, "Elder Lu, what brings you here? Was my previous statement on Zhuowang Peak not clear enough? You think I would surrender myself for a mere elixir? Dream on." This youthful girl, with her cherubic visage, exuded an endearing charm even in anger. No wonder Tian Wang and others found it difficult to maintain their composure. Even Lu Tianzhuo's heart raced uncontrollably. It was utterly captivating. Failing to win her over would be an affront to his pride. However, Lu Tianzhuo was acutely aware of her current disdain for him, as evidenced by her loyalty score of -20. Thus, he knew he must proceed with caution, avoiding any hasty actions that might backfire. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he donned a harmless smile. "Dear niece, you have misunderstood your uncle. I was merely jesting with you. Why take it so seriously? If I were to act in such a manner, how would that differ from the likes of Tian Wang and Qin Sheng? I have come to discuss two matters with you. Firstly, just now, Qin Sheng's paramour, Meng Huan, sought me at Zhuowang Peak, but I flatly denied it. Without evidence, she is powerless. Therefore, should anyone inquire, simply state that you know nothing. If pressed, shift all responsibility onto your uncle, understood? Observing Lu Tianzhuo's earnest demeanor, Qi Wei felt momentarily disoriented. Could he genuinely be joking? Otherwise, why would he take the trouble to come and caution her? Reflecting on her previous misinterpretations of Lu Tianzhuo, the young girl felt a twinge of embarrassment. Every nuance of her expression was meticulously noted by Lu Tianzhuo. She was still too young. Without even using his silver tongue, she was already faltering. This young lady will inevitably become one of my own. He mused triumphantly. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Lu, I understand. But you mentioned two matters. What is the second? Qi Wei endeavored to steady her emotions, not wishing for Lu Tianzhuo to perceive her inner turmoil. Still pretending with me? Your little schemes are transparent to me, he thought, prepared to escalate his approach. Qi Wei, the reason you cannot break through your current realm is due to the excessive consumption of elixirs, leading to an accumulation of pill toxins that have formed a barrier. I believe your senior sister has already informed you of this. In my view, resolving this issue is not particularly difficult. As you have seen, the elixirs I previously crafted are devoid of any toxins and are precisely suited to your condition. I have come to assist you in overcoming this problem. After all, we have fought side by side as comrades, correct? Therefore, I need to take your pulse and assess your specific condition. Lu Tianzhuo spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet his intentions were far from innocent. This was merely a pretext for him to take her hand, an opportunity he was eager to seize. Given the efficacy of his elixirs, simply ingesting them and circulating the energy would undoubtedly cure her ailments. Unaware of his true motives, Qi Wei was thrilled. This was a dilemma her master could not resolve, one that had plagued her for ages. Now that Lu Tianzhuo had assured her, she felt confident that all would be well. Uncle, which hand? She asked, her address towards him shifting from Elder Lu to uncle, revealing the immediate effect of his words. Left for men, right for women, the right hand. Qi Wei replied without hesitation, extending her delicate hand, akin to jade. Qi Wei, your figure is quite impressive. Lu Tianzhuo grasped her hand, his gaze lingering on her chest, speaking to himself. What does that mean? Are you reading palms? Qi Wei queried, puzzled. Uncle, is this not merely a pulse check? From the perspective of traditional medicine, they are interconnected. Lu Tianzhuo hastily retracted his gaze, offering a flimsy explanation. To alleviate the awkwardness, he placed his fingers on her wrist, feigning a pulse check, while his true intentions remained concealed. Qi Wei held her breath, fearful of interrupting Lu Tianzhuo's examination. Yet, she could perceive the transition in his expression, shifting from ease to growing seriousness. This shift filled her with an ominous sense. Could her condition be more dire than she had anticipated? Uncle, what is the state of my condition? Qi Wei began to feel anxious, cautiously inquiring of Lu Tianzhuo. However, she received no response. He remained furrowed in thought. After a considerable pause, Lu Tianzhuo finally removed his fingers that rested upon her wrist. Wei, this situation is indeed quite serious. In your pursuit of a rapid breakthrough, your foundation is not solid, and coupled with the accumulation of Dan poison, if not properly addressed, you may find yourself forever unable to advance. This was not Lu Tianzhuo attempting to frighten her. It was a genuine assessment of her condition. Shu, please help me. Seeing that Lu Tianzhuo's demeanor mirrored that of her master, she realized he possessed the capability to assist her and thus implored him earnestly. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo discreetly glanced at the panel, noting that the loyalty level had shifted from -20 to 10. This little girl was, after all, just a child. Deceiving her was as effortless as child's play. Promising one moment she would reach a height of 1.60 m and the next 1.70 m. Such feats were hardly challenging. Shu, not only will I cleanse the Dan poison from within you, but I shall also aid you in transcending your current realm, Lu Tianzhuo declared, thumping his chest with a resounding echo, instantly elevating his stature in Qi Wei's eyes. Chapter 31 The Resurgence of Reputation. Shu, is this truly the case? Qi Wei could scarcely believe her ears. Not only could the Dan poison be completely eradicated, but it could also assist her in reaching her current realm? If even the master had no solutions, could Elder Lu truly accomplish this? Of course it is true. Shu will risk everything to aid you. Remember when we were at Ziwang Peak? You stood in front of me without fear. And no one has ever done that for me in all these years. I have kept that in my heart. So your troubles are now my troubles. There is no room for debate. Emotional sentiments were indeed the way to this young girl's heart. Then, Shirshu, will this not bring you any adverse effects? Chi Wei asked with genuine concern, unable to hide her gratitude. That is of no consequence. If it means freeing you from your predicament, even my life would be worth it. How could anyone endure such a burden? Chi Wei, ever innocent, felt tears welling up after hearing such heartfelt words. Enough of that. Let us first address the accumulation of Dan poison within you. Here, this pill is one I have just tailored specifically for you. Take it, and then channel your energy to expel the poison. I assure you, all the Dan poison within you will be thoroughly purged. With that, Lu Tianzhuo produced one of the 2 pills he had preserved. This pill was indeed the customized Qingsui Dan for Chi Wei. In fact, the inspiration for this pill stemmed from the original Shisui Dan gifted by the system. Once consumed, it would initiate a thorough cleansing of her physical state. So, what was the bit of Dan poison compared to that? It was hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, Lu Tianzhuo was well aware of the symptoms following the cleansing process. Perhaps he would even have the chance to assist her further. With trembling hands, Chi Wei accepted the pill, which was crystal clear and exuded the unique fragrance of a premium elixir. Although she was uncertain of its effects, she understood this was something that money could not buy. Shirshu, is this not a bit too extravagant? Chi Wei inquired, gazing at Lu Tianzhuo while holding the pill. As the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without effort. To be honest, she felt somewhat embarrassed to consume it without offering something in return. Wei, since I joined the sect, my extraordinary talents have relegated me to the role of a furnace for inner disciples. In simple terms, I have merely been a tool for others' training, never receiving a glance of acknowledgement. Yet you are different. In times of peril, you stood resolutely before me. For that alone, I am willing to do anything for you, let alone this mere pill. Quickly take it and channel your energy to expel the poison. I will guard you here, and before long, we can completely eliminate the Dan poison from your body. Seeing the sincerity in Lu Tianzhuo's expression, Chi Wei felt even more moved. Her loyalty, initially at 10, had surged to 20. Realizing this change, Lu Tianzhuo began to smile secretly. It seemed this young girl was quite perceptive. Once he helped her break through her current realm, her loyalty might soar to 50. If they were to cultivate together once more, it was possible she could surpass Shuang Ling and reach 100 in no time. Thank you, Shirshu, Chi Wei exclaimed, gazing deeply into Lu Tianzhuo's eyes. Without further hesitation, she swallowed the Qingsui Dan, then seated herself on the ground to meditate and channel her energy to expel the poison. This process mirrored Lu Tianzhuo's own experience with the cleansing. Thus, he was quite familiar with the entire procedure. He found 2 paper balls to block his nose and began observing Chi Wei as she cultivated. To say she was breathtakingly beautiful would be an understatement. Even the youthful, exquisite beauties from anime could not compare to her. As she cultivated, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her face, causing her cheeks to flush with a charming radiance. Who could possibly resist such allure? However, an unpleasant odor wafted from her. Even celestial beings must answer nature's call, Lu Tianzhuo mused, adjusting the paper in his nose. Without the support of the Tongzi and given her less than optimal physique, the pill's effects were naturally diluting at a slower pace. Lu Tianzhuo could only remain patient as he protected her. As dusk fell, Chi Wei slowly opened her eyes. Her face was alight with joy. It's gone. The Dan poison within my body has completely vanished. Not a trace remains. After being troubled by this for so many years, how could I not be ecstatic? I have succeeded, Shirshu. I am free from the torment of Dan poison. The young girl leapt up and excitedly rushed into Lu Tianzhuo's embrace. Whoa, this is akin to jumping into a cesspit. Lu Tianzhuo felt immensely awkward. He could neither flee nor stay, as the smell was overwhelming. Wei, you must not be too excited. I suggest you take a bath first. If you wish to embrace later, I will be more than happy to accommodate. Lu Tianzhuo could only suggest politely. Chi Wei was momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp Lu Tianzhuo's meaning. However, this confusion did not last long. She quickly caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from herself. Looking down, she saw her pale yellow dress now marred with dark stains. The repugnant smell was coming from there. Upon glancing at Lu Tianzhuo, she noticed his long robe was also stained with the same debris. It was evident that this was all her doing. At that moment, Chi Wei felt so embarrassed she could dig a hole to hide in. The Qingsui Dan, once consumed, had effectively performed a cleansing of her meridians. These stains were the remnants of Dan poison and impurities within her body. Now that her physical form had been entirely transformed, she surely felt the difference. Quickly return to your room. I will fetch you several buckets of hot water, and we shall cleanse you thoroughly to rid you of this foulness, Lu Tianzhuo explained with a smile, then set off to prepare hot water for her. Observing the industrious figure of Lu Tianzhuo, Qi Wei felt her cheeks flush with warmth. What a remarkable man he is, not only disregarding the scent that clung to her, but also proactively assisting her in procuring water. It dawned upon her that she had indeed misjudged him in the past. With this realization, Qi Wei felt an even deeper sense of guilt towards Lu Tianzhuo. It was imperative that she seize an opportunity to atone for her previous missteps. This was the essence of a true gentleman. She had truly underestimated his noble character. With this thought in mind, she blushed as she entered the house, preparing for her bathing rituals. Chapter 32. You say, Ascent, this quite a coincidence. Soon, Lu Tianzhuo entered Qi Wei's boudoir, carrying a wooden bucket filled with hot water. A beautiful woman's room possesses a unique charm, filled with the fragrance of youthful innocence. In stark contrast to the foul-smelling chambers of older gentlemen, this space felt like paradise. However, with Zhuangling assisting in tidying up his own room, it was tolerable. Lu Tianzhuo greedily inhaled the scent. Feeling a delightful satisfaction in his stomach, it was nothing short of indulgent. I apologize for the trouble, just pour it into this bathtub. Qi Wei, blushing, hid behind the screen, feeling embarrassed to face Lu Tianzhuo in her current state. It would not be an exaggeration to say this was perhaps the most mortifying moment of her life. All right, Wei Wei. With a splash, Lu Tianzhuo poured the water from the bucket into the large bathtub. He then went outside to fetch more hot water, repeating this process 7 or 8 times until the bathtub was filled. The considerate Lu Tianzhuo had also managed to find a pile of flower petals to toss into the water. At this moment, the water in the bathtub was fragrant. Lu Tianzhuo tested the water temperature with his hand, smiling as he said, Wei Wei, the water is just perfect. Hurry and wash up. Thank you, Shishu. You've been such a bother to me. After I'm done, you should wash as well, and I'll wash your clothes too. She felt guilty for not doing something in return for Lu Tianzhuo, who had helped rid her body of residual toxins while also getting himself dirty in the process. Huh, are we washing together? That would be quite embarrassing. As she spoke, Lu Tianzhuo had already begun to shed his long garments. The body is indeed more honest than words. However, which man could refuse such an invitation? As for the steadfast and unyielding Lu Xiaohui, he must surely be suffering from some form of dysfunction. Oh dear, Shishu, what are you doing? I meant to say you should wait until I'm done before you wash, not that we should wash together. Feeling uneasy, Qi Wei quickly spoke up from behind the screen. If she delayed a moment longer, he might very well be undressed and jumping into the bathtub. Cough, cough, cough. Shishu is not a frivolous person. Just a jest, just a jest. You wash first, and I'll change the water for you shortly. Damn, when I let loose, I'm not human. You'll see soon enough. Lu Tianzhuo awkwardly donned his long garments and exited with the bucket. Based on his experience, the water in the bathtub would need to be changed multiple times. Otherwise, it would never cleanse away the dirt. So, there would be another opportunity. Once he was certain Lu Tianzhuo had completely left, Qi Wei dared to emerge from behind the screen. A foul odor occasionally wafted into her nostrils, making her feel quite nauseous. She quickly stripped off her outer clothing and tossed it outside. Following that, her perfect body plunged into the large bathtub. The water was indeed as comfortable as Lu Tianzhuo had described. She stirred the floating petals onto her skin, masking the unpleasant scent. Gradually, a look of contentment spread across Qi Wei's face. Then, recalling her previous impressions of Lu Tianzhuo, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. In truth, she didn't know him well. By the time she began to make a name for herself in the inner sect, Elder Lu had already fallen ill. Therefore, all her knowledge about him was secondhand. Consequently, she had held a rather poor opinion of him, viewing him as an elder who had merely risen through dubious means, which was quite repulsive. However, as she interacted with him, she discovered her misconceptions about Elder Lu. Not only was he handsome, but he was also decisive in action. Although she was displeased with his insistence on eliminating Qin Xing, he had taken all the blame when Ming Huan came knocking. Now, without asking for anything in return, he had helped her so much. Even a heart of stone would be warmed by such kindness. It seems that sometimes, what one hears is not necessarily the truth. How much more so for what one sees. Just as Qi Wei finished her thought, Lu Tianzhuo's voice called out from nearby. Startled, she quickly crossed her arms over her breasts, fearful of exposing herself. Fortunately, Lu Tianzhuo did not enter. Wei Wei, this water needs to be changed, otherwise. It won't clean properly. His voice came again. Qi Wei looked down and saw the water in the bathtub resembling muddy soup, which only deepened her embarrassment. She wanted to get up and dress, asking Lu Tianzhuo to come change the water, but she sadly realized that in her haste to wash, she and Ti brought a change of clothes. Truly, misfortune comes in waves. What was she to do now? Wei Wei, what is the matter? Is there a problem? Should I come in to check? No, Shu. Could you go into my room and fetch me a set of clean clothes? By the end of her sentence, her voice was barely above a whisper. Had it not been for Lu Tianzhuo's extraordinary hearing, he might not have caught it at all. Oh my, even heaven is aiding me. All right, stay in the bathtub. I'll be right back with your clothes. With that, Lu Tianzhuo hurried into her boudoir, opened the wardrobe, and found it filled with Qi Wei's intimate garments. Although these clothes could hardly be compared to what was deemed sexy on Earth, they were still her personal belongings, which held a different significance. Lu Tianzhuo couldn't help but feel a bit bashful as he looked at them. Wei Wei, which set would you like to wear? There's red, yellow, and this purple one would surely look lovely on you. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's inquiry, Qi Wei wished she could sink into the ground. The series of humiliations she had faced today was overwhelming, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. Sure, Shu, just grab any set for me. Qi Wei lamented, regretting how she had forgotten this detail. Any set? Then I'll take the purple one. Lu Tianzhuo chuckled, carefully retrieving a purple garment before cautiously approaching the screen. Wei Wei, I can't toss it over, so why don't you duck down in the water? I'll hand it to you, and then step out immediately, guaranteeing I won't take advantage of you. Oh my, what kind of predicament is this? Qi Wei felt herself on the verge of collapse. It was truly a series of misfortunes. Did she have any right to refuse? The answer was clearly no. Shu, hurry up. After finishing her words, Qi Wei held her breath and submerged herself in the water. Lu Tianzhuo approached the bathtub, and although the girl was hiding beneath the murky water, her general outline was still discernible. The visual impact was striking, causing Lu Chonglao to feel as though his nosebleed was about to erupt. Alas, with my eyes closed, I am uncertain where to place my clothes. If I accidentally tossed them into the water, it would be a futile endeavor. Wei Wei, would you mind if I open my eyes for a moment? Below the surface, Qi Wei murmured something unintelligible, which he interpreted as acquiescence. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo began to gaze openly. Chapter 33. How do you perceive me? The beautiful moments in life often arrive slowly, yet depart swiftly. After a few minutes of gazing openly, Lu Tianzhuo, below the water, noticed that Qi Wei began to urge him. Naturally, he was unaware of her specific words, but he could see the increasing bubbles surfacing. If he did not leave soon, it seemed she would be struggling for oxygen, and his heart could not bear such a thought. Thus, he hastily set aside his garments and called out to her beneath the water before swiftly making his exit. Upon emerging from the water, Qi Wei gasped for breath, feeling utterly exasperated. What was this situation? Her stunningly purple garment draped over the screen only intensified the blush on her cheeks. She realized that Lu Tianzhuo had likely seen her entire wardrobe, and the thought was mortifying. Wei Wei, are you ready? I'm coming in to change the water. Lu Tianzhuo's voice resonated, prompting Qi Wei to hurriedly don her attire. However, it was merely a long outer robe, hardly concealing her figure. With no other option, she retreated behind the screen once more. As Lu Tianzhuo carried out the dirty water, she dashed into the room to retrieve the clothing she needed. This bath felt akin to a guerrilla operation, thrilling yet full of tension. Fortunately, it concluded without incident, and the delightful fragrance enveloping her body elicited a satisfied smile. Feeling for any changes in her physique, she noticed the significant enhancement in her physical strength. Her meridians had expanded more than double their previous capacity. She understood that this would greatly benefit her future cultivation. In gratitude, she respectfully bowed to Lu Tianzhuo, recognizing that all of this was thanks to his guidance. Thank you, Shu. Without your assistance, I may never have hoped to break through. There's no need for such formality. We are like family. It is my duty as your Shu. I promise to help you transcend your current realm, but if you are not in a hurry, may I take a bath first? Upon hearing this, and glancing at his soiled attire, Qi Wei's face flushed even deeper. Shu, let me prepare the bathwater for you, she exclaimed, swiftly exiting with a wooden tub in hand. Lu Tianzhuo, not wishing to refuse her, thought it only right after having attended to her for so long. When Qi Wei returned with the water bucket, she found Lu Tianzhuo had already shed his outer robe. His skin glistened with a translucence that could rival that of an infant, his eight-pack abs resembling a washboard, and his physique formed a striking inverted triangle. Goodness, is this the body of someone who has lain in bed for 40 years? What nonsense! Qi Wei now understood that the rumors within the sect could only be trusted to a certain extent. Thank you, Wei Wei. Shu, it is my pleasure to assist, she replied, her cheeks aflame as she poured the water from the wooden tub into the large bath. She hurriedly exited once again. This process repeated 6 or 7 times until the tub was filled to the brim. Shu, I'm right outside. Call for me if you need anything. Very well. With a splash, as soon as Qi Wei stepped outside, Lu Tianzhuo eagerly plunged into the bath. I adore bathing. My skin feels splendid. He hummed a merry tune while washing himself. This was the very bath that Qi Wei had just used, and her lingering fragrance heightened his enjoyment. Meanwhile, Qi Wei, hearing his unfamiliar melody, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her Shu was quite amusing. It seemed she truly needed to understand him better. As Lu Tianzhuo had not sullied himself, his clothes bore the brunt of the mess. Thus, he did not waste much time on the bathing process, for his ultimate goal was to assist Qi Wei in breaking through to the Jindan realm. Only then would he fulfill the task assigned by the system. He could not afford to lose sight of the greater objective. Quickly emerging from the bath, he meticulously washed his clothes. However, the stubborn odors remained, and in exasperation, he resorted to using spiritual fire to dry them. He would wear these for now and change into fresh garments upon returning to Ziwangfeng. Shu, have you finished your bath? Upon seeing Lu Tianzhuo emerge, Qi Wei greeted him, her cheeks still tinged with red. It was not satisfying enough. I will take a proper bath once we return to Ziwangfeng. I previously promised to assist you with 2 matters. The first has been accomplished, and now we shall address the second. Cultivation is akin to constructing a house. A solid foundation is essential. However, your current state is akin to an unsteady base. To put it bluntly, your cultivation is but a facade. Therefore, in light of your situation, I have concocted a foundational elixir. As the name suggests, it will stabilize your cultivation. Additionally, I have infused it with a minor formation that will allow you to absorb the surrounding celestial essence. Take this elixir, and thereafter meditate to circulate the spiritual energy within your body through the 8 extraordinary meridians in accordance with the cycles. If all goes well, after 49 cycles, you shall break through your current realm. Having spoken, Lu Tianzhuo produced the second elixir he had prepared. To fulfill the task set by the system, he had truly exerted himself. Witnessing this, Qi Wei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. These elixirs were invaluable, beyond any monetary worth. To put it frankly, even her biological parents might not go to such lengths for her. How could she not be moved? She hesitated to accept the elixir. What is this? We have fought alongside each other. Therefore, please accept it. It is no burden. Your Shu may lack various skills, but alchemy is certainly within my purview. Having finished speaking, he firmly pressed the Guji Dan into Qi Wei's hand. Consume it and refine it. I shall stand guard beside you. Qi Wei gazed into Lu Tianzhuo's resolute eyes and nodded earnestly. She then swallowed the pill and began to meditate. Following Lu Tianzhuo's instructions, she initiated the circulation of her internal spiritual energy in a complete cycle. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and upon completing the 49th cycle, Qi Wei felt a thunderous surge within her. She had broken through. She had finally transcended from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the peak. The shackles that had constrained her for so many years were utterly shattered in that instant. How could she not be moved to tears? She had long dreamed of reaching this realm, and now her wishes had been fulfilled. With a roar, Qi Wei couldn't help but release a long cry to the heavens, venting years of frustration. Applause erupted, indeed. Wei Wei's comprehension was extraordinary, achieving a breakthrough so swiftly. Lu Tianzhuo praised her while clapping. Hearing his voice, Qi Wei suddenly remembered that he was still beside her. She quickly reined in her aura and respectfully bowed to him once more. Thank you, Shu. No need for such formality. Since I have fulfilled my 2 promises to you, it is time for us to return to Zuowang Peak. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one regresses. Although your talent is commendable, diligence is equally essential. Now, gather yourself. I shall take my leave. After Lu Tianzhuo spoke, he turned to depart. Shu, why not stay the night? Qi Wei's voice was barely above a whisper. As a young maiden, to utter such words was already a remarkable feat. Wei Wei. Do you take me for someone of such low character? Is this not taking advantage of a situation? I never imagined I would be viewed in such a light. It truly saddens me. Lu Tianzhuo's emotions began to stir. At this hour, Zhuangling was already waiting at Zhuowang Peak for him. He had no time to linger here. If only he possessed the skills of a time management master, he would have won over this kawaii today. I apologize, Shu. I was presumptuous, but I wish to repay your kindness. Qi Wei said with a distressed expression. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lu Tianzhuo stepped forward and embraced her. Wei, it would be disingenuous for me to claim I do not wish to cultivate with you. However, I need you to genuinely desire this, not merely as an act of gratitude. Do you understand? Get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow everything will be well. After speaking, he gently kissed her soft forehead and then lightly pushed her away, turning to leave, waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud with him. Chapter 34. The most low-key elder of Huanzong magnificent. Truly magnificent. Lu Tianzhuo felt an unprecedented sense of prowess as he blatantly declined the invitation of a stunning beauty to stay overnight. Alas, who would believe him if he claimed he felt no regret? With each step away, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. To be honest, he yearned to turn back and spend the night with that kawaii beauty. However, he was well aware that he could not indulge in such desires. His reputation had already been established, and returning would only tarnish it. Thus, he gritted his teeth and trudged back to Zhuowang Peak. At that moment, Zhuangling was already waiting for him on the bed. Tianzhuo, where have you been? I've waited so long. Zhuangling inquired with a smile that was both teasing and curious. Where else could I go? Isn't it you who caused me trouble? Lu Tianzhuo replied, somewhat helplessly. Had it not been for Zhuangling waiting for him, he would have gladly stayed at Qi Wei's place. Not only would their dual cultivation be beneficial, but it might also help her break through to the Jindan stage. In that case, he would have completed the task assigned by the system and would be able to practice the third form of the Lingtian sword technique, along with receiving a special reward package from the system. These were of utmost importance to Lu Tianzhuo at this stage. Oh, I caused you trouble? Zhuangling's face displayed a look of confusion upon hearing his words. She had merely been in the Zongwu Tang, assisting him with spirit stones and alchemical materials. Could that truly have brought him trouble? Logically speaking, it shouldn't have. Isn't it so? Did you not inform Qi Wei that those pills were crafted by me? That girl came looking for me, didn't she? Otherwise, how could I have returned only now? After finishing his words, Lu Tianzhuo removed his long robe, feeling an unpleasant odor clinging to it that simply refused to wash away. Oh, I thought it was something serious. So that's all it is? Isn't that just to your advantage? As far as I know, Wei is a maiden. Just like me. Your vigorous display should make it easy for you to win her over, shouldn't it? Thus, you ought to express your gratitude to me rather than complain. Zhuangling said with a playful laugh. Her reaction took Lu Tianzhuo by surprise, prompting him to ask, Ling, you are my woman. Do you not mind if I seek the company of other women? By rights, you should claim me as your own. In his experience on Earth, where monogamy prevailed, Lu Tianzhuo believed this to be a natural stance for women. How could she possibly mind? A man without prowess could only have one woman. In this land, the strong were revered, and it was quite normal for formidable individuals to have multiple wives and concubines. Rest assured, in this regard, I shall impose no restrictions on you. As long as she is willing to be with you, I will not intervene. Moreover, I cannot handle you alone, Zhuangling replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. With her words, Lu Tianzhuo's heart was finally at ease. Since she had expressed such sentiments, what was there to be concerned about? Ling, you are the best. Come, allow me to reward you, he exclaimed, lunging towards her. An hour later, the two nestled together at the head of the bed. If only this world had smoke, a post-coital cigarette would be divine. Lu Tianzhuo remarked casually while embracing Zhuangling. I have taken down Qinsheng. Zhuangling gasped in astonishment. Previously, Lu Tianzhuo had nearly been eliminated by Ming Huan after incapacitating Qinsheng. Now, he had outright killed Qinsheng, which would surely infuriate Elder Ming. Not only had he dealt with Qinsheng, but he had also eliminated 4 inner disciples, including Tianwang. Lu Tianzhuo was relentless in his boldness, leaving Zhuangling utterly stunned. Tianwang was heralded as the foremost inner disciple, destined to ascend to the rank of elder. Both his master and even the sect leader held high hopes for him. Now, Lu Tianzhuo had dispatched him as well. This matter was far from trivial. Have you been a bit too ruthless? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? After a moment of silence, Zhuangling questioned Lu Tianzhuo. Ming Huan came to Zhuowang Peak looking for me. She suspects that I killed Qinsheng, but she has no evidence. Furthermore, we fought. and I injured her. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ling's expression turned blank. One bombshell after another had left her utterly numb. At this point, even if Lu Tianzhuo claimed that the sect leader wanted him to sleep with her, she would not be surprised. What do you plan to do? Let them come. I will meet force with force. They have no evidence, so they cannot do anything to me. If they wish to resort to violence, I will be ready to engage. With his current cultivation, dealing with a few elders posed no challenge. If he could help Qi Wei break through to the Jindan stage, then even if the sect leader Ling Shuangli herself came, Lu Tianzhuo would not be concerned. Thus, he felt fearless, inviting any challenge they might present. Sai, I know you won't heed my words. However, Tianzhuo, remember this. No matter what happens, I will steadfastly stand by your side. Zhuang Ling gazed at Lu Tianzhuo with utmost sincerity. Having already given him her first time, she was now his in life and death. Ling Ling, you are truly the best. Come, let me reward you once more. With that, they embarked on their second encounter. Meanwhile, Minghuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, her injuries were severe, and after a long period of healing, she had only just begun to recover. Lu Tianzhuo, she said, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with a fierce expression. As someone known for her ruthless nature within the sect, it was utterly humiliating for her to have been injured by a man who had been incapacitated for 40 years. This grudge, she vowed, would be avenged. She had initially intended for Lu Tianzhuo to take the fall for Qin Xing, but that opportunity had slipped away. She would bide her time and, when the moment was right, deliver a fatal blow. Damn it, one cannot blame the Zhongzhu for this. This enmity must be avenged. Is Meng Shimi present? At that moment, a commanding female voice resonated from outside. Huh, what brings her here? Meng Huan murmured softly, then declared aloud, Guoshiji, I am here. Please come in. With that, a figure swiftly appeared within the room. She appeared as beautiful as a celestial being, yet at this moment, she exuded an aura as cold as frost. She was none other than Guo Qianyu, the most unassuming elder of the Hahuan sect. Chapter 35. Even the celestial sovereign shows no favor. Guo Qianyu is one of the earliest elders, possessing unfathomable cultivation. There are even rumors that she has entered the Yuanying stage, making her a true master among masters. However, her presence in the sect is remarkably low. It seems that without the words of disciple Tian Wang, hardly anyone would remember this highly skilled elder. Tian Wang's audacity within the sect stems from his formidable strength and impressive background. Even Qin Sheng, known for his arrogance, must humbly seek him out when faced with challenges, which speaks volumes. Guo Qianyu places great importance on this disciple. Despite Tian Wang's brash demeanor, his prowess is undeniable. At a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, undeniably the top disciple of the inner sect. Given time, he will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of elders, a certainty without question. Therefore, Guo Qianyu is focused on nurturing him, aiming to expedite his entry into the golden core stage. However, one day, Guo Qianyu suddenly sensed Tian Wang's absence and hurried to his residence in search of him. As she had anticipated, Tian Wang was indeed missing. Not only him, but also the few inner sect disciples who associated with him were nowhere to be found. Upon inquiry, she learned that they had been gone for quite some time, and some witnesses reported seeing them leave with Qin Sheng. Aware of Qin Sheng's identity, Guo Qianyu made her way directly to Duanqing Peak. If this incident involved Meng Huan, she would not indulge that woman's bad habits. Although Meng Huan typically operates discreetly, she is far from lacking in strength. Despite her usual exuberance within the sect, in actual combat, she would not last long against Guo Qianyu. Meng Shimi, it has been a long time. With just a greeting, Meng Huan felt an immense pressure. She could not afford to be arrogant before this elder. While Meng Huan might be bold, she was not foolish. Thus, she lowered her posture significantly. Indeed, Guo Shiji, what brings you here? It truly brings honor to Duanqing Peak. Not only would she, even the sect master, treat Guo Qianyu with the utmost respect. Meng Shimi, you flatter me. I have come to inquire about one matter. Where is Qin Sheng? Guo Qianyu's voice was icy, akin to interrogating a criminal. When had Meng Huan ever endured such indignity? Had it been anyone else, she would have retaliated long ago. But before Guo Qianyu, she felt no inclination to resist, as if everything were predetermined and she was merely a pawn in the elder's hands. Contemplating this, Meng Huan forced a wry smile. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, such is the nature of the game, it is an unavoidable reality. Guo Shiji, to be honest, Qin Sheng has vanished without a trace, and the spiritual sense I had linked to him has also dissipated. If I am not mistaken, he may have met with misfortune. Though unaware of Guo Qianyu's intentions regarding Qin Sheng, she dared not withhold any information and directly relayed what she knew. Oh, after hearing her words, Guo Qianyu's brows furrowed tightly. The inner sect disciples had mentioned that Tian Wang and others had left with Qin Sheng. Now that Qin Sheng was also missing, it indicated a high likelihood that they had all encountered peril. Within the sect, only an elder would possess such capabilities. The inner sect disciples could not possibly act with such audacity. Who, then, could have targeted them? Guo Shiji, what exactly transpired? Could you please enlighten me? I have additional information that I wish to report to you. Meng Huan sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly complex, prompting her to hastily inquire of Guo Qianyu. Yesterday, I was in seclusion, engrossed in my cultivation, and did not pay much attention. Upon exiting my retreat today, I discovered that the spiritual sense I had placed within my disciple Tian Wang had vanished, leaving me unable to feel his presence. Thus, I went to his residence to search for him, yet he was absent, along with the inner sect disciples who were often with him. I learned that they were last seen leaving with Qin Sheng, which is why I came to inquire with you, Meng Shimi. Guo Qianyu succinctly recounted the series of events. Meng Huan, well aware of Tian Wang's status as the undisputed top disciple of the inner sect, recognized that even the sect master held him in high regard. It was evident that their disappearance alongside Qin Sheng indicated they had likely been eliminated. Meng Huan's primary suspect was Lu Tianzhuo, as he had the motive to kill. From Guo Qianyu's narrative, she could theorize that after Qin Sheng's breakup with her, his resentment toward Lu Tianzhuo had intensified. Furthermore, he had requested an exorbitant sum of spirit stones from her. Aware that he could not contend with Lu Tianzhuo, he likely bribed Tian Wang and the others with spirit stones to assist him in seeking revenge. Thus, the group may have ventured to Ziwang Peak to confront Lu Tianzhuo, underestimating the old man's strength, leading to their demise at his hands. With this analysis, everything began to make sense. Observing Meng Huan's contemplative demeanor and recalling her earlier mention of having information to report, Guo Qianyu felt a growing urgency. Meng Shimi, do you know something? Please share with me who has the audacity to harm my disciple, Guo Qianyu. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Meng Huan realized she could no longer keep silent. In her heart, she silently thought, Lu Tianzhuo, this is not my fault. You brought this upon yourself. With that, she spoke again. To be honest, after losing contact with Qin Sheng, I immediately sought out Lu Tianzhuo, since he had conflicts with Qin Sheng. However, that old man flatly denied any involvement. I had intended to confront him, but alas, I underestimated him and found myself outmatched. As you can see, I am still nursing injuries. Upon hearing the name Lu Tianzhuo, Guo Qianyu paused, feeling a flicker of familiarity, yet unable to immediately place him within the sect's hierarchy. Lu Tianzhuo? Who is that? Guo Qianyu looked at Meng Huan in confusion, eager to uncover the truth. Guo Shiji, over 40 years ago, he was the most renowned furnace cauldron of our Hahuan sect. Moreover, due to his many years of service to the sect, he has been exceptionally elevated to the position of the only male elder of the Hahuan zone. This name is indeed somewhat niche. Had it not been for its sudden emergence in recent days, Meng Huan would scarcely have recalled it. Rumors within the sect suggest that after retiring from his role as a furnace, he languished in bed for over 40 years. It appeared that his time was drawing near, yet, upon observing his skin, it became evident that such claims were entirely fabricated. His face may have aged somewhat, but his skin and muscles are remarkably well developed. He certainly does not resemble someone whose end is imminent. Perhaps this is merely a ruse of his own design. I wondered who it could be, only to discover it was him. Wasn't this old fellow supposed to be on the brink of death? How could he have vanquished Tian Wang and the others? Could there be some misunderstanding at play? As for Lu Tianzhuo, Guo Qianyu had certainly heard of him. However, she regarded this individual with disdain, considering him to be nothing more than the dregs of society. Ascending to the elder's position solely by virtue of being a furnace is utterly preposterous. Previously, I shared your sentiments. Yet Lu Tianzhuo does not seem to be nearing his end as the tales suggest. He appears to be in perfect health. I suspect that during these 40 years, he has been clandestinely cultivating on Ziwang Peak. On the day of the martial arts demonstration, many disciples from both the inner and outer sect bore witness as he struck Qin Sheng with a single blow, subsequently delivering a severe beating. Although Qin Sheng's cultivation level is inferior to Tian Wang's, he is still at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, my injuries were inflicted by him. This old fellow conceals his true strength exceedingly well. I have no inkling of his actual cultivation realm. Guo Qinyu could discern that Ming Huan indeed bore injuries, and she knew he was not fabricating his words. Lu Tianzhuo? I shall see what abilities you possess. Guo Qinyu declared with a cold expression. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who dares to harm her disciples has crossed a line. Thus, even the face of the heavenly king would not sway her. Chapter 36. The arrogant fairy sister. The following day, upon awakening, Lu Tianzhuo discovered that Zhuang Ling had already departed. Observing the exquisite dishes laid out on the table, a knowing smile graced his face. This lifestyle was indeed quite agreeable for Lu Tianzhuo. Each day spent in the company of his beloved, engaging in dual cultivation, allowed him to thrive without the burdens of a 996 work schedule. At that moment, he even felt that the 40 years spent in repose were worth it. Whistling a cheerful tune, he polished off all the delightful delicacies remaining on the table. Having gained an additional 50 cultivation points the previous evening, coupled with the 25 points already in his possession, he now had a total of 75 points. Without hesitation, Lu Tianzhuo settled into a meditative posture, determined to consume all 75 points. Upon reaching the golden core stage, he was uncertain how many points would be required to ascend to the next minor realm. Therefore, he resolved to utilize them all, for even if a breakthrough did not occur, it could only yield benefits. The 75 cultivation points were swiftly depleted, yet his cultivation remained stagnant at the initial stage of the golden core. There was not even the slightest sign of progress. It seemed that a breakthrough would require further time. If memory served him correctly, he had already expended over 100 points at this level. The path to advancement was undoubtedly arduous. Cursing under his breath, Lu Tianzhuo rose from the ground. The cultivation method he practiced was indeed quite exceptional. It appeared that to achieve a breakthrough, he would need to tread an unconventional path. Perhaps seeking assistance from Qi Wei would be a viable option. Engaging in dual cultivation with her might yield promising results. Furthermore, if Qi Wei were to break through to the golden core stage, he would be eligible for a special reward from the system. The allure of such a prospect was undeniably significant for Lu Tianzhuo. With this thought in mind, he prepared to visit Qi Wei's residence, believing that expressing concern for her cultivation would not be unwelcome. However, as soon as Lu Tianzhuo stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman standing not far from his door. Her flowing gown seemed to flutter without a breeze, exuding an aura of regal presence. Who might this be? Among those in the sect, it seemed only the sect leader, Lin Shuangli, possessed such a commanding presence. Yet, he had seen Lin Shuangli from afar, and she did not resemble this woman at all. Who could she be? What business did she have at his Ziwang Peak? No wonder he had heard the calls of magpies upon awakening. Indeed, he had encountered the fairy sister. Regardless of her purpose, Lu Tianzhuo felt unperturbed by her presence, as long as she was a woman. Thus, he boldly addressed the enchanting figure before him. Such flattery. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, Guo Qinyu's impression of him worsened. No wonder he was relegated to being a furnace. He was nothing but a lecher. You are Lu Tianzhuo? Guo Qinyu inquired coldly, her gaze fixed upon him. Fairy sister, is this not unjust? Guo Qinyu was momentarily taken aback by Lu Tianzhuo's remark. What did he mean by unjust? Look, you already know my name is Lu Tianzhuo, yet I have no knowledge of yours. Is that not unfair? Therefore, to restore balance, you should tell me your name, otherwise, I shall continue to address you as fairy sister. After hearing Lu Tianzhuo's nonsensical reasoning, Guo Qinyu was left exasperated. Nevertheless, disliking being referred to as fairy sister, she reluctantly revealed her true name to him. Guo Qinyu. Guo Qinyu? That name is familiar to me, though she has remained quite low-key, hence our paths have not crossed. So, you are senior sister Guo. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, said to be second only to our sect leader. Today, meeting you in person, your renown is indeed well-deserved. What's second in cultivation ranking? All mere fabrications spun by Lu Tianzhuo. Regardless, women generally appreciate compliments, so he felt no hesitation in offering a few flattering words. Cease with your flattery. I have matters to discuss with you. Despite Guo Qinyu's admonishment, her tone softened slightly, as she found her words somewhat effective. Fairy sister, please do not hesitate to issue your commands. It would be my honor to assist you. To be candid, Lu Tianzhuo was utterly perplexed by Guo Qinyu's unanticipated visit. Logically, he had no prior interactions with her. Even during his time as a furnace, he had never encountered Guo Qinyu. Thus, he could not fathom the purpose of her visit. Lu Tianzhuo, I will ask you some questions, and you are to answer truthfully, agreed? Guo Qianyu regarded him intently. Fear not, fairy sister. I assure you that I shall speak without reservation. Please, proceed with your inquiries. Tianzhuo was curious about the reason for her visit. Have Tianwang and Qinxing sought you out? Throughout her questioning, Guo Qianyu's gaze never wavered from Tianzhuo. Should he utter a falsehood, she would detect it immediately. Yet, Tianzhuo remained composed, as though unaffected by the inquiry. I know Qinxing. We have had some prior conflicts. He bullied the weak within the sect, arrogant and overbearing, but I dealt with him rather severely, shall we say. However, I have never heard of Tianwang. Perhaps you are unaware, but after years of serving as a furnace, my vitality was greatly diminished, resulting in a 40-year slumber. I am not privy to many happenings within the sect. Tianzhuo spoke candidly about his circumstances, and his honesty garnered him a measure of goodwill from Guo Qianyu. Furthermore, based on Tianzhuo's demeanor, it appeared he genuinely had no knowledge of Tianwang. Could it be that these individuals were not involved in the affairs at Ziwang Peak? At this moment, Guo Qianyu found herself somewhat at a loss, uncertain how to proceed with Tianzhuo. Are you certain you have not encountered them? Guo Qianyu persisted, unwilling to relent. Is fairy sister doubting my integrity? I am not one to deceive. I assure you, I have indeed never met them. Otherwise, how could I possibly withhold such information from you? How about this? Since I have no pressing matters, I can accompany fairy sister to seek them out until we find them. What do you think? Tianzhuo quickly offered, eager to ingratiate himself. In his earthly existence, he was indeed a notorious sycophant, yet he ended up with nothing after all his efforts. However, the circumstances have changed. Now he is accompanied by a powerful ally. Even if he were to continue his sycophantic ways, the odds are in his favor, and he might indeed win her over. At that moment, it would simply be a matter of courting his own wife. What could possibly be wrong with that? Yet, there is no need for such a course of action. Nevertheless, Tianzhuo, you had best not deceive me. Otherwise, I assure you, regret will be your only companion. Guo Qianyu regarded Tianzhuo with a frosty demeanor, issuing a warning. Fairy sister, how could I ever deceive you? However, I must admit, I find your threatening tone somewhat displeasing. Please refrain from such approaches in the future. It does strain our relationship. Despite the lightheartedness of the words, the underlying threat was indeed irksome to Tianzhuo. Strain our relationship? What relationship do we even share? Guo Qianyu found herself exasperated. This fellow seemed to be pushing his luck. Meng Huan claimed to have been injured by this lad, yet Tianzhuo was clearly at the mid-stage of qi refinement. To put it bluntly, even if Meng Huan stood there inviting him to strike, he would have no means to harm her. With this thought in mind, Guo Qianyu devised a plan and coldly declared, "This is how I speak. What is it to you if you disagree? There is only the esteemed fairy sister. There is no question of disagreement." How audacious! Who do you think you are? Disagree? I have never yielded to anyone, not even when I was treated like a beast, let alone now. Upon hearing Tianzhuo's retort, an inscrutable smile crept across Guo Qianyu's face. Chapter 37. Who can outdo whom? It seems you are quite defiant, aren't you? Guo Qianyu believed it was an opportune moment to test Tianzhuo's cultivation. Meng Huan claimed to have been defeated by him, yet why did she find it so difficult to believe? Sister Fairy, Tianzhuo declared, I have never bowed to anyone, you included. This woman was certainly presumptuous, just because she called herself Sister Fairy a few times. She thought she could ride on his back and act with impunity. Tianzhuo would not tolerate such insolence. If it had been Zhuang Ling asking, he could have indulged her. After all, she was his woman. But what was Guo Qianyu? A mere triviality. There was a hint of spirit in her. However, relying on her status as a furnace to ascend to the position of elder did not seem so admirable. Guo Qianyu began to launch verbal attacks, her eyes filled with disdain. Tianzhuo recognized that despite his careful disguise, this woman had no intention of letting him off lightly. Did she truly believe him to be easy prey? If that were the case, he would have to teach her a lesson lest she continue in her delusions of grandeur. He was an elder, appointed by the sect's founder to highlight his contributions to the Hahuan sect. In other words, his ascent to the position of elder was not devoid of merit. To take pride in such a position was indeed peculiar. After hearing Tianzhuo's absurd rationale, Guo Qianyu was nearly incensed. What kind of warped perspective did this man possess? No, he needed a proper reprimand. This matter was no longer related to Tianwang. Whether he was the murderer or not, Tianzhuo had to be dealt with, without question. I will do as I please. What concern is it of yours? This is my Ziwang Peak. If you have no business here, you would do well to leave, for I have no time for you. Lu Tianzhuo narrowed his eyes at Guoqinyu, thinking, was she not supposed to be low-key? Yet, she appeared quite the opposite, a domineering woman who offered him no chance to retort. Humph, let us see if I cannot exert my authority. With that, Guoqinyu suddenly appeared before Lu Tianzhuo, raising her claw to strike at his neck. How dare such a lowly character speak to him in such a manner? She must be made to suffer. Otherwise, she would truly believe herself to be an elder. In Guoqinyu's eyes, Lu Tianzhuo was merely a fledgling in the qi refinement stage. If she required a second strike to subdue him, that would be utterly humiliating. However, just as Guoqinyu thought she had him firmly in her grasp, she suddenly found herself staring at empty space. Her strike missed entirely. What? Guoqinyu exclaimed in surprise, utterly unaware of any aura emanating from Lu Tianzhuo, who had simply vanished before her eyes. It seemed this Lu fellow was not as simple as he appeared. Sister, you have gone a bit too far, haven't you? This is my Ziwang Peak, not your family courtyard. Lu Tianzhuo reappeared at his previous position and coldly addressed Guoqinyu. I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to speak to me in such a manner. You possess some skill. However, these little tricks are nothing in my eyes. I will grant you one last chance. Apologize sincerely, and perhaps I might let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Guoqinyu gazed at Lu Tianzhuo with icy resolve. Huh, have you ever shown me any courtesy? I find your hypocrisy amusing. Your so-called low profile is merely a facade for boasting. You seek to flaunt your impressive cultivation. Have I misunderstood? I have made myself clear. I do not know Tian Wang, yet you still seek reasons to attack me. What do you think? Am I easy to bully? Just because you call yourself Sister Fairy, you do not actually believe yourself to be one, do you? Are there fairies that resemble you? Lu Tianzhuo's anger was ignited by Guoqinyu's attitude. Was it merely pretentiousness she sought? If so, he would see who could outshine whom. When had Guoqinyu ever been treated in such a manner? She was nearly driven to madness. You bastard. Guoqinyu's vocabulary for insults was limited, and thus she could only point at Lu Tianzhuo and utter this one phrase. I am no such thing. I am not like you hypocrites, relying on some cultivation to act without restraint and distort the truth. It is you who are the true scoundrels. Guoqinyu was rendered speechless by Lu Tianzhuo's retort, and it appeared he had a point. Seeking death. If I cannot outtalk you, then let us settle this with actions. Otherwise, I fear I may be driven to my wit's end. With a fierce shout, she raised her palm and struck toward Lu Tianzhuo's chest. This insolent fellow dared to humiliate her. Even if she did not seek his life, she must teach him a lesson. After all, how could she maintain her standing within the harem sect if word got out? Ah, I see you are enraged. You all possess such a base nature, merely capable of bullying the weak. As Lu Tianzhuo mocked her, he raised his own palm to meet hers. He had just refined 75 cultivation points. While there was no significant breakthrough in his realm, he was aware that his cultivation had undergone a qualitative change. Thus, even if Guoqinyu was formidable, he remained unafraid. To speak boldly, none within the harem sect could instill fear in him, not even the sect leader, Ling Shuangli. With a resounding clash, both palms met, and they were propelled backward. During the recoil, Lu Tianzhuo felt a tingling sensation in his right arm. To be fair, this woman's cultivation was indeed impressive. Currently, Zhuang Ling was not her match. However, should she wish to defeat him, that was nothing but a dream. Since she wished to play, he would gladly indulge her and see who could outplay whom. Thus, after Lu Tianzhuo firmly established his stance, he gazed at Guoqinyu with a smile. What is your cultivation level, truly? Guoqinyu fixed her stare upon Lu Tianzhuo, her blood surging violently from the impact of his strike. How could such a mere qi refinement stage novice achieve this? It was utterly preposterous. Consequently, she concluded that Lu Tianzhuo must be concealing his true cultivation through some extraordinary means. Otherwise, this situation would be inconceivable. Given the force she had just exerted, although it might not have been enough to annihilate him, it should have certainly left him gravely injured. Yet, here he stood, seemingly unscathed, while she was left reeling. How could this not astonish her? To contend with you, the qi refinement stage should suffice. Is there truly a need for a higher level of cultivation? Damn it, are you not fond of showing off? Then let us engage in a contest and see who can outshine the other. Chapter 38. Laozi is the most low-key. Had Guoqinyu shown even a modicum of courtesy towards Lu Tianzhuo, the current predicament would not have arisen. Referring to her as fairy sister was Lu Tianzhuo's acknowledgement of her, yet this woman maintained her arrogance, provoking Lu Chonglau's growing disdain. Who did she think she was? He owed her nothing. It was no wonder she had raised such an audacious and overbearing disciple as Tian Wang. They both embodied her haughty demeanor. Lu Tianzhuo felt an overwhelming urge to admit to having vanquished Tian Wang, wondering what she could do about it. Indeed, this was a realm where power dictated respect, and his strength surpassed that of Guo Qianyu. Thus, she had no right to flaunt her might before him. Very well. After receiving such an insulting reply, the flames of indignation ignited within Guo Qianyu. Throughout her years in the sect, no one had ever dared to look down upon her in such a manner. Now, to be provoked by a mere qi refining stage cultivator was utterly intolerable. Hence, irrespective of the Tian Wang incident, she felt compelled to defend her honor. Admittedly, the young man did possess some skill, being capable of forcing her back. Such talent was rare within the sect. Therefore, Guo Qianyu could not afford to be careless, lest she suffer further humiliation. With a swift motion, she summoned a brilliant azure longsword into her grasp. In that instant, her aura surged dramatically. A Yuanying stage expert. This revelation astonished Lu Tianzhuo, as she was the first Yuanying cultivator he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Recognizing this, Lu Chonglao felt a surge of excitement. Logically, his own cultivation should not be inferior to that of a Yuanying expert. This was the perfect opportunity for Guo Qianyu to gauge the true extent of his prowess. Otherwise, he would feel as though he were blindfolded, groping in the dark. How amusing. To think that a mere qi refining stage cultivator could compel my senior sister to draw her sword. I wonder if I should feel honored? Lu Tianzhuo began to jest at Guo Qianyu, despite the fact that he was the true master of swordplay. Was she truly his match? Ah, you have quite the silver tongue. I shall cut it off and serve it with wine. Oh, if my senior sister wishes to kiss me, she need only say so, and I will gladly oblige. There is no need for such roundabout expressions, Lu Tianzhuo replied with a playful grin. Guo Qianyu, incensed by his insolence, bellowed in anger. With a flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword blossoms surged toward Lu Tianzhuo's vital points. It was evident that she harbored murderous intent. How treacherous a woman's heart can be. Lu Tianzhuo scoffed, unhesitatingly invoking the first stance of the Ling Tian sword technique, Yun Ke Jing Hong. He sensed the pressure from her strike and dared not be careless. After all, she was a Yuanying stage expert, and he had to be cautious. To perish from arrogance would be a disgrace beyond measure. Clang. Lu Tianzhuo's UK Jing Hong arrived first, shattering the sword blossoms with a resounding clash. Within moments, dozens of blossoms lay in ruins, yet the residual force of his sword continued surging toward the astonished Guo Qianyu. Hiss. As a swordsman, Guo Qianyu was intimately familiar with the longsword, yet Lu Tianzhuo's technique was entirely unfamiliar to her. As she witnessed the incoming onslaught, she gasped in shock. Reluctantly, she continued to wield her sword in an attempt to neutralize the overwhelming force. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their blades clashing echoed as she swung her sword repeatedly. Guo Qianyu's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated the ferocity of his swordplay. Staggering back uncontrollably, her blood surged within her, and after being forced back several steps, she finally regained her footing. She stared incredulously at Lu Tianzhuo, unable to believe that he could repel her with such ease. How could she possibly continue the fight? All confidence had evaporated. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo wore a playful expression. Senior sister, do you still dare to underestimate this qi refining stage cultivator? Shall we continue? I am ready to engage. Guo Qianyu's countenance darkened further at his words. At that moment, she found herself unable to utter a single word. The force of his previous strike had rendered her immobile, leaving her speechless. She could only suppress the tumult within her with her formidable spiritual energy, leaving no room for conversation. Simultaneously, she was filled with trepidation. Was this truly the prowess of a qi refining stage cultivator? Why had her senior sister fallen silent? Did she realize her mistake? If so, I shall not press her further. Let us conclude this encounter. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent to leave my Zhuo Wang peak post-haste. I have pressing matters to attend to. Lu Tianzhuo had already discerned her reaction. This was without him employing the second stance of the Ling Tian sword technique. Should he unleash the Tian Hien I Lin, its power would multiply exponentially. If Guo Qianyu struggled against the first stance, the second would be utterly disastrous. Thus, he had allowed her to save face, especially since she had referred to him as fairy sister on multiple occasions. After Lu Tianzhuo concluded his remarks, Guo Qianyu finally managed to quell the tumult within her body. When she looked at him again, she felt an inexplicable depth in his demeanor. Just a casual motion had proven overwhelming. Who knew what other formidable techniques he possessed? Perhaps it was best to retreat while she still could. Should he unleash a lethal move, her very survival would be in question. What a remarkable display. A mere chi refining stage cultivator could withstand my assault. Yet do not rejoice too soon. The enmity between us has been firmly established. Lu Tianzhuo, at the right moment, I shall seek you out for a proper duel. Guo Qianyu dared not take action any longer, yet a few harsh words still needed to be uttered. It seemed to be an unwritten rule, providing a semblance of comfort to the parties involved, nothing more. If one possessed true skill, who would resort to mere verbal sparring to conclude a conflict? It could only be described as a last resort. A way to preserve some dignity. Shiji, I often find myself idling on Zhuowang Peak. It is dreadfully boring. If you have the time, please feel free to come by and share some moments with me. I eagerly await your esteemed presence. Lu Tianzhuo, on the other hand, was indifferent. She was welcome to come at any time. However, whether Guo Qianyu would be so fortunate next time remained uncertain. I hope you can maintain this arrogance. Guo Qianyu was nearly driven to the brink by Lu Tianzhuo's words, yet she found herself helpless. Strength is an undeniable truth, and against someone of the Lu surname, she held no confidence whatsoever. So why prolong the matter? Wasn't that merely inviting humiliation? After leaving behind those parting words, she departed gracefully. Quite delightful. Lu Tianzhuo inhaled deeply, a sense of longing washing over her as she reflected. Chapter 39. Another flower of gold. With a sigh, Lu Tianzhuo descended from the Sitting Forget Peak and made his way directly to the inner gate, specifically to Qi Wei's courtyard. In an effort to uphold his image as a virtuous gentleman, Lu Tianzhuo refrained from entering the room directly. After all, he still needed to maintain a facade. Given that Qi Wei likely held a favorable impression of him, he aimed to enhance it further. He called out in a clear voice, Wei Wei, it is I, your Lu Gu, are you there? Master Uncle, I am here, please come in. Qi Wei replied. It was quite amusing that while he referred to her as little sister, she addressed him as Master Uncle, each adhering to their own roles. Well, I shall enter then. Lu Tianzhuo said politely. He eagerly stepped into Qi Wei's chamber, only to be surprised to find not just her, but also an enchanting beauty present. For someone to be deemed an enchanting beauty by Lu Tianzhuo, she must surely be of the same caliber as Lin Min and Zhuangling. There is no denying that the Hahuan sect boasts numerous beautiful female disciples, but have they all reached such an extraordinary level? It seems that during his 40-year slumber, he had indeed missed out on quite a few remarkable sights. Wei Wei, may I ask who this is? Lu Tianzhuo inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the beauty before quickly averting his gaze and directing his question towards Qi Wei. This behavior did not go unnoticed by the beauty, who thought to herself, this Lu Tianzhuo leaves a rather good first impression. Unlike the male disciples, whose gazes seemed to linger on her with unrestrained desire, Lu Tianzhuo merely glanced before returning his focus elsewhere. Perhaps he was not as despicable as the rumors suggested. Hello, Master Uncle Lu. I am Chungying, a disciple of the third elder. Before Qi Wei could respond, the beauty introduced herself. Chungying, along with Qi Wei and Lin Min, was renowned as one of the three flowers of the Hahuan sect. She shared a close bond with Qi Wei, differing from Lin Min's aloof demeanor. Naturally, she was also considered a rising star within the sect, having gained prominence while Lu Chonglao was still laid up. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo was not familiar with her reputation. However, this was inconsequential. No matter how grand her title, it could not surpass his own. So you are a disciple of my senior sister, greetings. Lu Tianzhuo feigned decorum while greeting Chungying, yet internally, he began to calculate his next move. Master Uncle, did you come here for a specific reason? Qi Wei asked, her cheeks flushed. As she recalled the previous day's scene where she had been rejected when she invited Lu Tianzhuo to stay overnight, feeling a tad embarrassed. Did you not just achieve a breakthrough? I must assess the results. Are you experiencing any discomfort? If so, I can assist in making adjustments. We cannot allow any issues to arise. Chungying suppressed a smile upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's self-reference. This master uncle was indeed a bit different. In her experience, the elders in the sect were typically rigid and dogmatic. It was nearly impossible to elicit a smile from them, let alone a jest. Even her own master had never shown a hint of mirth after decades of training together, as if the entire world owed her a considerable debt. However, this solitary male elder within the sect was an exception, albeit carrying an air of maturity. His words and actions were quite engaging. Lu Tianzhuo himself had not anticipated that one of the three flowers, Chang'ing, would take a liking to him so readily. The intricacies of human connections are indeed strange, much like a tempest that arrives unexpectedly. Thank you for your concern, Master Uncle. I feel my foundation is quite stable now, and I might even be ready to push towards the next realm. At that moment, Qi Wei brimmed with confidence. After solidifying her foundation, she was determined to strive for the Jindan stage. Achieving this next level would mean 1 foot firmly planted within the ranks of the elders. The allure was immense. After all, who would not covet the status of an elder? One must not rush the path of cultivation. Have you not learned from the last lesson? Progress must be gradual, or else an unstable foundation may lead to dire consequences. You cannot rely on luck every time. Expecting me to come to your aid, Lu Tianzhuo stated with utmost seriousness while observing Qi Wei. Yet, truth be told, no one wished for her to reach the Jindan stage more than Lu Tianzhuo himself. For her to ascend to that realm would activate her Tian sacred body, thus fulfilling the task assigned by the system. In other words, only then could he reap the rewards promised by the system. Nonetheless, he needed to maintain the pretense of modesty. Despite the fatigue it brought, Master Uncle, your words are wise. I will exercise extra caution. Qi Wei, now thoroughly familiar with Lu Tianzhuo, felt comfortable enough to playfully stick out her tongue. There is a saying that goes, a woman is not lovely because she is beautiful, but beautiful because she is lovely. This sentiment rang true. Observing Qi Wei's adorable demeanor, Lu Tianzhuo found her even more enchanting. Being in the company of such a woman undoubtedly provided an abundance of emotional value. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo marveled at how he had managed to resist the temptation to stay overnight the previous evening. Come now, let me examine your palm, or rather, your pulse. He inadvertently revealed his genuine thoughts, but fortunately, he rectified himself in time. Qi Wei cast a shy glance at her friend Chang'ing, who wore an amused expression, then blushed as she extended her right hand towards Lu Tianzhuo. Despite the seemingly casual banter, he was undoubtedly reliable. Without his guidance, she would never have been able to rid herself of the Dan poison within her body, nor would she have reached the pinnacle of her foundation. Thus, she held an unwavering trust in Lu Tianzhuo. Was there another person in the world who could have refused her request to stay over? Lu Tianzhuo placed his right index and middle fingers on Qi Wei's wrist to assess her physical condition. As she had mentioned, her foundation was indeed quite solid, and she was entirely capable of striving for the next realm. If she were to break through to the Jindan stage, it would undoubtedly lead to his own fortune as well, with the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique secured and a mysterious system reward awaiting him. The specifics of the system's special rewards aside, the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique is undeniably captivating. It is noteworthy that merely employing the first form was sufficient to repel the enchanting Guoqianyu. Each form of the Ling Tian sword technique boasts exponentially increasing power. One can only envision the extraordinary might of the third form. With its acquisition, one would have little to fear. It is indeed commendable. Although it slightly falls short of my expectations, the flaws do not overshadow its brilliance. You are certainly on the verge of breaking through to the Jindan stage. Here is a qi-enhancing pill, which will assist in elevating your cultivation. As he spoke, yet another pill devoid of any toxic properties appeared in his hand, which he then extended toward Qi Wei. Throughout the entire exchange, Chang'ing observed, beginning to feel a twinge of envy for her dear friend Qi Wei. Chapter 40. Contentment brings lasting happiness. During a previous conversation, Qi Wei mentioned that she initially found it hard to believe Lu Tianzhuo's selflessness towards her. Naturally, Chang'ing had heard of Lu Tianzhuo's illustrious name, a man who had made history by ascending from a mere furnace for cultivation to the esteemed position of elder. Could such a person truly be so altruistic? Surely, he must have ulterior motives. After all, her good friend Qi Wei was exceptionally beautiful and charming. Lu Tianzhuo, it seemed, was merely lusting after her. However, when Chang'ing heard Qi Wei recount how Lu Tianzhuo had declined her invitation to stay overnight, she was utterly astonished. She even wondered if he was, as the legend suggested, incapable in certain respects. What man could refuse such an offer? Yet, all her doubts dissipated upon meeting Lu Tianzhuo in person. He was strikingly handsome, exuding a sense of strength and reliability. His generosity was evident as he readily offered precious elixirs without a hint of hesitance. Even Qi Wei's master could not match such extravagance. Consequently, Chang'ing found herself envious of Qi Wei for having such a formidable ally. Given time, it was inevitable that Qi Wei would ascend to the position of elder. Reflecting on her own circumstances, Qingying felt somewhat diminished. She and Wei Wei were indeed good friends. And Lu Tianzhuo, perceptive as he was, noticed her subtle reactions. Seemingly casual, he turned to Qingying and inquired, "Indeed, Ying is my closest friend in the sect, isn't she?" With a playful giggle, Qi Wei responded, "In our sect, the gossiping disciples refer to me, Ying, and the saintess Lin Min as the 3 golden flowers of Hahuan Zone." The 3 golden flowers? How apt a description, Lu Tianzhuo remarked. Since Ying is Wei Wei's best friend, she is also my dear friend. And as friends, we must share, correct? Here, this is a gathering elixir, just like the one Wei Wei has. It will benefit your cultivation. After presenting another gathering elixir, he demonstrated his ease in producing them. He believed that using such a creation would be far more impactful than any luxury brand on earth. Is this truly for me? Qingying was taken aback, her voice trembling as she finally asked after a lengthy silence. Of course it is for you. It is identical to Wei Wei's, known as the gathering elixir. While you cultivate, it will help concentrate spiritual energy and enhance your cultivation speed. Moreover, the elixirs I concoct are devoid of any toxic properties, ensuring no side effects. You can use them with complete peace of mind. To Lu Tianzhuo, such elixirs held no value, as their creation was remarkably simple. Thus, he felt no remorse in distributing them freely, regarding what others cherished as treasures as mere refuse. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Qingying expressed her gratitude, at a loss for words. "Calling me Master Uncle makes me sound ancient. Instead, you and Wei Wei should refer to me as Tianzhuo Gu or Lu Da Gu. It sounds far more pleasant." Lu Tianzhuo smiled at the 2 young ladies. "But we must adhere to the customs. You are an elder of Hahuan Zone, on par with our master, so it is only right to call you Master Uncle." Qi Wei chimed in, her large eyes sparkling with innocence. "Nonsense. Everyone knows how I became an elder. The entire sect is aware. I detest such formalities. If you wish to be my friends, please refrain from calling me Master Uncle. It feels too distant and laden with irony," Lu Tianzhuo asserted firmly. Qingying and Qi Wei exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. "Lu Da Gu," they both exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing this address, a satisfied smile spread across Lu Tianzhuo's face. This was how true companions should interact. The formality of Master Uncle felt too alien. "Lu Da Gu, may I pose a question?" Qingying ventured. "You so generously offer us such precious elixirs. Do you truly not feel a pang of regret?" The gathering elixir was undoubtedly a treasure, even in the possession of their master. However, Lu Tianzhuo's casual distribution of them raised questions. What was his true intention behind such actions? Regret? Are you unaware that I am an exceptional alchemist? These elixirs are all crafted by my own hand. In fact, I previously sold them at the administrative hall, but the sect members were too impoverished to afford the better quality elixirs. So, I plan to sell them outside the sect when the opportunity arises, earning a substantial amount of spirit stones to acquire even higher grade materials. Why would I feel regret over such trivial items? Lu Tianzhuo's words shocked Qingying, revealing a side of him she had not anticipated. The sect had circulated tales that Lu Tianzhuo was only slightly more capable than others, which earned him his elder status. However, the truth seemed far more complicated. Alchemists held a revered position across the continent, with those from prominent sects and families receiving extraordinary treatment. With the elixirs Lu Tianzhuo produced, one could easily secure a seat among the elite. Such a distinguished alchemist as yourself must be in high demand. Lu Da Gu, have you never considered leaving? Qingying cautiously inquired. I have no such grand ambitions. Life in Hahuan Zone is splendid. After 40 years of cultivating on Ziwang Peak, I have enjoyed uninterrupted peace. Moreover, who can deny the abundance of beautiful women in Hahuan Zone? This is my ideal sanctuary, Lu Tianzhuo replied earnestly. The 2 young ladies recognized his sincerity, yet they wondered if a man should aspire to greater heights, especially given his evident capabilities. For a moment, they were left speechless, as they secretly hoped Lu Tianzhuo would embark on a grand endeavor. Lu Da Gu, you seem a tad too indifferent to fame and fortune. After a considerable pause, Qingying finally expressed, human desires are boundless. Once the floodgate is opened, it becomes rather challenging to contain. Therefore, it is wise to lead a simpler life, lest one be burdened with excessive worries. Just look at me. Each day spent in the company of such exquisite beauties as yourselves fills me with immense joy. Is this something that can merely be acquired through a remarkable status? Thus, contentment is the key to lasting happiness. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's insightful explanation, the 2 felt that his words were indeed quite profound. Chapter 41. Full disclosure: originally, Lu Tianzhuo came here to cultivate a closer relationship with Qi Wei. However, he did not anticipate the presence of Cheng, which rendered any deep exchange impossible. Fortunately, the enchanting beauty, Cheng, also showed considerable interest in him, turning what could have been a setback into a fortuitous event. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo began to showcase his humor, seizing this splendid opportunity to enhance his rapport with the two beautiful women. The effect was remarkable. Both ladies incessantly called him Lu Dage, which was quite a delightful predicament for him. This only solidified Lu Tianzhuo's resolve to remain within the Hahuan zone, as this was the life he yearned for. With an abundance of beautiful women in the sect, why venture elsewhere? He lingered at Qi Wei's side until dusk before taking his leave. Wei, Lu Dage is entirely different from what I expected. After he departed, the two women reclined on the bed and began to converse. Ying, you have no idea. I learned from Shi Zhuang that the elixirs to counter the Wudong poison were crafted by Lu Dage. With great courage, I approached Ziwang Peak. As you know, I consumed numerous elixirs to expedite my breakthrough, leading to an accumulation of poison within me, rendering further advancement impossible. Therefore, the elixirs crafted by Lu Dage might help me escape this predicament. However, he insisted that I engage in dual cultivation with him in exchange for the elixirs. I resolutely declined, as my initial impression of him was quite unfavorable. Yet yesterday, he approached me with 2 elixirs, not only helping me break free from my constraints, but also assisting me in reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Through our interaction, I discovered that he possesses a rather nonchalant demeanor. The rumors surrounding him are baseless. He remains utterly unconcerned about them. A person as upright as Lu Dage is rare to find, not only in the Hahuan zone, but perhaps throughout the entire Linxiao continent. Qi Wei recounted her entire acquaintance with Lu Tianzhuo to Cheng. Indeed, who could refuse a request to stay overnight? He is undoubtedly the first and last of his kind. Such a man is truly worthy of lifelong devotion. Little Hoof, have you taken a liking to Lu Dage? If not, I could speak to him about taking you under his wing. With a giggle, she added, you have no idea how perfect Lu Dage's physique is. Recalling the sight of Lu Tianzhuo's bare torso from the previous day made Qi Wei blush. That abdominal definition and waist-to-hip ratio are simply flawless. I must admit, I have developed a bit of a fondness for him. However, whether he would be interested in us is uncertain. I have a premonition that Lu Dage will soar to heights beyond our reach someday. To Qi Wei's surprise, Cheng did not refute her claims. Furthermore, her high regard for Lu Tianzhuo suggested that she might be falling under his spell. However, who could resist developing fond feelings for him? Such precious elixirs, given so readily. Surely even one's own master would not be so generous. This is an exceedingly pragmatic world. Even among those who have formed Taoist partnerships, it is a matter of mutual benefit. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Tianzhuo could easily exchange a single elixir for a Taoist partner, with candidates lining up from here to Ziwang Peak. It would be exceedingly simple for him to find a beautiful companion for dual cultivation, requiring no promotional efforts. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Ying harbored such thoughts. I, too, sense that Lu Dage is somewhat extraordinary. The previous rumors must have been concocted to besmirch his character. In that moment, Qi Wei and Cheng found themselves in alignment. By the way, Ying, let me share a secret with you, but you must promise not to tell anyone. Given her bond with Cheng, Qi Wei was prepared to reveal everything without reservations. What secret could be so mysterious? Cheng's curiosity was piqued, seeing the expression on Qi Wei's face. Promise me you won't speak of it to anyone. Qi Wei, still somewhat apprehensive, reiterated her request. All right, I promise. Cheng, resigned, acquiesced to her friend's plea. Tianwang, Qin Sheng, and the others were all killed by Lu Dage. The news of Tianwang and Qin Sheng's disappearance had already spread within the sect, as they were influential among the inner disciples. Their absence was no minor affair within the Hahuan zone. What? Upon hearing this, Cheng leapt from the bed in shock. She hurried to the door to check the courtyard, ensuring no one was present before returning to close the door. Wei, you cannot be joking. She whispered urgently to Qi Wei. What jest is this? The other day, I went to Ziwang Peak to request elixirs from Lu Dage and Qin Sheng, along with Tianwang and 3 others, sought to confront him. I intended to defend him, but I was no match for Tianwang. They spoke vile words. Lu Dage could not stand it, and killed Tianwang and the others. In the end, he asked me to eliminate Qin Sheng, perhaps as a form of allegiance. Qi Wei recounted the events to Cheng without reservation. Tianwang is reputed to be the strongest among the inner disciples. With cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, possibly nearing the golden core stage. Is Lu Dage truly that powerful? Chungying pondered, recognizing Lu Tianzhuo's prowess, yet uncertain of its full extent. Not only that, Tianwang did not survive even a single exchange against Lu Dage. It was a true instant kill. I suspect Lu Dage's cultivation exceeds even that of my master. Moreover, he mentioned that Shishuming Huan went to Ziwang Peak to find him, inquiring whether he had killed Qin Xing. Lu Dage denied it, and even clashed with Shishuming. From what he said, it seems Ming Huan could not gain the upper hand. Everyone knows how arrogant Ming Huan is within our sect, so I believe Lu Dage's account to be genuine. He instructed me to deny any involvement in Qin Xing's death if questioned. If it comes to it, I should shift the blame entirely onto him, as he can resolve it. Qi Wei laid bare everything to Chungying, trusting her to keep this secret, as they were the best of friends. My goodness, is Lu Dage truly that formidable? Is it not the case that his esteemed position as an elder is attained solely through strength, rather than the rumors that circulate? Chungying was utterly astonished by this sensational news, realizing that her understanding of Lu Tianzhuo was woefully inadequate. In her heart, she felt an even deeper envy for Qi Wei. How splendid it would be to have shared such experiences with Brother Lu. Nevertheless, she found solace in the fact that it was not too late to become acquainted with the truth, and there remained an opportunity for redemption. With this thought, an indescribable smile graced her face. Chapter 42. The chaotic genesis. Upon returning to Ziwang Peak, Lu Tianzhuo discovered that Zhuang Ling had already prepared dinner for him. The sight of her brought an involuntary smile to his face. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, a sensation he had never experienced during his time on Earth. Lingling, I'm back, he exclaimed, wrapping her in a warm embrace. What is the matter? Did you fail with Wei Wei and come here seeking solace? Zhuang Ling teased, sensing the shift in his mood. No, it's just that you are so wonderful. With you, I truly feel blessed. Lu Tianzhuo replied softly, holding her close. Tianzhuo, what is wrong? Zhuang Ling noticed something was amiss and asked earnestly. Nothing much, just reflecting on how fortunate I am to have you. Let us eat, he said, pulling her to sit down. You feed me a bite, and I'll feed you one. It's quite delightful. The meal lingered on, both savoring it until they were thoroughly satisfied. Zhuang Ling rose to clear the table, displaying her diligent nature. Lingling, come here. After tidying up, Lu Tianzhuo called her to his side, presenting her with the remaining 46 elixirs he had concocted. These are from my last batch of elixirs. Aside from giving a few to Qi Wei, the rest are here. If you can use any, keep them for yourself. If not, leave them for the Zhongwu Hall to deal with. However, the sect doesn't have much money, so don't sell them for too little. Wait until we can sell them outside. Zhuang Ling could hardly believe her ears. He was granting her the authority to manage so many elixirs? This power felt immense. It was no exaggeration to say that if these elixirs were to circulate, they could incite turmoil across Lingxiao continent. Tianzhuo, I assent that inappropriate? Despite being deeply moved, she chose to decline, fearing the responsibility was too great for her to handle. What is inappropriate about it? You are my woman, and naturally entitled to manage these matters. Remember, in my eyes, your worth surpasses all else. These items pale in comparison, Lu Tianzhuo stated with utmost seriousness. Though Lin Min held a special place in Lu Tianzhuo's heart, Zhuang Ling was his first woman, and he was her first man. The significance of their bond was unparalleled. He could easily part with treasures far more valuable than mere elixirs. Tianzhuo, you are incredibly kind to me. Zhuang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, realizing that what was meant to be would naturally unfold. Afterward, they nestled together, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Tianzhuo, it seems my level has loosened. I feel that I will soon break through to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. This is something I never dared to hope for before. It is immensely difficult to advance even a small realm after reaching a certain level. However, since cultivating with you, not only has the heavenly Tao relaxed, but my own cultivation has also progressed rapidly. I believe it won't be long before I stand at the peak of the golden core stage. That is normal. After cultivating with me, the constraints of the heavenly Tao have eased. And you possess the Tianzhuo body, so your innate talent is indisputable. A slight loosening leads to your rapid advancement. Feel free to consume the elixirs I've refined. There are no issues. If you can truly lift the constraints of the heavenly Tao, you would become the empress of this continent. The talent of the Tianzhuo body is such that even heaven is envious. How extraordinary is that? However, those with such a physique rarely break free from the heavenly Tao, often fading into obscurity. But Zhuang Ling was different. She encountered an extraordinary version of herself, making everything possible. Whether I become an empress or not is irrelevant to me. As long as I can be with you, I would willingly serve as a close attendant. Zhuang Ling expressed her heartfelt sentiments, completely captivated by Lu Tianzhuo, body and soul. Just then, a notification sound from the system echoed. What is happening? Lu Tianzhuo was momentarily bewildered and promptly opened the system interface, discovering that the sound originated from Zhuang Ling's page, where her loyalty had surged from 85 to 100. Ding! Just as he finished reading, another notification appeared, announcing a special reward. A gift box materialized, its contents a mystery yet to be revealed. Without hesitation, Lu Tianzhuo chose to open the gift box, revealing the words chaotic genesis before his eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is this? He soon realized it was a cultivation technique and turned to the first page. It was a body refinement method, and the name alone suggested immense power. The essence of the technique was to achieve sanctity of the flesh, utilizing the primordial nature of chaos, emphasizing that practitioners must return to their origins, absorb chaotic energy to transform themselves, and undergo a process of destruction and reconstruction to ultimately attain an indestructible physical body. While Lu Tianzhuo wasn't particularly interested, he recognized that mastering it would enhance his resilience. Even if he were outmatched in cultivation, it would not be easy for others to defeat him. Thus, he eagerly stored it away for later refinement. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo harbored a singular thought: to employ every possible means to elevate his cultivation. Until he reached an invincible state, he needed to maintain a low profile. Tianzhuo. After receiving the item, he was momentarily lost in thought until Zhuang Ling's voice snapped him back to reality. What's wrong, Lingling? He quickly responded, regaining his focus. What were you doing? I called you several times, but you didn't respond. I was thinking about something. By the way, Lingling, are you familiar with Guoqianyu? Lu Tianzhuo struggled to explain, opting to use Guoqianyu as a diversion, ensuring Zhuang Ling wouldn't suspect anything. Elder? Why did you suddenly bring her up? She is one of the oldest elders in our sect, yet her demeanor is so unassuming that many newcomers remain unaware of her existence. However, to my knowledge, her cultivation should be at the Yuanying stage, making her one of the esteemed masters within our ranks. What is your interest in her? Zhuang Ling shared what he knew with Lu Tianzhuo before questioning him with a hint of confusion. Qin Sheng brought along several aides, all of whom I dealt with decisively. One of them, named Tian Wang, seems to be a disciple of Guoqianyu, which is why she came to Zhuang Peak today seeking me. What? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ling could no longer maintain his composure and immediately rose from his bed. Chapter 43, Crossing Boundaries and Challenges. Guoqianyu, amidst the elders, indeed maintained a remarkably low profile. Nevertheless, her prowess was undeniable. She had already reached the Yuanying stage. How could Lu Tianzhu have the audacity to eliminate her prized disciple? Was that not akin to courting death? Thus, it was no wonder that Zhuang Ling was so agitated. When it comes to the life and death of her beloved, such matters are no trifling matter. Calm down, Lingling. Seeing Zhuang Ling in such a state, Lu Tianzhu quickly sought to reassure her. Previously, he might have harbored some reservations about Guoqianyu, but now, such concerns were non-existent. During their confrontation, he had merely unleashed the first form of the Ling Tian sword technique, Yun Ke Jinghong. Yet, even with that, she had not gained the upper hand against him. Although Lu Tianzhu discerned that Guoqianyu had not exerted her full strength, he too had held back. If he truly fought earnestly, unleashing the second form, Tian He and I Lin, even Guoqianyu of the Yuanying stage would surely be defeated. Therefore, Lu Tianzhu had no qualms about underestimating her. He possessed that much confidence. Calm down. How can I remain calm? Do you have any idea how formidable Guoqianyu is? Her cultivation at the Yuanying stage is, in the realm of Ling Shao continent, a mark of a true master. Tianzhu, how could you be so reckless? Regardless of your denial, if Elder Guo harbors any suspicion of you, she could eliminate you at any moment. She is among the earliest elders of our sect. Should she choose to act, even the sect leader would find it difficult to intervene. What should we do? It was evident that Zhuang Ling was genuinely concerned, pacing anxiously. Upon witnessing her distress, Lu Tianzhu felt a warmth in his heart. Who said he had no one who cared for him? Wasn't that sentiment evident now? Undeniably, Elder Guo was indeed powerful, Yet his own strength should not be underestimated. Even in their earlier scuffle, despite not exerting their full capabilities, Guo Qianyu had failed to gain an advantage. Were it not for her beauty, leaving the Zhuo peak unscathed would not have been an easy feat. What of the Yuaning stage? He could handle it. What? He fought Guo Qianyu? And by the sounds of it, it seems Elder Guo could not prevail against him? Was Lu Tianzhu truly that strong? It was one thing to contend with Meng Huan, whom Zhuangling trusted, but now he was facing Guo Qianyu. She was a legendary figure. No one truly knew the depths of her cultivation at present. Tianzhu, is what you say true? Zhuangling scrutinized Lu Tianzhu for a long while before seeking further confirmation. Lingling, do you truly need to ask? I am your man, and you are my woman. How could I possibly deceive you? Though my current cultivation is merely at the gene dance stage, I face no significant pressure against a Yuaning master. I even have a feeling that I would not necessarily lose against our sect leader. While I am uncertain of the sect leader's exact stage within the Yuaning realm, I believe there would be no issue. Even against a peak Yuaning, Lu Tianzhu felt he possessed the strength to fight back. Moreover, he now had a secret weapon, the newly awarded chaotic opening body from the system. After waking tomorrow, provided there are no pressing matters, he would refine it. With formidable martial techniques and an extraordinary physique, he would at least secure an undefeated stance. To challenge someone across a major realm? Any individual with a modicum of cultivation knowledge would find such claims implausible. Crossing a major realm is a concept of immense significance. To put it bluntly, if one could challenge even a minor realm, they would be considered a prodigy, if not a genius. If it were so effortless to transcend realms, the demarcation of cultivation stages would not be so distinctly defined. Zhuangling held an unwavering belief in Lu Tianzhu. Since he was so resolute in his assertion, it must be achievable. However, she had never heard of anyone capable of crossing a major realm, leaving her utterly astonished. Indeed, my cultivation technique differs somewhat from yours. Thus, the precise classification of my realm is rather unclear. Conservatively speaking, I should be able to withstand a confrontation with the sect leader. Lu Tianzhu remained humble, refraining from claiming an assured victory. Your methods are indeed distinct. By the way, Tianzhu, is your ability to dispel the heavenly Tao due to your dual cultivation technique? Yet it seems different from the dual cultivation methods within the Hehuan sect. My Tianzhu body does not necessitate practicing dual cultivation techniques, but I have heard some related discussions from my senior sisters. However, your experience during our dual cultivation appears to deviate from their descriptions. This was a topic Zhuangling had hesitated to inquire about, but the conversation had naturally led to her curiosity being expressed. Whether Lu Tianzhu could provide an answer remained to be seen. Indeed, those inferior techniques of theirs pale in comparison to mine. Our dual cultivation method is called Yin-Yang Hehuanju, a supreme technique devised by the founder of the Hehuan sect. It merely fell into obscurity, and I stumbled upon it inadvertently. I lay on Zhuo Peak for 40 years with the aim of comprehending this technique. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Ironically, the entire sect has been claiming that I, having acted as a furnace, exhausted too much yang energy, leading to my impending demise. I can only say they are blind to my ambitions. How fortuitous. This opportunity allows me to conceal the fact that I have been incapacitated for 40 years. Otherwise, it would be far too embarrassing to admit such a dismal reality of a transmigrator. It is no wonder you are so formidable. It turns out to be the legacy of the founder. Our Hehuan sect was once a top-tier sect in the Lingxiao continent, possessing some remarkable capabilities. Zhuangling had complete faith in Lu Tianzhu's words. Certainly, but as for when the heavenly Tao affliction upon you will be entirely resolved, I cannot guarantee that. I can only do my utmost. Lu Tianzhu held nothing back regarding this matter. Although he possessed a system, it had not specified when it would fully eliminate the heavenly Tao affliction from Zhuangling. Thus, he refrained from making any promises, for what would he say to Zhuangling if it did not come to fruition? It matters not. I am already immensely grateful for the alleviation you have provided. Now, my cultivation speed has increased exponentially. And with you by my side, I firmly believe that one day I will completely lift the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao upon me. Zhuangling's heart settled as she nestled once more into Lu Tianzhu's embrace. Previously, she had been engulfed in panic, for she could foresee the end of her fate. However, the situation has now transformed. The arrival of Lu Tianzhu has filled her life with radiance. Thus, Zhuangling is convinced that as long as she remains with Lu Tianzhu, every problem will cease to be a problem. I shall strive even harder to expedite the release from the heavenly Tao that burdens you. Oh dear, why have you returned again? Chapter 44. Another transformation of the body being with Zhuangling allows one to earn 50 cultivation points in a single day. Had this been before reaching the golden core stage, it would have been entirely possible to elevate one's realm in just one day. However, that is no longer feasible. Over 200 cultivation points have been expended without any signs of progress, remaining stagnant at the initial stage of the golden core. This left Tianzhuo quite disheartened. When would this end? Damn, even when I helped Zhuangling to ease the heavenly path, it wasn't this arduous. What is going on? After refining all the cultivation points in his system backpack, Tianzhuo cursed in frustration. Who wouldn't desire to elevate their realm? Even a seemingly unremarkable Tianzhuo is no exception. Yet, mere complaints do not resolve the underlying issues. They serve only to vent his frustrations. With no breakthrough possible in his realm, he decided to enrich his martial skills instead. Thus, Tianzhuo retrieved the Hongyun Kaitian body from his system backpack. The introduction was undoubtedly impressive, but it had a hint of advertisement. As for its actual efficacy, that could only be discerned through practice. Uncertain of the duration required for training and considering the numerous enemies he had made, Tianzhuo chose to descend to the valley beneath the Zhuang Peak, employing formations to conceal his aura. This ensured that even if someone sought him out at Zhuang Peak, they would be unable to locate him. Naturally, they would assume he was not present at Zhuang Peak and would have little to worry about. Having set everything in order, Tianzhuo commenced his training of the Hongyun Kaitian body. Previously, when Tianzhuo consumed the Shisui Dan, his body had undergone a transformation. Now, the strength of his physical form was exceptionally formidable. However, in comparison to the Hongyun Kaitian body, it was akin to a younger sibling. Before long, Tianzhuo entered a state of focus. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The training of the Hongyun Kaitian body is divided into 5 stages. The first stage, Chaos Initial Opening, involves drawing chaos energy into the body, cleansing the marrow, and establishing a foundation. This alone was sufficient to completely overshadow the process of consuming the Shisui Dan. It is no exaggeration to say that this step would be insurmountable for an ordinary person. However, for Tianzhuo, it was somewhat familiar, and he managed to endure it with relative ease. Upon completing the first stage, Tianzhuo felt invigorated, with his meridians having doubled in size. He was quite satisfied with this outcome, made some adjustments, and proceeded to the second stage, bone refinement. This stage was naturally more brutal than the first. By refining bones with chaos energy, it rendered them as resilient as divine weapons. As previously mentioned, the core philosophy of cultivation involves breaking down to rebuild, and this stage exemplified that concept. When Tianzhuo stepped into the second stage of bone refinement, every bone in his body was shattered by the opening energy. Note that it was shattered, not merely broken, which gives one an idea of the agony Tianzhuo endured. He nearly bit through his steel teeth, the pain almost causing him to faint. Had that occurred, all his training would have been in vain. Fortunately, his resilience prevented such an outcome. Eventually, those shattered bones began to reorganize under the guidance of chaos energy. It was unclear how much time passed, but Tianzhuo's skeletal structure was finally reformed. Upon introspection, he discovered that his bones radiated a golden light, akin to divine weaponry. Although the process had been excruciating, Tianzhuo believed it was all worthwhile. Who can aspire to cultivate superior techniques without incurring a cost? Even he, a seemingly unremarkable individual, was no exception. Next came the third stage, purging the impurities and absorbing the essence. This process bore similarities to marrow cleansing, involving the expulsion of internal impurities, the rebirth of flesh and blood, and the unyielding vitality. However, with the first 2 stages as reference points, Tianzhuo was aware that this process would undoubtedly be challenging. After making some adjustments and ensuring both his physical and mental states were at their peak, he began the training for this stage. Whereas the previous stage focused on bone reformation, this one centered on flesh and blood. The sensation was indescribable. Tianzhuo felt as though his very soul was igniting. The simple term pain could not encapsulate his feelings. Tianzhuo considered himself quite capable of enduring hardship, but now he realized just how weak he truly was. This process took significantly longer than the previous bone reformation, and the torment multiplied several times over. To put it plainly, had Tianzhuo known in advance that cultivating this daunting Hongyun Kaitian body would be so arduous, he would have resolutely refused to undertake it. It was simply beyond human capacity. In that moment, he finally understood what mindset Qi must have had when she joined his perilous journey. Once the reformation of flesh and blood was complete, Tianzhuo felt as though he was left with only a breath of life. In comparison, he could hardly claim to have endured hardship in the past. It was uncertain how long he remained in that state, but gradually, Tianzhuo began to recover. Though he did not introspect, he could sense the energy contained within his body. To put it succinctly, should he face Guo Qianyu now, even if he stood still for her to strike, he would likely have no issues. With this formidable physique, he could stand invincible. Damn, all this suffering was worth it. At the very least, he now possessed the means to show off. An ancient saying goes, with one vigorous effort, the momentum will decline and eventually falter. Having taken this step, there was no turning back. Thus, Tianzhuo resolved to continue training for the fourth stage, striving to complete the physical cultivation method in one go. Just as he prepared to delve into the fourth stage, Qianquan Reformation, a notification from the system rang out. What the hell? It turned out that his cultivation level was insufficient, rendering him incapable of continuing with the latter two stages. The prompt indicated that Tianzhuo must first break through to the nascent soul stage to proceed with the fourth stage. In other words, Tianzhuo, at present, was unqualified to practice Qianquan Reformation. Damn, this thing is rather picky. My current cultivation level cannot even allow me to train. Upon learning the details of the situation, Tianzhuo could not help but voice his grievances. Having refined so many cultivation points without achieving any noticeable progress in his realm was disheartening. The path to the Yuaning stage felt like a chasm away, representing a significant gap in levels. If he did not wish to cultivate himself, the system could have simply stated so without the convoluted approach. Yet, upon reflection, having mastered the initial 3 stages was more than sufficient for Tianzhuo at this juncture. This realization brought a sense of equilibrium to his heart. Just as he was about to delve into introspection once more, a familiar, foul odor wafted through the air. Tianzhuo understood that this time, he was undergoing a more profound cleansing, hence the intensified stench was to be expected. Consequently, he stripped off his garments and leaped directly into the frigid pond at the valley's bottom, seeking to purify his body. During this process, Tianzhuo discerned that a certain aspect of his innate talent seemed to have grown more formidable. Chapter 45. The trouble of disappearance. The water in the Han Tan was chillingly cold, yet for Tianzhuo, it posed no challenge whatsoever. His body had attained an extraordinarily formidable state. How could mere cold water daunt him? This place felt akin to his own private garden, where he could frolic as he pleased. Thus, Tianzhuo alternated between swimming on his back and practicing the dog paddle, continuing his playful antics until the unpleasant odor from his body dissipated, at which point he leapt ashore. To his astonishment, when he cast his gaze back at the Han Tan, he gasped in surprise. The fish within the pond had all turned belly up, floating lifelessly on the surface. It was rather likely that they had succumbed to the noxious residue he had washed off himself. What a pity! Observing the multitude of white bellies scattered across the water, Tianzhuo sighed in resignation. All he had sought was a refreshing bath, never anticipating such an outcome. Fortunately, after a brief period, the fish revived, evidently having only been stunned by the foulness, rather than truly perished. Indifferent to their plight, Tianzhuo proceeded to wash his clothes thoroughly. Once the unpleasant odor was eradicated, he dried his garments and donned them. Sensing the transformations within his body, a smile graced his countenance. Although he had not managed to cultivate through the final 2 stages, he felt a profound sense of contentment with his current progress. He dismantled the minor formations he had previously arranged and returned to his residence on Ziwang Peak. Upon glancing at the timekeeping vessel by his bedside, he was taken aback to discover he had been in seclusion for 3 days. Alas, this could spell trouble. It was highly likely that during these 3 days, Zhuang Ling had been worried sick. After all, she was the only one who visited him daily at Ziwang Peak, and with his sudden disappearance and the numerous enemies he had made, she must have feared the worst. With this thought in mind, Tianzhuo hastened outside. He intended to rush to the General Affairs Hall to clarify this misunderstanding. As he stepped out, he collided with a plump figure, causing the other person to gasp and tumble to the ground. Ah, Wei, what brings you here? The individual he had knocked over was none other than his dear sister, Qi Wei. Dage, you finally returned. Where have you been these past 3 days? Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been? Qi Wei, disregarding her own pain, swiftly rose and grasped Tianzhuo's arm, her concern palpable. "Oh, I merely sought a tranquil place for a brief retreat. Who would have thought that upon opening my eyes, 3 days had already passed? I hadn't informed anyone before I closed my eyes." Lu Tianzhuo lamented, believing the process of refining the Hun Dun Kai Tian body would merely take a few hours. Who could have anticipated that closing his eyes would result in the passage of 3 days? "Hurry, come with me to Luo Xia Peak. The saintess and Zhuang Shishu have gone to confront Elder Gua." Qi Wei suddenly recalled and pulled Lu Tianzhuo along in haste. Luo Xia Peak was the residence of Guo Qinyu, and prior to Lu Tianzhuo's disappearance, he had informed Zhuang Ling about his confrontation with Guo Qinyu. Thus, it was only natural for Zhuang Ling to associate Lu Tianzhuo's disappearance with Guo Qinyu. However, given Guo Qinyu's formidable reputation, she would be walking into peril if she ventured alone. Remembering Lu Tianzhuo's amicable relationship with the saintess Lin Min, she sought her assistance once more. Lin Min harbored a unique sentiment towards Lu Tianzhuo. Upon hearing of the situation, she felt compelled to act swiftly. A group of them marched towards Luo Xia Peak, demanding an audience with Guo Shishu. Although Lin Min was the saintess of the Hehuan sect, she dared not overstep her bounds in Guo Qinyu's presence. Thus, upon arriving at Guo Qinyu's courtyard, they did not enter directly, but instead performed the customary disciples' salute to seek an audience. Such a commotion at Luo Xia Peak is quite rare. I wonder what brings so many of you here. Lin Min's words had scarcely settled when a figure clad in purple emerged before them. It was none other than Guo Qinyu, appearing as an ethereal fairy, so enchanting that one dared not gaze directly upon her. At that moment, Lin Min and Zhuang Ling finally grasped the true extent of Elder Guo's power, and an ominous feeling arose within them. Disciple Lin Min pays her respects to Guo Shishu. Lin Min, as the saintess, naturally took the initiative to speak. "Ah, the esteemed saintess graces us with her presence. What is it that you seek?" Guo Qinyu inquired, her tone seemingly cordial, yet the extent of her courtesy was limited. Were it not for her respect for Lin Min's master, the sect leader, it was doubtful she would extend even this much consideration. However, Lin Min was indifferent to such nuances. Her sole concern was to ascertain the whereabouts of her senior brother, Lu Tianzhuo. "Guo Shishu, I have come to inquire whether Lu Tianzhuo, the elder Lu, has visited Luo Xia Peak." "Lu Tianzhuo? What business could he have here? Do you take Luo Xia Peak for a mere gathering place for anyone?" Guo Qinyu's disinterest was palpable. She was neither aware of Lu Tianzhuo's predicament, nor did she care to investigate further. "Guo Shiji, we heard that you went to Ziwang Peak to find Elder Lu, and after that, he vanished. Thus, we have come to ask if you have seen him." Zhuang Ling, clearly the most anxious among them, could barely contain her frustration. Were it not for her apprehension regarding Guo Qinyu's strength, she would have expressed herself differently. "And you are?" Guo Qinyu raised an eyebrow, sensing the hostility in Zhuang Ling's tone. "General Affairs Hall, Zhuang Ling. I have not heard of you. It seems I have indeed been away from the sect for too long. So, a mere member of the General Affairs Hall dares to speak to me in such a manner?" Guo Qinyu's words were not merely arrogant. Rather, they were rooted in her formidable power. How could she deign to pay heed to a mere golden core elder? "Do you suspect your disciple was slain by Lu Tianzhuo? But do you have any evidence?" Tian Wang has been notoriously arrogant within the Hehuan sect, akin to Qin Sheng, having offended countless individuals. What basis do you have to assert it was Elder Lu? At this moment, Zhuang Ling could no longer afford to consider the consequences. Her sole desire was to seek justice for her man. Lin Min, too, was taken aback. What could possibly have incited such fervor in her senior disciple? It was not as though there was any known connection between her and her senior brother. When Lu Tianzhuo was captured by Meng Huan, it was Zhuang Ling who had sent the warning, yet she had not exhibited such impassioned outrage then. "Whatever actions I undertake are none of your concern. Now, vacate from my Luo Xia Peak. I shall refrain from holding you accountable for your unauthorized intrusion, lest you provoke my wrath." Guo Qinyu's expression darkened, realizing that these young ones had truly underestimated their own position. With merely a handful of companions, they dared to confront her with accusations? What did it matter if the saintess Lin Min was present? Even she, along with her master Ling Shuangli, would be obliged to show her some degree of respect. Thus, if these individuals were still oblivious to their own folly, she would not hesitate to resort to force to subdue them. "Allow us to depart, but you must provide us with an explanation. Did you truly cause Lu Tianzhuo's misfortune?" Zhuang Ling, now thoroughly incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Guo Qinyu. "Impudent wretch, it seems you are courting death." Guo Qinyu, utterly enraged by Zhuang Ling's confrontation, immediately lunged toward her. "Uncle Gua, please temper your anger." Lin Min, fearing for Zhuang Ling's safety, hurried to intervene. The three unrivaled beauties of Hahuan's sect clashed in an intense confrontation. Chapter 46. Absolute Crisis. Zhuang Ling was a mid-stage Jindan practitioner, nearing the pinnacle of her realm. Lin Min, possessing a cultivation level not far behind her, had yet to reach the peak of Jindan. In contrast, Guo Qianyu's prowess surpassed both of theirs considerably, as she was a formidable Yuaning expert. However, given the special status of the two women, she refrained from using excessive force. Particularly because Lin Min held the position of saintess and was destined to become the future leader of the Hahuan sect. It would be unwise to jeopardize their relationship. Thus, Guo Qianyu naturally held back her strength during the confrontation, resulting in a stalemate among the three. "Saintess, Elder Zhuang, I have already shown you considerable leniency, so I advise you both to reconsider your actions," Guo Qianyu's cold voice echoed after a brief silence. As a Yuaning expert, being besieged by two Jindan practitioners was a considerable indignity, especially with so many sect members observing, as it would surely tarnish her reputation. Her patience was wearing thin, and she warned them once more, realizing that should they continue to defy her, she would have no choice but to teach them a lesson, and the sect master would not fault her for it. "If you wish for us to cease, then reveal the whereabouts of Lu Tianzhuo." Zhuang Ling's mind was consumed with a singular intention, to uncover Lu Tianzhuo's location. He had been missing for 3 days, and only she knew the torment she had endured during this time. Thus, even if it meant bloodshed on the Loxia Peak, she was determined to ascertain his fate. "The disappearance of that Lu is of no concern to me. Do you understand?" Guo Qianyu, maintaining her composure, offered Zhuang Ling one final explanation. Partly out of respect for Lin Min otherwise, she would not have bothered to clarify. Still refusing to admit it? Truly seeking your own demise. Guo Qianyu was taken aback by their disbelief, particularly from the woman named Zhuang, who attacked with lethal intent. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and she could not afford to endure such humiliation any longer. With a resounding thud, both Lin Min and Zhuang Ling were forcefully repelled by her palm strike. With a swift motion, Guo Qianyu summoned her azure Loxia sword, and the aura surrounding her shifted dramatically, exuding the unique presence of a Yuaning master. The spectators felt an overwhelming urge to submit to her. Lin Min and Zhuang Ling exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment at the display before them. "Guo Shishu, if you know Lu Tianzhuo's whereabouts, please inform us," Lin Min implored, her voice strained. The situation had escalated to a point beyond her control. "No one has ever dared to confront me in such a manner. You two are the first. Given your status, as the future sect master, I shall afford you a mild lesson. However, Zhuang Ling, as an elder, your actions warrant a more serious reprimand. If you seek to take my life, you must pay the appropriate price for your conduct. I am aware of the sect's rules, and while I will not take your life, I shall render you powerless." Guo Qianyu was resolute. She needed to establish her authority, lest others be emboldened to challenge her. In a flash, she charged towards Lin Min, moving with astonishing speed. Lin Min barely registered the motion before she felt an overwhelming force enveloping her, rendering her unable to act. The disparity in strength between her and the Yuaning master was painfully evident, leaving her with nothing but a bitter smile. With a resounding impact, Guo Qianyu's palm struck Lin Min's chest, producing a dull thud. Lin Min coughed up blood and was sent flying, acutely aware that Guo Qianyu had shown restraint. Otherwise, that blow could have cost her life. She was merely sustaining a light injury, a means for Guo Qianyu to vent her frustration. Disregarding Lin Min, Guo Qianyu's wrist flicked, sending several sword blossoms hurtling towards Zhuang Ling. Zhuang Ling's aggressive tactics had incensed her further. As a Yuaning expert, she could not tolerate such open hostility. While she refrained from delivering a fatal blow to an elder, crippling her cultivation would be an acceptable course of action. Zhuang Ling sensed the imminent danger and desperately attempted to parry the incoming sword strikes. However, she was forced back repeatedly, and Guo Qianyu followed closely, relentless in her pursuit. With a powerful strike, Guo Qianyu delivered a heavy blow to Zhuang Ling's chest. Zhuang Ling spat blood. Recognizing that this strike was far more severe than the one dealt to Lin Min, she accelerated her retreat, crashing to the ground and expelling another mouthful of blood. Lying there, she wore a face of resigned acceptance, acutely aware that the gap in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Achieving this much was commendable, Yet she still felt discontent at failing to uncover Lu Tianzhuo's whereabouts. Elder, even if you kill me, I will have no complaints. But I must know, what has become of Lu Tianzhuo? I cannot rest in peace otherwise. Zhuang Ling shouted desperately as Guo Qianyu approached her. I told you, after I left Zhuang Peak, I have not seen Lu Tianzhu since. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether he is alive or dead. However, your actions have indeed provoked my ire, and you shall bear the consequences of your foolishness. You are the head of the Zhongwu Tang and one of the elders within the sect. I do not seek your life, but I shall render you limb from limb and strip you of your cultivation. As these words escaped her lips, the Luo Xia Jin materialized once more in her grasp. Shu, please don't, Lin Min exclaimed, witnessing her intent to cripple Zhuang Ling. She hastily implored. Considering her own status as the sect's holy maiden and the future leader of the sect, surely, this small concession could be granted. Forgive me, but even if the Heavenly King himself were to plead, I would not grant you this favor. Zhuang Ling has gone too far. This punishment is well-deserved. Upon finishing her declaration, Guo Qianyu flicked her wrist, directing the sword's blossoms towards Zhuang Ling's tendons. She intended to first cripple Zhuang Ling's legs, then her hands, ultimately shattering her dantian, rendering her a complete invalid, incapable of rising again. The onlookers, upon witnessing such a scene, shut their eyes, for none wished to behold such an event. Suddenly, as all believed Zhuang Ling's fate was sealed, a resounding crash erupted. The blossoms of the sword were shattered in an instant. A commanding voice echoed, Ling Ling, are you unharmed? Upon hearing this voice, Zhuang Ling's eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 47. Let go and act freely. The imposing figure of Lu Tianzhuo caught the attention of the crowd as he strode purposefully towards Zhuang Ling, who lay on the ground. He bent down, his strong arms gently enveloping her, lifting her from the earth. In that moment, Lu Tianzhuo's gaze was solely fixated on Zhuang Ling, as if the world contained only the two of them. Upon witnessing that profound look of affection, Lin Min felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. To her surprise, she realized she harbored a tinge of envy, or perhaps jealousy, towards Zhuang Ling. How could this be? Did she possess some special feelings for Lu Tianzhuo? Surely not. That was impossible. As the future successor of the Zhongmen, she bore the weighty responsibility of elevating Hehuan. How could she indulge in romantic sentiments? Resolutely, she cast aside that notion from her mind. Tianzhuo, are you all right? Are you truly unscathed? Zhuang Ling, disregarding the speculations regarding her relationship with Lu Tianzhuo, buried her face in his chest and began to weep. Only she knew the torment she had endured over the past 3 days. Thus, she desperately needed to release her emotions, lest they consume her. Silly girl, I merely closed myself off for a short while and lost track of time. What could possibly be the matter? But you must have been hurt, Lu Tianzhuo replied, channeling his robust, golden spiritual energy into Zhuang Ling's body. During his battle with Guo Qianyu, that woman had been far harsher towards Zhuang Ling than Lin Min ever was. Consequently, she had sustained some internal injuries, but under Lu Tianzhuo's influence, she healed instantly. Realizing the current situation, Zhuang Ling hastily leapt from Lu Tianzhuo's embrace, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Upon seeing that Zhuang Ling was unharmed, Lu Tianzhuo felt his worries dissipate. Had anything happened to her, he would have ensured that many would accompany her in suffering. His regard for his first woman was evident. He then approached Lin Min, a smile illuminating his face. Thank you for your concern, Shimmy. I am perfectly well. This was as cherished by Yue Guang, and thus the significance was inherently different. It is a relief that you are well. For reasons unknown, Lin Min found herself unable to meet Lu Tianzhuo's gaze. He seemed to have regained the youthful vigor of his earlier days, strikingly handsome, imbued with a unique aura. Though she could not precisely articulate the nature of this aura, it exuded a comforting presence. It appeared that the rumors circulating among the zone were indeed true. Lu Tianzhuo had fully recovered his strength. Lu Tianzhuo, so many have come to seek vengeance on my behalf. Yet you do not intend to provide an explanation? Just as they were lost in their affectionate exchange, Guo Qianyu's icy voice pierced through the atmosphere. She was utterly vexed. Lu Tianzhuo had not even set foot on Luo Xiaofeng, yet the saintess had brought so many to demand answers from her. For someone of Guo Qianyu's stature, this was a profound humiliation. Originally, she had intended to cripple Zhuang Ling to assert her dominance. However, with Lu Tianzhuo's timely arrival, that plan had been thwarted. Thus, she felt compelled to continue demanding an explanation. Otherwise, how would the members of the zone perceive her? While maintaining a low profile was important, she could not allow others to trample over her. It was a misunderstanding, Sister Fairy. I merely closed myself off at Zhuangfeng, and I had no idea that Elder Zhuang and the saintess would be so concerned, leading to the events that transpired. I sincerely apologize, Lu Tianzhuo said with a playful grin, offering his apologies to Guo Qinyu. After all, Zhuangling and Lin Min had not sustained any serious harm, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. An apology? Is that all? You led an attack on Luo Xiaofeng, and if this news spreads, what will become of my standing within Hehuan Zone? Guo Qinyu's eyes blazed with anger, clearly on the verge of explosive fury. Her ire was entirely understandable. For someone of her rank, this was an egregious insult. Lu Tianzhuo could have easily subdued her with sheer force, given his current prowess, but he refrained out of respect. Regardless of the circumstances, the fault lay on his side, and he wished to afford Guo Qinyu some dignity. Moreover, while she was indeed domineering, she possessed a certain charm that made her a suitable partner for mutual cultivation. Indeed, this misunderstanding arose from my actions, and I must bear the primary responsibility. Elder Zhuang and the saintess acted out of concern for me, which inadvertently offended you. How about this? I will remain here without resistance. Feel free to vent your frustrations upon me. I welcome it. What do you think, Sister Fairy? Having just completed the 3 stages of his chaotic cultivation, he was eager to test the effectiveness of Guo Qinyu's methods. Lu Tianzhuo felt the changes within his body, brimming with confidence. Even if he were to falter under her assault, he was certain that he could withstand her subsequent strikes. Very well, you have a backbone. Do not accuse me of bullying you. As long as you can endure 3 of my strikes, I shall let today's incident slide. Otherwise, you may as well leave your life here at Luo Xiaofeng. Guo Qinyu was indeed urgent, necessitating a resolution. Not a problem. 3 strikes are nothing. I can withstand them. Senior brother, you mustn't. Tianzhuo, you cannot. Seeing Lu Tianzhuo acquiesce, Lin Min and Zhuangling both cried out in alarm. What folly was this? To stand still and allow a master of the Yuaning stage to strike him 3 times? Not even the Zone Lord would possess such audacity. How did this differ from courting death? It would be wiser to continue battling Guo Qinyu. After all, they both held unique statuses. Even if Guo Qinyu were formidable, she would not dare take their lives. The fault lay with him, and allowing the Shiji to intervene was only reasonable. The status of Shiji within the Hehuan sect is undoubtedly esteemed. How could one allow others to wreak havoc on the Luoxia Peak? Fairy sister, you need not concern yourself with my well-being. Strike with all your might. I assure you, I shall not retaliate. Lu Tianzhuo then turned his gaze towards Guo Qinyu, speaking with utmost sincerity. His demeanor left Guo Qinyu somewhat perplexed. Previously, during their encounter on Zhuowang Peak, Lu Tianzhuo had managed to withstand Guo Qinyu's Luoxia sword. Frankly speaking, the techniques he practiced were remarkably peculiar, and Guo Qinyu held no absolute confidence in defeating him. Yet now, he was presenting such an unusual proposition. What could it possibly signify? Are you certain? Of course, I am certain. Feel free to unleash your full prowess. I guarantee I will not resist. Observing Lu Tianzhuo's expression, it seemed he was on the verge of shedding his garments. Chapter 48. The sword strikes Lu Tianzhuo. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Guo Qinyu's ire surged within her. This scoundrel was clearly mocking her. If she did not exact a price from him, her standing in the sect would be utterly compromised. While she did not intend to take his life, he certainly deserved to endure some hardship. With this resolution, Guo Qinyu devised her plan. Thus, she declared, I shall not hold back. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, this matter will conclude here. Are there any objections? No objections. Tianzhuo, senior brother. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo acquiesce once more, both Zhuangling and Lin Min grew anxious. Rest assured, I can endure, he replied, buoyed by their concern for him. This only reaffirmed his significance in their hearts. More importantly, one was his first love, and the other his ideal, filling him with an exquisite sense of happiness. While the proposed solution was indeed sound, the question remained whether he could withstand her 3 consecutive blows. It was crucial to remember that Guo Qinyu was a formidable presence within the sect, a genuine master of the Yuaning stage. Are you ready? I do not have the luxury of time to waste on you. Guo Qinyu's cold voice resonated again, revealing her growing impatience. Very well, dear sister, unleash your attack, Lu Tianzhuo said, assuming a stance in readiness for Guo Qinyu's strike. At that moment, Elder Lu's heart raced with excitement, for the moment of witnessing a miracle was nigh. Would the legendary Hongdong Kaitian body prove as extraordinary as foretold? The answer would soon be unveiled. Should it be true, he would undoubtedly benefit, and henceforth, he would face no fears in battle. Very well, as you wish. Guo Qianyu, with pent-up frustration seeking release, vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she stood before Lu Tianzhuo, her right palm raised to deliver a heavy strike to his chest. Be careful, Zhuang Ling and Lin Min urgently cautioned. Meanwhile, Qi Wei and Cheng Ying closed their eyes in fear, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Lu Dage sustain injury. Bang! Stumbling back several steps, Lu Tianzhuo finally regained his footing. Aside from a slight turbulence of energy within him, he felt no other repercussions. He knew Guo Qianyu had not exerted her full power, yet one must not overlook her genuine mastery at the Yuaning stage. Thus, it was evident that his cultivation of the Hongdong Kaitian body was indeed remarkable. A smile crept across Lu Tianzhuo's face as he remarked, "Dear sister, are you hesitant to strike too hard? If that is the case, I see no need for the remaining 2 strikes, as this level of attack is akin to a mere tickle to me." Guo Qianyu, taken aback, realized that although her previous strike was not executed with full force, it was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. This boy had received it without flinching, taking it squarely on his chest. This indicated he was indeed a master of body refinement. How could this be? If someone of such caliber existed within the sect, the news would have undoubtedly spread far and wide. Yet why had all she heard about Lu Tianzhuo revolved around his exploits in bed? Furthermore, there were rumors that he had excessively drained his vitality in his youth, leading to an impending doom. No, she must ensure he suffers some consequences. Otherwise, her own reputation would be tarnished. With this thought, Guo Qianyu spoke again. "It seems I have underestimated you, young man, as you are indeed a practitioner of body refinement. But do not grow complacent. I shall unleash my full power next. Come on, dear sister, do not spare me." Lu Tianzhuo once again adopted that infuriating expression, which sent Guo Qianyu's anger soaring. "As you wish." With her words, her aura began to swell, and the majesty of a Yuan-Ing stage master enveloped the surroundings. Even those of slightly lesser cultivation felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. Zhuang Ling and Lin Min exchanged worried glances, their expressions turning grave. Was Guo Qianyu's power truly that terrifying? Could Lu Tianzhuo endure her second strike? Doubts clouded their minds. "Let this be my decree." Guo Qianyu roared, her right palm once more aimed at Lu Tianzhuo's chest. This time, she did not intend to take his life, but to inflict a grievous injury, making him aware of the consequences of crossing her. If she did not set an example, who among the sect would respect her as a venerable elder? Thus, her strike was fueled by resentment, the force behind it unmistakable. Lu Tianzhuo, however, wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by her impending assault. Boom! Guo Qianyu's palm met Lu Tianzhuo's chest with a thunderous impact that echoed across the entire Luoxiao peak. Yet, she felt no sensation of striking flesh. It was as though her hand had collided with a mountain. Stumbling backward uncontrollably, she was only able to regain her balance through her technique, the 1,000-gene weight method. When she turned to face Lu Tianzhuo, she found him completely unmoved, a smile gracing his features. Guo Qianyu was filled with astonishment. She had exerted 80% of her strength in that strike. To think that a mere mortal could withstand it. Surely even the sect leader would avoid such a blow. Had this young man's physique truly grown so formidable? If so, few could be found across the entire Lingxiao continent. It must be an illusion. It was undoubtedly an illusion. Lu, this fellow, must have employed some trickery to endure her attack. No, she had to reclaim her reputation. Otherwise, her lifetime of glory would be dashed by Lu Tianzhuo. In this moment, Guo Qianyu began to feel anxious. For this bout was one she could not afford to lose. "Dear sister, according to our prior agreement, you still have one final strike left. Regardless of the outcome, today's matters conclude here. Does that hold any weight?" Lu Tianzhuo inquired with a smile, gazing at Guo Qianyu. This woman possesses an intriguing nature. Surely, after today's confrontation, she will gain an entirely new perspective on me. If a spark of affection were to ignite between us, it would be even more delightful. Humph, I have always been a person of my word. However, for the final blow, I shall not hold back. Prepare to remain at Luoxiao Feng forever. Clang. The familiar sound resonated once more as the azure Luoxiao Jian appeared in her right hand. Guo Qianyu's aura surged to unprecedented heights. She was determined to cleave Lu Tianzhuo with her sword. Chapter 49. A single arrow, multiple gains. Guo Qianyu initially had no intention of taking Lu Tianzhuo's life. She merely sought to regain her lost dignity. However, after unleashing 2 strikes without inflicting any harm upon him, she felt compelled to exert her utmost effort. To fail now would mean a complete loss of face, an unthinkable outcome for one of the earliest elders. Thus, she cast aside her reservations, hoping that her final blow would restore her honor. The potential fate of Tianzhuo was no longer a matter of consideration. Sister Fairy, do not hold back. I will honor my word. If I perish at your hands, I can only blame my inadequate skills, Tianzhuo remarked, adopting a demeanor of acceptance. Having assessed the preceding 2 strikes, he had concluded that the chaos creation body was remarkably formidable. Given Guo Qianyu's cultivation level, injuring him would be a monumental challenge. At this moment, Tianzhuo felt invincible. Uttering a few flattering words posed no risk. Very well, as you wish. Break. Guo Qianyu had no time for further discourse. With a fierce roar, she leaped into the air, her sword, the falling sunset, emanating a 3-inch blade of light. The sword radiated a brilliant blue glow, clearly indicating her desperation. Meanwhile, Lin Min and the others were filled with concern for Tianzhuo. The wrath of a Yuanying stage master was no trivial matter. However, they were powerless to assist, as none could match the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. All they could do was silently offer prayers on his behalf. Tianzhuo, this is your own doing. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Guo Qianyu declared mid-air before striking down with her sword. Multiple azure sword shadows descended upon Tianzhuo, and an even stranger phenomenon occurred. These shadows began to coalesce in mid-air. With each convergence, the previous shadow grew larger and more imposing. Eventually, the shadows merged into a colossal blade, descending heavily upon Tianzhuo's head, clearly intent on cleaving him in 2. No, Zhuang Ling cried out, tears brimming in her eyes. She understood that Tianzhuo was likely facing an insurmountable calamity. The weight of that sword was evident to any observer. Though Tianzhuo possessed remarkable physical strength, how could he possibly withstand such a strike? Having just found her own happiness, Zhuang Ling could not bear the thought of losing him and resolved that if Tianzhuo were to perish, she would not wish to continue living. With this determination, she wiped away her tears and steeled her gaze. It is merely a life. What significance does it hold? Clang. Under the watchful eyes of all, the enormous sword shadow struck Tianzhuo's head with a resounding metallic crash. He felt a jolt through his body, but then an unsettling calm followed. Was it possible that Guo Qianyu's carefully prepared strike was so easily absorbed by him? If that were true, how astonishing was the chaos creation body? What might happen if he were to master the final 2 stages of his training? The prospect was almost too beautiful to contemplate. Yet Tianzhuo understood that this was not the time for celebration. If Sister Fairy's 3 strikes could be so effortlessly received, how would she feel? Everyone seeks to maintain their pride, especially someone of her stature. Tianzhuo wished to avoid further conflict with Guo Qianyu. If possible, he even hoped to invite her to explore dual cultivation techniques together. It was no wonder she was so astute. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he urged his spiritual energy and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The onlookers were bewildered, believing Tianzhuo had suffered grave injuries. Thank you, Sister Fairy, for your mercy. Had you unleashed your full power, my life would surely be forfeit, he said, clutching his chest, his voice trembling. His demeanor suggested he had sustained significant internal damage. Guo Qianyu, fully aware of the reality, recognized that this young man was rather perceptive. Since the others were oblivious to the truth, she felt her dignity was preserved. Considering you are an elder of the Harem sect, I shall grant you a minor reprimand today. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. Thank you, Sister Fairy. May we take our leave now? Tianzhuo inquired, winking at her surreptitiously. Guo Qianyu felt a surge of embarrassment. This young man's physical prowess was indeed extraordinary. If even her full-force strike could not harm him, it was best to retreat gracefully. As per our agreement, you may quickly depart from my falling sunset peak. Otherwise, I may reconsider my decision. Thank you, Sister Fairy. Lingling, junior sister, let us go. The 2 women immediately supported Tianzhuo, and together they made their way down the mountain in a grand procession. What kind of cultivation technique had he practiced to become so formidable? Guo Qianyu mused, observing Tianzhuo's retreating figure. As a Yuanying stage master, she understood the magnitude of her full-force strike, yet it had posed no threat to him. Had she not been concerned for her reputation, he could have departed with his head held high. From that moment, her curiosity about Tianzhuo deepened, igniting an urge to uncover the truth behind his capabilities. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo found himself flanked by Zhuang Ling and Lin Min, who were unaware of his unscathed condition. Seeing him endure Guo Qianyu's terrifying strike, they assumed he was gravely injured and did everything in their power to support him. Inhaling the two distinct fragrances, Lu Tianzhuo felt his heart flutter. Lin Min was his ideal partner. If he could cultivate alongside her, it would be a dream come true. "Senior brother, how is your injury?" Lin Min asked with concern in her voice. "It's nothing serious. I'm not going to die." This fellow deliberately feigned a frail demeanor, taking advantage of the situation. What a scoundrel. Were it not for this opportunity, how could the holy maiden ever come to his aid? Thus, it is indeed necessary to maintain this pretense, as it serves to honor the fairy sister. "Tianzhuo, why are you so foolish?" Upon witnessing his weak appearance, Zhuang Ling's tears began to flow once more. Had it not been for her words, perhaps Lu Tianzhuo would have braved 3 strikes from Guo Qianyu. Consequently, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, wishing to alleviate Lu Tianzhuo's suffering herself. "For the sake of you both, it is all worthwhile." This sentiment moved the two lovely ladies profoundly, truly a masterstroke of multiple benefits. Chapter 50. The most special one. A throng of individuals returned to Lu Tianzhuo's Zuowang Peak, a place that had never seemed so lively before. However, as he had to maintain the pretense of being injured, Lu Tianzhuo could only lean on his bed and lament the missed opportunity to interact with so many beautiful women. "Senior brother is injured and needs to rest. You should all return. It is sufficient for me and Elder Zhuang to stay here and look after him," Lin Min interjected, finding the chatter of the ladies a bit overwhelming. As the holy maiden of Hehuan's sect, she held a position just below the highest rank. Although Qi Wei and the others were reluctant to leave, they had no choice but to bid farewell to Lu Tianzhuo and depart awkwardly. "Senior brother, you and Elder Zhuang?" After the others had left, Lin Min could not resist asking Lu Tianzhuo. Their actions had already spoken volumes, yet she yearned to hear his confirmation. Even Lin Min was unsure why she cared so deeply for Lu Tianzhuo. Was it merely because they had entered the sect together? That reasoning seemed rather flimsy. However, if she were to admit that her feelings for him were romantic, she would not acknowledge it. Over the years, she had dedicated herself solely to cultivation, never once contemplating matters of the heart. Yet, witnessing Lu Tianzhuo's kindness towards Zhuang Ling stirred an inexplicable pain within her. "Saint Maiden, Tianzhuo and I." Just as Zhuang Ling was about to deny any relationship with Lu Tianzhuo, Elder Lu was quicker, unreservedly admitting their bond. This declaration deeply moved Zhuang Ling, but she also feared that Lin Min would blame Lu Tianzhuo for it, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. "Senior brother is truly fortunate." Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's response, Lin Min felt a sharper pang in her heart, even experiencing a slight sense of suffocation as she fought to maintain her composure. The holy maiden possessed a pride unique to her status. She could not allow the two before her to perceive her distress. Indeed, senior brother has meditated for 40 years, enduring hardships for such sweet rewards. We must also thank junior sister. Without you, senior brother would not have achieved his present stature. Lu Tianzhuo spoke truthfully. It was indeed Lin Min's visit to Zuowang Peak that had activated the life counter system within him. Without her, he might have remained bedridden indefinitely. "Haha, senior brother is too humble. I have done nothing for you. Elder Zhuang, he is a man of misfortune. I hope you will take good care of him in the future." Lin Min turned her gaze earnestly toward Zhuang Ling. "Rest assured, Saint Maiden, I will." Zhuang Ling responded with equal seriousness. "Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and return in a few days to visit senior brother." After saying this, Lin Min cast a lingering glance at Lu Tianzhuo before turning to depart. Once Lin Min had exited, the previously bedridden Lu Tianzhuo sprang from his bed. Maintaining the pretense of illness had been quite exhausting. However, this sudden action startled Zhuang Ling. "Tianzhuo, what are you doing? Quickly return to bed. After such a severe injury, how can you be up so soon?" Ling, that injury was feigned. If I had not done so, it would have greatly embarrassed Guo Qianyu, and she might seek revenge on us in the future. Lu Tianzhuo then recounted the events in detail, including the blood he had forced out with his spiritual energy. Zhuang Ling was left astonished. He had truly endured the triple strike of a Yuanying expert with his mortal body? How could this be possible? Elder Guo was a bona fide Yuanying adept, and her full-strength attack could easily shatter mountains and stones. Yet he had withstood it with his physical strength? After a prolonged silence, Zhuang Ling finally voiced her doubts. The cultivation technique I practice is called Chaos Kai Tian Body. Chaos symbolizes the primordial state of the universe, representing undifferentiated primal energy, often associated with the concept of creation before the heavens and earth were formed. Kai Tian refers to the creation myth of opening up the heavens, symbolizing the breaking of shackles and the reformation of rules. Therefore, the strength of our combined bodies is self-evident. Unfortunately, this technique consists of 5 stages, and I can currently only cultivate to the 3rd stage. I require further breakthroughs in my cultivation to advance, and it may take quite some time. This was Lu Tianzhuo's only regret. The remaining 2 stages necessitated his cultivation to reach the Yuanying stage before he could proceed. Yet, he was still at the initial phase of the Jindan stage, having accumulated countless cultivation points with no effect whatsoever. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's explanation, Zhuangling's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What kind of divine technique is this? To hone the flesh to such a degree? Quite frankly, had Lu Tianzhuo not shared this, she would never have believed it. You were in seclusion cultivating this technique during the 3 days you went missing? Indeed, I descended to the valley of Zhuowang Peak and completely sealed my aura, fearing that someone might interrupt my cultivation. I initially thought I could conclude in a day, which is why I did not inform you all. I never anticipated that my seclusion would last 3 days, causing you all anxiety. And to think I even found myself in Guoqianyu's presence. How perilous that was. Had I not arrived in time, you would have been in grave danger. Lu Tianzhuo recalled, feeling a shiver of fear. Fortunately, Guoqianyu seemed to harbor some trepidation regarding Lin Min and Zhuangling's identities, preventing her from taking lethal action. Otherwise, given her cultivation level, she could have easily dispatched both of them. At that time, he had not considered the implications. Upon hearing of Lin Min's conflict with Guoqianyu, he rightly assumed she was behind it, and thus sought out the Holy Maiden to confront her at Luoxia Peak. Tianzhuo, the Holy Maiden must hold considerable affection for you. Whenever I mention your name, she displays no hesitation, and her eagerness is no less than mine. You might consider developing that connection further, Zhuangling remarked, showing no hint of jealousy. This left Lu Tianzhuo quite taken aback. How had she managed to remain so composed? How could this girl, who holds such an immensely significant place in her heart, be willing to relinquish herself? It is not only that I currently share nothing with Lin Min Shimi, but even should a relationship develop in the future, she could never replace you. In my heart, you shall always occupy that most unique position. Lu Tianzhuo gazed into Zhuangling's eyes as he spoke. After all, she is the first woman who truly matters to me. How could her significance be comparable? Tianzhuo, you are so good to me. I would willingly sacrifice my life for you. Foolish girl, do not so readily offer your life for me. No one has the right to take your life. Not even the King of Heaven. However, having just endured those 3 strikes has drained quite a bit of my energy, so I must engage in dual cultivation to replenish. With a mischievous grin, Lu Tianzhuo lifted Zhuangling into his arms and made his way toward the bed. Chapter 51. Ling Shuangli. Upon returning to her residence to recuperate, Lin Min suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. For reasons unbeknownst to her, every time she closed her eyes, vivid images of Lu Tianzhuo and Zhuangling in a tender embrace flooded her mind. This distraction rendered her incapable of focusing on her healing, exacerbating her injuries. Minner, your heart is restless. At that moment, an enchanting voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, Lin Min's expression brightened. She hastily rose to greet the entrance, where a strikingly alluring woman approached. Minner, congratulations on Master S emergence. Indeed, this captivating figure was none other than Lin Min's mentor, Ling Shuangli, the current sovereign of the Hahuan sect. Recently, Ling Shuangli had felt the constraints of her cultivation begin to loosen, leading her to dedicate herself to a final push for breakthrough, delegating all sect affairs to Lin Min. With her recent ascendance to the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage, she had finally emerged from her seclusion. Ah, Min, how have you been injured? Who dares lay a hand upon you? Initially, Ling Shuangli had assumed Lin Min was simply troubled. Now, upon recognizing her injuries, a formidable aura emanated from her, overwhelming Lin Min and leaving her pale. Realizing the effect of her presence, Ling Shuangli reined in her aura and gracefully took her seat at the main position. Her captivating eyes fixated on Lin Min, awaiting her response. Master, please do not inquire about this matter. It has been resolved. Lin Min was reluctant to disclose her conflict with Guoqianyu, fearing it might invoke Master S' ire towards her elder brother, which would be a grave misstep. How long has it been since my retreat? Have you chosen to ignore my counsel? Speak, what has transpired? Although Ling Shuangli's tone was light, those familiar with her understood the gravity of her inquiry, causing Lin Min to break into a cold sweat. She dared not withhold the truth any longer and confessed, in response to Master, my injuries were inflicted by Master Uncle Guoqinyu, though she showed restraint. Guoqinyu? How did you offend her? Ling Shuangli's brows furrowed at the mention of this name. She was well acquainted with her junior sister, who, though generally unambitious, would not hesitate to act if provoked. It happened as follows. Lin Min recounted the events involving Lu Tianzhuo without reservation, detailing her encounter with Guoqinyu. After concluding her tale, she averted her gaze from her mentor, bowing her head in anticipation of reprimand. Lu Tianzhuo, the male elder sanctioned by the former sect leader? Ling Shuangli inquired, her confusion evident. Indeed, that is him. Lu Shixiang and I entered the sect together, and he was very kind to me in the beginning. Hence, I could not remain indifferent to the situation, Lin Min explained further. I have heard he has been bedridden for over 40 years. Is his demise not imminent? How has this come to pass? Although Ling Shuangli was not intimately familiar with this legendary figure, she had heard tales of his prowess and influence within the sect. According to Lu Shixiang, his 4 decades were not merely spent in slumber. He utilized this time for cultivation. His abilities remained formidable, as he recently dealt with Qin Sheng rather decisively, Lin Min conveyed, attempting to justify Lu Tianzhuo's sudden resurgence. Based on her understanding of Guoqinyu, Ling Shuangli knew she would not easily permit Lin Min and her companions to leave the Wanxia Peak unscathed. Continue, Min, she urged, recalling her own encounters with Guoqinyu. Master Uncle initially intended to incapacitate Elder Zhuang, but Lu Shixiang intervened, enduring 3 of Guo Shishu's strikes, which compelled her to let us depart Wanxia Peak. What? Lu Tianzhuo withstood 3 strikes from Guoqinyu? Ling Shuangli's voice rose in astonishment. Revealing the magnitude of Lu Tianzhuo's feat indeed, Lu Shixiang appears to have enhanced his physical strength remarkably. Guo Shishu's initial 2 strikes landed squarely upon his chest, yet he emerged unscathed. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to summon her Wanxia sword, expending all her energy in a single strike that finally inflicted some injury upon him. Nonetheless, he successfully endured all 3 strikes. Several of us were present, and given Guo Shishu's status, her words carried weight, which is why we were allowed to leave. Lin Min disclosed every detail, without reservation. To withstand 3 strikes from Guoshimi, using mere flesh and blood? Ling Shuangli appeared incredulous. The Hahuan sect had not seen such a physical cultivator in ages. It was well known that Guoqinyu was approaching the mid-phase of the Yuanying stage. Even without exerting her full strength, she was not an opponent any ordinary physical cultivator could withstand. Could it be true that this legendary figure, Lu Tianzhuo, possesses such strength? If so, it would indeed be a blessing for the Hahuan sect. Indeed, the last time I heard of his impending demise, I visited him. At that time, even rising from his bed was a challenge, as he appeared frail and aged. However, upon seeing him again, he was an entirely transformed individual, radiating vitality and vigor, devoid of any sign of illness. Lin Min was equally perplexed, unable to fathom the circumstances surrounding this situation. The first time he encountered Lu Tianzhuo, he was indeed confined to his bed. The embrace revealed the extent of his frailty, yet how could such a drastic change have occurred in just a day's time? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it appeared he had already completed the dual cultivation with Zhuangling. Without sufficient stamina to support him, he could hardly have accomplished that feat. Lu Tianzhuo was rather intriguing. Ling Shuangli murmured to herself before personally attending to Lin Min's injuries. Chapter 52. The Enchanting Woman. After a night of diligent cultivation, Lu Tianzhuo sensed a remarkable loosening in his cultivation level, undoubtedly a piece of splendid news for him. Previously, he had invested hundreds of cultivation points with little to no effect. Although he had not yet broken through to the mid-stage of the golden core, he was nonetheless quite satisfied with this progress. Even more delightful was the fact that Zhuangling had achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. At this rate, it would not be long before she ascended to the nascent soul stage. Tianzhuo, my breakthrough seems a bit too rapid. Could it lead to an unstable foundation? Zhuangling expressed her concern, having experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs in just a few days. Do not worry, with me around, instability is not an issue. This is merely a slight loosening of the heavenly Tao suppression. Once it is completely lifted, your cultivation speed will increase even further. The body of Tianzhuo, as the name suggests, is enviable even to the heavens, showcasing your extraordinary talent. You possess the aura of an empress. I will be relying on your protection in the future, Lu Tianzhuo remarked with a light chuckle. Even if Zhuangling were to experience a situation akin to Qi Wei's, it would be easily resolved with a couple of medicinal pills. Hence, there was no cause for concern. If a breakthrough was in order, it should be embraced. Without you, there would be no current version of me. Do you know? Back at Luoxia Peak, I thought you had been slain by Guqinyu. I had no intention of surviving, for without you, my life would lack any significance. Zhuangling wept softly, resting her head on Lu Tianzhuo's chest. The previous day's events had indeed terrified her, and she had already prepared herself to accompany Lu Tianzhuo in death. Upon hearing this, how could Lu Tianzhuo not be moved? He gently embraced Zhuangling, offering her continuous comfort, while silently vowing to inform her of any future matters to prevent similar situations from arising. After a moment of tender exchange, Zhuangling finally rose. Tianzhuo, I must head to the General Affairs Hall, so I won't prepare breakfast. Please find something to eat yourself. All right, go ahead with your tasks, Lu Tianzhuo replied with a smile. Once Zhuangling departed, he lingered on the bed for a while before rising. Suddenly, he recalled that his junior sister, Lin Min, had also sustained injuries for his sake. At that time, he had only focused on Zhuangling and failed to express any concern for Lin Min, which was quite neglectful. After all, she was his cherished white moonlight. And thus he resolved to visit Lin Min's residence to check on her well-being. With this thought in mind, Lu Tianzhuo wasted no time and meticulously groomed himself. Upon gazing into the mirror and seeing his handsome visage, his confidence surged. All of them are mine. None shall escape, he proclaimed to himself before heading towards the Holy Maiden's residence. The so-called Holy Maiden's residence was, in fact, the residence of the sect leader. As Lin Min was the beloved disciple of the sect leader, Ling Shuangli, she resided there to signify her esteemed status. Upon arriving at the sect leader's residence, Lu Tianzhuo encountered Lin Min's guards. Greetings, ladies. I would like to see junior sister Lin Min. I kindly request your assistance in relaying my message. These guards were Lin Min's most trusted confidants. Having accompanied her during his first visit to Zhuang Peak and during her quest for justice at Luoxia Peak. Therefore, Lu Tianzhuo treated them with utmost courtesy. Ah, it is Elder Lu. In that case, there is no need for an announcement. Please, come in. The leading lady graciously extended her hospitality, directly guiding him into the sect leader's residence. For Lu Tianzhuo, this was indeed a first. When he had been conferred the title of elder by the previous sect leader, he had been nearing his limit, bedridden and incapacitated. Thus, entering the sect leader's residence felt akin to a child exploring a grand garden, with curiosity lighting his eyes as he took in the surroundings, prompting laughter from the guide. Elder Lu, please wait a moment. I shall notify her. The beautiful guard excused herself upon entering the inner hall. Thank you for your trouble, miss. Lu Tianzhuo expressed his gratitude once more, though the term miss felt somewhat inappropriate. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivators, age held little significance. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Once the lady departed, Lu Tianzhuo took a seat and began to reflect critically on himself. Why had he not considered Lin Min's injury yesterday? He had seen that her wounds were not severe, and thus had focused all his attention on Zhuangling, ultimately forgetting about Lin Min. He resolved to properly explain himself when they met. Zhuangling held an unparalleled position in his heart, yet Lin Min was equally irreplaceable. In the past, even if he had harbored such thoughts, he would not have dared to express them. But now, things were different. He was a formidable figure, and had no reason for self-doubt. Who said one could not have both fish and bear's paw? He intended to seize everything, otherwise, it would be an affront to his own prowess. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, growing louder as they neared. It seemed that Lin Min was on her way, prompting Lu Tianzhuo to adjust his collar. He needed to ensure that he presented himself in the best possible manner when meeting his cherished white moonlight. Ideally, he would solidify their relationship today. After all, her willingness to accompany Zhuangling to Luoxia Peak to confront Guqinyu indicated that she harbored feelings for him as well. Junior sister Lin, just as Lu Tianzhuo prepared to speak, he found himself momentarily speechless. The person entering was an enchanting beauty, but it was not Lin Min. Tall and voluptuous, with stunning features and captivating peach blossom eyes, this alluring woman evoked the term fox spirit in Lu Tianzhuo's mind. Indeed, she embodied an irresistible allure, making it difficult for Lu Tianzhuo to maintain his composure. It was astonishing that she had not even done anything, yet he felt overwhelmed. If they were to be alone together for an extended period, he could hardly predict what actions he might take. If I am not mistaken, you must be the sole male elder of our He Huan zone. Elder Lu, am I correct? The woman's voice was exceptionally melodious, causing Lu Tianzhuo's heart to flutter uncontrollably. What kind of cultivation technique is this? What man could possibly withstand the allure of such a woman? She is truly a calamity. Even someone as formidable as Lu Tianzhuo found his heartbeat spiraling beyond his control. This is not normal. Lu Tianzhuo had every reason to believe that this woman must have cultivated some extraordinary technique. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful she was, it could not possibly evoke such a reaction. May I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed sister? He. My name is Ling Shuangli. Chapter 53. What on earth is happening? The charm technique has failed. Ling Shuangli? What a melodious name. Wait a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Oh my goodness. The new sect leader of He Huan Zone. Damn, hasn't she been in seclusion? How is she here? Lu Tianzhuo finally recalled who Ling Shuangli was, and in an instant, all his emotions dissipated. Goodness. He had originally intended to pursue by Yueguang Linmin. How could her master have emerged as well? As an elder of He Huan Zone, Lu Tianzhuo respectfully greeted the sect leader. After all, he was also an elder of He Huan Zone, so it was only natural to pay respects upon seeing the leader. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo quickly cupped his fists towards Ling Shuangli. It was merely a gesture, not a bow, so it was no big deal. Elder Lu, why are you sweating? Are you nervous to see me? Observing Lu Tianzhuo's awkward expression, Ling Shuangli felt a surge of delight. She had been closely monitoring all the events occurring within the sect, including Lu Tianzhuo's recent activities, such as alchemy and other matters. Although she could not yet confirm that Qin Sheng and Tian Wang had perished at his hands, the evidence strongly suggested his involvement. As the sect leader, if Ling Shuangli lacked the means to discern such matters, what worth would she have as a leader? Thus, she harbored a keen curiosity about this solitary male elder within the sect. This man had been appointed by the former sect leader. Even though she felt displeased upon taking office, she refrained from directly ousting Lu Tianzhuo, as that would imply disrespect to her predecessor. Moreover, it was merely a matter of accommodating one more useless individual, which was inconsequential. However, now that Ling Shuangli had become aware of these matters, her perspective on Lu Tianzhuo had shifted. Therefore, upon hearing that he sought an audience with Lin Min, who was in seclusion to heal, she personally came to see what made this Lu character so exceptional. What kind of being could withstand Guqianyu's 3 consecutive strikes with mere mortal flesh? Upon meeting him, to be honest, Ling Shuangli felt quite disappointed. From a cultivation standpoint, Lu Tianzhuo was merely a minor practitioner at the qi refining stage. How could he possibly endure Guqianyu's 3 strikes? Was this not absurd? Just with a glance, she could easily subdue him. Truly, love blinds the eyes. How could Min Min become infatuated with such a worthless individual? It seemed that once she emerged from her seclusion, a thorough discussion was in order. It was fine to seek a partner, but one ought to choose a reliable one, lest she tarnish her title as a saintess. Lu Tianzhuo was completely unaware that he had been ruthlessly dismissed by the sect leader. While he was not overly nervous, encountering such a beautiful woman as the sect leader did indeed make him shy. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo was using the golden spiritual energy within him to soothe his spirit. He could ascertain that this woman certainly possessed a unique technique. Thus, maintaining a clear mind was of utmost importance. He must not be bewitched into signing an unequal pact. That would be disastrous. Ling Shuangli originally believed that with Lu Tianzhuo's nature, a slight release of her enchanting aura would suffice to ensnare him completely. Initially, events were unfolding according to her expectations. However, for some unknown reason, in that fleeting moment, his gaze became remarkably clear. Logically, he should have been sinking deeper into her charm. As a rare celestial fox, Ling Shuangli's power was indisputable. Now, to have it rendered ineffective on this minor practitioner was utterly astonishing. Had she perhaps underestimated the effort required? If so, she would need to increase her intensity and see how many rounds this Lu could withstand. With this thought in mind, Ling Shuangli continued to exude her allure towards Lu Tianzhuo. If she could not even handle him, then what worth would she have as a sect leader? Why do you feel shy in my presence? With these words, Ling Shuangli took several steps closer to Lu Tianzhuo, nearly pressing against him. The unique fragrance of her maidenly purity instantly enveloped Lu Tianzhuo. Upon inhaling it, his spirit soared. Zhuang Ling, Lin Min, Qi Wei, Cheng Ying, and Ling Shuangli. Each of these 5 beauties possessed a distinct fragrance. Regardless of which it was, each scent brought a sense of exhilaration. Lu Tianzhuo felt as though he had fallen into a web of silk. Even if he had lain in this new life for 40 years, it would have been worth it. Just as he was reveling in this bliss, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. The panel opened automatically, revealing an unread message. If all went as expected, it would pertain to Ling Shuangli. Without hesitation, Lu Tianzhuo opened the message. Name: Ling Shuangli. Age: 150-450. Cultivation: Pinnacle of Yuan Ying Physique. Celestial Fox Sacred Body. Possesses Celestial Fox bloodline, containing ancient heritage. Upon awakening, one can gain immense power. Currently, the Celestial Fox bloodline is dormant, possessing only the power of allure, capable of influencing others' minds, and even controlling emotions. Position: Current sect leader of He Huan Zone. Loyalty: 10. In no time, Lu Tianzhuo had perused Ling Shuangli's basic information. To his astonishment, her loyalty towards him was a positive 10, indicating that she held some degree of affection for him. If all went well, this story-filled woman had heard tales about him. With this thought, Lu Tianzhuo's lips curved upward. It appeared her Celestial Fox bloodline required awakening, which would occur when she broke through to the next realm. This was something he could assist with. However, the system had not issued such a task. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo was uncertain whether he should lend her a hand. Lu is but a mortal man. Encountering such a beautiful sect leader is naturally bound to evoke feelings of shyness. This is human nature. After all, how could one not be charmed by such an alluring figure? As he spoke, Lu Tianzhuo subtly took half a step back. Goodness, with her so close, what if things got out of hand? All of Lu Tianzhuo's reactions were completely unexpected to Ling Shuangli. Is this fellow truly a man? How can he confront himself without any semblance of feeling? Could the rumors hold truth that Lu Tianzhuo, having served as a furnace for so many years, has exhausted the yang energy within him? Now, he possesses merely the outward appearance of a man, devoid of any masculine attributes? This would indeed elucidate his lack of special feelings towards his own seductive arts. However, based on Lin Min's account, given his formidable physique, such a situation should not arise. This leaves open another possibility. Perhaps his allure techniques have been countered. At this moment, Ling Shuangli feels somewhat disoriented, uncertain of where the true issue lies. Chapter 54. This damn charm. Ling Shuangli possessed an unwavering confidence in her allure. It was no exaggeration to say that even a formidable practitioner at the Yuanying stage would fall under her spell, let alone the mere qi refinement stage of Lu Tianzhuo. As long as he was a typical man, he would inevitably succumb to her charm. However, the fact that it had seemingly failed now was truly perplexing. Lu Changlao certainly had a way with words. Given my beauty, why does he still maintain such a distant demeanor? Is it not because he finds me past my prime, lacking the youthful charm of younger maidens? After uttering these words, Ling Shuangli adopted a pitiful expression. Goodness! Lu Tianzhuo felt as if his heart skipped a beat. She was simply irresistible. Had he not made some breakthroughs, he would willingly surrender to her seduction. And this was before the awakening of his Tianhu bloodline. How extraordinary would it be once it awakened? No wonder he could ascend to the position of sect leader of Hahuan sect. He truly possessed remarkable skills. Damn it, sect leader? I want that. Lu Tianzhuo had already begun to declare in his heart that his first step towards rising would be to seize Hahuan sect. Becoming the man behind the sect leader, he would then conquer the Lingxiao continent. With this thought, a pleasing smile graced his lips. With a clear goal in sight, confusion was no longer an option. Look at what the sect leader said. What charm could a little girl possess? I prefer mature women like you, sect leader. They are far more knowledgeable. After saying this, he audaciously winked at Ling Shuangli. My goodness, I have been counter-pursued. Ling Shuangli felt as though her body had been electrified. Such sensations were entirely new to her. What was happening? How could this be? She even had the illusion that if this continued, she might be the one to fall. Hastily, she composed herself, and the seductive aura surrounding her vanished. She then regarded Lu Tianzhuo with a serious demeanor. Lu Changlao, you have come to see Minmin, haven't you? She was injured on Luoxia Peak yesterday due to you, and is currently in seclusion to heal. If you have anything to convey, please let me know, and I shall relay it. Observing Ling Shuangli's demeanor, Lu Tianzhuo realized he had already gained the upper hand in the first round. He could not help but chuckle internally. Such simplistic seduction techniques were no match for his own capabilities. It was only natural for her to be defeated. I merely came to check on Lin Shimi's injury, and to bring her 2 healing elixirs. Since she is in seclusion, I kindly asked the sect leader to pass these elixirs to her. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 pitch-black elixirs appeared in Lu Tianzhuo's hand. These elixirs were specially concocted for Lin Min, using materials she had previously saved. The moment the elixirs appeared, the entire inner hall was filled with their fragrant aroma. Ling Shuangli's eyes immediately lit up. Elixirs devoid of any toxicity. It seemed that Lu Tianzhuo's alchemical skills were indeed genuine. Such a treasure of an alchemist was unlikely to be found anywhere else on the Lingxiao continent. How had she not discovered such a person within Hahuan's sect before? It appeared that this Lu fellow had concealed himself quite deeply. She must dig deeper to uncover his secrets. However, Ling Shuangli was also aware that the time was not yet ripe. She needed to proceed with caution. Calmly accepting the elixirs, she smiled and said, "Rest assured, Lu Chonglao. I will deliver these elixirs to Minmin. Then I must trouble the sect leader," he replied. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to Zhuowang Peak." Having gained the upper hand, there was no need for him to press further. Such pursuits would only diminish his elegance. It was sufficient for her to recognize his strength. By piquing her interest, he had seized control of the situation. Once he truly won over Ling Shuangli, it would be tantamount to conquering Hahuan's sect itself. The thought of being the man behind the sect leader was exhilarating. "Lu Chonglao, you are too polite. Minmin is my close disciple and our sect's holy maiden. These are merely my duties." Lu Tianzhuo nodded with a smile and turned to leave, his demeanor reminiscent of a figure who could depart without taking a single cloud with him. Ling Shuangli gazed at Lu Tianzhuo's imposing figure, lost in contemplation. What kind of man was he? She felt an inexplicable urge to understand him better. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. How could she entertain such absurd notions? Wasn't avenging the old sect leader her primary goal? Such romantic entanglements were not meant for someone like her. She hastily shook her head, dispelling these ludicrous thoughts. Her gaze then fell upon the 2 black elixirs in her hand, their rich fragrance refreshing her spirit. Could there truly be someone capable of concocting such perfect elixirs? Ling Shuangli murmured. Alchemists held a prestigious status on the Lingxiao continent. Even ordinary alchemists were regarded as esteemed guests of great families. She had yet to hear of an alchemist capable of producing flawless elixirs. To put it plainly, if the news of Lu Tianzhuo's ability to create perfect elixirs were to circulate, it would likely attract the attention of major sects and families, vying for him to join their ranks. It was imperative to keep this information confidential. It must not be leaked. At the same time, she needed to enhance Lu Tianzhuo's standing within the sect, ensuring he would not entertain thoughts of leaving Hahuan's sect. This lad seemed to have an interest in Minmin. It appeared this matter warranted a thorough discussion with her. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. One cannot ensnare a rogue without sacrificing Lin Min. As long as she could bind Lu Tianzhuo to Hahuan's sect, any price would be worth paying. If necessary, she would not hesitate to take matters into her own hands. Of course, Lu Tianzhuo was oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would be utterly delighted. Having left the sect leader's residence, Lu Tianzhuo, finding himself with nothing pressing to attend to, headed directly for Qi Wei's courtyard. Yesterday, that girl had also been part of the expedition against Guoqianyu, which deeply moved Lu Tianzhuo. It is imperative to reward her generously, and the immediate priority is to assist her in breaking through to the Jindan stage. In doing so, I shall be able to reap the rewards from the system. Wei Wei is Wei Wei home. I have arrived. As he stepped into Qi Wei's small courtyard, Lu Tianzhuo proclaimed with a smile. Lu Deji, I am here. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's voice, Qi Wei swiftly dashed out of the house. This girl had been preoccupied with concern for Lu Tianzhuo's injuries. However, she was not naive and could clearly discern the nature of the relationship between Lu Deji and Elder Zhuang. With Zhuang Ling present, she could not afford to reveal her feelings and was left anxiously pacing at home. Chapter 55. Is there really such a good thing? Lu Dage, how are your injuries? The young girl rushed in front of Lu Tianzhuo, her cheeks flushed as she inquired. With her youthful beauty and kawaii demeanor, Elder Lu was nearly unable to restrain himself. Although Ling Shuangli possessed an enchanting charm, this girl, despite lacking such skills, radiated an allure that was not inferior to that of the sect master. Lu Tianzhuo found himself swallowing hard, yearning to express his feelings. However, Elder Lu could only suppress his desires, as he had previously resolutely declined the girl's request to stay over. Since he had chosen to play a role, he must commit fully to it. This thought made Lu Tianzhuo wish to slap himself. Had he known this would happen, he would not have returned that night. Damn it, had he not just made things more difficult for himself? Struggling to divert his gaze from Qi Wei's chest, he cleared his throat and said, "What is your brother Lu's strength? It's merely a minor injury, and after last night's recuperation, there are no issues. But you, why did you accompany Elder Zhuang and the others to Luoxia Peak? It's quite dangerous." I didn't think too much about it. I heard that Elder Zhuang and the saintess were going to Luoxia Peak to seek justice for you. So I ran over. Elder Zhuang even asked me to check back at Ziwang Peak to see if you had returned. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The girl recalled the events of the previous day at Luoxia Peak, feeling a wave of fear. Had Lu Tianzhuo not appeared in time, Zhuang Ling and the others would have been in peril. Given Guo Qianyu's cultivation level, incapacitating them would have been quite easy. Moreover, even if he did so, the sect master would have said nothing. As long as Lu Dage is here, there will be no problems. You are all people I must protect. Lu Tianzhuo gazed at Qi Wei with deep affection, speaking with unwavering resolve. Inside, he silently proclaimed, "I am not a scoundrel. I merely have a generous heart." Lu Dage, what about Elder Zhuang and you? Qi Wei blushed, her words trailing off. Yet, who could fail to understand the implication? Especially someone as astute as Lu Tianzhuo. He had no intention of hiding the truth. After all, he could not manage time like a master. Ling Ling and I share a dual cultivation relationship. She is also my woman. Wei Wei, in my heart, you and Ling Ling are equally important. Both are my cherished women. Lu Dage, you are truly wonderful. Qi Wei's heart swelled with emotion upon hearing this, and she threw herself into Lu Tianzhuo's embrace, softly weeping. Goodness, has it really come to this? This girl is truly innocent, and I cannot let her down. Lu Tianzhuo gently held Qi Wei, smiling as he said, "Being good to you is what Lu Dage ought to do. Rest assured, for this lifetime, you will always be my precious darling. Lu Dage will never allow you to suffer any grievances." Who could resist such sweet words? The girl in his arms cried even harder. After comforting her for a while, her emotions finally calmed. The two then held hands and entered the house. "Wei Wei, how has your cultivation been these past 2 days?" Once seated, Lu Tianzhuo inquired earnestly. With his assistance, Qi Wei had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. However, this was still insufficient for Lu Tianzhuo. He needed to help her successfully break through to the golden core stage. Only then could she unlock the Tian sacred body, allowing him to complete the task assigned by the system. Otherwise, he would not gain the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique. At present, Lu Elder believed his offensive capabilities were too singular. Only knowing 2 forms of the Ling Tian sword technique would leave him vulnerable against formidable opponents. Otherwise, he would merely serve as a target for their practice, receiving blows repeatedly. Although he was unlikely to be injured given his physical training, it was still humiliating. Thus, he must diversify his arsenal. Not only must he be able to endure blows, but he must also be able to fight back. With Lu Dage's help, my cultivation has stabilized at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and it seems the bottleneck is beginning to loosen. Given time, perhaps I could break through to the golden core stage. Upon mentioning this, the girl instantly lit up with excitement. Previously, this was something she would not have dared to dream of. But now, under Lu Tianzhuo's guidance, her cultivation was soaring. She believed that before long, she would reach the threshold of the golden core stage. Indeed, if this continues, I am certain that during the next elder selection, you will have the opportunity to join the elders group. Lu Tianzhuo encouraged with a smile. He recognized that these girls possessed unique physiques, which was a significant reason for their ability to remain pure. His insights were truly accurate. However, returning to the matter at hand, as someone bearing the system's blessing, how could he not have some favorable policies? Previously, he had been quite interested in women like Meng Huan. However, now, Lu Tianzhuo wouldn't spare them a glance, as they were simply unworthy. Although Elder Lu had no particular cleanliness obsession, the thought of her having engaged in dual cultivation with so many others made him feel uneasy. I must thank Lu Dage. Without you, I would not have such an opportunity. By the way, Lu Dage, I need to ask you for one more thing. Can you promise me? Qi Wei suddenly remembered something and cautiously looked at Lu Tianzhuo. What is it? As long as Lu Dage can manage it, there will be no problem. The more he looked at this girl, the more adorable she became. Lu Tianzhuo found it hard to refuse her. Thus, with just a word from her, he would venture through fire and water without hesitation. Ying is my best sister in the Hehuan sect. Could you also help her? I can tell she likes you very much. She was quite enthusiastic when we went to Luoxia Peak yesterday. Qi Wei's request took Lu Tianzhuo by surprise. Wei, what do you mean by that? Oh dear, Lu Dage, don't you understand? I mean to let her become your partner as well. Is that all right? Seeing Lu Tianzhuo asking such a question, Qi Wei could only clarify the matter with resignation. Oh my goodness, is this even possible? In that moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt an overwhelming happiness that came as a complete surprise. Qingying was one of the three beauties of Hehuan Zone, and in terms of appearance, she was certainly on par with Lin Min. I have no objections, as Ying is indeed stunning. However, this matter cannot simply be resolved with my consent. It must also consider Ying's feelings, wouldn't you agree? How could he possibly refuse? He certainly did not wish to overstate his position. As long as you agree, I will handle the rest. Qi Wei confidently assured Lu Tianzhuo while patting her ample bosom. Chapter 56. Cheng Ying's instructions. Is there really such a good thing? Lu Tianzhuo could hardly believe his ears. His close friend could actually be pursued, and it seemed serious. Perhaps it was his irresistible charm that made Qi Wei unable to resist. Since you have expressed your thoughts so openly, what more can I say? If Ying agrees, I have no objections. If Qi Wei has already assured me, I must reluctantly consent as well. Lu Dage, shouldn't you inform Elder Zhuang about this? After all, she is more experienced than us. As she spoke, the young girl's cheeks flushed crimson. This was indeed not a matter to be taken lightly, and it was essential to consult the leader. If Zhuang Ling were to disagree, it could become quite troublesome. Are you looking down on Lu Dage? As a man, how could such matters be disregarded? Rest assured, there will be no issues on Lingling's side. It primarily depends on Ying's wishes. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo's heart soared with joy. The three beauties of the Nei men of Hehuan's sect, and he had already claimed two. The remaining one likely had an interest in him as well. It was merely a matter of time before he won her over. In this way, he would become the most envied figure in the entire Lingxiao continent. I previously inquired indirectly, and she harbors quite a fondness for you, so there should be no problems. Hee, if Lu Dage treats Wei Wei well, then Wei Wei will naturally reciprocate. The young girl giggled, and Lu Tianzhuo was instantly mesmerized. He had no resistance to such cuteness. Wei Wei, come here, let Lu Dage check your development. Oh no, I meant your cultivation. Lu Tianzhuo then began to examine Qi Wei earnestly. After all, what he anticipated most was that this girl could reach the golden core stage and awaken her unique physique. Only then could Lu Tianzhuo obtain the corresponding rewards. At this moment, he yearned for progress more than ever. If he mastered the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique, his cultivation would surely be sufficient to sweep through the entire Hehuan sect. Indeed, as Qi Wei had mentioned, signs of loosening had already appeared in her realm. This indicated that she was not far from a breakthrough, and Lu Tianzhuo needed to take targeted measures. He would assist her in concocting the appropriate elixirs to facilitate her advancement. In truth, dual cultivation was also an excellent method to promote breakthroughs. However, Lu Tianzhuo sensed that this young girl was not at all prepared for that aspect. He could not indulge solely for his own pleasure without considering her feelings. As he had mentioned before, Lu Tianzhuo was compassionate, not frivolous. Thus, he would choose to proceed gradually, which would also enhance her affection for him. What could be better? Lu Dage is already aware of your specific situation. I will head to the Zhongwu Hall shortly to purchase some materials needed for refining elixirs and prepare a few special pills for you. I believe it won't be long before you reach the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Qi Wei was so elated that she jumped up. Just days ago, she had been a failure plagued by Dan poison. Who would have thought that after just a few days, the poison would be entirely purged and she would achieve consecutive breakthroughs? Such a circumstance was something she had never dared to hope for. Qi Wei knew well that all of this was thanks to Lu Dage. Without his assistance, whether she could break free from this constraint would have been a significant question, let alone advancing to the golden core stage. It was sheer fantasy. So, with excitement, Qi Wei nestled against Lu Tianzhuo's chest and softly said, Lu Dage, if it weren't for you, whether I could ever break through this barrier would be a major issue. But how can I repay you? The only thing I have to take pride in is this untouched body, Lu Dage. Please take me. Oh my, are you testing my resolve? Lu Tianzhuo felt overwhelmed. He was a vigorous man, endowed with extraordinary talent. One could only imagine the impact of her words on him. He truly wanted to disregard everything and succumb to primal instincts. However, in the end, reason triumphed over desire. He could not act recklessly. He immediately responded earnestly, Wei Wei, I help you because I care for you, but I have never expected anything in return. If you wish to be with me, that is certainly not an issue. However, it must be when you are completely ready. I promise to give you a memorable night. I understand that you are not yet prepared to take the final step with me. If I were to act prematurely, it would be no different from the other lecherous men. Would you still hold affection for such a lewd age? Silly girl. We have plenty of time ahead of us. There is no need to rush. Damn it. Lu Tianzhuo now truly understood how difficult it was to speak with integrity. Here she was, presenting herself, and he had to maintain the facade of a gentleman. What a predicament. Thank you, Lu Dage. You are so kind to me. Hearing Qi Wei's words again made Lu Tianzhuo feel that his actions were indeed worthwhile. If love is to endure, does it truly matter whether day or night? Silly girl, who else would Lu Dage treat so well? With that, his right hand began to wander. In the path of cultivation, every factor must be considered. Thus, he first measured Qi Wei's physique to determine how much material he would need for refining the elixirs, calculating to find the optimal ratio. Meanwhile, Qi Wei's face was flushed with embarrassment. How could Lu Dage say one thing but do another? If this continued, would she not also fall into temptation? Lu Dage, please stop. By the way, Ying mentioned that we should go see her today. It seems she needs help with something and specifically asked me to bring you along. Just as Qi Wei was struggling to resist Lu Tianzhuo, she suddenly recalled what her friend Qing Ying had instructed her the day before. Checking the time, it was nearly time, and she almost delayed important matters. Lu Tianzhuo initially thought this was Qi Wei's ploy to buy time. Just as he was planning to proceed further, the young girl pushed his hand away. Brother Liu, this is no jest. Just yesterday, Ying earnestly urged me, and now the time is just right. Shall we go directly to find her? Although she did not explicitly mention anything, it seems rather significant. Qi Wei released herself from Lu Tianzhuo's grasp, her tone returning to normal. Yet, she still bore an adorably fierce demeanor, which made it difficult for Lu Tianzhuo to maintain his composure. However, since she has suggested it, he might as well accompany her on this visit. If Cheng Ying agrees right away, it would be a splendid twofold achievement. With this thought, an indescribable smile crept across Lu Tianzhuo's face. Chapter 57. I am your father. Cheng Ying, being one of the more significant disciples of the inner sect, enjoys the privilege of a private courtyard. Moreover, her residence is not far from Qi Wei's, allowing for casual conversation as they make their way there. To their surprise, a large crowd has gathered outside Cheng Ying's courtyard, creating quite a stir with cheers and jeers, an occurrence that had never transpired before. Let us take a look. Lu Tianzhuo, filled with curiosity, urged Qi Wei to push through the throngs towards the courtyard. Who the hell is pushing? Some individuals, annoyed by the crowding, began to curse. However, upon realizing it was Qi Wei, they quickly offered their apologies, recognizing her as one of the three esteemed beauties of the inner sect. They certainly could not afford to offend her. Qi Wei and Lu Tianzhuo, uninterested in engaging with them, pressed forward to discover the cause of the commotion. Junior Sister Cheng, I have come with utmost sincerity. You must agree to be my companion today. The speaker, possessing a square face, was not conventionally handsome but exuded a distinct masculine charm. His presence was commanding, and his words carried an undeniable weight. Zhou Mao, Qi Wei exclaimed upon seeing him. Zhou Mao? Who is he? Is he formidable? Lu Tianzhuo, having lain dormant for 40 years, was oblivious to the emerging talents within the sect. However, from Qi Wei's reaction, it was clear that Zhou Mao held some significance. Ying, myself, and the saintess are referred to as the three beauties of the inner sect, while Zhou Mao, Qin Sheng, and Tian Wang are known as the three tyrants. These three individuals are notoriously arrogant and unscrupulous. Zhou Mao, rumored to hail from a prominent family, was sent to Hehuanzhong not for the pursuit of profound cultivation, but rather for the abundance of beauty within the sect. Many of the junior sisters have suffered at his hands. In a sense, he is akin to Qin Sheng. Who would have thought he would set his sights on Ying? Lu Dege, you must assist Ying. After Qi Wei's explanation, Lu Tianzhuo began to understand the gravity of the situation regarding Zhou Mao. How dare he pursue the woman he desires? Lu Tianzhuo thought. Though he remained calm, wanting to witness Zhou Mao's reaction upon being rejected by Cheng Ying. My apologies, senior brother Zhou. I must decline your kind offer, as I already have a partner for dual cultivation. Cheng Ying politely refused Zhou Mao. She spoke the truth. She indeed had someone in her heart, none other than Lu Tianzhuo, who had provided her with the qi-gathering pills. How could she consider being with someone like Zhou Mao, whose reputation was well known throughout the sect? What? A partner? How is that possible? Who dares to compete with me? Zhou Mao? For a woman in Hehuanzhong. Tell me who, and I shall deal with him. Zhou Mao's indignation was palpable, for even the likes of Qin Sheng and Tian Wang would not dare to confront him directly. Unlike them, Zhou Mao possessed influence both within and outside the sect, making him untouchable. Thus, upon hearing Cheng Ying's words, Zhou Mao could not accept them as truth. He dismissed the notion of her so-called partner as a mere fabrication to reject him. Furthermore, he thought, even if it were true, what did it matter? He would not hesitate to eliminate any man who stood in his way. In his mind, this woman was his to claim. Senior brother Zhou, please do not force the issue, Cheng Ying implored, feeling helpless. She feared that revealing Lu Tianzhuo's name might bring unforeseen trouble upon him, an outcome she could not bear. Force the issue? What will you do then? If you provoke me, I shall take what I desire here and now. After all the time I have pursued you, I have shown you grace. Do not think that being one of the three beauties gives you an air of superiority. Accept my offerings and accompany me to the bridal chamber, or else you and your beloved shall have no peaceful days ahead. The situation had escalated to a point of open confrontation, and Zhou Mao shed any pretense of civility, revealing his intentions. If she refused, he was prepared to use force, for he had the strength to do so. What has happened in my 40 years of dormancy that these arrogant youngsters have suddenly emerged? Lu Tianzhuo could no longer contain himself, irritated by Zhou Mao's boastful demeanor. He was eager to see how Zhou Mao would make good on his threats against him and Cheng Ying. In an unexpected turn, Lu Tianzhuo boldly stepped forward, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were eager to see who dared challenge Zhou Mao. Lu Degu, Cheng Ying murmured, a hint of regret in her voice. She questioned her decision to have Qi Wei bring Lu Tianzhuo as a shield. What if he could not handle Zhou Mao and became embroiled in this conflict? Who are you? Zhou Mao asked, having never seen Lu Tianzhuo before. He was astonished to discover a man in Hehuan Zone who would openly oppose him. I am your father. Lu Tianzhuo retorted with irritation, stepping closer to Cheng Ying. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gently brushed aside her hair, smiling as he inquired, Ying, are you all right? Brother Lu. I am so sorry. Cheng Ying, at a loss for words, could only bow her head in apology, attempting to conceal the tears that fell. What is there to apologize for? You are my Dao companion. Now that someone has set their sights on you, is it not akin to attempting to place a green hat upon me? I shall crush him. Lu Tianzhuo's declaration left the assembled crowd in stunned silence. He is Cheng Ying's Dao partner? How come this was never mentioned before? Many recognized Lu Tianzhuo's identity, knowing that a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 58. The Mouth That Clears the Path. Who is this formidable brother? How can he be so brave? I don't recognize him, but he is the only male elder of our Hehuan Zone, Lu Tianzhuo. I know him too. Just a few days ago, Elder Lu was the one who crippled Qin Sheng. So it's him. I can't believe that senior sister Cheng has actually engaged in dual cultivation with him. I am utterly envious. Brother Zhou is not like Qin Sheng. We are in for quite a show. As Lu Tianzhuo stepped forward to mock Zhou Mao, the onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. Who are you? Zhou Mao squinted, staring intently at Lu Tianzhuo. How dare a man from Hehuan Zone speak to him in such a manner? He could hardly believe his ears. Had lethal glares been capable of murder, Lu would have been torn to shreds right then and there. Yet Lu Tianzhuo remained unfazed. He neither sought trouble nor feared it. Though discretion is the better part of valor, how could he tolerate someone attempting to take his woman? Lu Tianzhuo, elder of Hehuan Zone. When he announced his name, it resonated with an undeniable authority. Qi Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration. This man was simply too handsome. She felt her choice was justified, for only a man of his caliber deserved her and Ying. In comparison, the likes of Qin Sheng and Zhou Mao were nothing but refuse. According to Zhou Mao's knowledge, there had only been one male elder in the history of Hehuan Zone. It was said that he was an accomplished furnace cauldron, and it was through this identity that he was honored with the title of elder. With this realization, Zhou Mao fully understood Lu Tianzhuo's status. Ha! He began to laugh heartily. Such an old fool dares to vie for a woman with him? After a prolonged fit of laughter, Zhou Mao finally ceased, turning his gaze back to Lu Tianzhuo. So it's the famed furnace cauldron of Hehuan Zone. I heard you've exhausted your yang energy and have been bedridden for 40 years, nearing your end. What brings you here to compete with me for a woman? You, in your current state, dare seek a partner? To put it bluntly, do you still possess the capability in that regard? You can look, but not touch. Best you find somewhere cool to stay. Boom. As Zhou Mao's words fell, laughter erupted among the crowd. They were all well aware of Lu Tianzhuo's legendary tale, and Zhou Mao's remarks aligned perfectly with what they knew. Thus, Despite Lu Tianzhuo having incapacitated Qin Sheng on the martial stage, few held any faith in him. Moreover, Zhou Mao's background was far superior to that of a mere pretty boy like Qin Sheng. The Zhou family was a renowned entity. Now, take your people and leave. I want to pursue your responsibility. Otherwise, it'll be dire. Lu Tianzhuo, unfazed by these verbal assaults, offered Zhou Mao one last chance. If Zhou Mao chose to leave now, Lu would treat it as though nothing had occurred. Haha, still pretending before me? Even at your peak. You were merely a furnace cauldron for others to cultivate upon. What do you have to contest against me? Kneel and sincerely apologize, and I might consider sparing you. But Qing Ying, humph, she will be my bride today. I've heard she is still a maiden. I must thank you for that. If you had been able to perform, she wouldn't have remained untouched until now, ha. Zhou Mao could hardly regard Lu Tianzhuo with any seriousness. As for the supposed title of elder, it held no weight in his eyes. What capabilities could an elder, who had ascended through mere slumber, possibly possess? Furthermore, given his background, even the most esteemed elders would not dare to disrespect him. Thus, if Lu wished to survive, he would need to kneel and apologize to Zhou. Zhou Mao aimed to humiliate Lu Tianzhuo, demonstrating to Qing Ying what a true man was. He believed there were two effective ways to conquer a woman. One was in bed, and the other was by subjugating all the men around her. As things stood, Lu Tianzhuo was the only obstacle in his path to winning Qing Ying. So long as Lu obediently complied with Zhou's demands, he would lose all face before Qing Ying. Yet, just as Zhou indulged in these fantasies, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Buzzing. Zhou Mao felt his head throb from the blow, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tianzhuo had returned to his previous position. Your mouth is reckless. You deserve a slap. You dare strike me? Zhou Mao gasped, clutching his swollen cheek. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Lu Tianzhuo. This is merely a light punishment. Now, I want you to kneel and apologize to Ying and me. Otherwise, it won't just stop at a slap. Lu Tianzhuo's voice turned cold. He did not seek trouble, but would not shy away from it. What could a mere Zhou Mao do? Even if he were formidable, so what? He was but a mere pawn, supported by a system. What did he have to fear? If Zhou refused to comply, he would be compelled to do so until he yielded. Apologize? What are you all waiting for? Get him. Zhou Mao had never endured such humiliation. Kneeling to apologize? Absolutely not. He commanded his lackeys to attack Lu Tianzhuo. He had initiated the confrontation, so even if they were to eliminate Lu, it wouldn't pose a significant issue. Roar. The group of men clearly underestimated the legendary Lu Tianzhuo. They charged at him, eager to impress their leader. Defeating Lu would undoubtedly earn them great favor and potentially a generous reward of spirit stones from Zhou. However, they severely misjudged Lu Tianzhuo's current abilities. With their foundational cultivation, they were merely serving themselves up as food. Lu needed no complex techniques. He simply raised his hand and struck them across the face. Smack! The one at the forefront was swiftly sent flying with a resounding slap. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo's physical prowess had reached an unparalleled level, rendering even such a seemingly simple slap beyond the capacity of these lower-tier karamis to withstand. The sharp sound of slaps echoed repeatedly, as Zhou Mao's lackeys followed in the footsteps of the first unfortunate soul. Chapter 59. Buy one get one free, double the blessings. As he gazed upon his subordinates rolling on the ground, Zhou Mao's expression was exceedingly grim. Not only had he inadvertently received a slap to the face, but now all his underlings had also been knocked down. This left the esteemed young master Zhou in a state of profound dismay, and thus, his fury was palpable. His cultivation was nearing the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Although he was not as formidable as the previous Tianzhuo, he was by no means lacking. Within the inner sect, he could undoubtedly rank among the top few. Therefore, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and deal with Lu Tianzhuo, ensuring he paid the necessary price. With this thought, he bellowed, "Lu, you seek death." With a clang, as his voice fell, a resplendent long sword appeared in his hand. Though it lacked the imposing grandeur of Guo Qianyu's Luoxia sword, it still possessed an intimidating aura. Simultaneously, Zhou Mao's presence underwent a dramatic transformation. The very atmosphere seemed to shift, as if he had entered a state of murderous intent. Indeed, Zhou Mao was one of the inner sect's foremost experts, possessing notable skills. He was the young master of the Zhou family. Although his talent was mediocre, the resources available for his cultivation were incomparable. Thus, such prowess was not surprising, and Lu Elder was destined for misfortune this time. The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding situation, began to express their concerns for Lu Tianzhuo. Zhou Mao was not unlike Qin Shang, known for his tyranny and arrogance, which had garnered him many adversaries. Yet, due to his oppressive influence, no one dared to voice their discontent. Now that Lu Tianzhuo had finally stepped forward to confront him, who did not wish to see Lu Elder emerge victorious? However, judging by Zhou Mao's demonstrated strength, such an outcome seemed increasingly unlikely. Indeed, good men often meet untimely ends, while the wicked thrive. You shall perish. Zhou Mao escalated his momentum to its peak, striking a formidable pose as he pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. Fool. At such a moment, Zhou Mao's pretense only served to exacerbate Lu Tianzhuo's ire. Die. Unable to tolerate Lu Tianzhuo's insult, Zhou Mao roared, wielding his long sword as if it were a blade. He struck down upon Lu Elder with a forceful slash. The sword, accompanied by a fierce wind, howled as it descended towards Lu Tianzhuo's head. This strike was undeniably aimed at his life, evident to all present. Yet, Lu Tianzhuo appeared to be enveloped by Zhou Mao's ferocity, remaining motionless. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively sensed impending doom. Lu Elder's bravery was commendable, but alas, his cultivation fell short. Many had already closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the gruesome scene of Lu Tianzhuo being cleaved in two. Clang, crack. Moments later, those two sounds echoed in succession. When the spectators turned their gaze back to the arena, they discovered Zhou Mao's long sword had shattered into two pieces. Astonishingly, Lu Tianzhuo stood there, grinning, completely unscathed. What transpired? Had Lu Elder's head shattered the sword? Many regretted having closed their eyes, for they had missed such a pivotal moment. How could this be? Zhou Mao stared incredulously at the broken sword in his hand. This long sword had been meticulously chosen by his family's ancestors. It was of high rank, not quite a treasured artifact, but close enough. It could easily sever hair and slice through iron. There was no doubt of its quality. Yet now, it had been shattered by Lu Tianzhuo's head. How could he not be astonished? Zhou Mao? As an inner sect disciple, do you understand the penalties for attempting to assassinate a sect elder? Lu Tianzhuo gazed at Zhou Mao with a smile, bemused by the young man's audacity. Guo Qianyu wielded the Luoxia sword, and, even with his full strength at the nascent soul stage, could not injure him. How could this Foundation establishment novice pose a threat? Nonsense. Simultaneously, Lu Elder was justified in his actions, according to the regulations of Hahuan's sect. His response was warranted. Regardless, Lu Tianzhuo bore the title of sect elder. Zhou Mao, what sorcery have you employed? Zhou Mao hurled the broken sword fragment at Lu Elder, cursing vehemently. With this added affront to a sect elder, Zhou Mao was in dire straits. Lu Tianzhuo continued to smile as he addressed Zhou Mao. I swear, suddenly, Lu Tianzhuo vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood precisely where Zhou Mao had been moments before. The young master, mid-curse, was sent flying like a kite cut from its string. Crash! His body soared through the air before crashing heavily against the wall. Uft! The tremendous recoil forced Zhou Mao to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he crumpled to the ground. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Tianzhuo approached the fallen Zhou Mao, appearing harmless. Yet, inexplicably, Zhou Mao felt a shiver run down his spine. A premonition of doom washed over him. This old man seemed unlikely to let him off easily. What do you intend to do? I am the young master of the Zhou family. If you harm me, I assure you will regret entering this world. Zhou Mao, panicked, resorted to invoking his family background. He believed that such a revelation would deter Lu Tianzhuo from acting rashly. That is of no concern to me. I only know you are a member of the inner sect of Hahuan sect. While I am a sect elder, you dared to attempt my assassination. According to sect rules, I am entitled to execute first and report afterward. However, I am rather lenient. Taking a life is indeed a heavy burden. Yet, I cannot simply let you go. Otherwise, who would respect me as an elder? Lu Tianzhuo stood before Zhou Mao, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. I do not believe you dare to harm me. Zhou Mao retorted defiantly. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Simply brace yourself. As Lu Tianzhuo's words fell, he raised his right fist and struck down upon Zhou Mao's right knee with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of bones shattering reverberated instantaneously. Following this was the heart-rending shriek of Zhou Mao, a lament that was profoundly heart-rending. Brother Lu, Qi Wei and Qingning were taken aback by Lu Tianzhuo's unexpected actions and hastily called out. However, Lu Tianzhuo remained unfazed, offering them a reassuring glance. He then raised his right fist once more. In our hometown, We believe that good fortune comes in pairs, so how could I merely incapacitate one of your legs? It shall be a buy one, get one free. As soon as he finished speaking, his right fist descended again, aimed at the other knee of Zhou Mao. Chapter 60. The task assigned by Ling Shuangli crack. The familiar sound of bones breaking echoed once more, yet this time, Zhou Mao was deprived of the opportunity to scream in agony. Perhaps the pain was too excruciating, causing him to faint from the sheer intensity of it. For him, this could be considered a temporary reprieve. The onlookers were utterly astonished by Lu Tianzhuo's merciless tactics, each one of them too afraid to even breathe, lest they provoke this harbinger of death. Come here, you lot. Lu Tianzhuo barked at the few sycophants still lying on the ground, feigning death. Elder Lu, spare us. These individuals, realizing they lacked the backing that Zhou Mao possessed, understood that if Lu Tianzhuo truly wished to eliminate them, it would be a trivial matter. Thus, they crawled to Lu Tianzhuo, begging for mercy. Lu Chonglao had no intention of stooping to their level. That would only reflect poorly on him. You few, carry this fellow back and inform him of the reasons behind his incapacitation. Since he is a member of Hehuan Zone, he must adhere to its rules. Otherwise, he will meet the same fate as Zhou Mao. Lu Tianzhuo commanded coldly, gazing down at the kneeling individuals. Understood, understood. They replied hastily. Begone. With that single word from Lu Tianzhuo, they felt as if a great burden had been lifted. They swiftly lifted the unconscious Zhou Mao and dashed away. Are you all still planning to linger here? Lu Tianzhuo inquired of the remaining spectators once the others departed. And no. The eager onlookers shook their heads vigorously. Subsequently, under Lu Tianzhuo's watchful eye, they hastily vacated the premises. Lu Dage, Zhou Mao has considerable connections. Do you think he will suffer any repercussions? At that moment, Cheng Ying felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had it not been for her words, Lu Tianzhuo would not have found himself embroiled in such troubles. Now that Zhou Mao was incapacitated, how could the Zhou family simply let this slide? Given the Zhou family's influence within the community, it was unlikely that the sect would come to Lu Tianzhuo's aid. He could very well become a pawn in the game of Hehuan Zone, with a foreseeable grim fate. It's merely dealing with a piece of trash. What could possibly happen? Rest assured, Ying, will you not invite me in for a visit? Lu Tianzhuo clearly wished to divert the conversation from this topic and seamlessly shifted the subject. Lu Dage, Wei, please come in. Cheng Ying, snapping back to reality, hurriedly invited the two into her quarters. Meanwhile, within the Zhongzhou mansion, Ling Shuangli received reports from her subordinates. As the leader of Hehuan Zone, if she lacked even this level of capability, her position would become untenable. I understand. You may leave, she instructed her subordinate, who promptly exited. Lu Tianzhuo, you continue to pique my interest. Ling Shuangli mused softly. She was well aware of Zhou Mao's reckless behavior within the sect. Yet, out of respect for Zhou's family head, she had refrained from confronting him. Now, with Lu Tianzhuo resolving this issue on her behalf, it had spared her the trouble. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Zhou family did possess significant influence. This matter required careful consideration. Disciple pays respects to master. At that moment, Lin Min's voice broke through her thoughts. Min, has your injury healed? Ling Shuangli inquired, her expression softening as she smiled at Lin Min. In response to master, I have completely recovered. It seems that Guo Shu was merciful and did not strike too hard. Otherwise, I would not have healed so swiftly. Lin Min expressed with utmost reverence for her master, acknowledging that without Ling Shuangli's guidance, she would not have achieved her current standing. That is good to hear. I just received word that your senior brother, Lu Tianzhuo, has incapacitated Zhou Mao, Ling Shuangli declared, her face lighting up with a smile as she turned to Lin Min. Upon hearing this news, the beautiful Lin Min felt a jolt of surprise. Why was Lu Tianzhuo acting so impulsively? The previous matter had yet to be resolved, and now he had stirred up another major incident. Master, Zhou Mao has been exceedingly arrogant within the sect. Many female disciples of the inner sect have suffered at his hands. I believe such a person should indeed be reprimanded thoroughly. Otherwise, it would tarnish the reputation of our Hehuan Zone. Therefore, what Lu Chonglao has done is entirely justified. He should be commended. Lin Min felt compelled to speak in Lu Tianzhuo's defense, knowing that failing to do so might lead to her master punishing him, which would create significant trouble. Min, you must be aware of Zhou Mao's background. Will the Zhou family simply let this slide? Ling Shuangli anticipated Lin Min's response, recognizing the special feelings she harbored for Lu Tianzhuo. In light of this, Ling Shuangli could proceed with her previously planned strategy. Through their interactions, she had sensed Lu Tianzhuo's extraordinary capabilities. For He Huanzong to thrive, individuals of his caliber were indispensable. As previously stated, Lu Tianzhuo's alchemical skills were sufficient to stir upheaval throughout Ling Shao continent. Therefore, it was imperative to retain him within He Huanzong. Perhaps he could restore the sect to its former glory. In Ling Shuangli's eyes, Lin Min represented the best means of keeping Lu Tianzhuo within their ranks. Master, do you mean to abandon Lu Chonglao? Lin Min asked, furrowing her brow as she looked at Ling Shuangli. Certainly not. Lu Tianzhuo is a rare talent. Not to mention his mastery in body refinement. His alchemical skills far surpass those of ordinary high-level alchemists. How could I possibly allow such a person to be dealt with by the Zhou family? I must protect him and ensure he remains in our He Huanzong forever. Ling Shuangli's eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke. Indeed, the emergence of an extraordinary genius could lead a sect to rise rapidly. She had a strong premonition that Lu Tianzhuo was the key figure for the resurgence of He Huanzong. Upon hearing her master's words, Lin Min felt her anxious heart finally relax. I thank Master on behalf of my senior brother. But how shall we address the Zhou family? Lin Min was acutely aware that Zhou Mao was a young master of the Zhou family. Now that he had been incapacitated by Lu Tianzhuo, it was inconceivable that they would not seek an explanation. One must provide an explanation to the Zhou family, lest this matter remain unresolved indefinitely. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall dam them. Minmin, it is evident to me that you harbor some unusual feelings for Lu Tianzhuo. Have I spoken amiss? After Ling Shuangli uttered these words, she fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Min master. Lin Min's face flushed crimson, at a loss for how to respond. Master understands, and there is no need for you to elaborate. I now assign you a task. Ling Shuangli stated with utmost seriousness. What task, master? To become Lu Tianzhuo's woman, ensuring he remains with our Hehuan sect forever. Chapter 61, Zhuang Ling's Concerns. To become Lu Tianzhuo's woman? To have him remain in Hehuanzong forever? Upon hearing these two phrases, Lin Min stood frozen in place. It is undeniable that she harbors a unique feeling towards Lu Tianzhuo. Otherwise, upon learning about his relationship with Zhuang Ling, she would not have felt a pang of heartache. However, now that her master wishes for her to become his woman, Lin Min is indeed unprepared. Could her special feelings for Lu Tianzhuo stem from their shared entry into the sect? This notion made Lin Min hesitant, as she is uncertain of what it truly means to like someone. Consequently, she found herself at a loss for how to respond to her master's directive. What, do you disagree? Seeing Lin Min's silence, Ling Shuangli hurriedly inquired. Master, I am unsure if I truly like senior brother Lu. Lin Min, feeling helpless, could only voice her thoughts. How could one become another's woman without affection? This seemed to be the first time Lin Min expressed a differing opinion on a task assigned by her master. You have a distinct feeling for him. My intuition as your master is never mistaken. Otherwise, you would not have hurried to Zhuang Peak upon hearing of his impending fate. Moreover, after returning from Liaoxia Peak, you sat alone in your room lost in thought. Do not tell me this is unrelated to Lu Tianzhuo. The details betray the truth, yet you are simply unwilling to acknowledge it. I have heard that you have always been the moonlight in Lu Tianzhuo's heart. When you were in seclusion, he specifically came to deliver 2 healing elixirs he concocted himself. After speaking, Ling Shuangli produced the 2 elixirs that Lu Tianzhuo had sent. Instantly, the room was enveloped in the fragrance of the potions. These elixirs contain no poison? Lin Min had previously heard of Lu Tianzhuo's ability to create toxin-free elixirs, but witnessing them firsthand was a completely different experience. Indeed, these elixirs were devoid of any impurities. Even those high-level alchemists would struggle to achieve such a feat. Considering all this, it becomes apparent how formidable Lu Tianzhuo truly is, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. He is the hope for our Hehuanzong's rise. Otherwise, why would I wish for you to keep him here forever? This is an exceptional opportunity for us. Ling Shuangli spoke to Lin Min with utmost seriousness. If possible, she would gladly take the initiative herself. Yet, it seemed that her charms had no effect on Lu Tianzhuo. Thus, she could only use Lin Min's status as his moonlight as leverage. Master, please allow me some time to consider. At this moment, Lin Min's mind was in turmoil, and she needed to calm down and think carefully. Very well, this is indeed a matter of great importance for your future, and it warrants thorough contemplation. However, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both you and me, as well as for the entire Hehuanzong. Ling Shuangli refrained from saying more, knowing that Lin Min is an intelligent individual who understands how to make choices. I will give it serious thought. After responding, Lin Min took the 2 elixirs and departed. Lu Tianzhuo, do not let me down, Ling Shuangli murmured as she watched her disciple's retreating figure. Naturally, Lu Tianzhuo was unaware of the conversation between the 2 women. At that moment, he was still in the courtyard, exchanging cultivation experiences with the 2 beautiful women. Cheng Ying's cultivation was considerably weaker than Qi Wei's. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo planned to refine some corresponding elixirs to assist Qing Ying in enhancing her cultivation. As his woman, Lu Tianzhuo could not allow her to lag behind. However, he had exhausted all the materials for alchemy, and the elixirs he had previously concocted were not suitable. Ying, I understand your situation. I need to visit the General Affairs Hall to procure some materials for alchemy, Lu Tianzhuo said with a smile. With Qi Wei acting as a bridge, their relationship was effectively solidified. Lu Tianzhuo had already secured 2 of the 3 renowned beauties of Huanzong, and Elder Lu could not be more pleased. He was eager to produce the elixirs promptly to aid Qing Ying in her cultivation. If she could break through immediately, it would undoubtedly enhance his own reputation. Big brother Lu, you are truly too kind to me. Cheng Ying expressed her profound gratitude. Had it not been for Lu Tianzhuo's assistance, she could hardly fathom what predicament she would be in now. Ying, why are you being so polite with Big brother Lu? We are all family. It's only natural for me to do these things for you. I will head to the General Affairs Hall now. You 2 can continue your conversation here. Lu Tianzhuo bid farewell to the 2 women and hurriedly made his way to the General Affairs Hall. Upon arriving, he found Zhuang Ling preparing to lock the door. Ling, what are you up to? Tianzhuo, are you all right? Upon seeing Lu Tianzhuo, Zhuang Ling rushed to him, beginning a meticulous examination. What could possibly be wrong with me? What is the matter with you? Lu Tianzhuo replied, bewildered by her behavior. I heard from the inner disciples at the General Affairs Hall that you had a conflict with Zhou Mao and even came to blows. After Zhuang Ling's words, Lu Tianzhuo broke into a smile. What a trivial matter. Does he really think his meager skills are worthy of conflict with me? I merely taught him a lesson. Zhou Mao has already been dealt with. I broke both his legs as a form of punishment, so do not worry. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's response, Zhuang Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. As an elder, she was well aware of Zhou Mao's formidable background. Now that Lu Tianzhuo had incapacitated him, it was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face for the Zhou family. Given the Zhou family's standing in the martial world, they would certainly seek retribution for Zhou Mao. It was indisputable that even Huanzong might not stand by Lu Tianzhuo in the face of such a conflict. Would the sect leader truly confront the Zhou family for Lu Tianzhuo? Sai, Tianzhuo, why are you so impulsive? Dealing with Tian Wang and Qin Sheng is manageable. At most, it would be a matter resolved internally within Huanzong. But the Zhou family is different. They are a family of some repute in the Holy Spirit continent. Zhou Mao came to Huanzong primarily to pursue women, and the sect leader has been turning a blind eye. He is the young master of the Zhou family. To incapacitate him would be tantamount to slapping the Zhou family in the face. Even the sect leader might not stand by their side in this matter. What should we do? As Zhuang Ling spoke these words, his expression was one of deep helplessness. If the sect leader does not align with Lu Tianzhuo, he would essentially become a discarded pawn. Although Lu Tianzhuo's cultivation is formidable at present, can he withstand the relentless assaults of the Zhou family's experts? When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall divert it. Life and death hang in the balance, so what is there to fear? Observing Lu Tianzhuo's imposing demeanor, Zhuang Ling felt increasingly speechless. Chapter 62. A new task, however, since the event has transpired, discussing it further holds little significance. In any case, Zhuang Ling has resolutely decided that regardless of the troubles faced by Lu Tianzhuo, she will confront them alongside him. If it becomes unmanageable, she will simply accompany Lu Tianzhuo, for what is there to fear? Upon contemplating this, Zhuang Ling experienced a sudden clarity of mind. Tianzhuo, your visit to the Zhongwu Hall is not solely to inform me of this matter, is it? Indeed, there is a small favor I wish to ask of you. I need to select a few special alchemical materials. Lu Tianzhuo felt as though he and Zhuang Ling shared a profound understanding, able to discern her thoughts effortlessly. Her unwavering loyalty towards him, deserving of a perfect score, deeply touched Elder Lu's heart. He silently vowed to ensure that Zhuang Ling would not encounter any perilous situations. If I am not mistaken, are you not preparing to deliver elixirs to a certain beloved? Zhuang Ling teased with a smile. opening the door to the Zhongwu Hall to inquire about the materials he required. She proactively provided the spirit stones needed for the purchase, well aware that Lu Tianzhuo's pockets were emptier than his face. My beloved is merely you for now. Though these elixirs are indeed intended for a young girl, our relationship is entirely innocent, akin to that of an elder brother and younger sister. Lu Tianzhuo hurriedly clarified as he accepted the materials, fearing that Zhuang Ling might misunderstand. I perceive it as a romance between a brother and sister, perhaps? I have heard that your actions against Zhou Mao were entirely driven by a fierce desire to rescue a damsel in distress. Upon hearing Zhuang Ling's playful banter, Lu Tianzhuo felt a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. She spoke the truth. His confrontation with Zhou Mao was indeed a gallant act of heroism. Observing his flustered demeanor, Zhuang Ling's smile grew ever brighter. Do not feel embarrassed. Did I not mention before that I would not interfere in matters of this nature? The choice of your partner is entirely your own affair. However, Tianzhuo, remember this. There are many who care for you. Do not take your life too lightly. Should anything happen to you, I would not wish to survive in this world. After uttering these serious words, Zhuang Ling's expression turned grave, the previous mirth vanishing entirely. Her intent was to make Lu Tianzhuo acutely aware of the situation's gravity. Silly girl, I understand. You need not worry. As he spoke, Lu Tianzhuo pulled Zhuang Ling into his embrace, relishing the moment of tranquility. However, their embrace was short-lived as footsteps approached from outside. Someone is coming. You should attend to your own matters. Until we meet again tonight. Zhuang Ling quickly pushed Lu Tianzhuo away, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. She sensed her body's reactions growing increasingly intense. Had it not been for the interruption, she was uncertain of her next actions with Lu Tianzhuo. Very well, I shall take my leave then. See you tonight. With that, Lu Tianzhuo blew Zhuang Ling a kiss before departing with the alchemical materials, eager to return to Zhuang Peak to hasten the creation of the elixirs needed by Cheng. Yet, before he could enter the house, he discovered an uninvited guest clad in purple, Guoqinyu. It must be said, she epitomized the term goddess to perfection, curvaceous and possessing an angelic countenance. The creator had been unfair. Engaging in dual cultivation with such a woman would surely evoke feelings not dissimilar to those he experienced with Zhuang Ling. If at Ascent the fairy sister. What brings you here? Did you not have enough excitement during our last encounter at Luoxia Peak? Have you followed me to Zhuang Peak for more? If so, I shall remain still and allow you to strike me a few more times. Lu Tianzhuo grinned as he approached Guoqinyu, greedily inhaling her unique fragrance. Her alluring scent stirred a deep yearning within him, truly exquisite. Lu Tianzhuo, why did you force yourself to spit blood that day? I know that blow could not have harmed you in the slightest. Guoqinyu regarded Lu Tianzhuo with a complex expression, her curiosity spilling forth. The moment her strike landed on him, she had recognized her defeat, thoroughly. Given Lu Tianzhuo's impressive physical refinement skills, he could have effortlessly withstood the blow. Yet, he chose to employ a special method to spit blood. Those who were unaware would not grasp the situation. They believed he had shown mercy, preserving his dignity in the process. Fairy sister, I must apologize for that incident. I had been in seclusion, which led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. I could have withstood that strike, but I chose not to. Within our sect, I believe you are aware of my reputation. It is acceptable for me to suffer some loss, but you are different. You are an esteemed figure in our sect, akin to a deity. Therefore, I could never allow you to lose face. Lu Tianzhuo spoke earnestly as he gazed at Guoqinyu. Upon receiving this response, Guoqinyu's emotions became even more intricate. She realized she owed Lu Tianzhuo a debt of gratitude, yet was uncertain how to repay it. His sacrifice of reputation to preserve her dignity touched her deeply. In Guoqinyu's view, the path of cultivation was devoid of emotional entanglements. Only by relinquishing all feelings could one swiftly transcend limits. However, from the moment she heard Lu Tianzhuo's explanation, she sensed she might have been mistaken. Fairy sister, this matter was entirely voluntary on my part and has no bearing on you, so please do not feel pressured. Sensing her emotional shift, Lu Tianzhuo promptly reassured her. Ding. Name, Guoqinyu. Age, 180-400. Cultivation, early Yuanying, approaching mid-Yuanying. Physique, ordinary cultivation. Body status, senior elder of Hahuan sect. Loyalty, 20. Just as Lu Tianzhuo finished speaking, a system panel appeared, displaying Guoqinyu's relevant information. To Lu Tianzhuo's astonishment, her loyalty stood at a mere 20. It appears that the recent actions I have taken have significantly enhanced her favorable impression of me, whereas previously it was undoubtedly negative. System task: assist Guoqianyu in unlocking her emotional barriers. System reward: divine formation technique, special gift pack. Upon seeing this task assigned by the system, Tianzhuo was somewhat bewildered. What emotional barriers does this woman possess? To what extent must I go to be considered as having assisted her in overcoming them? However, the system task provided no further annotations, indicating that it would require some exploration and introspection on my part. Nevertheless, as long as there is a task at hand, it is, without a doubt, splendid news for Tianzhuo. Thus, he resolutely accepted it without hesitation. Chapter 63. A heartfelt commitment. Tianzhuo, regardless of the circumstances, I owe you a favor. I have heard that you have just incapacitated the inner sect disciple Zhou Mao. This may pose some challenges, but I am here to assist you in resolving it. Guoqianyu felt a pang of guilt. Her purpose for coming here was to ascertain whether Tianzhuo had truly feigned injury for her sake. Now that this has been confirmed, she felt compelled to repay his kindness. Hearing that Tianzhuo had dealt with Zhou Mao, it was a perfect opportunity to alleviate his troubles. In this way, she would no longer owe him anything. Thank you, Sister Fairy, for your goodwill, but I must insist that you refrain from getting involved. I have heard that the Zhou family wields considerable influence. I can handle this matter on my own. Tianzhuo, while not one to instigate trouble, was certainly unafraid of it. What of the Zhou family's might? He had his own formidable presence. In a world where everyone held power, who could truly intimidate whom? Tianzhuo was resolute in his belief that as the host, he would not easily succumb to defeat. Thus, he was prepared to confront any adversary he encountered. Should he indeed be vanquished, it would only signify the utter failure of the system. The Zhou family indeed possessed a significant background. Otherwise, Zhou Mao would not have been sent here to seek amusement. I fear you might struggle to handle this alone. After all, I am a master at the yuanying stage, and my reputation carries some weight. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I can manage this myself. If I truly cannot resolve it, I will seek your assistance then. Seeing Tianzhuo's unwavering stance, Guoqianyu felt it futile to press further. However, she silently vowed that should he find himself in trouble, she would not stand idly by. Very well, it is settled then. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at Luoxia Peak. Rest assured, sister, I will. We must engage more in the future. The system has tasks to fulfill. Furthermore, who wouldn't wish to interact with such a captivating woman? Who knows what stories might unfold? With that, Guoqianyu cast a profound glance at Tianzhuo before turning to leave Zhuowang Peak. The significance of her gaze was unmistakable, yet Tianzhuo remained oblivious to its true meaning. It is said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea, and thus he had no desire to ponder its depths. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to explore such matters more intimately in the future. With a chuckle, Tianzhuo entered his dwelling. Retrieving the battered cauldron used for alchemy, he tossed all the materials into it in a single motion, igniting his spiritual fire and commencing the refining process. For Tianzhuo, alchemy posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, it hardly piqued his interest. If only he had access to high-tier alchemical materials, that would be a different story. Given the specific focus of this alchemical endeavor and the limited quantity being produced, the time required was considerably reduced. Soon, 3 pills emerged from the cauldron, 1 golden and 2 black, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Tianzhuo eagerly grasped the golden pill, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The Jiejing Dan, a rare elixir capable of breaking through the foundation establishment bottleneck. This pill was crafted specifically for Qi Wei, who had recently reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Consuming this elixir would allow her to smoothly ascend to the golden core stage. Once she reached this level, she would be able to awaken her Tian sacred body. This would fulfill the task assigned by the system, granting him the corresponding rewards. The third style of the Ling Tian sword technique and a mysterious reward from the system were both of utmost importance to Tianzhuo at this stage. Should he acquire the third style of the Ling Tian sword technique, his capabilities would multiply exponentially, allowing him to contend with peak yuanying stage masters. As for the other 2 pills, they were meticulously prepared spirit-gathering pills intended for Chungying. These were quite similar to Qi-gathering pills, yet their efficacy was significantly superior. Thus, utilizing them to aid Qingying in reaching the mid-level of foundation establishment should pose no significant issues. Glancing at the time, he noted that evening was still some time away. However, after Qi Wei consumed the elixir, he would need to remain nearby to protect her, just in case. Hence, Lu Tianzhuo made his way back to Zhuangling to greet her, hoping to avoid a repeat of the previous incident at Luoxia Peak. Tianzhuo, your efficiency is quite commendable. It seems that Wei Wei holds a significant position in your heart. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's explanation, Zhuangling felt a twinge of jealousy. Tianzhuo, please do not misunderstand. You are the most important person to me. Lu Tianzhuo quickly clarified to Zhuangling, strictly speaking. She was his first woman, a distinction that even by Yue Guanglin Min could not surpass. I was merely teasing you. Now, off you go. I will visit Zhuowang Peak this evening. As for whether you can return to stay, that is entirely your concern. Zhuangling concluded, returning to her work. Lu Tianzhuo felt warmth in his heart. After bidding her farewell, he entered Zhuangling's courtyard. The young girl had returned from Chongying and was currently practicing in her room. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly rose. Upon realizing it was Lu Tianzhuo, she sighed in relief, fearing that the Zhou family had come seeking trouble. Brother Lu, what brings you here? I come bearing good news. Look at what I have for you, he said, producing the recently refined golden pill. What is this? Qi Wei sensed the energy within the pill, but was unaware of its specific effects. This is the Jiejin Dan I meticulously crafted for you. As the name suggests, upon refining it, it will enable you to break through to the golden core stage. With that, Lu Tianzhuo placed the Jiejin Dan in Qi Wei's palm. Upon hearing this, the young girl's eyes brimmed with tears. No one had ever shown her such kindness. How could she not be moved? Moreover, thus far, Lu Tianzhuo had never asked anything in return. Brother Lu, I cannot accept this. Silly girl, what do you mean you cannot accept it? As long as it is given by Brother Lu, it is beyond such considerations. Hasten to refine it now. I shall safeguard you in this endeavor. Lu Tianzhuo affectionately tousled Qi Wei's small head. Thank you, Brother Lu. At that moment, Qi Wei had resolutely made up her mind. In life, she belonged to Lu Tianzhuo, and in death, she would be his specter. Observing the determination in her gaze, a smile graced Lu Tianzhuo's face. He understood that this girl was entirely his, impervious to any form of usurpation. Subsequently, Qi Wei consumed the golden elixir, seated herself upon the ground, and commenced the process of refinement. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo silently stood guard over her, awaiting the system's reward to materialize. Chapter 64. Finally breaking through once again, perhaps due to the influence of the Tianzhuo, Qi Wei found no difficulty in refining this golden core. It was as effortless as her usual practice, flowing naturally and seamlessly. She smoothly advanced to the initial stage of the golden core realm, expending not a single ounce of effort. Thus, when she opened her eyes, she began to doubt whether she had truly made a breakthrough. However, Lu Tianzhuo could distinctly sense that her essence and spirit were entirely transformed. If all went according to plan, the Tianzhuo had been awakened. It was likely that her cultivation speed would soon rival that of Zhuangling, provided that Zhuangling's Tao was completely severed. Otherwise, the body of Tianyu would remain far superior, as its name suggests. Vivi, how do you feel? Lu Tianzhuo inquired with a beaming smile directed at Qi Wei. He had just checked his unread system notifications and discovered that his rewards had been credited. Therefore, Elder Lu had ample reason to be joyful. Upon returning, he would commence his practice of the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique. With an additional golden core residing in her Dantian and a noticeable increase in the abundance of spiritual energy within her body, Qi Wei couldn't help but marvel at this new stage of the golden core realm. I never even dared to dream of this before. The foundation establishment stage grants entry into the inner sect, while the golden core stage qualifies one for the ranks of elders. At this moment, Qi Wei felt a tinge of disbelief. Yet, she reminded herself that it was merely the golden core stage. Opportunities for further breakthroughs would abound, and she must continue to strive forward. Brother Lu, my current cultivation is entirely due to your assistance. Without you, shattering the shackles would have been impossible. I wonder if you could stay tonight. As she reached the end of her sentence, Qi Wei's voice barely rose above a whisper. Had it not been for Lu Tianzhuo's keen hearing, she would have remained unheard. Goodness, the last time I acted foolishly, I was turned down. I regretted it deeply. How could I possibly refuse this time? Having already informed Zhuangling, he saw no issue in staying the night. What did you say, Vivi? I didn't quite catch that. Lu Tianzhuo feigned ignorance, continuing to inquire with a smile. I said, can Brother Lu stay tonight? Qi Wei raised her voice, resolute that her happiness was something to seize for herself. There was nothing to be shy about. Having acknowledged Lu Tianzhuo, she would boldly pursue her desires. Who would mock her? Surely, they would only envy her. Therefore, Qi Wei resolved to have Lu Tianzhuo remain, wishing to gift him her precious first time. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lu Tianzhuo remarked, already beginning to disrobe as he spoke. Qi Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly went outside to close both the courtyard and room doors. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo had settled comfortably against the headboard, awaiting her return. Brother Lu. Qi Wei greeted him bashfully, her head lowered in shyness. Having never experienced such moments before, she was at a loss for how to proceed. Don't be shy, Vivi. Come here, let us discuss life together, Lu Tianzhuo encouraged, patting the space beside him. Qi Wei understood that what was to happen today must occur, and with determination, she climbed onto the bed. Nestling next to Lu Tianzhuo, she could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. Vivi, why is your face so flushed? Are you too warm in those clothes? You should remove them, Lu Tianzhuo teased, a playful glint in his eye. Yet, Qi Wei was a brave girl. She decided to shed her outer garments, leaving only her intimate attire. Oh my, this figure rivals that of Zhuang Ling, Lu Tianzhuo thought, feeling overwhelmed by the sight before him. All the women he had encountered were exceptional, and now he found himself captivated yet again. Brother Lu, Qi Wei, feeling increasingly bashful under his gaze, quietly reminded him that she, too, was uncertain of what to do next. Being scrutinized like this was undeniably embarrassing. Vivi, you are truly beautiful, Lu Tianzhuo exclaimed sincerely, pulling himself back to reality to offer her genuine praise. What woman would not appreciate the admiration of the man she cherished? Qi Wei, naturally, was no exception, her heart swelling with joy. Brother Lu, I want to be your woman, she declared, first lowering her gaze shyly before resolutely meeting his eyes, sincerity shining through. She wished to give herself to Lu Tianzhuo not solely for his skills in alchemy, but because through their time together, she had come to realize that he was a man of passion and conviction. To become his woman would undoubtedly be the greatest happiness in her life. Vivi, are you truly prepared? Lu Tianzhuo asked earnestly, not rushing her. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I am entirely ready. I want to be your woman. Qi Wei's tone grew increasingly resolute, confident that this was the right choice for her. Vivi, at present, I have Ling Ling as a woman, and there may be others in the future. Would you mind? Lu Tianzhuo had previously expressed his nature as one of love, not promiscuity, and felt it necessary to clarify this before proceeding. He did not wish for her to feel misled or disappointed later. I do not mind, as long as I can become Brother Lu's woman. That is enough for me. Come, Brother Lu, I want to become your woman, Qi Wei repeated, her cheeks aglow. How could anyone resist such sincerity? Lu Tianzhuo was no deity, yet he found himself powerless to hesitate any longer. After an hour of tender intimacy, the two finally completed their first dual cultivation together. With Qi Wei having advanced to the golden core stage, the attributes of her Tianxingti were fully awakened, gradually revealing her innate coldness during their union. Lu Tianzhuo, during this process, has reaped immeasurable benefits. The realm that had previously shown signs of loosening has, astonishingly, undergone a profound transformation. His authentic cultivation has leaped from the initial stage of the Jindan period to the intermediate stage. A realm that had eluded him for so long, despite numerous efforts, has finally been transcended, thanks to this dual cultivation experience. Moreover, at this moment, within his dantian, the golden elixir harbors a terrifying chill. Lu Tianzhuo believes that this chill will prove to be extraordinarily formidable. He now finds himself impatiently eager to seek out a peak yuanying expert to engage in a contest, eager to ascertain the true extent of his strength. Chapter 65. The ability to stir things up. Brother Lu, it seems that my realm has loosened once again. Before long, I shall reach the mid-stage of the Jindan period. While recovering her strength, Qi Wei suddenly realized that the cultivation she had just broken through was subtly on the verge of further advancement. This revelation astonished her greatly, prompting her to hurriedly inform Lu Tianzhuo of the situation. Hehe. Did you think that cultivating with Brother Lu is merely a physical delight? Continuous breakthroughs are inevitable. Soon you shall reap the rewards. Lu Tianzhuo chuckled mischievously, aware that apart from Chongying, who possesses an ordinary cultivation physique, the other girls all have unique constitutions. Thus, their dual cultivation with him must yield remarkable results. By the way, Wei, have you felt a domineering chill within your body? You possess the Tianxingti, a fact that the young girl herself is yet unaware of. As her guide, It is my responsibility to share this delightful news with her. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed. Indeed, it seems a chill has entered my Jindan. Qi Wei initially thought this chill originated from Lu Tianzhuo, hence she did not pay much attention to it. Your constitution is the Tianzhuo, and once your cultivation reaches the Jindan period, this attribute will naturally be activated. To put it plainly, your bloodline is gradually awakening. Therefore, you need to practice some yin and cold-related techniques, which will allow you to maximize your abilities and achieve remarkable results. Lu Tianzhuo smiled as he spoke to Qi Wei. Tianzhuo? This term was entirely new to Qi Wei, and she was unfamiliar with its distinctive qualities. Indeed, it is a formidable cultivation physique. Your cultivation speed will be unmatched by ordinary individuals. However, do not rush. Brother Lu will find a suitable technique for your cultivation. Currently, there are no particularly suitable methods for Qi Wei, but once one is discovered, the effects will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Thank you, Brother Lu. I am already very content with my current level of cultivation. The young girl could hardly believe she had progressed so swiftly to the Jindan period and was nearing the mid-stage. Even some elders in the elder group may not match her strength, right? Haha, contentment brings joy, how delightful. After Lu Tianzhuo spoke, he noticed a trace of crimson on the bedsheet. He secretly lamented his good fortune, as both of the women he possessed were pure. Compared to that, Meng Huan seemed utterly unworthy of his attention. Oh dear, Brother Lu, do not gaze at that. Qi Wei, feeling immensely shy, quickly disregarded her attire and rushed to find a pair of scissors to swiftly cut the stained bedsheet. Her actions mirrored those of Zhuang Ling, which amused Lu Tianzhuo greatly. He was curious where the two girls would place the bedsheet marked with crimson. Wei Wei, is everything well with your body? Lu Tianzhuo inquired with concern. After all, it was her first experience, and he had not been particularly gentle, so it was certain to be painful. It is bearable, just a bit painful. I may need a few days to recover. Qi Wei replied. Her face flushed as she recalled the scenes from their dual cultivation. However, the thrill of becoming Lu Tianzhuo's woman was truly exhilarating for her. Henceforth, she would be completely tied to Brother Lu. Could there be anything more joyous than this? Well then, take some time to rest. Brother Lu shall return to Ziwang Feng, otherwise, I fear I may not be able to resist and seek another round. This was no exaggeration. Gazing at Qi Wei's flawless figure, Lu Tianzhuo felt a stirring within him. However, Qi Wei could not be compared to Zhuang Ling at this moment. Should they engage again, it would only lead to further injury. Thus, to play it safe, Lu Tianzhuo decided to head to Ziwang Feng. After all, Zhuang Ling was waiting for him there, and another round of dual cultivation with her would suffice. Thank you, Brother Lu. I will take good care of myself. Qi Wei earnestly stated, looking at Lu Tianzhuo. Silly girl, rest well, and Brother Lu will take his leave now. Lu Tianzhuo stood up and affectionately ruffled Qi Wei's hair. After donning his garments with her assistance and indulging in a few more affectionate moments, he finally departed. Beep. Name, Qi Wei. Age, 55, 300 cultivation, Jindan period, infinitely approaching mid-stage, physique, Tianzhuo, activated, loyalty, 80 simultaneously. The system panel displayed Qi Wei's basic information. Lu Tianzhuo was astonished to find that the girl's loyalty had soared to 80. At this rate, it would not be long before it reached its maximum. When Zhuang Ling's loyalty hit 100, the system granted her the special reward of the Chaos Open Heaven body. Lu Tianzhuo anticipated that when Qi Wei's loyalty reached 100, the system's reward would undoubtedly be exceptional as well. Despite his recent breakthrough, Lu Tianzhuo still felt he was too weak. One must remain vigilant. Without awareness of potential threats, one cannot afford to be complacent. After all, he had incapacitated Zhou Mao, the young master of the Zhou family, establishing a formidable enemy. From their words, it was clear that the Zhou family was quite a powerful clan. Thus, it was not surprising that several formidable figures resided within their ranks. Given his current cultivation level, he could not guarantee his ability to contend with them. However, as long as he afforded himself a bit of time, Lu Tianzhuo was confident that no one could pose a challenge to him. With this thought, he hummed a little tune and quickened his pace homeward. Ah, joyous occasions uplift the spirit. I say, Tianzhuo, have you found success? Upon entering the room, Zhuang Ling teased him. Ling Ling, how did you know? Do you possess a worm in my stomach? Lu Tianzhuo hurried to Zhuang Ling's side and embraced her. Did you not know? Each woman possesses a unique fragrance. I detected the scent of Wei Wei on you. Thus, I surmised the truth. You have truly benefited from this, for that young lady's physique is in no way inferior to mine, and she is also a maiden. Yet you, this lecher, have taken possession of her. Zhuang Ling cast a glance of disdain at Lu Tianzhuo and then spoke. This left Elder Lu secretly astonished, for he had thought he was the only one capable of discerning a woman's fragrance. Haha, I must extend my gratitude to my dear Lingling. Without you, where would be the tail between me and that girl Wei Wei? I must reward you handsomely. Come, let us retire to the chamber. Alas, did you not just finish cultivating with Wei Wei? Why must you trouble me again? At this moment, Zhuang Ling felt immensely relieved that she had assisted Lu Tianzhuo in finding other women. Otherwise, she would surely have been exhausted by his incessant pursuits. Chapter 66. Visitors from the Zhou family. After a gentle breeze had passed, the two comfortably leaned against the headboard of the bed. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo no longer cared about the so-called cultivation points. He had realized that their significance seemed to diminish. Even refining hundreds of them did not yield substantial benefits. Instead, the dual cultivation was far more effective. Hadn't he just broken through a minor realm after engaging in dual cultivation with Jiwei? Tianzhuo, why do I feel like you've changed compared to before? Zhuang Ling nestled contentedly in Lu Tianzhuo's embrace, drawing small circles on his chest with her fingers. In what way have I changed? Am I not stronger than before? Lu Tianzhuo asked with a mischievous grin. Indeed, he felt more powerful now. With a little restraint, he could last for 2 hours without issue. However, Zhuang Ling was not one to endure excessive exertion, and he feared injuring her, so he could only quicken his pace. Stop joking. I can't quite put my finger on it, but you seem more confident, more authoritative. Zhuang Ling pondered for a moment before expressing her thoughts. Hee, Lingling, you are perceptive. After my dual cultivation with Wei Wei, I indeed advanced another minor realm. Didn't I mention that my cultivation method differs from yours? Now, even if I were to face a peak Yuanying expert, I would be confident in defeating them. Thus, whether or not I offend the Zhou family does not concern me much. If they truly seek trouble with me, I shall unleash my wrath. After all, on this continent, strength is the only logic. If I can subdue them with my might, there will be no further complications. Lu Tianzhuo spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ling instinctively shivered in his embrace. However, I've heard that the Zhou family has numerous experts. It may not be so simple. Zhuang Ling expressed her concerns, as Zhou Mao's background was indeed formidable. If the sect did not choose to stand with Lu Tianzhuo, matters could become complicated. She believed this scenario was quite likely, considering Lu Tianzhuo was not deemed a significant figure in the Hahuan sect. Would the sect master truly clash with the Zhou family over a male elder? Fear not. We shall confront whatever comes our way. They lack the capability to do anything to me. Lu Tianzhuo reassured her, confident in his abilities to handle the Zhou family. Even if I were to falter, what of it? With the support of the Hongdun Kaitian body, they would find it difficult to take my life. But, enough with the buts. I'm a bit weary from all this talk. Let us sleep. Lu Tianzhuo chuckled, then embraced Zhuang Ling and drifted off to slumber. Was it truly necessary to stress over such matters? Meanwhile, in the secluded chambers of the sect master Lin Min, the young lady furrowed her brow. The task assigned by her master still left her uncertain. Even now, she could not discern what kind of feeling she harbored for Lu Tianzhuo. However, one thing was clear. It was certainly not the sentiment of ordinary friends. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to Luoxiao Peak to seek justice for him upon hearing he might be killed by Guqinyu. Furthermore, when she learned of the relationship between Zhuang Ling and Lu Tianzhuo, she felt a pang of heartache. Such feelings had never occurred to her before. Could it be that she had unknowingly fallen in love with the man who entered the sect alongside her? This notion seemed utterly unfathomable. Lin Min had never considered such a thing before. How could this be? Lin Min quietly questioned herself in disbelief. Logically, her interactions with Lu Tianzhuo had not been extensive. They had merely spent some time together when they first entered the sect. Then she recalled the urgency with which she had rushed to Ziwang Peak upon hearing that Lu Tianzhuo's life was in danger. That sense of urgency was certainly not feigned. With so few interactions between them, how could she have displayed such concern if she did not possess special feelings for him? At this moment, Lin Min felt conflicted, unsure of what choice to make. For the sake of my master, for the sect, I must complete this task. After a moment of silence, Lin Min finally found a reason to convince herself. With that thought, her gaze grew resolute. The following morning, when Lu Tianzhuo awoke, he found that only the lingering fragrance of Zhuang Ling remained in the bed. Upon seeing the delectable dishes left on the table, a smile graced his face. Zhuang Ling was indeed a virtuous woman. To have her was his fortune. After grooming himself, he sat down to indulge in the feast. Lu Dage, Lu Dage. Just as he was savoring his meal, Chi Wei's urgent voice came from outside. What are you doing? Why the panic so early in the morning? Lu Tianzhuo asked with a smile as he stepped out to greet her. Lu Dage, hurry. The Zhou family has arrived. Sister Zhuang Ling sent me to inform you to lay low and avoid trouble. Chi Wei rushed to Lu Tianzhuo, grabbing his wrist as if to pull him away. Lu Tianzhuo, upon hearing this, chuckled and freed himself from Chi Wei's grasp. Wei Wei, where are the Zhou family members? How many have come? There was no escaping this situation. It was an opportunity to observe how the sect would address the matter. As for fear, that was simply out of the question. After his breakthrough, Lu Tianzhuo was eager to find a formidable opponent to spar with. They were a group of over 10 individuals, led by what seemed to be an elder from the Zhou family, likely a Yuaning-level expert. The others accompanying him were also formidable. Currently in the conference hall, where Saintess Lin Min was negotiating with them. Negotiating with them? Does that not imply the sect still supports me? Lu Tianzhuo's lips curled into a smile. Wei Wei, wait for me outside for a moment. I need to cultivate and adjust my state to its peak before reasoning with them, Lu Tianzhuo said with a cheerful demeanor. After returning from Chi Wei, he had engaged in an exchange with Zhuang Ling. Thus, he had not even had the opportunity to cultivate the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique, nor had he managed to open the special package rewarded by the system. Therefore, Lu Tianzhuo intended to seize this moment to resolve both matters. In doing so, his arsenal of techniques would be considerably enhanced, and his offensive power would at least multiply. A mere Yuan-ing stage elder from the Zhou family was hardly a concern for him. Lu Ji, given the circumstances, do you still have the heart to practice? Chi Wei was nearly frantic, exasperated by his apparent nonchalance. So many people were concerned for him. Did he not realize the gravity of the situation? Wei Wei, listen. With these words from Lu Tianzhuo, Chi Wei found herself with little choice but to comply, assisting him by guarding the exterior. Chapter 67. Brazen words. Upon returning to the room, Lu Tianzhuo eagerly opened the panel. He immediately located the manual for the Ling Tian sword technique and turned to the page of the third form. As expected, he found that he was now able to cultivate it, so without hesitation, he clicked yes. Whoosh! Just like before, that page transformed into a beam of white light and penetrated Lu Tianzhuo's mind. The third form of the Ling Tian sword technique. Qianzhonggu Ming. This time, Lu Tianzhuo commenced practicing directly within his mind, as the sword energy materialized into towering mountains and overlapping shadows, with the sound of sword cries resonating through the vast pine forest. Its power was more than double that of the second form, Tian He and I Lin. Coupled with Lu Tianzhuo's previous breakthrough in cultivation, the might he could unleash was even greater. Soon, he had mastered this form with remarkable comprehension. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength, confident that he could face even the most formidable masters without any issue. Thus, a mere dozen individuals from the Zhou family were hardly worthy of his concern. Upon opening his eyes, a fierce glint emanated from them, shimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Initially, he contemplated rising and departing immediately, yet he had yet to open a system reward package. With Lin Min stalling for time, he could afford a moment longer. Hence, Lu Tianzhuo eagerly opened the mysterious reward package from the system, within which lay a cultivation technique. Upon examining it, the three characters Liebing Jue caught his eye. It turned out that during his dual cultivation with Chi Wei, a domineering chill had manifested within him. Thus, the system's special reward was a technique for cultivating this chill. How considerate. Just when he had promised to find a corresponding technique for Chi Wei, this came as a perfect solution. He could hardly contain his excitement as he began to practice the Liebing Jue. Lu Tianzhuo sensed that this technique bore some resemblance to the Han Bing true energy, exceptionally dominating. Combined with the chill within him, this technique became exceedingly formidable. Before long, he had nearly perfected the Liebing Jue. Checking the time, he realized that he had completed both techniques in a relatively short period. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt frighteningly powerful, eager to showcase his abilities. With a chuckle, he rose and made his way outside. Lu Dage, how did it go? Chi Wei, waiting outside, hurriedly approached him with concern. Terrifyingly strong. Wei Wei, did I not promise you yesterday that I would find a technique for cultivating chill energy? Well, I have it now, and I will explain it to you. When you return, follow my instructions to cultivate it. After saying this, Lu Tianzhuo shared the details of the Liebing Jue with Chi Wei. Chi Wei was taken aback at how swiftly Lu Tianzhuo had found a suitable technique for her, feeling even more touched. Lu Dage, you are truly too good to me. Silly girl, what are you saying? You are my woman. If I do not treat you well, who else should I treat well? He ruffled Qi Wei's hair affectionately before taking her hand and heading toward the assembly hall. Meanwhile, in the Hehuan sect assembly hall, the majority of inner disciples had gathered. The elders of the sect had also arrived. The sect's saintess, Lin Min, occupied the foremost seat, managing all affairs of the sect in the absence of the sect leader, who was in seclusion. Saintess, my young master has been beaten to such a state. Does the Hehuan sect not owe our Zhou family an explanation? The speaker was an elderly man, the leader sent by the Zhou family, Zhou Long, who was the fourth uncle of Zhou Mao. This old fellow possessed mid-stage Yuanian cultivation, and he spoke with an air of arrogance. Although Lin Min was the saintess of the Hehuan sect, he regarded her with indifference. Not even the sect leader, Lin Shuangli, was worthy of his concern. If it were not for his young master pursuing a woman, he would not have come to this second-rate sect. Now, it was regrettable that his young master had ended up with broken legs here, bringing shame to the Zhou family. Therefore, this debt must be accounted for, lest they be seen as easy prey. I apologize, Elder Zhou, but I do not quite understand what you mean by an explanation. Are you aware of why Zhou Mao had his legs broken? Lin Min narrowed her eyes at Zhou Long yesterday. I made a decision that, regardless of what occurs, I and the entire Hehuan sect will steadfastly stand by Lu Tianzhuo's side. I demand a reasonable response for both myself and the Zhou family. Otherwise, humph. Zhou Long was taken aback by Lin Min's attitude, growing increasingly displeased. If he did not receive a satisfactory response today, he would cause a scene at the Hehuan sect. Before coming, he had already gathered information and believed that the only one capable of confronting him within the Hehuan sect was the sect leader, Lin Shuangli. Given the Zhou family's influence here, he was confident Lin Shuangli would not act against him. Thus, Zhou Long felt emboldened, viewing this second-rate sect with contempt. Elder Zhou, Zhou Mao's punishment was warranted as he, being an inner disciple, attacked our sect's elders. It was only out of mercy from Elder Lu that he was spared. Otherwise, according to our sect's rules, Zhou Mao would have faced death. Therefore, I believe the responsibility lies with Zhou Mao, and this matter should conclude here. What do you think? Lin Min coldly addressed. Zhou Long conclude here? Saintess, what do you take our Zhou family for? Bring that Lu fellow out. We shall handle him ourselves. Furthermore, the Hehuan sect must publicly apologize to the Zhou family and provide appropriate compensation. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Zhou Long had come with a mission, and if the Hehuan sect agreed, that would suffice. If they refused, he had no qualms about causing a scene. Given his cultivation, he was entirely capable of doing so. The experts standing behind Zhou Long also released their imposing auras, seemingly prepared to take action at any moment. The entire assembly hall was charged with a sense of impending violence. Some inner sect disciples, whose cultivation was somewhat lacking, found even their breathing becoming labored. Elder Zhou, this is rather overstepping the bounds. Lin Min's countenance had turned exceedingly grim. This was a blatant disregard for the Hehuan zone. Indeed, you are bullying our Hehuan zone, and what of it? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I believe your sect shall have no justification for its existence. Zhou Long issued a stark warning. Goodness, is there no fear of the wind causing one to trip over their own words? At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from outside the assembly hall. Chapter 68. The elders return upon hearing those invigorating words. Everyone present turned their gaze towards the entrance, eager to discern the identity of the bold individual who had dared to confront the sect members. Soon, a striking figure strode confidently into the hall. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by a physique that exuded a captivating charisma and an intimidating presence, he was undeniably remarkable. Could this be the fabled waste elder, Lu Tianzhuo? He appeared nothing of the sort. If such a man could be deemed a waste, what then could they consider themselves? The inner disciples observed the imposing Lu Tianzhuo, lost in contemplation. Lin Min furrowed her brow, glancing at Zhuang Ling. Had she not advised against Lu Tianzhuo's presence? What was happening? Was this not merely complicating matters? Zhuang Ling, equally perplexed, shifted her gaze to Qi Wei, who shrugged helplessly in response, indicating that she too had been unable to dissuade Lu Dage. Lu Tianzhuo, noticing their silent exchange, offered Lin Min and Zhuang Ling a reassuring glance before making his way toward the discussion hall where the Zhou family was gathered. Fourth uncle, this lad is Lu Tianzhuo, the one who crippled my legs. Zhou Mao's eyes reddened at the sight of Lu Tianzhuo. The memory of the moment he had lost his mobility ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Zhou Mao, we meet again. What brings you to my doorstep with your entourage? Lu Tianzhuo fixed his gaze squarely on Zhou Mao, disregarding Zhou Long and the others. Did you not anticipate the consequences of your actions when you laid hands on me? Zhou Mao gritted his teeth in response. Ah, you truly overestimate your significance. You bring these mere lackeys to confront me? Who granted you such audacity? Lu Tianzhuo retorted with a nonchalant disdain that permeated the air. It was apparent to all that he was not merely posturing. He genuinely regarded the Zhou family members as inconsequential, akin to ants beneath his feet. That kind of contempt was innate, impossible to feign. Witnessing this display, even Guo Qianyu silently nodded in approval, regardless of Lu Tianzhuo's capabilities. Such audacity was not commonly found among men. That is Lu Tianzhuo? Seize him. Zhou Long commanded without hesitation. I dare you to try. Just as the Zhou family members contemplated action, Guo Qianyu stepped forward, her formidable aura enveloping Lu Tianzhuo in an instant. The power of her Yuan Ying cultivation was not to be trifled with. The Zhou family hesitated, their gazes shifting toward Zhou Long, for among them, only he possessed the strength to contend with such a formidable adversary. Zhou Long furrowed his brow, astonished by Lu Tianzhuo's unexpected tenacity. He had presumed that He Huanzong would willingly surrender him. After all, opposing the Zhou family for the sake of one individual seemed illogical. Your Highness, what does this signify? Does He Huanzong truly wish to stand against us for a so-called waste? Such a decision would be unwise, he pressed, knowing that the sect leader was absent, leaving the final word to the saintess. Elder Zhou, taken aback, interjected, Lu Tianzhuo is our only male elder in He Huanzong. His standing within the sect is beyond question. We cannot surrender him to you. Furthermore, we believe Lu Elder's actions were justified. Zhou Mao, as a disciple of the inner sect, has been unruly. Out of respect for the Zhou family, we have overlooked his transgressions. However, his audacity in assaulting an elder cannot go unpunished. For what message would that send about He Huanzong's integrity on the Shengling continent? Lin Min spoke with conviction. While Zhou Mao may be a young master of the Zhou family, he is also an inner disciple of He Huanzong. Thus, he must abide by our sect's rules. Lu Tianzhuo's actions were entirely warranted and within the bounds of propriety. Are you implying that you refuse to show consideration for our Zhou family? Zhou Long's expression darkened, unprepared for the sect's resolute stance. Consideration must be given based on the context, Lin Min replied, her eyes narrowing. I am curious to see what He Huanzong can do to protect Lu Tianzhuo. With that, Zhou Long lunged toward Lu Tianzhuo, determined to assert his dominance. How dare you cause chaos within He Huanzong without weighing your worth? Before Lu Tianzhuo could respond, Guo Qianyu had already intercepted Zhou Long. The impact of their palms colliding echoed through the hall. Despite her efforts, Guo Qianyu found herself pushed back several steps, while Zhou Long barely retreated. Utilizing her strength, she managed to shatter the tiles beneath her feet to regain her balance. With a swift motion, she summoned her azure sword, the Luan Xia Jian, into her right hand. Having previously promised Lu Tianzhuo assistance during his trials at Zhuowang Peak, it was now her moment to fulfill that vow. Even if it meant risking everything, she would ensure Lu Tianzhuo's safety. Guo Qianyu's decisive action took Lin Min, Zhuang Ling, and the others by surprise, given the previous discord at Luanxia Peak. Nobody had anticipated her stepping forward, as it was so contrary to her character. Sister Fairy, allow me to handle this matter. Please take a moment to rest. Lu Tianzhuo felt a surge of gratitude, astonished by Guo Qianyu's dedication. Are you capable of facing him? Zhou Long is a mid-level Yuaning master, and wielding the Luanxia Jian does not guarantee victory, he expressed concern. What do you mean, can I manage? A man should never claim inadequacy. Guo Qianyu replied with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I shall remain steadfast as he strikes, and not a single hair on my body will be harmed. After uttering these words, he playfully winked at Guo Qianyu. Elder Guo, clearly taken aback by Lu Tianzhuo's audacity, shot him an incredulous glare. Scoundrel, she muttered under her breath before retreating. Having encountered Lu Tianzhuo's formidable physical prowess, she understood well that even her most potent attack had failed to inflict any damage upon him. Although this old fellow named Zhou was slightly more skilled than she, the outcome would likely be no different. To consider an alternative, if Lu Tianzhuo were truly unable to withstand the assault, she would not be in haste to intervene. Come forth, old hen. With Guo Qianyu stepping back, Lu Tianzhuo beckoned Zhou Long with a gesture of his finger. Chapter 69. The final verdict. The members of the Zhou family were utterly bewildered by Lu Tianzhuo's audacious act. Had he lost his mind? A mere glance revealed that Lu Tianzhuo was only at the qi refining stage. Not to mention Zhou Long, even Zhou Mao, who was confined to a wheelchair, could easily handle this fool. How could he dare to challenge the fourth master? Was he courting death? Zhou Long believed that if he intervened, it would be tantamount to bullying. After all, he was a formidable master at the nascent soul stage. News of this would undoubtedly provoke laughter within the circles. A nascent soul expert dealing with a mere qi refining novice was simply ridiculous. Consequently, he felt a sense of embarrassment and chose to withdraw. Zhou Yang, can you take care of this? Zhou Long inquired of a younger member of the Zhou family seated beside him. Rest assured, fourth uncle, I will handle this Lu fellow. Zhou Yang replied confidently as he approached Lu Tianzhuo. Being at the mid-level of the Golden Core stage, he was aware that despite being a branch member of the Zhou family, his cultivation level afforded him respect. His presence at this gathering was, in fact, a means of enhancing his reputation. If he could eliminate Lu Tianzhuo, it would be a significant achievement, and upon returning to the Zhou family, his status would naturally rise. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by Zhou Long, and he understood the necessity of seizing it. Branches of the family were not intimidating. The real fear lay in a lack of advancement. Swiftly, he approached Lu Tianzhuo, donning a broad smile, and declared, Lu Tianzhuo, you are merely at the qi refining stage. Spare yourself the struggle. I offer you the chance to end your own life, so you can avoid a humiliating demise. What say you? In Zhou Yang's eyes, the fourth master Zhou Long's intentions were clear. Even if the leader of the Hehuan sect intervened, there would be no mercy shown. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo's fate had already been sealed the moment he harmed his uncle, Zhou Mao. If he chose to take his own life, at least he could maintain a semblance of dignity. Haha, I'm not one to harm myself. Instead, why don't you lend a hand? Lu Tianzhuo replied with a hearty laugh, turning the tables on Zhou Yang. Sure, I would be more than willing to assist. Just hold on a moment. I'll be quick. Zhou Yang retorted, sensing the jest. Observing the exchange, several female disciples from the Hehuan sect quickly grasped the implication of quick. They were taken aback that Lu Tianzhuo could still afford to joke at such a critical juncture. However, the humor was not lost on many, and despite the inappropriateness of the setting, suppressed laughter began to ripple through the crowd. Zhou Yang, witnessing the reaction, felt his anger surge. Lu Tianzhuo, you stand on the brink of death, yet still engage in idle banter? I will send you on your way, he coldly declared, stepping forward with purpose. In an instant, he closed the distance to Lu Tianzhuo, raising his right palm to deliver a forceful strike to his chest. He exerted 8/10 of his strength. Not even a peak foundation establishment practitioner could withstand such an attack without suffering severe injury or death. Zhou Yang viewed Lu Tianzhuo's verbal insults as the perfect opportunity for revenge. This was a realm that valued strength, and Lu Tianzhuo's inadequacy warranted his demise. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yang's palm struck Lu Tianzhuo's chest, reverberating through the air. Many inner disciples averted their gaze, fully aware that Elder Lu would certainly not withstand this blow. It was only logical to expect a scene of bloodshed, which would inevitably disrupt their upcoming lunch. Huh, is that all the strength you possess? Did you skip breakfast? Lu Tianzhuo's voice, tinged with amusement, echoed through the space. The trembling inner disciples quickly turned their attention back to Lu Tianzhuo, who remained standing as steadfast as a pine tree, seemingly unaffected by the earlier strike. It was as if Zhou Yang's palm had never made contact. Otherwise, the impact would not have been so trivial for a mid-level Golden Core practitioner. Why is this happening? Zhou Yang, now back in his original position, murmured in disbelief. Although he had only used 80% of his power, it should have been sufficient to shatter Lu Tianzhuo's internal organs. How could a qi refining novice endure such force? Zhou Yang had envisioned this blow would obliterate Lu Tianzhuo, thereby avenging his uncle Zhou Mao. Upon returning to the Zhou family, he anticipated accolades and rewards. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. Witnessing Lu Tianzhuo emerge unscathed, Zhou Yang's mortification was palpable. Is that all you've got? Truly worthy of being called the Zhou family's quick gunner. Finishing so swiftly, Lu Tianzhuo teased. Observing Zhou Yang's astonishment. Zhou Yang, what is going on? Zhou Long, who had previously been composed, now furrowed his brow. He had provided Zhou Yang an opportunity to shine, yet it seemed he had sabotaged himself. If he couldn't manage such a simple task, what qualifications did Zhou Yang possess to ascend? As Zhou Long's own kin, his disappointment was evident. Apologies, fourth uncle. I may have held back earlier. This time, I assure you I will eliminate him. Zhou Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling he had let down Zhou Long's trust. He offered an apology before ignoring Lu Tianzhuo entirely, launching a second palm strike directly at his chest. This time, Zhou Yang unleashed all of his strength, determined to ensure Lu Tianzhuo met his end. Having already faced humiliation once, he refused to allow history to repeat itself. The force behind his second strike was exponentially greater than the first. This time, Zhou Yang possessed the confidence to pierce through Lu Tianzhuo's chest, seeking to reclaim the dignity he had previously lost. The onlookers hurriedly turned their gazes towards Lu Tianzhuo, contemplating what defensive measures this young man might employ. However, much to their astonishment, Elder Lu remained standing in place with a beaming smile, seemingly awaiting Zhou Yang's impending strike, exhibiting no inclination to evade. Some astute observers naturally concluded that Lu Tianzhuo was rendered momentarily dazed by the overwhelming force, leaving him with no time to dodge. If all proceeded as expected, this encounter would undoubtedly seal his fate. Chapter 70. Shocking the entire audience with a resounding thud, a powerful strike landed heavily on Lu Tianzhuo's chest, producing an immense sound. Contrary to expectations of a gory scene, it was Zhou Yang who was forced to retreat several steps due to the recoil. In desperation, he utilized the technique of a 1,000-pound weight to stabilize himself. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt as if his entire being had been rendered numb by the impact. The situation clearly indicated that he had received a blow rather than delivering one. With a face full of terror, he gazed at Lu Tianzhuo, who maintained a smiling demeanor. This signified that his strike had inflicted no harm whatsoever. How could this be? How could this happen? Lian Ti, Zhou Long, who had been monitoring the battle, struggled to utter these two words. Beyond this, he could conceive of no other possibilities. Yet, how could Lu Tianzhuo, merely at the qi refining stage, be so formidable even with his Lian Ti techniques? Zhou Yang was a bona fide golden core practitioner, and yet he had been reduced to this state. As the saying goes, some families rejoice while others lament. While the Zhou family wore frowns, the Hahuan sect was filled with elation. This kid is truly remarkable. Even I cannot harm him, let alone a mere golden core brat, Guo Qinyu murmured. On the day at Luoxia Peak, her final blow had been executed with utmost effort, yet Lu Tianzhuo had effortlessly countered it. The force of her strike had been vastly greater than Zhou Yang's. Hence, there was nothing surprising about the current predicament. Initially, Guo Qinyu had intended to intervene tactically should Lu Tianzhuo falter, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. He was quite capable of handling himself. Zhou Yang, being a master of Lian Ti, should hold nothing back and use his strongest techniques to incapacitate him, Zhou Long commanded decisively. Their ultimate objective for this encounter was to eliminate Lu Tianzhuo, making the means employed inconsequential. Understood, fourth grandpa. With a clang, Zhou Yang responded, producing a long sword. As a swordsman, his most formidable attack would naturally be with a sword in hand. Upon the appearance of the sword, his aura surged dramatically. Die! He bellowed as he gathered his energy. The spectators were struck with awe. Zhou Yang's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Having previously withstood two of his strikes, would Lu Tianzhuo be able to block this one? Among those present, Guo Qinyu remained the most composed. While Zhou Yang's strike was powerful, it paled in comparison to her own. If Lu Tianzhuo could withstand her attack, what could this strike possibly accomplish? Among the Zhou family, the only one capable of presenting a genuine threat to Lu Tianzhuo was Zhou Long. The others lacked such prowess. Thus, Guo Qinyu resolved to focus solely on monitoring the old man, regarding everything else as trivial. With this thought, she adopted a spectator's attitude, eager to witness Lu Tianzhuo's counterattack. Xiao Kalami. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo narrowed his eyes, focusing on the descending sword. Clang. The sword struck Lu Tianzhuo's head with a resounding metallic clash. A smile crept upon Lu Tianzhuo's lips as he swiftly summoned the terrifying cold energy within him, concentrating it in his right palm, and then directed it toward the still-dazed Zhou Yang. After attacking for so long, it is my turn, isn't it? Humph. Although Lu Tianzhuo's Lian Ti techniques were formidable enough to withstand Zhou Yang's assault, he was still merely a Xiao Kalami at the qi refining stage. How powerful could his attack truly be? Thus, Zhou Yang paid little heed to Lu Tianzhuo's strike, raising his right hand to meet it. As long as Lu Tianzhuo initiated an attack, a flaw would inevitably emerge. It would not be difficult for Zhou Yang to keenly detect it and dismantle his Lian Ti techniques. At this moment, Zhou Yang brimmed with confidence, believing he would soon regain the honor he had lost. Bang! Their right palms clashed forcefully. In that instant, Zhou Yang felt a terrifying cold energy surging from Lu Tianzhuo's palm into his body. What on earth is happening? The cold was overwhelmingly oppressive, racing straight toward his heart. If this continued, would he have any chance of survival? In a frenzy, he attempted to channel his internal energy to block the encroaching cold. However, to his increasing horror, his once formidable energy was utterly powerless against this cold front, dissipating effortlessly. The icy force raced onward, directly toward his heart. In a fleeting moment, it enveloped all his vital organs. The expression of terror on Zhou Yang's face was instantly frozen by the encroaching chill. The once mighty golden core practitioner was reduced to a lifeless ice sculpture. His body rapidly turned pale, exuding wisps of cold air. The temperature in the entire conference hall plummeted by several degrees. Many could not withstand the frigid atmosphere and resorted to using their internal energy to combat the cold. Yet, despite their efforts, they still trembled uncontrollably. This vividly illustrated the sheer terror of Lu Tianzhuo's cold energy. Zhou Yang, Zhou Yang. Zhou Long sensed something was amiss and hurriedly called out. Yet at this moment, Zhou Yang had lost all vitality. He was merely a human-shaped ice sculpture. My sincerest apologies. Zhou Yang can no longer respond, Lu Tianzhuo said with a broad smile as he approached Zhou Yang, gently patting him. Boom. The entire ice sculpture shattered into countless shards. The body that once belonged to Zhou Yang was now transformed into a flurry of icy fragments, scattering through the air with Lu Tianzhuo's single strike. A living person had simply vanished, including Lin Min and Guo Qinyu. Everyone was left stunned by Lu Tianzhuo's display, their mouths agape in shock, unsure of how to react. The most exhilarating presence is undoubtedly that of Qi Wei, for she harbors within her a chilling aura akin to that of Lu Tianzhuo. She never anticipated that this icy essence could possess such overwhelming dominance. Could it be inferred that she might one day attain prowess comparable to that of her esteemed elder brother Lu? If that were indeed the case, joining the Elder Council would be a foregone conclusion. How laughable that this is the extent of the prowess exhibited by the Zhou family. Old man, I suggest you take matters into your own hands. Your disciples are hardly worthy of my attention. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo is boldly challenging Zhou Long, a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator. Perhaps he still possesses a modicum of combat strength, but the rest are woefully inadequate. Chapter 71. The facade of arrogance. Upon hearing the words, Zhou Long felt a surge of blood and indignation. How dare a mere Qi refinement stage little Karami challenge him so boldly? If he does not subdue this insolent child, his standing would be utterly compromised. Rising once more from his seat, he strode purposefully towards Lu Tianzhuo. Zhou Yang was someone he had nurtured, and he had high hopes for the boy's potential. Yet now, the child had been killed, a calamity far graver than the loss of Zhou Mao. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo must perish. No divine intervention could save him. With every step Zhou Long took, the oppressive aura he exuded intensified. Such a little Karami need not be met with physical force. Mere intimidation would suffice to crush him. Yet to his astonishment, Lu seemed utterly unaffected, maintaining a smile tinged with a hint of disdain. It was crucial to remember that Zhou Long was a genuine mid-stage Yuanian practitioner, their realms vastly different. To put it bluntly, he could crush Lu Tianzhuo with sheer presence alone. Yet, the effect appeared non-existent. Where had he gone awry? Old man, stop your feeble probing. Your young master is the one I have incapacitated, and Zhou Yang is the one I have slain. What can you do about it? Lu Tianzhuo retorted, his disdain palpable. Very well. Then you shall pay for Zhou Yang's life. Zhou Long could no longer contain his fury. Upon finishing his words, he surged forward, raising his right palm to strike at Lu's chest. The same method of attack, yet the force was incomparable. As the saying goes, amateurs watch for excitement while experts discern the subtleties. Seeing this palm strike, Guo Qinyu exclaimed, Elder Lu, be cautious. As a fellow mid-stage Yuaning master, she understood the technical prowess behind this attack. If it landed, the consequences would be dire. However, Lu Tianzhuo exhibited no intention of evasion, instead waiting with a smile for the impact. Bang! Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Long's palm struck Lu Tianzhuo's chest decisively, pushing him back repeatedly. Yet the smile on Lu's face remained intact. The force was indeed formidable, but it did not reach the threshold of injury. Thus, Lu's confidence in his chaotic primordial body grew exponentially. Old fellow, have you not eaten enough? Your strength is rather lacking. Do you possess any other techniques? Lu inquired with a smile after regaining his footing. This elder, a mid-stage Yuaning expert, posed little threat to him. It seemed even a peak Yuan-ing master's full strike could be withstood by his body. This revelation filled Lu with excitement. How is it possible? A mere flesh and blood body can withstand my assault? Zhou Long struggled to believe his own eyes. The resilience of this body was astonishing. He had encountered many body refinement experts, yet none had endured a strike from a mid-stage Yuan-ing practitioner. What was even more bewildering was that Lu Tianzhuo was merely a mid-stage qi refinement waste. It is due to your weakness. You lack the capacity to harm me. Lu Tianzhuo discerned the strength of his defense. Now, it was time to test his offensive capabilities and see if he could incapacitate this Yuan-ing expert. Weak? This term was particularly foreign to Zhou Long. Being labeled a weakling by someone at the mid-stage Yuan-ing level was a profound humiliation. The impending strike from Lu Tianzhuo had already embarrassed him, and now he faced further indignity, igniting an inferno of rage within him. If he could not subdue this boy today, he would have no place in the world. With that thought, Zhou Long cast aside all hesitation, elevating his aura to its zenith. He intended not only to deal with Lu Tianzhuo, but also to instill fear in the Hehuan sect. How dare the Zhou family be so easily trifled with? Thus, at this juncture, there was no need for restraint. As the aura of a mid-stage Yuan-ing practitioner erupted, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly oppressive. Many inner disciples felt overwhelmed, their earlier pride in entering the inner sect now replaced with a stark realization of their inadequacies. Lu Tianzhuo, kneel and apologize, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, there will be no mercy, Zhou Long declared, resembling a deity descending from the heavens, as he cast a cold gaze upon Lu Tianzhuo. By your command? You lack the qualifications for such a demand. The overwhelming pressure of Zhou Long's aura posed no threat to Lu Tianzhuo. This old man had grown too accustomed to his own grandeur. To subdue him, the first 2 strikes of the Ling Tian sword technique would suffice. A third was unnecessary. Very well, you are quite arrogant. Let me see what capital you possess to challenge me. After speaking, Zhou Long advanced once more towards Lu Tianzhuo. The oppressive aura from his body bore down heavily upon Lu Tianzhuo, as he anticipated how long this boy could maintain his pretense. Another one of those tricks? How trite. The disdain on Lu Tianzhuo's face deepened. Does arrogance not discern its targets? It appeared these Yuan-ing masters had grown accustomed to their lofty positions, viewing themselves as deities. Today, he would provide this old man with a lesson, demonstrating that there are always those beyond one's comprehension. A mere mid-stage Yuan-ing elder was not worthy of employing such tactics against him. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo was ready to draw his sword, yet he was in no rush. If this old man relished his facade, Lu would allow him to enjoy it a while longer. The grander the act, the heavier the fall. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant. With that, Zhou Long continued to advance, his aura intensifying further. Convinced that his cultivation was sufficient to crush the insolence from this boy, the sound of footsteps reverberated, striking the hearts of all present with each rhythmic cadence. As the protagonist, Lu Tianzhuo undoubtedly bore the brunt of this intensity. At this moment, Elder Lu displayed a slight smile, as if he were indulging in the art of strategy. Frustrated by his pretentiousness, Lu Tianzhuo could no longer tolerate the charade. With a swift exclamation, he unleashed his right arm in a rapid motion, executing the first form of the Ling Tian sword technique, the Cloud Tower's stunning swan. A resounding thud echoed as Zhou Long, who had been posturing moments before, was sent flying by the force of the sword strike. Chapter 72. Not a big deal. I am his white moonlight. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was happening? With a mere wave of his hand, a formidable Yuan-ing stage expert was sent flying? What level of cultivation could achieve such a feat? Everyone felt their minds struggling to comprehend the situation, staring blankly at Lu Tianzhuo while silently calculating his power. Naturally, the most astonished of all was Lin Min. Previously puzzled by her master's high regard for Lu Tianzhuo, she now began to grasp the reason behind it. It seemed that Lu Shixiang's prowess extended beyond mere body refining and alchemy. His methods were equally impressive. The inner turmoil she had felt dissipated in that moment, and her gaze towards Lu Tianzhuo softened considerably. At that instant, while the crowd marveled at Lu Tianzhuo's prowess, the vanquished Zhou Long returned. The once arrogant figure now appeared disheveled and defeated. Although he had not sustained significant injuries from the blow, his pride had been utterly trampled. Zhou Long's emotions were palpable. Lu Tianzhuo, you shall pay for this, he declared, standing defiantly before Elder Lu. I have humiliated you. Unleash whatever means you possess. If you are not weary of my taunts, then do not delay, attack. Lu Tianzhuo, visibly impatient, retorted, you are remarkably resilient, even after being struck down. You maintain such composure. Were it me, I would have unleashed my full arsenal by now. This is no longer a matter of restraint. Just as you wish. Zhou Long's fury ignited, and with a flick of his shoulder, a long sword materialized in his hand. His aura surged once more, revealing him as a formidable swordsman. Yet, it was evident that his swordsmanship paled in comparison to Lu Tianzhuo's Ling Tian's sword technique. As Zhou Long advanced toward Lu Tianzhuo, Elder Lu could no longer contain himself. Since you wield a sword, let us engage and see whose swordsmanship prevails. Tianhe reverse scale. Lu Tianzhuo unleashed the second form of his sword technique, believing it sufficient to subdue Zhou Long. The sword's momentum resembled a silver river cascading downward, revealing dragon-like energy as it surged towards Zhou Long. The resounding clash echoed through the hall as Zhou Long's sword technique crumbled before Lu Tianzhuo's assault. The resulting sword energy obliterated Zhou Long's weapon, shattering it into fragments. With a gasp, Zhou Long coughed up blood upon impact, his body hurtling backward as if severed from its tether, crashing against the wall with a heavy thud. He lay motionless, unable to react, his life spared only by the strength of his cultivation. Though he survived, his injuries were severe, and whether he could recover to his peak state remained uncertain. Silence enveloped the assembly hall, an oppressive stillness. Almost everyone was in disbelief. A Yuanying stage expert had been so easily incapacitated? Observing Lu Tianzhuo's demeanor, it was evident he had only executed 2 moves. The first had merely repelled Zhou Long, a deliberate act of restraint. Yet, Zhou Long, undeterred, sought to retaliate, which led to Lu Tianzhuo's decisive second strike that rendered him utterly defeated. No one dared to speculate on Lu Tianzhuo's true level of mastery, for he clearly possessed the capability to eliminate mid-level Yuanying experts in a single blow. Elder! Elder! The followers of the Zhou family rushed to Zhou Long's side, calling out in alarm. Yet, their cries were futile, for the force of Lu Tianzhuo's strike was undeniably potent. While Zhou Long's life was not in jeopardy, awakening from his unconscious state would require time. Disregarding the commotion, Lu Tianzhuo approached Zhou Mao with a smile. Young Master Zhou, I did not anticipate our second encounter to unfold in such a manner. It appears you are dissatisfied with the punishment I imposed. Otherwise, you would not have summoned your family as elder for retribution. In that case, allow me to impose another punishment until you are satisfied. What say you? Is this even a human discourse? Zhou Mao, whose legs had been rendered useless, silently cursed his misfortune. Yet, he recognized the futility of his resentment. Lu was a man of action, not mere words. What could he do? It seemed best to concede gracefully. Elder Lu, our previous misunderstandings can be set aside. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks a worthy partner. I truly have feelings for Chang'ying, but since she is your woman, I shall withdraw. Let us conclude this matter here. What say you, Elder Lu? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd at Zhou Mao's words. Many in the inner circle had been unaware of the connection between Chang'ying, one of the 3 renowned beauties, and Lu Tianzhuo. Now, Zhou Mao had publicly revealed it, prompting gasps of surprise. Chang'ying was the object of many a dream. To learn that she had been claimed by Lu Tianzhuo caused discontent to brew among those who had harbored feelings for her. Yet, reflecting on Lu Tianzhuo's recent display of power, it was clear he possessed the strength to warrant such a connection. If only they too could eliminate a Yuanying stage expert with a single strike, they would have the confidence to pursue Chang'ying as well. It was a lamentable truth that their inadequacies were to blame for their predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Min observed, her expression shifting subtly as she realized Lu Shixiang was indeed quite busy, now entangled with both Zhuang Ling and Chang'ying. Moreover, judging by Qi Wei's earlier reaction, it seems she too harbored affections for him. Once an obscure elder, now transformed into a figure of great desirability, truly speaks to the whims of fate. Yet, in this world where strength reigns supreme, such occurrences are hardly surprising. As long as one possesses sufficient prowess, the very rules of this realm can be dictated by oneself, let alone a few enchanting women. Exclusivity does not merely denote fervent affection, it suggests a lack of strength. Thus, Lin Min swiftly found solace within her heart. As long as she could secure a place in Lu Tianzhuo's thoughts, that would suffice. Furthermore, Lin Min had every reason to believe she was a unique presence, for all who entered the fold were aware that she was Lu Tianzhuo's cherished by Yue Guang. With this thought, a smile graced her lips. Chapter 73. Diligence can compensate for lack of skill. How infuriating. One may cast aside their dignity, but Cheng Ying must uphold hers. With Zhou Mao's utterance, it felt as if the matter had been publicly announced before the entire sect. Naturally, Lu Tianzhuo remained indifferent, yet he feared that Cheng Ying would lose face. Thus, it was imperative to impose a fitting punishment on Zhou Mao. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his own reckless words. With this thought in mind, Lu Tianzhuo acted decisively, swiftly grasping Zhou Mao's arm. Crack! Before Zhou Mao could comprehend the situation, Lu Tianzhuo forcefully twisted at the elbow. The sound of bone fracturing reverberated throughout the assembly hall, accompanied by Zhou Mao's inhuman scream. His entire right arm dangled limply, rendered useless. Merely breaking one arm left Lu Tianzhuo unsatisfied. While Zhou Mao continued to wail, Lu Tianzhuo seized his other arm. Zhou Mao yearned to plead for mercy, but his captor had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Crack! The familiar sound echoed once more, leaving Zhou Mao utterly incapacitated. With both legs and arms shattered, his hopes of recovery were bleak. The remaining members of the Zhou family trembled in fear. Was this man's brutality excessive? His prowess was undeniable. Even elder Zhou Long had been rendered helpless. What were they in comparison? They contemplated kneeling to Lu Tianzhuo in apology, willing to do anything to avoid his wrath. However, his words halted their impending supplication. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their payers. Today's incident has nothing to do with you. Upon returning, report the situation truthfully to your patriarch. If you feel aggrieved, feel free to seek me out for trouble again. Should you manage to defeat me, it would be no concern. But if you are still no match for me, remember, Zhou Yang and Zhou Long serve as your examples. Have you understood? Understood, understood. They replied. As long as their lives were spared, a few words hardly mattered. Begone. Thank you, Elder Lu. After expressing their gratitude, they hurriedly carried Zhou Mao and Zhou Long away, leaving behind Zhou Yang, whose remains had vanished entirely. Once these individuals departed, the inner disciples began to applaud spontaneously. Lu Tianzhuo's actions were undeniably impressive. To have vanquished a master of the Yuaning stage was no small honor. It was no exaggeration to say that he had become the idol of all present. His actions had elevated the sect's reputation. Brother Lu, who could have imagined your strength? Even the elders of the Zhou family are no match for you. I am in awe, Lin Min exclaimed, clapping as she approached. Being a person who loved fiercely and passionately, she must maintain control over the situation. Just luck, merely luck. Indeed, Lu Tianzhuo's face flushed at the unexpected compliment from Bai Yueguang. His subtle expressions did not escape Lin Min's keen observation. It seemed that her master had been correct. Lu Tianzhuo harbored unique feelings for her. With this realization, Lin Min felt a surge of delight. Such an exceptional man could not slip through her fingers. Luck was indeed a component of strength. And Lu Tianzhuo's triumph over Zhou Long was entirely due to his formidable abilities. That old fellow was a master of the Yuaning stage, a rarity within their sect. Only a handful could claim to have defeated Elder Zhou, and thus Lu Tianzhuo should not be overly modest. The presence of Lu Tianzhuo was indeed a boon for He Huanzong. Lin Min elevated Lu Tianzhuo to a status befitting the entire sect, granting him tremendous honor. For a moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt a swell of pride. Who could withstand such praise? What is this? If I can endure this, I have even more tricks up my sleeve. If the Zhou family dares to return, I shall not be so accommodating. Lu Tianzhuo proclaimed with great authority. At that moment, he was eager to prove himself before Lin Min, his beloved Bai Yueguang. I believe Brother Lu possesses such strength. Do you all believe? Yes, yes, yes. The inner disciples erupted in fervent shouts. Each one was filled with zeal, yearning to become a man like Lu Tianzhuo. Please, do not be so exuberant. I feel somewhat embarrassed. Lu Tianzhuo hurriedly waved his hands. The aftermath of Bai Yueguang's praise was overwhelming. Let us conclude today's matters here. Upon returning, refrain from excessive discussion. I must clarify the previous rumors regarding Brother Lu's illness and impending demise. For over 4 decades, he has indeed remained on Wu Wang Peak, but not due to any imminent danger. Rather, he has been diligently in seclusion for profound cultivation. As for the results, I trust you all have witnessed them firsthand. Thus, he ought to be a role model for each of you. Only through personal cultivation can He Huanzong grow stronger. Do you understand? Lin Min took it upon herself to clear Lu Tianzhuo's name, a gesture that undoubtedly enhanced the disciples' admiration for him. Lu Tianzhuo felt a wave of gratitude towards Lin Min. His reputation could finally be redeemed. Understood. Who among the inner disciples had not heard the tales of Lu Tianzhuo's supposed ineptitude? Now, with the holy maiden herself dispelling those rumors, their reverence for him deepened. Almost everyone aspired to be like Lu Tianzhuo. Such was the mark of a true man. Brother Lu, please share some insights on cultivation. The typically aloof Lin Min regarded Lu Tianzhuo with a radiant smile. Her beaming expression left many male disciples momentarily entranced, Lu Tianzhuo included. Stunning. Truly breathtaking. This must be what it feels like when an iceberg melts. Many believed they had misperceived the scene. Brother Lu. Lin Min found comfort in Lu Tianzhuo's reaction. It appeared she held a unique place in his heart. In this way, the subsequent matters will become considerably easier to handle. Ah, very well. Allow me to share a few words. In truth, my innate talent for cultivation is rather unremarkable, yet I firmly believe that diligence can compensate for lack of natural ability. Thus, I have devoted the past 40 years to diligent practice, which has culminated in the achievements I present today. Each of you possesses greater innate talent for cultivation than I do, and there is no reason for you to lag behind. Therefore, let us all strive earnestly. One day, you shall become the person you aspire to be. As for the art of pretense, Lu Tianzhuo excels in that domain. A few platitudes of motivational wisdom will suffice, for during my time on earth, I have consumed my fair share of such inspiration. Behold, the thunderous applause has already arrived, has it not? Chapter 74. Assisting Lin Mei subsequently, Lu Tianzhuo exchanged a few words, and the disciples of the inner sect were released by Lin Min. Brother Lu. The Zhou family is not an ordinary clan. This matter will certainly not end here. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to discuss a countermeasure. If not, would you accompany me to the Zhongzhu mansion? We can deliberate thoroughly, with elders like Zhuang Ling and Guo Qinyu still present. Lin Min suggested that Lu Tianzhuo accompany her back to the Zhongzhu mansion. How could Lu Tianzhuo possibly decline such an invitation from Bai Yueguang? Naturally, he agreed without hesitation and exchanged a glance with Zhuang Ling, apprehensive of any potential misunderstandings that might arise. Please excuse the elders for now. We will notify everyone once we have a strategy, Lin Min said, squinting at Zhuang Ling and the others. At this moment, she felt rather triumphant, for she undeniably held the upper hand in this round. The others had little choice but to comply. With the Zhongzhu absent, the Sheng effectively assumed the role of the Zhongzhu. Thus, her orders were to be heeded. They all bid farewell to Lin Min before departing from the conference hall. Brother Lu, how have you become so powerful? Have you reached the Yuaning stage after 40 years of cultivation? After everyone left, Lin Min eagerly inquired. If that were indeed the case, she would be immensely envious. As the possessor of the Jiu Yin Xianmai, she had diligently practiced in recent years, yet she had yet to even touch the threshold of the Yuaning stage. How could Lu Tianzhuo have advanced ahead of her? What confused her further was that Lu Tianzhuo's cultivation clearly remained at the intermediate level of the qi refinement stage. What could this mean? She was desperate for him to elucidate her queries. Not so fast. My cultivation is still merely at the golden course stage. It's just that my method of practice is somewhat unique, which may create an air of mystery, Lu Tianzhuo replied with a smile. He did not reveal everything to Lin Min. Bai Yueguang was one thing, but she was different from Zhuang Ling. If matters escalated to a similar level as with Zhuang Ling, Lu Tianzhuo would undoubtedly share everything with her. The two then departed the conference hall and made their way to the Zhongzhu mansion. During this journey, Lin Min became a mere listener while Lu Tianzhuo recounted various trivial matters. Despite this, Lin Min was astonished. She had not anticipated that so much had transpired during Lu Tianzhuo's 40 years of convalescence. Brother Lu, you don't hold it against me for not visiting you over these 40 years, do you? Lin Min voiced, a hint of remorse evident in her tone. She had indeed been busy, but she could have carved out some time. To be frank, perhaps she had never considered Lu Tianzhuo to occupy such a significant place in her heart at the time. How could I? I understand you have been extraordinarily busy since learning you were chosen as the Sheng by the Zhongzhu. It's quite understandable, and given my condition then, it hardly mattered whether you came or not, Lu Tianzhuo reassured her. He truly bore no ill will towards Lin Min. In fact, he owed his awakening to her. Had she not taken the initiative to visit and embrace him, he might still be lying in bed, destined for an untimely demise a year later, without the brilliance he now possessed. Alas, my master claims I am a bearer of the Jiu Yin Xianmai, which should yield remarkable results in cultivation. However, I have yet to perceive anything extraordinary about this Jiu In Xianmai. My cultivation remains painfully slow, and I have yet to break through to the Yuaning stage. If this continues, how can I possibly assume the role of Zhongzhu? Lin Min lamented with a look of helplessness. When she was chosen as the Shengv, her excitement knew no bounds, especially when her master proclaimed her exceptional physique. Lin Min's yearning for cultivation grew even stronger. Initially, her progress was indeed rapid. Without the aid of any elixirs, she soon reached the golden core stage. This was undoubtedly a significant encouragement for her. She believed that breaking through to the Yuaning stage would pose no challenge. However, reality proved her overly optimistic. Once her cultivation reached the mid-level of the golden core stage, her efforts bore no fruit, and her progress came to a standstill. In desperation, her master, Ling Shuangli, prepared numerous elixirs for Lin Min. Yet, even with such assistance, her cultivation speed remained frustratingly slow. Over the years, she barely managed to reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage, with no signs of loosening her stagnation. She wondered how many years she would remain trapped at this bottleneck. Her once considerable advantage now nearly vanished. Thus, Lin Min felt an overwhelming anxiety, even though her master entrusted her with the position of Zhongzhu. She felt unworthy. Consequently, under her master's guidance, she resolved to place her hopes in Lu Tianzhuo. If he could indeed support the Hehuanzong as her master suggested, then what would be the harm in marrying him? Ding! Just as Lin Min was sharing her thoughts with Lu Tianzhuo, the familiar system notification chimed again. Lu Tianzhuo's spirit brightened upon hearing it. It seemed he had received another task, and eagerly accessed the system panel to check the unread messages. Name: Lin Min. Age: 92. 300. Cultivation: Pinnacle of Golden Core Status, Shengv of Hehuanzong, designated successor by the Zhongzhu. Physique: Jiu In Xianmai. Only activated upon breaking through to Yuaning realm. Loyalty: 10. System task: Assist Lin Min in activating her Jiu In Xianmai system. Reward: 4th style of Ling Tian's sword technique. Mysterious system gift indeed. Another task had arrived. Lin Min's system task bore a notable resemblance to the previous task concerning Qi Wei. However, this one required elevating Lin Min's cultivation to the Yuaning stage to activate her Jiu In Xianmai physique. For Lu Tianzhuo, this posed a considerable challenge, as the Yuaning stage differed significantly from the Golden Core stage, and breaking through would require significant effort. Nevertheless, as long as there was a task, he would embrace the challenge and put forth his best effort. Should he succeed, the rewards promised to be exceedingly enticing, as the mysterious gifts from the system had never failed to impress. Minmin, to my understanding, a unique constitution cannot merely be awakened at will. If your Jiu In Xianmai has not been thoroughly stimulated, it is likely that you have not yet demonstrated any extraordinary traits. Should you choose to trust your senior brother's words, I will diligently study upon my return and concoct a few elixirs tailored to your needs, serving as a means to assist you in transcending to the Yuaning stage. Perhaps this could indeed awaken your Jiu In Xianmai constitution. Lu Tianzhuo refrained from making overly assertive statements, opting instead to leave room for possibilities. Once success is achieved, there will be ample opportunity to exhibit one's prowess. Chapter 75. And what about you? Have you developed feelings for me? In truth, with Lu Tianzhuo's current capabilities, assisting Lin Min in breaking through to the Yuaning stage is not a daunting task. To put it simply, a single dual cultivation session between them would assuredly lead to a direct breakthrough to the Yuaning stage. However, this scenario remains somewhat unrealistic, as they have yet to reach such a level of intimacy. Thus, a certain period of time is required, and it would be more prudent to rely on medicinal pills for support. Of course, Lu Tianzhuo has firmly acknowledged in his heart that Lin Min is his woman. In a man's heart, the cherished one holds a distinctly special position. Brother Lu, is what you say truly the case? Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, Lin Min's excitement surged instantly. If what he claims holds true, then she could once again brim with anticipation. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? So rest assured, I will take care of this matter. However, our Hehuan sect possesses limited alchemical materials, which considerably restricts my capabilities. Otherwise, the speed of progress would undoubtedly be swifter. This is not an excuse from Lu Tianzhuo. It is simply the reality. The Hehuan sect is merely a second-rate sect within the Lingshao continent. And in terms of cultivation resources and alchemical materials, it cannot be compared to the first-tier sects and noble families. If he could acquire superior materials, Lu Tianzhuo could certainly concoct more formidable elixirs. Yet, Given his current cultivation level, he is not inclined to venture out into the world. After all, there are far too many experts within the Lingxiao continent, and at his present level, he fears he may not be able to cope with those who are more formidable. Caution is the key to longevity. He possesses the opportunity to be invincible, so it is wise to proceed steadily. What materials does Brother Lu require for alchemy? My master possesses numerous rare treasures, and if possible, I can ask her for some. Lin Min, having finally found hope, could not let this opportunity slip by. As long as her master has it, she should be able to procure it. In pursuit of her breakthrough, this girl is willing to go to great lengths. Upon my return, I will provide you with a detailed list. Let us see what we can gather. Lu Tianzhuo pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. No problem, just compile the list, and I will find a way to obtain them. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's agreement, Lin Min's heart brimmed with joy. To be honest, she never imagined that one day she would seek Lu Tianzhuo's assistance. Soon, the two arrived at the sect leader's residence. Lin Min directly invited him into her private quarters, indicating that she regarded Lu Tianzhuo as someone close to her. After Elder Lu took his seat and inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from Lin Min, he found himself momentarily entranced. She is indeed his cherished one, and the opportunity to be alone with her at such close proximity was immensely gratifying. Brother Lu, please enjoy some tea while I change into a different outfit. Shortly thereafter, Lin Min placed a cup of spiritual tea in front of Lu Tianzhuo before retreating to her inner chamber to change. Lu Tianzhuo closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, seeking to fully appreciate the alluring fragrance. What spiritual tea could possibly rival such an aroma? Before long, Lin Min emerged wearing a more casual attire, far less formal than before. It exuded a neighborly charm that only intensified Lu Tianzhuo's infatuation. Among the women he has encountered, each possesses distinct characteristics, some mature, some alluring, some youthful, and some embodying the girl-next-door essence. He truly feels fortunate. He could not help but exclaim, "These past 40 years have been immensely rewarding. Brother Lu." Just as Lu Tianzhuo was lost in reverie, Lin Min's voice broke through his thoughts. Happily, he had cultivated a thick skin. "What is it, Min Min? Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Min looked at Lu Tianzhuo and inquired with a smile. If the disciples of the sect were to witness the usually aloof saintess displaying such a demeanor, they would likely question their own eyesight. In their perception, Lin Min seemed to possess an innate inability to smile. Regardless of the company, she maintained a cold expression. She was, after all, the most difficult of the three esteemed maidens to approach, even before becoming the saintess. Min Min is simply too beautiful, so my brother couldn't help but steal a few more glances. A graceful lady is indeed a worthy pursuit for a gentleman. Lu Tianzhuo was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. He could sense that Lin Min's feelings for him were distinctly different from those she held for others. Thus, why not take the initiative? Why not create ripples in the water? The ultimate goal is to transform his cherished one into his beloved. Therefore, there is no shame in offering compliments. It is only natural. At times, having a silver tongue plays a crucial role in courting one's affection. Brother Lu truly knows how to win a girl's heart. Is that how Elder Zhuang was charmed by you? As she spoke, Lin Min's heart brimmed with jealousy. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. One should not easily speculate on their inner thoughts. If it were that simple to understand, the saying a woman's heart is as deep as the sea would not exist. Min Min, you are mistaken. My encounters with Ling Ling were entirely initiated by her. My charm is akin to a firefly in the dark night. Impossible to resist, this is no exaggeration. Lu Tianzhuo feigned a righteous demeanor, which made Lin Min want to laugh. Indeed, brother's charm is significant. Otherwise, you wouldn't have clashed with Zhou Mao over one of the three esteemed maidens, Cheng Ying. Moreover, I have observed that your relationship with the other maiden, Qi Wei, seems quite profound as well. A person's gaze cannot be deceived. Lin Min keenly noted the glances of those several beautiful women directed at Lu Tianzhuo, including Guo Qianyu. It appeared that several exceptionally talented females within the sect had been captivated by her brother, who was destined to be a furnace for their pursuits. Alas, I desire to remain low-key, but as I mentioned, my charm is simply too great. They seek breakthroughs, and I'm merely assisted with a few elixirs of my own making. That is all. I truly did not take any further initiative. Before his cherished by Yue Guang, Lu Tianzhuo maintained a demeanor of relative modesty. The elixirs crafted by his esteemed master Lu possess no trace of Dan poison, a quality that sets him apart from the so-called high-ranking alchemists. Furthermore, he effortlessly withstands the assaults of nascent soul masters, demonstrating formidable combat prowess, effortlessly dispatching the elder of the Zhou clan with a single strike. Any one of these accomplishments, when presented, is enough to captivate the heart. When all these attributes are combined, they render him a truly unparalleled existence within the Lingxiao continent. Who could remain indifferent to such a remarkable individual? Lin Min remarked softly. And what about you? Are you captivated by me? Lu Tianzhuo, momentarily taken aback, boldly posed this question. Chapter 76. The anger of Zhou Wanli. After posing the question, Lu Tianzhuo felt a twinge of regret. Had he not just made Lin Min uncomfortable? Girls are often reserved, and such a question seemed rather excessive. Yet, once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo steeled himself, preparing for any reprimand that might come his way, rationalizing that he could always claim it was a jest. To his astonishment, Lin Min provided her answer. What? Lin Min, feeling a flutter of affection for him. Goodness, was he perhaps experiencing some sort of auditory hallucination? Lu Tianzhuo knew well how aloof Lin Min was within her sect. From the moment he entered, her demeanor had remained unchanged over the years. When she had spoken with him previously, there had been no hint of admiration. Now, for her to express even a slight affection, Lu Tianzhuo felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Min, could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch it, he inquired eagerly after a brief silence. I said, I feel a bit of affection for you, Lin Min replied, fully aware of Lu Tianzhuo's thoughts, and thus, she did not shy away from her admission. Given Lu Tianzhuo's recent conduct, he truly was an exceptional man. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced, restoring him to a youthful, striking appearance, exuding not only charm, but also a unique aura. Consequently, Lin Min found herself genuinely captivated by him, a sentiment that transcended her teacher's directive. To Lin Min's astonishment, Lu Tianzhuo, upon hearing her confession, slapped himself across the face. What was this about? Was a mere declaration of feelings worthy of such self-inflicted punishment? Senior brother, what are you doing? She exclaimed, questioning her own reality. If this were a dream, such a slap should have awakened her. Lu Tianzhuo responded candidly, the sting on his cheek dispelling any doubts. Indeed, this was no dream. Thus, Lin Min's words were undeniably sincere. Is there anyone who doubts what I, Lin Min, have said? However, senior brother, I do have a request, and I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice it, she said, gazing intently at Lu Tianzhuo. Please, do share. I am open to anything, he replied, completely absorbed in the notion of love. Given that I am the saintess of Huanzong and will soon inherit the position of sect leader, I find myself lacking the necessary experience to fully manage the sect. Therefore, I seek your assistance in elevating Huanzong to prominence, aiming for its recognition among the foremost sections. Would you be willing to support me in this endeavor, Lu Shixiang? After her earnest plea, Lin Min fixed her gaze upon him, awaiting his response. Absolutely. You need not worry, Min. Your affairs are my own. I assure you there will be no issues, Lu Tianzhuo replied, believing the task to be an obligation he must fulfill. Supporting his beloved in her ambitions felt entirely natural. Knowing that you are by my side brings me great comfort. With Lu Shixiang's support, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. With Lu Tianzhuo's affirmation, Lin Min felt her worries dissipate. She had not anticipated completing her teacher's directive so swiftly. Rest assured, Min, you shall shine as the brightest star on Lingxiao continent. Lu Tianzhuo promised, gazing earnestly at her. Thank you, Lu Shixiang. Why still call me Shixiang? Address me as Tianzhuo. Tianzhuo. Lin Min, blushing, complied with his request. Oh my. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianzhuo felt as if his very bones had turned to jelly. At this moment, even if Lin Min asked for his kidneys, he would give them without hesitation, begrudging only the fact that he possessed but two. Come, let me embrace you, he declared, dismissing any lingering shyness as he drew her into a simple yet sincere embrace. As he closed his eyes, he allowed himself to fully immerse in the experience. Initially, Lin Min exhibited a hint of resistance. However, sensing Lu Tianzhuo's genuine affection, she gradually succumbed to the moment. With their eyes shut, they held each other gently, attuned to the rhythm of their heartbeats. In this instant, Lu Tianzhuo felt a lingering disbelief. How had he so effortlessly won the affection of his beloved? Such a scenario had once seemed unimaginable. After a prolonged embrace, they finally separated. Lin Min's cheeks were flushed, and she brushed aside her slightly disheveled bangs to mask her embarrassment. Min, I want to linger here. Upon my return, I will prepare a list of the materials needed for alchemy. If any are lacking, we shall devise alternative solutions. Lu Tianzhuo smiled, feeling thoroughly content with the day's achievements. Such matters must be approached gradually. He understood that hastening the process might lead Lin Min to view him as a lecher, which would be counterproductive. Patience was indeed a virtue. All right, Tianzhuo go. Her words sent another wave of warmth through him. Providing you with such emotional support, crafting a few elixirs for you is a small price to pay. Wait for me. After saying this, Lu Tianzhuo made his way outside, feeling as if he were floating, his legs almost devoid of strength. Was this the sensation that accompanied being confessed to by one's beloved? It was indeed exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family's hall, silence reigned. Zhou Long remained unconscious, while Zhou Mao lay incapacitated. The once promising Zhou Yang was now nothing but remnants. Such losses were a devastating blow to any family. Zhou Wanli, the head of the Zhou family and Zhou Mao's grandfather, wore a somber expression. The Zhou clan was a prestigious family, respected even by the leaders of first-rate sections. Now, to his dismay, the visage of the Zhou family has been utterly shattered by the second-rate sect, Huanzong. How could he possibly bear such humiliation? If word of this spreads throughout the martial world, what face would the Zhou family have left? With a thunderous crash, he struck the tea table before him into splinters, and then, in a voice laden with fury, he demanded, "What on earth has transpired?" He was well aware of Zhou Long's prowess, a formidable master of the mid-stage Yuanying. Even in a confrontation with the leader of Huanzong, it should not have resulted in such a catastrophic defeat. Thus, he felt an urgent need to uncover the truth of the matter. Chapter 77. A long-term strategy. Who would dare to slight a family like the Zhou clan? The decision to send his grandson to Huanzong was merely to indulge his small whims, a frivolous endeavor, one might say. Little did they anticipate that he would suffer such grievous injuries within the sect. Elder Zhou Long sought to reason with Huanzong, only to be gravely injured himself. What vexed Zhou Wanli the most was that the promising Zhou Yang, from the younger generation, could not even be brought back in death. Such a loss was unprecedented for the Zhou family. If this vendetta remained unavenged, how could the Zhou family, and indeed himself, maintain their standing in the community? Thus, it was hardly surprising that the elder Zhou was engulfed in fury. Those who accompanied Zhou Long to Huanzong trembled in fear. They had never witnessed their patriarch so enraged. It was terrifying. It was the work of a man named Lu Tianzhuo. A middle-aged man mustered his courage to reveal the name. Again, Lu Tianzhuo. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Wanli gritted his teeth in fury. It was Lu Tianzhuo who had previously shattered his grandson, Zhou Mao's arms. Now, it seemed, this enmity had escalated to an irreconcilable degree. Nonetheless, despite his anger, Zhou Wanli did not lose his composure. It was evident that to inflict such a devastating blow on Zhou Long required considerable skill. Zhou Long was a mid-stage Yuanying expert, a genuine master, having only recently broken through. The prowess exhibited by this Lu fellow suggested that he, too, must possess at least mid-stage Yuanying capabilities. Was there truly such a figure within Huanzong? He had never heard of anyone like this before. It seemed imperative to awaken Zhou Long and inquire about the situation. After calming himself, he instructed, "Bring Elder Zhou into my chamber. I shall tend to his injuries." The others did not dare to delay and hurriedly carried the unconscious Zhou Long into the elder's room. Zhou Wanli eschewed any superfluous gestures, placing his right palm against Zhou Long's chest and channeling his own abundant spiritual energy into him. Within a short while, Zhou Long's voice emerged. Sensing that the time was ripe, Zhou Wanli withdrew his hand and awaited Zhou Long's awakening in silence. Soon, Zhou Long slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Wanli, his face flushed with shame. "I apologize, Patriarch. I have brought disgrace upon our Zhou family. I could not even manage such a trivial matter," Zhou Long lamented inwardly. As a senior elder of the Zhou family and a Yuanying expert, being overpowered by a mere junior disciple of Huanzong was a source of profound humiliation. What transpired? Is Lu Tianzhuo truly that formidable? Zhou Wanli expressed skepticism. He was reasonably familiar with Huanzong. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted his grandson there. Aside from the sect leader, there were hardly any experts worthy of note. Even with the new sect leader, Zhou Long should have been able to dominate the entire sect. As for Lu Tianzhuo, he had never even heard of him. Zhou Wanli did not believe that such a peak Yuanying master could suddenly emerge from Huanzong without drawing considerable attention. Thus, it was crucial for him to glean the entire story from Zhou Long. Indeed, he is incredibly strong. I had never heard of such a person before. It seems he has appeared out of nowhere. I spoke with Xiao Mao, and it turns out this fellow was merely a furnace for the inner female disciples of He Huanzong. The old sect leader, recognizing his lifelong dedication to the sect, exceptionally promoted him to elder, making him the only male elder in He Huanzong. Lu Tianzhuo has been Bedridden for over 40 years, presumed to be nearing his end. Yet, for some unknown reason, he has recently become active. When Zhou Yang faced him, he was reduced to ashes by a single strike. The chill of his energy was harrowing. Moreover, he is a master of body refinement, withstanding my strike without a scratch. When I unleashed my sword, he merely waved his hand, unleashing a formidable sword chi that sent me reeling. By the time he struck again, I had completely lost consciousness. Zhou Long's shame deepened as he recounted his tale. What? Zhou Wanli exclaimed in shock upon hearing Zhou Long's account. He was astonished to learn that Lu Tianzhuo was also a master of body refinement, which seemed rather illogical. Not only in He Huanzong, but throughout the entire Lingxiao continent, he had never heard of such a talent. Patriarch, I assure you, everything I have said is true, Zhou Long hurriedly explained, fearing that Zhou Wanli doubted his words. If it weren't true, I would never want to bear such disgrace. This is a profound humiliation for me. I understand, but when did He Huanzong acquire such a master? You know what kind of sect it is. The only expert worth mentioning is the sect leader. How could a mere furnace possess such formidable prowess? It is truly perplexing. Could there be an error in Xiao Mao's information? Zhou Wanli pondered, struggling to comprehend how a furnace could be so powerful. From Zhou Long's description, it was evident that Lu Tianzhuo's cultivation might be at the pinnacle of yuanying. If that were the case, even if he intervened himself, victory would not be guaranteed. This indeed presented a troublesome situation. Could he truly confront Lu Tianzhuo directly in He Huanzong? If he were to lose, what face would he have left? This is difficult to ascertain. That Lu fellow is indeed enigmatic. Over the years, I have encountered numerous experts, yet none have been as inscrutable as him. Even more astonishing is that his cultivation appears to be that of a mere chi refinement junior disciple. Who could have imagined he would be so extraordinary? Zhou Long reflected, growing increasingly convinced of Lu Tianzhuo's exceptional nature. How is his cultivation concealed? Why does he give the impression of being a mere waste at the chi refinement stage? It appears this young man possesses some remarkable abilities. Thus, it would be unwise to act impulsively. The more Zhou Wanli listened, the more enigmatic it became. He had initially intended to confront Lu Tianzhuo for revenge, but given the current circumstances, it seems prudent to postpone such actions. A thorough and careful consideration is necessary. Should he seek out Lu Tianzhuo and stumble once more, the Zhou family would not withstand the repercussions. It is imperative to have complete assurance before embarking on the next attempt. Chapter 78. The clever ones returning to the Zhuowang Peak. Lu Tianzhuo made his way directly to the icy pond at the base of the cliff. At that moment, he felt the pressing need to calm his thoughts, and the frigid waters of the pond served as the perfect medium for his reflection. Immersed in the chilling depths, he found his composure restored in an instant. It became evident to him that everything he had just experienced was indeed real. To his astonishment, the object of his affections, Bai Yueguang, had boldly confessed her feelings. How remarkable it was, he mused. Without the formidable system he had acquired, how could he have ever hoped for such a privilege? Lu Tianzhuo couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude towards the fate-altering system that had transformed him into an extraordinary individual. Without this boon, how could he ever have captured the attention of someone as enchanting as Zhuangling? At this moment, Lu Changlao felt an immense appreciation for this fate-reversing system. Without its intervention, how could he hope to alter his destiny? Of course, this system had also indirectly influenced the fates of several women, as they too would embark upon their own ascents to greatness by his side. Presently, Lu Tianzhuo had two tasks to accomplish through the system. The first was to assist Guo Qinyu in resolving her inner turmoil, which would reward him with a divine formation and a special gift pack. The second was to help Lin Min achieve a breakthrough to the Yuaning stage, for which he would receive the fourth form of the Ling Tian sword technique and a mysterious gift pack from the system. Both rewards were highly anticipated by Lu Tianzhuo, as each would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities. However, considering his relationships with the two women, his priority was to assist Lin Min in her breakthrough. After all, she was his beloved Bai Yueguang. With this resolve, Lu Tianzhuo emerged from the icy waters, donned his garments, and returned to his chamber. Lin Min was currently at the pinnacle of the Jin dance stage. He He merely needed to concoct a Jiangdan, which would enable her to successfully form her Yuaning. Yet, Lu Tianzhuo had never refined such a pill before, leaving him with some trepidation. But then he thought, with my divine alchemical skills, how could I possibly fail to produce a Jiangdan? Cursing lightly, he began to search the system for the necessary materials for the alchemical process. A lengthy list of rare treasures materialized before him. It was no surprise, as reaching the Yuaning stage was considered a remarkable achievement on this continent. Thus, it was logical that the requirements would be stringent. If it were so simple to concoct, the Yuaning stage would surely lose its prestige. He crossed off several materials available at the Zhongwu Hall, planning to retrieve them the following day. After attending to these matters, Lu Tianzhuo lay down to rest, ensuring that when Zhuang Ling returned, he would be in peak condition to meet her. As he drifted into slumber, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Awakening, he discovered, as expected, that Zhuang Ling had prepared a sumptuous meal. "Wow, Ling Ling, what a feast you have prepared today!" Lu Tianzhuo exclaimed, unable to suppress his salivation at the sight of the visually appealing and fragrant dishes. Zhuang Ling truly embodied the ideal partner, adept in both the bedroom and the kitchen. Today, after all, she had earned her fame through the battle at Hehuanzhong. It was only fitting to celebrate. She had become an idol among many inner disciples. Zhuang Ling's words rang true, for upon returning to the Zhongwu Hall, the disciples there were abuzz with discussions about Lu Tianzhuo. The first move had forced back Elder Zhou of the Yuaning mid-stage, and the second had rendered him incapacitated. Such feats were not within the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The Lingxiao continent revered strength above all, and those who possessed it garnered their share of admiration. Thus, it was entirely natural for such a scenario to unfold. I thought it was something significant. Is this all? There is nothing to celebrate, as this will become the norm moving forward. Do not mistake a mere Yuaning mid-stage elder for a challenge. Even formidable opponents pose no issue. Lu Tianzhuo remarked with great confidence. This was not mere boastfulness. Following the battle, he had gained a clearer understanding of his combat prowess. Even the pinnacle experts of the Yuaning stage did not intimidate him, for no one had yet compelled him to employ the third form of the Ling Tian sword technique. Thus, he felt ready to engage even those at the Huashan stage. Moreover, he remained uncertain of the limits of the Chaos Kai Tian body. However, he felt assured that he could withstand attacks from Yuaning stage experts without difficulty. Are you feeling overly confident? By the way, the saintess summoned you to her residence. Is there more good fortune in store for you? I can sense that she regards you with unique affection. If you could win her over as well, you would hold sway over the entire Hehuanzhong. That would be quite the advantageous arrangement, especially since it is rumored that the saintess is your Bai Yueguang. Zhuang Ling inquired. Displaying a keen curiosity regarding Lin Min, Lu Tianzhuo had no intention of withholding anything from her, for Zhuang Ling held a special place in his heart as his first true love, a bond that even Lin Min could not overshadow. Min Min has expressed her affections for me, solidifying our relationship. But rest assured, in my heart, no one can ever replace you, Lu Tianzhuo stated earnestly, gazing deeply into Zhuang Ling's eyes. This revelation took Zhuang Ling by surprise. Her emotions stirred unexpectedly. Were we not discussing the saintess? How did we end up talking about me? Despite her words, a smile graced her lips, radiating joy. With Lu Tianzhuo's affirmation, every endeavor seemed worthwhile. I mean every word. You are indeed the most special one in my heart. All right, I believe you. No need to continue. It is too sweet for me to bear, and I still need to eat. Zhuang Ling replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. By the way, Ling Ling, I will need a few materials for alchemy tomorrow. Could you prepare them for me? I plan to retrieve them in the morning. With that, Lu Tianzhuo handed her the list he had prepared, detailing the required materials. Zhuang Ling glanced briefly at the note before tossing it aside. All right, I will have everything ready for you by tomorrow. She did not inquire about the particular elixir Lu Tianzhuo intended to concoct, as Zhuang Ling deemed it unnecessary. Regardless of his intentions, her unwavering support would be infallible. Why do you not ask what I plan to do, or for whom I shall refine the elixir? Lu Tianzhuo questioned, perplexed by her demeanor. Is it truly necessary? As long as I hold a place in your heart, that suffices for me. As for the rest, I am disinclined to concern myself with it. What a burden that would be. Let us dine. Hee, the meal can wait. I shall indulge in you first. With that, Lu Tianzhuo could not resist lifting Zhuang Ling into his arms and proceeded towards the bed. Chapter 79. Yesterday's reappearance? That night was spent amidst howling winds and torrential rain. The following day, As Lu Tianzhuo awoke, he was greeted by a sumptuous breakfast laid out on the table, causing a smile to grace his lips. He had been so consumed by excitement yesterday that he even forgot to have dinner and went straight to bed. Now, with his stomach growling in protest, he hurriedly got up and began to indulge in the feast before him. It must be said that Zhuang Ling's culinary skills were truly exceptional. He devoured every morsel of the abundant breakfast. After satisfying his hunger with a hearty burp, he took a moment to tidy up his appearance. When he glanced into the mirror again, he was astonished to see a significant transformation in his image. Not only did he appear handsome, but he also exuded a unique aura that was pleasing to behold. If all went well, as his cultivation progressed, this aura would become even more pronounced. At that time, which young lady could resist his charm? The mere thought of it brought a smile to Lu Tianzhuo's face. He was aware that his fortunate days were only just beginning. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he made his way to the General Affairs Hall. "Good morning, Master Lu. Good morning, Elder Lu. Good morning, idol." He was greeted with respect by the inner disciples upon his arrival. It seemed that news of his battle against the Zhou family had spread throughout the sect, and, as Zhuang Ling had mentioned, many had begun to regard him as their idol. This greatly satisfied Lu Tianzhuo's vanity, a privilege he had not experienced before. "How does it feel to be an idol, Elder Lu?" Just as Lu Tianzhuo was basking in his self-importance, Zhuang Ling's voice reached his ears. After all the trials he had endured, Zhuang Ling had become even more alluring. With just one glance, she quickened Lu Tianzhuo's heartbeat. If they were not in the General Affairs Hall, but rather on his Zuowang Peak, he would have undoubtedly taken action. However, the setting was inappropriate, and he could only suppress his desires for the time being, postponing everything until the evening. Seeing that Lu Tianzhuo remained silent for a while, Zhuang Ling quickly discerned his thoughts from his gaze. She was secretly delighted but kept her emotions in check. With an alluring glance, she tossed him a bag. "Here, it's filled with everything you desire." Lu Tianzhuo accepted the bag without even looking inside and tossed it into his storage ring. He then smiled and suggested, "Why don't you close the General Affairs Hall for now? We could go to Zuowang Peak and spar a little. What do you think?" "What are you thinking? I cannot indulge in distractions. You should go find your Bai Yueguang," she teased with a playful giggle. Her demeanor only made Lu Tianzhuo's restraint more difficult, yet he could feel numerous eyes from the General Affairs Hall staring at him. Should he act impulsively, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, he stifled his thoughts, aware of the potential repercussions. "Just wait, I will deal with you tonight," he thought to himself. "Oh, I am so afraid." She laughed, and with that, Lu Tianzhuo left the General Affairs Hall, feeling somewhat dejected. He truly could not remain any longer. If he lost control, it would be utterly embarrassing. However, at that moment, Lu Tianzhuo silently vowed that once he returned to Zuowang Peak, he would make sure to teach Zhuang Ling a lesson. By then, begging for mercy would be futile. Soon, Lu Tianzhuo arrived at the leader's residence. Knowing about his relationship with the saintess, the guards directly escorted him to Lin Min's room. A short while later, Lin Min emerged, adorned in a flowing red gown. Regardless of the attire, she always appeared stunning. Lu Tianzhuo stared at Lin Min for a moment, momentarily lost in admiration before regaining his composure. "I apologize, Min Min. You are simply too beautiful." And I couldn't help but gaze a little longer. With a light chuckle, Lin Min replied, "How come I never noticed before that senior brother Lu has such a sense of humor?" "Senior brother Lu, did you come to see me for something? Have you prepared the list of materials?" she inquired, moving past the pleasantries. "Indeed. I found some materials in the General Affairs Hall, but I am still missing quite a few. I've written them down." He handed her the note. "If we can gather these materials, I assure you, you will break through to the Yuaning stage." Lin Min furrowed her brow upon glancing at the list. Most of the items were rare and precious, and she was uncertain if her master could procure them. Nevertheless, she never doubted Lu Tianzhuo's words. Despite the fact that other alchemists had never even mentioned such elixirs, she firmly believed in Lu Tianzhuo's integrity. As long as she could gather the materials, he would be able to concoct the required elixirs. "Senior brother Lu, my master is currently in seclusion. Once she emerges, I will ask her if she can obtain these materials. If not, I will inform you immediately," Lin Min assured him as she carefully tucked the note away. "No problem, there is no hurry. By the way, I have a few washed sinews and marrow refining elixirs here that will completely transform your body and aid your future cultivation. You should take them," Lu Tianzhuo said, producing several elixirs and offering them to Lin Min. In his eyes, these were merely ordinary elixirs that could be mass-produced. However, to Lin Min, they were treasures. Each elixir could cleanse the sinews and refine the marrow without any toxic side effects, a value beyond mere spirit stones. Senior brother Lu, this seems a bit too extravagant. Lin Min hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Refusing would seem disrespectful, yet accepting such precious gifts left her wondering what she could possibly offer in return. What are you saying? What is our relationship? What's mine is yours, so there is no need for formality. Don't mention just 2 elixirs. Even if you wanted my kidneys, I wouldn't hesitate, Lu Tianzhuo replied with unwavering sincerity. To others, these elixirs were deemed extraordinarily precious, yet to Lu Tianzhuo, they bore little distinction from refuse. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, Lin Min refrained from further refusal and accepted the elixirs. Deep within, she silently vowed that henceforth, regardless of what her senior brother might request of her, she would unhesitatingly offer her assistance. Now, consume these 2 elixirs and refine them. I shall provide protection for you, senior brother. Lu Tianzhuo's mind involuntarily recalled the moments shared with Qi Wei, pondering whether history would repeat itself. Chapter 80. Intercepted Lin Min, naturally, did not overthink the situation. Given Lu Tianzhuo's capabilities, having him as her protector was undoubtedly a fortunate circumstance. She readily accepted, as she was eager to transform her physical body. Under Lu Tianzhuo's guidance, she consumed both elixirs without hesitation. Soon, the effects of the medicine began to manifest, compelling her to sit upon the ground and commence the absorption of the elixir's potency. The energy contained within the 2 pills was immensely powerful and served to refine her very essence. Consequently, a look of anguish crossed Lin Min's face, a fact that Lu Tianzhuo was acutely aware of. Yet, such suffering was inevitable. After all, one must endure hardship to ascend to greatness. His role was merely to ensure her protection during this process, confident that Lin Min's formidable skills would allow her to navigate the rest. As anticipated, the pained expression on the beautiful Lin Min did not linger for long. After a short while, her furrowed brows relaxed, replaced by a visage of enjoyment. From the duration of her experience, it appeared far more manageable than his own previous ordeal. This left Lu Tianzhuo perplexed, as he recalled that Qi Wei had also undergone a relatively smooth process. Why, then, had he found it so arduous? Perhaps it was a testament to his unique potential. Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could he prove his distinctiveness? From his observations, it seemed Lin Min would require at least an hour to fully refine the energies of the 2 elixirs. For Lu Tianzhuo, sitting idly for an hour was truly a torment. Nevertheless, for the sake of his cherished Bai Yueguang, he resolved to endure the discomfort. As time ticked by, Lin Min's expression grew increasingly serene. Lu Tianzhuo could sense that the refinement of the elixir's potency was proceeding remarkably well. If all went according to plan, she would emerge from this experience completely transformed. Such a significant enhancement to her physical form would undoubtedly benefit her future cultivation endeavors. However, considering her innate cultivation physique, once she activated her potential, it would no longer pose a challenge. Suddenly, as Lu Tianzhuo pondered these matters, a crackling sound, reminiscent of popping beans, emanated from Lin Min's body. A wave of elation washed over Lu Tianzhuo, for it appeared that the profound transformation had commenced. Given Lin Min's capabilities, he believed the process would reach its conclusion swiftly. Before long, Lin Min's tightly shut eyes began to slowly open. 2 beams of brilliance burst forth, and she radiated vitality. Although her realm remained unchanged, she could perceive that her physical body and meridians had strengthened more than double. Her heart swelled with joy, for it seemed that Lu Shixiang truly possessed extraordinary skills. Thank you, Lu Shixiang. My body has been completely transformed. Future cultivation will undoubtedly yield far greater results. Lin Min expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Tianzhuo, acknowledging that without his assistance, her body could not have attained such formidable strength, nor could she have contemplated a breakthrough in such a short time. We are practically family now. There is no need for such formality, Min Min. However, you must cleanse yourself now that your physical strength has been enhanced, Lu Tianzhuo kindly reminded her. He prepared to fetch water for her bath, knowing that Lin Min, like Qi Wei before her, had to expel impurities. Cleanse myself? Lin Min questioned, puzzled by Lu Shixiang's remark. Yet, her confusion was short-lived as the foul odor soon invaded her nostrils. Furrowing her delicate brows, she glanced down and gasped, horrified to find herself covered in filth. Her embarrassment palpable before Lu Tianzhuo. After such a transformation, it is only natural to feel this way. I will prepare your bathwater now. You must wash thoroughly, Lu Tianzhuo thought with a smirk, eagerly anticipating this opportunity. Just as Qi Wei's presence had heightened the atmosphere, he hoped to experience a similar surge of intimacy with Lin Min's. As Lu Tianzhuo prepared to assist in fetching the bathwater, Lin Min began to call out loudly. Soon, a figure clad in violet appeared, her head guard. Saintess, how may I serve you? Ziyuan inquired, her expression wrinkling at the peculiar odor that wafted through the air. I have succeeded in refining my essence. All impurities have been expelled from my body. I urgently require a bath. Prepare several buckets of water swiftly. Lin Min exclaimed. Lu Tianzhuo felt a pang of frustration. Why must others be involved in such a simple task? Yes, Saintess. Elder Lu. Perhaps you would prefer to wait in the outer hall? Ziyuan politely suggested, noticing Lu Tianzhuo's lingering presence. What a setback. Lu Tianzhuo thought bitterly, feeling thwarted after all his efforts, now overshadowed by Lin Min's call for assistance. He nodded awkwardly and followed Ziyuan out of the room. Once in the outer hall, he sat down, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the earlier scene. How wonderful it would be to assist Lin Min in her bath. At that moment, a group entered, carrying wooden tubs. Regrettably, Lu Tianzhuo sighed, resigning himself to wait patiently. Approximately an hour later, Lin Min emerged, her complexion rosy and undeniably adorable, though she appeared somewhat bashful. How do you feel, Min Min? Upon encountering her, Lu Tianzhuo hurriedly inquired with a smile. Witnessing his expression, Lin Min's delicate face flushed even more. Thank you, Liu Shixiao. My body has undergone a complete transformation. I never anticipated that the elixir you concocted would possess such remarkable potency. This was not mere flattery from Lin Min. The absence of any Dan poison in the elixir was indeed astonishing. Compared to the potions she had previously consumed, this one was unequivocally superior. Nevertheless, she could not help but recall the earlier awkwardness, feeling utterly embarrassed before her senior. Although Lin Min had bathed several times, she still sensed an unusual odor lingering on her body. Chapter 81. Assisting my wife in entrepreneurship, would this tarnish her image in his heart? If that were indeed the case, what should she do? Presently, Lu Tianzhuo was undoubtedly the most sought-after figure in the entire Hewan zone, with rivals like Zhuang Ling and Qi Wei in the forefront, and contenders such as Qing Ying and Guo Qinyu in the wings. If her image were truly to suffer a significant setback, how could she possibly compete with these enchanting women? At this moment, Lin Min's mind was abuzz with worry. Little did she know that Lu Tianzhuo had encountered such matters on several occasions before. It was inconceivable that this minor issue would affect her image in his eyes. After all, these were merely basic medicinal pills, if she could gather the missing materials. He assured her that he could provide even superior pills to assist her in breaking through to the Yuaning stage without any difficulty. Lu Tianzhuo responded with a smile, for this was not a challenge for him. The divine alchemical skills bestowed by the system were no exaggeration. One might ask, among the illustrious alchemists of the Lingxiao Daolu, who would not require an extraordinary alchemical furnace to concoct their elixirs. Yet Lu Tianzhuo could create flawless pills using nothing more than a simple pot, devoid of any toxic residue. Such a talent was unparalleled across the globe. Hence, there was no need for Lu Tianzhuo to remain modest. He was determined to assist Lin Min in her breakthrough to the Yuaning stage, thereby activating her unique cultivation physique. Once accomplished, he would be rewarded by the system. The fourth form of the Ling Tian sword technique held immense allure for Lu Tianzhuo. Acquiring it would exponentially enhance his offensive capabilities, serving as a vital safeguard, as he understood that the enemies he would face would only grow more formidable. Alas, I owe Lu Shixiao more and more. Lin Min sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Who would have imagined that her ultimate breakthrough would require the assistance of Lu Tianzhuo, who had been Bedridden for 40 years? Had she known, she would have treated Lu Shixiao with greater care and visited him more often. Otherwise, she would not feel such guilt now. Silly girl, what are you saying? Everything I do is willingly for you, so don't overthink it. Being able to do something for you fills my heart with joy, as I never had such an opportunity before. Lu Tianzhuo chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Min's hair. To him, she was the light of his life. He would willingly do anything for her. This sentiment was certainly unmatched by the other women, for he had ulterior motives in assisting them. Even with Zhuang Ling, he had his calculations. But with Lin Min, Lu Tianzhuo held no ulterior motives. Even without the system's rewards, he would unhesitatingly help her, expecting nothing in return. Thank you, Lu Shixiao. The more Lu Tianzhuo was like this, the more guilt Lin Min felt. What could she do for him? She could not simply keep taking. She needed to give back as well. Min, may I make a small request? Lu Tianzhuo looked at Lin Min with a smile, his gaze filled with tenderness. Such a heartfelt expression made it difficult for Lin Min to hold her composure. Lu Shixiang, whatever request you have, I will comply. Lin Min replied softly, her head lowered, unable to meet Lu Tianzhuo's affectionate gaze. Could you refrain from calling me Lu Shixiang? It makes our relationship seem distant. Call me Tianzhuo Ge or Lu Dage instead. It sounds much more pleasant, doesn't it? Lu Tianzhuo articulated his thoughts, as calling him Shixiang suggested that their relationship had yet to reach an appropriate level. If they were truly close, they would address each other as siblings in affection. Then I shall call you Lu Dage from now on. That title sounds much better. Lin Min did not refuse, finding the term Shixiang rather awkward. All right, it's settled then. Just refrain from calling me Lu Shixiang. It sounds uncomfortable. Lu Tianzhuo chuckled, and their relationship drew a step closer. Thus, he had reason to believe that it would not be long before this radiant light would find a place by his side. It feels like we have returned to the time when we first entered the sect, when you took such good care of me. Lin Min reminisced with a smile about their initial days in Hahuan Zone, when Lu Tianzhuo had looked after her like an elder brother, a role he continued to play. Actually, I have always liked you, but alas, you are a celestial being, while I am merely a supporting furnace for cultivation, entirely unworthy of confessing my feelings. But now, things are different. I have acquired certain capabilities. I wish to take care of you for a lifetime. Trust me, I will ensure you enjoy a good life. With this declaration, Lu Tianzhuo no longer withheld his feelings. Since their relationship had been established, it was time to express his affections. He could not expect her to take the initiative forever. Would he one day find himself waiting for Lin Min to invite him? Shixiang, would you join me in my chamber? I believe Lu Dage possesses such capability, but as far as I know, the other two flowers among our sect's 3 beauties also share good relations with you, right? Not to mention Elder Zhuang, and even Elder Guo seems to harbor special sentiments for you. Considering this, where do I stand in comparison? After all, I am to be the future leader of Hahuan Zone. You must give me some face. Lin Min gazed at Lu Tianzhuo, voicing her concerns. As she mentioned, she was to be the future leader of Hahuan Zone. And if she were ranked so low, how could she bear it? Upon hearing her words, Lu Tianzhuo felt somewhat helpless. He had never considered the ranking of relationships, for in his heart, he treated everyone equally, with no distinction between wives and concubines. However, given the current dynamics, merely considering it from his perspective was futile. What truly mattered was how these young women felt. Should jealousy arise, he would find himself in quite an embarrassing predicament. Min, regardless of the number of women I may have, Brother Lu embodies a spirit of universal love rather than mere frivolity. Thus, each of you occupies an equal place in my heart, devoid of distinction. After elucidating his thoughts, Lu Tianzhuo felt a twinge of shamelessness. Were this on earth, he would undoubtedly be labeled a playboy and a scoundrel. Truly, Brother Lu exemplifies a deep affection. Therefore, you must promise me to remain at Hahuan Zone to assist me indefinitely. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Lin Min could only concede to a more modest request. Certainly, I shall help you elevate Hahuan Zone to become the largest sect in Lingxiao continent. For Lu Tianzhuo, this posed no challenge. Supporting his beloved in her entrepreneurial endeavors was only natural. Chapter 82. Increasingly charming after receiving a gratifying affirmation from Lu Tianzhuo, Lin Min was overjoyed. Lu Tianzhuo was a man of his word. Since he had given his promise, there would be no doubt. The task assigned by her master was thus thoroughly accomplished. At this moment, Lin Min was filled with confidence regarding her future. Following Lu Daji's guidance, she would soon break through to the Yuanying stage. With such an unfathomable elder protecting her, her prospects were undeniably bright. Lu Dagu, the hour grows late. Do stay for a meal. Lin Min smiled as she addressed Lu Tianzhuo. How could Elder Lu refuse such a request? Thus, he remained at the sect master's residence, sharing merriment and wine with his dear junior sister. The two reminisced about their early days upon entering the Hahuan sect, filled with nostalgia. After enjoying lunch, Lu Tianzhuo took his leave from the sect master's residence. Not long after his departure, a stunning woman entered Lin Min's room. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Min quickly composed herself and greeted her. The visitor was none other than Ling Shuangli, the current sect master of Hahuan sect. Yes, I have just emerged. I am astonished by Lu Tianzhuo's capabilities, truly remarkable. As the sect master, Ling Shuangli possessed an undeniable control over the sect. even while in seclusion. She remained informed of the happenings within the sect. Upon her emergence, she had already heard of Lu Tianzhuo's defeat of the elder from the Zhou family. Naturally, she had heard of Zhou Long, as he was relatively well known in their circles. It was unexpected that Lu Tianzhuo could best him in a one-on-one encounter. Could it be that this young man possessed the same level of cultivation as herself? This news was indeed shocking for her as the sect master. Master, Lu Shixiang has promised to remain at Hahuan sect forever, and we have established our relationship. Lin Min blushed as she spoke to Ling Shuangli. Excellent. With such a man by your side, you shall not be neglected. The position of sect master is hardly something he would covet. A golden-scaled fish does not remain in shallow waters. It transforms into a dragon amidst the storm. Min, this presents a splendid opportunity for you. Therefore, you must cherish your time with Lu Tianzhuo and refrain from throwing childish tantrums. Do you understand? Ling Shuangli, indulgent towards her disciple, was genuinely concerned that Lin Min might act petulantly and cause friction. Rest assured, Master, I will. Lin Min replied. By the way, Lu Dego mentioned that he requires some alchemical materials to facilitate my swift breakthrough to the Yuanying stage. I wonder if you have the materials listed here? She then presented the note Lu Tianzhuo had left her. Ling Shuangli took the note, and a smile graced her lips. Though these items are quite precious, I do possess them. I shall retrieve them for you now. After saying so, she pulled the materials from her storage ring, swiftly matching them to Lu Tianzhuo's list. Who would have thought Lu Tianzhuo's alchemical skills were so profound? It seems all impurities within your body have been purged. How about this? I shall deliver these materials to Lu Tianzhuo and observe his alchemical process. Ling Shuangli was now filled with curiosity about Lu Tianzhuo. She was eager to witness how he concocted elixirs without any trace of toxicity, a feat even high-level alchemists struggled to achieve. Of course, that is entirely up to you. Lin Min, uncertain about her master's keen interest in Lu Dego, felt it inappropriate to inquire further. She simply acquiesced, knowing the final elixir would ultimately benefit her. Very well, prepare yourself. I shall take these materials to Lu Tianzhuo without delay, lest I interrupt his alchemical work. With that, Ling Shuangli gathered the materials and departed from the sect master's residence. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo lay upon the bed at Zuowang Peak, humming a cheerful tune. Today, I am truly overjoyed. The relationship with Lin Min had been formally established. What could bring greater joy than this? At present, the only thing Lu Tianzhuo could contemplate was cultivating with Lin Min Lu Zhonglao. Just as excitement kept him awake, a sultry voice echoed from outside. The only person he recognized who could produce such a tone was sect master Ling Shuangli. What could this alluring vixen want with him? Could it be that she had developed an interest in him? The thought of Ling Shuangli's captivating demeanor left Lu Tianzhuo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, he had declared his intention to win her over. Since she had now arrived, it was indeed necessary to engage in a meaningful exchange with her. If he could win her heart, it would be a remarkable achievement. With this thought, a smile graced Lu Tianzhuo's face. Who might this enchanting sister be? I am within, please do enter. In an instant, a figure appeared before Lu Tianzhuo, standing gracefully. It was none other than Ling Shuangli. Ah, is this not the sect master? What brings you here? Had I known earlier, I would have come out to greet you. Now it seems I have failed in proper decorum. Lu Tianzhuo, upon seeing the alluring Ling Shuangli, could not help but jest. This woman possessed an irresistible allure, even in her current state of cultivation. Given time, who could withstand such a woman? Exquisite, enchanting, words fall short of adequately describing Ling Shuangli. To receive me while lounging upon your bed is indeed a slight breach of etiquette. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo remained reclined, prompting Ling Shuangli to tease him lightly. Ah, I had expended considerable energy earlier and find myself rather fatigued. Please do not take offense, sect master. I shall rise at once. With that, Lu Tianzhuo rose from the bed with a smile. At this moment, he stood bare-chested, his sculpted 8-pack abs on full display before Ling Shuangli. It was nothing short of perfection, and she couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Hey, I am a girl after all. Could you perhaps put on a shirt? Ling Shuangli playfully chided Lu Tianzhuo. Wow. Elder Lu felt as though his bones had turned to jelly. The allure of this woman was simply overwhelming. He realized he needed to exercise caution, lest he be led astray and find himself in a situation where he was taken advantage of and left paying for it. Thus, he began to remain vigilant, striving to avoid any fundamental missteps. Chapter 83. The Arrogant King Ahem. I sincerely apologize, esteemed sect leader. As you are aware, Tianzhuo Wang Peak is seldom visited, and thus I have grown accustomed to solitude. Fortunately, I was a bit fatigued today and fell asleep without changing my trousers. Otherwise, it would have been quite an embarrassing situation. By all means, I cannot allow this woman to maintain the upper hand continuously. Therefore, Lu Tianzhuo deemed it necessary to take initiative. Otherwise, would he allow himself to be perceived as a soft target? What could the sect leader possibly do? After all, I am still formidable. Engaging in verbal sparring, who fears whom? Currently, Ling Shuangli's greatest asset is her enchanting allure. As long as I remain vigilant, I should encounter no significant issues. As expected, upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Ling Shuangli's eyes. This subtle movement did not escape the keen observation of Elder Lu. It seems my suspicions were correct. This woman is here to test me. Since she wishes to ascertain my vulnerabilities, I, Lu Tianzhuo, must also take the initiative to probe her depths. With this thought, Lu Tianzhuo chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the game of wits between them had officially commenced. The young lad certainly has a sense of humor. Such behavior is hardly befitting of an elder. A fleeting cold glint disappeared from Ling Shuangli's eyes, replaced by a seductive smile. She was resolute in her belief that her charm could easily subdue this man. Thus, Ling Shuangli prepared to further test Lu Tianzhuo, hoping to compel him to submit to her will. Sect leader, you may refer to me as your younger brother, but not as little brother. You must understand that I earned the esteemed title of the only male elder in the Hehuan sect through my service as a furnace for the sect. If I were merely a little brother, how could I possibly have received such an honor? Furthermore, this title is unacceptable for any man. Don't you agree, sect leader? Lu Tianzhuo retorted with compelling logic, articulating his points with clarity. When Ling Shuangli first used that term, she had not considered its implications. However, upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, she quickly grasped the situation. She felt a surge of anger, believing he was teasing her. Yet, lacking any tangible evidence, what could she do? Should she confront Lu Tianzhuo directly? That would render her visit to Tianzhuo Wang Peak utterly pointless. Alas, this fellow is rather difficult to contend with. How had she remained unaware of such a character within the sect? Ling Shuangli realized that if things continued in this manner, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for her. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she began to strategize on how to breach Lu Tianzhuo's defenses. Observing Ling Shuangli's demeanor, Lu Tianzhuo found himself more amused. A man of honor cannot allow a woman to toy with him at will. Sect leader, your sudden visit. Might there be a matter at hand? You are my direct superior. So if you require anything, please feel free to instruct me directly without any circumlocution. In truth, Lu Tianzhuo surmised that she intended to leverage the matter of aiding Lin Min in alchemy to engage him in a battle of wits. Since she had gained no advantage in this initial exchange, she likely would not persist in her probing. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo had unwittingly provided Ling Shuangli a convenient exit, sparing both parties from further embarrassment. Ling Shuangli was keenly aware of this, yet her pride would not allow her to concede so easily. The notion that a man could thwart her seductive prowess twice was an affront to her dignity. Women are notorious for holding grudges, and Ling Shuangli was no exception. She would not relent. Given the opportunity, she would undoubtedly continue to pursue Lu Tianzhuo, determined to see him bow before her. With this resolve, a seductive smile returned to Ling Shuangli's face. I came here for my precious disciple, Lin Min. She mentioned that Elder Lu can concoct special elixirs, but he lacks a few ingredients, which I just happen to possess. Moreover, I have never witnessed the alchemical process firsthand, so this is an excellent opportunity for me to learn. Elder Lu, being so understanding, surely would not refuse my request? With that, Ling Shuangli raised her brows, a playful smile adorning her face as she gazed at Lu Tianzhuo. Goodness! This cunning vixen. With just one glance, Lu Tianzhuo felt his adrenaline surge. Her seductive skills, though still lacking refinement, were not to be underestimated. It was solely due to his unwavering composure that he remained unaffected. Otherwise, he surmised that any other man might have been utterly entranced by her gaze. Should she refine her allure further, it would undoubtedly become formidable. It seems he must secure this enchanting creature before she perfects her craft. In doing so, he would no longer have to fear her charms. Indeed, one can be understanding, but the opportunity to serve the sect leader has yet to arise. When might the sect leader allow her brother a taste of reality? If that were the case, he would have no objections, even beyond alchemy. Lu Tianzhuo remarked with a mischievous grin. Ling Shuangli, however, found herself bewildered. Wasn't she merely complimenting him on his understanding? Why did he now imply a lack of opportunity to serve her? This seemed utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, the beautiful Ling did not dwell on it and responded with a smile. No problem. Opportunities will arise. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tianzhuo let out an odd laugh. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to playfully provoke Ling Shuangli further. Elder Lu, since I have acquiesced to your request, you ought to reciprocate. Is it acceptable for me to observe during the alchemical process? Seeing Lu Tianzhuo smile, Ling Shuangli seized the moment to reiterate her request. While she had witnessed alchemy before, she had never seen anyone produce a perfect elixir. Thus, Ling Shuangli was eager to witness Lu Tianzhuo's methods firsthand. Since the sect leader has made such a significant concession, how could I refuse? This time, I am concocting the Jiaying Dan for Minmin. As the name suggests, it is a medicinal elixir that assists her in solidifying her yuaning. The process may be somewhat intricate. Fortunately, Sister Zhongzhu is present to provide me with protective guidance. Lu Tianzhuo readily agreed, as this endeavor holds no secrets. My ability to forge such a potion is entirely attributed to the divine alchemical skills bestowed upon me by the system. To put it bluntly, even if Ling Shuangli wished to learn from me, she lacks the requisite foundation. Thus, what difference does it make for her to observe from the sidelines? It merely adds another layer of protection for myself. Chapter 84. Astonishing talent. Upon receiving Lu Tianzhuo's response, Ling Shuangli's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was eager to witness the alchemical process of this individual, for it would provide her with a sense of certainty. While many things could be fabricated, the process of alchemy was unequivocally genuine. If all went well, she would soon discern Lu Tianzhuo's true capabilities. No problem. I shall personally assist you in safeguarding your practice, Ling Shuangli readily agreed. Curious to see what Lu Tianzhuo was truly capable of. Master Sister, here are the materials I have prepared for concocting the Jiaying Dan. The remaining items are listed on this note. Lu Tianzhuo promptly presented the alchemical ingredients he had meticulously gathered. Understanding his intent, Ling Shuangli revealed her own prepared materials. This is the Sheng Lingua, this is the Feng Wei Chao, and this is the Yu Ming Hu Lu. Observing the array of materials, Lu Tianzhuo's lips curled into a smile. With the addition of his own components, the concoction of the Jiaying Dan posed no issues whatsoever. Is there any other material you require? If so, please inform me. I have an abundance of precious alchemical ingredients on hand. After presenting all the previously prepared rare items, Ling Shuangli inquired once more about Lu Tianzhuo's needs. No, this is quite sufficient. Master Sister, I will now commence the alchemical process, and I would appreciate your assistance in safeguarding my practice. As he spoke, Lu Tianzhuo retrieved a battered basin. Subsequently, he unceremoniously tossed all the necessary ingredients into the basin. His actions left Ling Shuangli bewildered. What was the meaning of this? The materials she had presented were treasures of the highest caliber, which could not even be acquired with abundant spirit stones, as some were beyond monetary valuation. To put it dramatically, knowledgeable individuals would cherish these materials as sacred offerings. How could one possibly use a dilapidated basin to contain them? Lu Changlao, what are you doing? Ling Shuangli furrowed her brow and questioned him. I am engaging in alchemy. However, we must move outside, as it is inconvenient within the room. As he spoke, he donned his outer garment and stepped outside with the battered basin in hand. Ling Shuangli, still puzzled by his intentions, could only maintain her composure and follow him outside. With a resounding crash, Lu Tianzhuo casually hurled the basin, filled with rare ingredients, to the ground. The precious materials were sent flying, only to settle at the bottom of the basin. This action deepened Ling Shuangli's frown. What on earth was he doing? Was he truly so reckless with such exquisite treasures? Had it been anyone else, she would have exploded with rage by now. However, given Lu Tianzhuo's identity, she could only suppress her frustration and observe his next move. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to quell her mounting anger. Lu Changlao, since we are concocting elixirs, should you not procure your alchemical furnace? Why have you yet to reveal your prized possession? Are you afraid I will judge it? Ling Shuangli inquired with a smile. The ability to produce exceptional elixirs hinges on possessing a remarkable furnace. Only then can one's alchemical skills be effectively employed. Thus, she was eager to glimpse the furnace Lu Tianzhuo utilized to ascertain his level of expertise. The furnace is right here on the ground, he replied. On the ground? Ling Shuangli quickly scanned her surroundings, but found no sign of any furnace. Where is it? I do not see it. Ling Demei Nu examined the area multiple times, confirming the absence of any furnace, and thus questioned Lu Tianzhuo with confusion. "Ah, this is my furnace." As he spoke, Lu Tianzhuo sat down and lifted the battered basin in his right hand. Clearly, he was referring to the dilapidated basin as his furnace. Even though Ling Shuangli had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback. This was a furnace? Surely, this was absurd. Could it possibly get any more ludicrous? She felt as though Lu Tianzhuo was mocking her. The ire that had been simmering within her surged to the surface. After all, she was the leader of the Hehuan zone. When had she ever been subjected to such ridicule? Lu Tianzhuo's repeated challenges to her patience ignited her fury. "Lu Tianzhuo, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall not be pleased." In that moment, Ling Shuangli exuded an aura devoid of any allure, replaced instead by a sense of impending confrontation. It seemed that if Lu Tianzhuo failed to satisfy her demands, she would resort to more drastic measures. What is there to explain? All my elixirs are concocted within this furnace. Just help me safeguard my practice, and remain silent while I work to avoid disturbing my concentration. Lu Tianzhuo retorted sharply, dismissing Ling Shuangli's presence. When had Ling de Zhongzhu ever been spoken to in such a manner? She was ready to explode with rage. However, she ultimately restrained herself, eager to see what Lu Tianzhuo would bring forth. Should it prove that this young man was merely toying with her, she would not let him escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Chonglao had little time to ponder her thoughts. His sole focus was on swiftly concocting the Jiang Dan to assist Minmin in breaking through to the Yuaning stage. In doing so, he would fulfill the task assigned by the system. Obtaining the rewards from the system was of utmost importance. Everything else was inconsequential. With a swift motion, spiritual fire manifested from his palm, enveloping the entire battered basin. As the saying goes, a master reveals their prowess with a single action. This singular maneuver astonished Ling Shuangli, who, despite her experience as a mid-tier alchemist, had never encountered Lu Tianzhuo's unique method of alchemy. She could feel the formidable power of the spiritual fire emanating from his palm. Recalling the doubts I once harbored regarding Lu Tianzhuo, my face inevitably flushed with embarrassment, revealing my ignorance akin to that of a frog confined to a well. At this moment, the illustrious beauty, Ling Dying, dared not even exhale audibly, dutifully assisting Lu Tianzhuo in his protective endeavors. With a sudden and commanding shout, Lu Tianzhuo directed the spiritual fire in his hands after it had been warming the contents of the broken basin for a duration. The treasures of heaven and earth within seemed to respond to an unspoken command, instantly merging into a harmonious whole, and an aromatic fragrance of medicinal herbs erupted into the air. Ling Shuangli, taken aback, gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a goose egg. Chapter 85. Who else is there? What manner of alchemy is this? It is truly unprecedented, both unheard of and unseen. In that moment, Ling Shuangli regarded Lu Tianzhuo as a prodigy. As the saying goes, outsiders relish the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. As a mid-tier alchemist herself, the illustrious Ling Shuangli could readily perceive the extraordinary prowess of Lu Tianzhuo's alchemical skills. It is likely that even the so-called high-tier alchemists could not be compared to him. Perhaps only the legendary divine alchemists possess such methods. However, across the entire Lingxiao continent, there have been no reports of the existence of divine alchemists. Just who is Lu Tianzhuo? His martial prowess allows him to vanquish mid-tier Yuaning experts with a single strike. His body refinement techniques enable him to withstand the full force of mid-tier Yuaning adversaries. And his alchemical skills allow him to use a broken pot as a furnace. Is he even human? From the current situation, Lu Tianzhuo appears to have no weaknesses. When he was unknown, he ascended to the position of elder under the guise of a refining furnace, something that is simply unattainable by ordinary means. I am utterly convinced. At this moment, Ling Shuangli was completely in awe. She became even more resolute in her intention to spare no effort in keeping this individual within the Hehuan sect. With him present, the Hehuan sect would undoubtedly become the most promising sect on the Lingxiao continent. Although it is currently a second-tier sect, it will not be long before Lu Tianzhuo propels the Hehuan sect to soaring heights. Upon contemplating this, Ling Shuangli could not help but feel exhilarated. If such achievements could be realized during her tenure, she could die contentedly. Of course, at this moment, Lu Tianzhuo was entirely oblivious to her thoughts. He was wholly absorbed in the joy of alchemy and increasingly aware of the magnificence of his divine alchemical techniques. Crafting the Jiebing Dan posed no challenge whatsoever. Lu Tianzhuo even contemplated incorporating several formations into the pills to enhance their efficacy. However, it vexed him that he lacked knowledge in formations. It seems he must hasten to assist Gui Qianyu in resolving her inner turmoil. Only then could he obtain the system rewards for divine formations. Given the designation of divine, they could not possibly be inferior. Perhaps they would rival his divine alchemical skills. If this were the case, the potential for utilization would expand significantly. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo was filled with aspirations for his future. Naturally, it is unrealistic to achieve everything at once. One must tread carefully, step by step. With this thought, a tranquil expression graced his face as he resumed his focused alchemical work. Concentrate. After an indeterminate period, Lu Tianzhuo once again called out with vigor. Lo and behold, 3 brown pills began to spin within the bottom of the broken pot. The fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, and with just a whiff, Ling Shuangli felt invigorated. To refer to this as an immortal pill would not be an overstatement. She had witnessed Lu Tianzhuo's extraordinary abilities and was utterly astounded. A smile crept across Lu Tianzhuo's lips as he reached out his right hand, and the 3 brown pills gracefully landed in his palm. Sister Sect Master, this is the Jiebing Dan I have refined. What do you think? He inquired, revealing the 3 pills before Ling Shuangli, expecting her to tease him, given how ostentatious he had been. Lu Tianzhuo was taken aback when Ling Shuangli did not do so. Instead, she accepted the 3 pills with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "A divine creation. This is indeed a divine creation." Lu Tianzhuo's series of actions had truly earned him a place among the gods. Those so-called formidable alchemists amounted to nothing in Lu Changlau's presence. At this moment, Ling Shuangli had not only broadened her horizons, but also opened her heart. In the Lingxiao continent, strength reigns supreme. Lu Tianzhuo's prowess was beyond question. Ling Shuangli had initially intended to bind him with her direct disciple Lin Min. However, she now reconsidered and thought it might be worthwhile to take matters into her own hands. Such a man is worth it. Sister Sect Master, you flatter me. This is merely of average quality. The materials are insufficient. If I had access to higher-tier materials, I could refine even more impressive pills. Our Hehuan sect's resources are limited, so it seems I must venture out to gather some, Lu Tianzhuo remarked with a grin. In that case, the pills I refine will also benefit your cultivation. He was not boasting. Divine alchemical skills are not mere words. Provided that the alchemical materials are exceptional, everything is negotiable. Crafting divine-grade pills is not out of reach. Given that Sect Master Ling Shuangli has already reached the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, assisting her in advancing should not be a daunting task. Lu Tianzhuo first envisioned the grand potential, believing it could deepen his bond with the beautiful Sect Master. Thank you, dear brother. I am truly looking forward to this day. Will all 3 pills be for Min Min? Once she regained her composure, Ling Shuangli resumed her previous alluring demeanor. Lu Tianzhuo could discern a glimmer of moisture in her eyes as she gazed at him, causing Lu Changlao to feel overwhelmed. This woman was simply too captivating. He truly needed to find an opportunity to spar with her. 1 pill is sufficient for Min Min. Sister, you have no use for the rest. Please allow me to keep the other 2, Lu Tianzhuo replied with a smile. Given that Zhuang Ling was also at the peak of the Golden Core stage, assisting her in breaking through to the Yuaning stage would be advantageous. As for the remaining pill, it would be wise to keep it for potential future needs. All right, but you must promise me that you will refine pills for my use in the future. Without hesitation, Ling Shuangli returned the other 2 pills to Lu Tianzhuo, keeping only the one needed by her disciple Lin Min. That is no problem. Your affairs are my own. Once I find suitable materials, I will prioritize crafting the pills you require. Today, you have also witnessed my alchemical process, and I hope you can keep it confidential, as I am a low-key person and do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble, Lu Tianzhuo said with a cheerful demeanor while looking at Ling Shuangli. He was well aware that Ling Shuangli would certainly not divulge this matter, unless she were foolish. However, as it stands, Ling Shuangli has displayed no signs of such folly. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter strictly confidential, for I have no desire for outsiders to learn of the formidable talents within our Hehuan zone, lest it incite competition. Moreover, Lu Tianzhuo, do not forget your promise to Min Min to remain at Hehuan zone. A true man must honor his word. Do you not agree? Ling Shuangli spoke with a hint of urgency. She needed Lu Tianzhuo to uphold his promise, as Hehuan zone required his commitment as well. Setting aside the connection with Min Min, do you wish for me to remain at Hehuan zone forever, Sister Sect Master? Lu Tianzhuo asked with a smile, his gaze sharp. Under his piercing scrutiny, Ling Shuangli exuded none of the commanding presence of a sect leader. Like a shy girl, she lowered her head and softly confessed, "I too wish for you to remain at He Huanzong forever." Ha! After receiving the desired response, Lu Tianzhuo laughed triumphantly. Who else could evoke such a reaction from the enchanting Ling Shuangli? Who indeed? Chapter 86. Ling Tian's body technique. Ling Shuangli felt utterly lacking in any advantage before Lu Tianzhuo. What of her cultivation? What of her seduction arts? None of them seemed to have the desired effect. Despite her position as the leader of the He Huan sect, she felt entirely at his mercy. What puzzled her further was that she sensed no discomfort within her heart. How could this be? Ling Shuangli herself was at a loss. However, she was too weary to dwell on these thoughts, for Lu Tianzhuo had already promised to never leave the He Huan sect. For her, that was more than sufficient. The rest was inconsequential. If nothing else arose, she would take this elixir back to Minmin. At that moment, Ling Shuangli hesitated to remain alone with Lu Tianzhuo any longer. She truly feared succumbing completely, which would render her a lamb to the slaughter. After all, she was the leader of the He Huan sect. To be so easily subdued would indeed be a tremendous loss of face. Upon returning to the leader's residence, she would need to conduct a thorough review to ascertain where the issues lay. If possible, Ling Shuangli aspired to become the one in control, rather than being led by Lu Tianzhuo. Very well, esteemed sect leader, I shall not keep you any longer. The refinement of the elixir requires no further elaboration. You are well aware of it, Lu Tianzhuo remarked, showing no intention of detaining Ling Shuangli. He was more eager for Lin Min to swiftly break through to the Yuaning stage. Only then could Elder Lu receive the rewards from the system. Otherwise, it would be in vain. I shall take my leave. Ling Shuangli cast a deep glance at Lu Tianzhuo, then hurriedly left Zuowang Peak with the Jia Yingdan in hand. Once out of sight, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. It seemed this fellow was sent by the heavens to contend with her. Otherwise, how could this be? Gazing at the elixir in her hand, Ling Shuangli's eyes brimmed with longing. If what Lu Tianzhuo claimed were true, and he could concoct an elixir tailored to her needs, how wonderful would that be? However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The pressing matter was to aid Minmin in breaking through her current limitations. Ling Shuangli murmured softly, then quickened her pace home. Upon her return to the leader's residence, Lin Min rushed to greet her. How is it, master? Did Lu De Gu refine the elixir I need? Lin Min was brimming with excitement. If this elixir was successfully refined, she could ascend directly to the Yuaning realm. This was of utmost importance for her, as it would awaken her unique cultivation physique. In other words, her cultivation journey would officially commence. Lu De Gu is quite capable. How could he possibly fail to fulfill his promise? Here, this is the Jiang Dan he refined. Once you consume it and fully refine it, you will form your Yuaning and officially enter the Yuaning stage, Ling Shuangli explained, presenting the elixir. Instantly, the room filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The elixir was of unparalleled purity. Lin Min's eyes lit up at the sight. Although she had yet to refine the elixir and was unaware of its effects, the aroma alone hinted at its potency. Lu De Gu was truly remarkable. Perhaps she would need to rely on him for assistance in the future. However, considering her relationship with him, there was no need for embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Min resolved to hold his hand and grow old together. Minmin, this is an exceptional opportunity for you to break through. Do not delay. Quickly consume the elixir and refine it completely, Ling Shuangli urged, her gaze filled with envy, wondering when Lu Tianzhuo would craft an elixir for her. Thank you, master, Lin Min exclaimed. Why are you thanking me, silly girl? If anyone deserves gratitude, it is your Lu De Gu. He is the alchemist, while I merely observed. Hurry and refine it. I shall guard you, Ling Shuangli replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Min's hair. This habitual gesture was strikingly similar to Lu Tianzhuo's. Lin Min found it curious. Had master and Lu De Gu conspired to use this gesture? However, she had no time to ponder such matters and quickly accepted the elixir. I appreciate your help, master, she said, tossing the elixir into her mouth. The Jiang Dan dissolved instantly, releasing an even more intense fragrance. Lin Min soon felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy flooding towards her. The sensation was all too familiar. If all went well, she could indeed leap to become a master of the Yuaning stage. She steadied her mind and diligently absorbed the energy, her cultivation steadily increasing. Ling Shuangli, guarding her, could sense the changes in her disciple's cultivation. Her eyes filled with envy. She marveled at Lu Tianzhuo's impressive skills. He could effortlessly enable a peak Golden Dan practitioner to break through to the Yuaning stage. If word of this spread, Lu Tianzhuo would surely be besieged like a monster. In the vast expanse of Ling Shao continent, where could one find another such existence? Ding! Just as Lu Tianzhuo was dozing off, the system's notification sound echoed. Startled awake, Elder Lu sprang from his bed. The timing of the system alert could only mean that Lin Min had successfully refined the Jiang Dan. He hurriedly opened the system interface and confirmed that he had indeed completed the task assigned regarding Lin Min. The rewards were all in place, and he eagerly claimed the fourth form of the Ling Tian sword technique, Song Wuyin Feng. Once mastered, his offensive capabilities and power would far surpass his current abilities. To put it succinctly, the potency of the fourth form, Song Wuyin Feng, would undoubtedly exceed that of the third form, Qianzhonggu Ming, by more than a fold. Not only would he be able to contend with Yuaning practitioners, but he also felt confident in challenging those of the Transformation God stage. However, such occurrences had become commonplace for Lu Tianzhuo at this point. The exhilaration within him was swiftly subdued, for there remained a system-randomized reward package yet to be claimed. Being a reward from the system, it could undoubtedly be trusted. Thus, Lu Tianzhuo rummaged through his backpack and, following the prompts, directly opened the mysterious package. To his astonishment, it contained a jade talisman inscribed with the formidable words Ling Tian Shen Fa. Naturally, Lu Tianzhuo was no stranger to martial techniques, as they were essential for survival, with both physical resilience and the Ling Tian step. Even the most formidable of adversaries would find it impossible to vanquish him. Chapter 87. Benevolence without indulgence. At this very moment, Zhuang Ling had yet to return, thus Lu Tianzhuo seized the opportunity to commence his cultivation. As he opted for this path, the jade talisman transformed into a beam of white light, penetrating his mind effortlessly. It was as though an unseen force guided him, allowing Lu Tianzhuo to begin his comprehension. In truth, both the Ling Tian body technique and the Ling Tian sword technique were birthed from the same individual, embodying the essence of transcending the heavens. Consequently, one could anticipate the formidable nature of this set of skills. What thrilled Lu Tianzhuo even more was that this technique was not constrained by disparities in cultivation levels. For instance, even if one were a novice in the Qi refinement stage, facing an adept in the nascent soul stage, the latter might attempt to subdue them with sheer presence. However, by employing the Ling Tian body technique, one could shatter such oppression. To put it plainly, regardless of how formidable the opponent, if Lu Tianzhuo wished to escape, they would be unable to detain him. In a certain sense, this technique was undoubtedly the finest means of self-preservation. With it, what could one possibly fear? Lu Tianzhuo swiftly grasped the intricacies of the technique and began to immerse himself in cultivation. His figure on the Zhuowang Peak became increasingly ethereal, eluding the naked eye entirely. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he felt. Possessing the Ling Tian body technique was akin to having multiple lives. The greatest fear for Elder Lu was encountering a mightier foe, which could cost him his life. However, with the protection of the Ling Tian body technique, such a scenario was rendered improbable. Even if he could not defeat an opponent, escape would pose no challenge. As he continued to cultivate, an hour slipped by unnoticed. A hearty laugh erupted from Lu Tianzhuo, resonating throughout Zhuowang Peak. He had finally mastered the Ling Tian body technique, and thus had ample reason to rejoice. What has brought you such joy? Your laughter can be heard from afar. Zhuang Ling's voice echoed, filled with curiosity regarding Lu Tianzhuo's newfound exuberance. In an instant, as her words fell, Lu Tianzhuo's figure vanished before her eyes. At that moment, Zhuang Ling, also at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, possessed undeniable perceptual abilities. Yet, she sensed nothing amiss, only to be enveloped in Lu Tianzhuo's embrace moments later. Ling, how do you find my body technique? Lu Tianzhuo inquired, grinning as he held her close. What manner of technique is this? I felt nothing, not even a trace of your presence, Zhuang Ling responded, astonished, having never encountered such a remarkable body technique. This is a newly acquired skill called Ling Tian body technique. With it, no one can take my life. As long as I wish to escape, even the mightiest foe cannot hold me back. Lu Tianzhuo, considering Zhuang Ling as an absolute confidant, divulged the details of the Ling Tian body technique without reservation. Is that truly the case? Tianzhuo, while this body technique is indeed impressive, escaping from someone with significantly greater cultivation might not be as simple as you suggest. Zhuang Ling acknowledged the power of Lu Tianzhuo's Ling Tian body technique, but felt his optimism bordered on exaggeration. Whether it be body techniques or offensive maneuvers, they were invariably linked to one's cultivation realm. If the disparity was too vast, even the desire to flee could be deemed a luxury. Thus, she believed Lu Tianzhuo might be overly optimistic, recognizing the technique's prowess while doubting its purported invincibility. That is precisely its uniqueness. It is entirely unbound by the differences in realms. As long as I wish to depart, there is no one on this continent who can impede my escape. Regrettably, this technique cannot be imparted to you for cultivation. Otherwise, you would practice it well and have nothing to fear. This was indeed a lamentable reality. Not only the Ling Tian body technique, but also the Ling Tian sword technique, as well as the chaotic creation body, were similarly restricted. To put it plainly, any technique rewarded by the system could only be utilized by Lu Tianzhuo alone. Even if he wished to teach it, others would be incapable of comprehending it. It was understandable. These were rewards from the system, and if anyone could cultivate them, they would lose their uniqueness and become commonplace, failing to showcase the system's brilliance. What is there to lament? As long as you can cultivate, that is sufficient. We have no need for it, especially with you to protect us. Zhuang Ling reassured Lu Tianzhuo with a smile. Ling, you truly possess an understanding heart. In light of your obedience, allow me to present you with a reward. After saying this, he produced a Jiang Dan and extended it toward Zhuang Ling. Oh, what kind of elixir is this? It appears to be of even higher quality than those you previously concocted. Zhuang Ling took the elixir, gazing at Lu Tianzhuo with confusion. Indeed, it surpasses those. This elixir is called Jiang Dan. I procured numerous precious materials from the sect to refine it. I produced 3 in total, giving 1 to Saintess Lin Min, leaving me with 2. This one is for you. Given your current cultivation at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, once you consume and refine it, you will ascend to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's words, Zhuang Ling fell into silence. Moments later, her large eyes brimmed with tears. Oh dear, what troubles you, Ling? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance. Lu Tianzhuo could not bear to see a woman cry, whether on earth or in this realm. Whenever he witnessed tears, he felt compelled to act. Tianzhuo, you are far too kind to me. How can I ever repay you? Zhuang Ling leaned into Lu Tianzhuo's embrace, unable to hold back her tears any longer. In this world, no one was entirely selfless, yet Lu Tianzhuo was distinctly different from others. The precious elixirs he offered, given so freely, touched her deeply. Oh my, you startled me. I thought something terrible had happened. You are my woman, so my possessions are naturally yours. What need is there for repayment? If you truly wish to repay me, then be a little more proactive later. How wicked! Zhuang Ling playfully scolded, lightly punching Lu Tianzhuo's chest. Men are often seen as unrefined. Women are seldom attracted to them. Do not jest. Time is of the essence. You must now refine this elixir, and I shall safeguard you during the process. Lu Tianzhuo said to Zhuang Ling with utmost sincerity. His desire was to ensure that all his women could swiftly achieve breakthroughs. While invincibility in the world was an ambitious goal, possessing the ability for self-protection was a necessity. Should the time arise when he could not attend to them, it would bring him peace of mind. Tianzhuo, you are far too kind to me. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I must reward you handsomely, Zhuang Ling declared. Her cheeks flushed, yet her resolve unwavering. Chapter 88. The man behind the Empress Zhuang Ling, possessing the rare Tianzhuo physique, experienced a notable loosening of the heavenly Tao after engaging in dual cultivation with Lu Tianzhuo. Although this loosening was but a slight shift, it was a feat unattainable by others. Her innate talent for cultivation far surpassed even Lin Min and Qi Wei. Therefore, the process of refining a Jiang Dan posed no challenge for her whatsoever. Lu Tianzhuo harbored no concerns, as his sole responsibility was to safeguard the ritual. Without hesitation, Zhuang Ling consumed the Jiang Dan and began her earnest endeavor to refine it. Even Lu Tianzhuo, who stood by as her protector, could sense the sheer speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy, an almost terrifying pace. Were it not for the suppression of the heavenly Tao, one could hardly fathom the extent of Zhuang Ling's prowess. In less than half an hour, she had completely refined the Dan. As Zhuang Ling opened her eyes, 2 beams of brilliance flashed forth. Had she succeeded? I have succeeded. Zhuang Ling felt the presence of her Yuan Ying and joyously exclaimed. Without delay, she leaped into Lu Tianzhuo's embrace, planting a kiss upon him. In that moment, Her exhilaration was palpable. To be honest, she had never imagined that she would one day break through to the Yuaning stage. She had assumed that upon reaching a certain age, she would be crushed by the heavenly Tao. However, everything changed upon meeting Lu Tianzhuo. He was her greatest benefactor. It was no exaggeration to say that her life was bestowed upon her by him. Thus, if necessary, she would unhesitatingly dedicate herself to Lu Tianzhuo. Congratulations, Ling Ling. You are now a master of the Yuaning stage. Hee, you promised me a reward after refining it. Will you keep your word? Lu Tianzhuo asked with a mischievous smile as he held her close. Of course I will. When have I, Zhuang Ling, ever gone back on my word? Come, let us retreat to the chamber. She responded, and the two embraced as they made their way inside. What transpired thereafter is not for outsiders to know. In short, Lu Tianzhuo first took Zhuang Ling in one manner, then in another. And their dual cultivation was exceedingly pleasurable. Exhausted, Zhuang Ling fell into a deep slumber without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Lu Tianzhuo, brimming with vitality, showed no signs of fatigue despite their lengthy exertion. In a moment of idleness, he began to explore the system panel. With both Zhuang Ling and Lin Min having broken through to the Yuaning stage, he retrieved their basic information. Name, Lin Min. Age, 92-400. Cultivation level, early Yuaning stage. Status, saintess of He sect, designated successor by the sect leader. Physique, 9 mysterious veins, awakened, loyalty, 50. System task, assist Lin Min in awakening 9 mysterious veins, completed. System reward, 4th style of Ling Tian sword technique. Mysterious system gift pack, distributed. Name, Zhuang Ling. Age, 134-400. Cultivation level, early Yuaning stage. Physique, Tianzhuo physique, heavenly Tao and gradual loosening, loyalty, 100. Reward distributed. As expected, both their statuses had changed, with Lin Min's loyalty reaching 50. He wondered what kind of reward the system might bestow upon her once it hit 100. At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt an intense yearning for such rewards, as they would enhance his own ability to safeguard his life. He was a man of great caution, for a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Currently, the only system task remaining was concerning Guoqianyu. It seemed his next objective would need to focus on her. Lu Tianzhuo was particularly intrigued by the divine formation reward from the system. Yet, he pondered over the nature of Guoqianyu's inner turmoil and how best to approach it. An ancient adage states, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Presently, he knew nothing of Guoqianyu, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Sect leader Ling Shuangli. She should possess knowledge regarding Guoqianyu. Perhaps tomorrow, he could consult her for insights. Despite her formidable allure, Lu Tianzhuo was undeterred, for they had clashed once before, and she had gained no advantage, retreating in defeat. Facing her again would pose no challenge. The crux lay in unraveling Guoqianyu's emotional knots, for only then could he help her. Reflecting on Guoqianyu's loyalty, which stood at 20, it indicated a favorable sentiment towards him. Pursuing her further would likely not be overly difficult. A smile spread across Lu Tianzhuo's face as he embraced Zhuang Ling's delicate form and succumbed to slumber. The night passed without incident, and upon waking the next day, a bountiful breakfast awaited him. Zhuang Ling, however, had returned to her duties at the General Affairs Hall. After savoring the meal, he hurried to the sect leader's residence to converse with Ling Shuangli. Upon seeing Lu Tianzhuo, Ziyuan wasted no time in escorting him directly to Lin Min's chamber. She seemed to have grasped the nature of the relationship between his master and Lu Tianzhuo, treating him with the respect one might afford a son-in-law. "Brother Lu, you have arrived. Thank you for the Jiang Dan. I have now reached the early Yuaning stage," Lin Min exclaimed as she rushed towards him to express her gratitude. It was hard to believe that she would one day require assistance from her furnace companion to break through. Yet, Lu Tianzhuo now held a revered position in her heart, far from the reach of ordinary individuals. In a sense, he had become her idol. Indeed, this is also a testament to your talent. With your 9 mysterious veins fully awakened, your cultivation speed will surpass that of ordinary practitioners, yielding exceptional results with minimal effort. Assuming the role of our He sect's leader will pose no challenge for you. I firmly believe that under your guidance, our sect will rise to prominence, becoming the foremost sect of Ling Shao continent. This is not mere flattery. With your presence, such ambitions must be realized. Without your support, I would surely struggle alone. Lin Min gazed intently at Lu Tianzhuo, seemingly regarding him as her steadfast support. Elder Lu felt a surge of delight within. She had originally been his cherished dream, and now she had transformed into a devoted admirer. Ah, such is the burden of overwhelming charm. Fear not, Min Min, for I shall assist you in ascending to become the empress of this realm. Lu Tianzhuo pounded his chest with a resounding thud, a necessary gesture indeed. With Brother Lu by my side, I am filled with confidence. Having received Lu Tianzhuo's promise, Lin Min's heart brimmed with joy. Should she ascend to the throne as empress, Lu Tianzhuo would undeniably be the man standing behind her. Chapter 89 The Past of Guoqianyu. After conversing with Lin Min for quite some time, Lu Tianzhuo finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He primarily sought to speak with the sect leader, Ling Shuangli, to inquire about matters concerning Guoqianyu. Their conversation had become endless, and Lu Tianzhuo quietly chided himself for being overwhelmed by desire. Thus, he hastily redirected the topic, lest it continue until the break of dawn. Min Min, I wonder if the sect leader is available. I have a matter to discuss with her. Oh, I thought you were looking for me, Lu Dage. Lin Min replied with a smile. Master is not in seclusion today. I shall inform her right away. With that, she bid Lu Tianzhuo farewell and went to notify Ling Shuangli. After a brief moment, Lin Min emerged, her face beaming with joy. Lu Dage, Master invites you to her chamber. Just pass through here, and once you cross that corridor, you will arrive. I will not accompany you inside. Lu Tianzhuo expressed his gratitude and followed Lin Min's directions, traversing the corridor until he arrived at a room behind the courtyard. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by the unique fragrance that emanated from Ling Shuangli. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, captivated by the delightful scent. Each of these women possessed a distinct fragrance, each exquisite in its own right. Lu Zhonglao, your actions are rather impolite. At that moment, Ling Shuangli's sultry voice reached his ears, sending a shiver down Lu Tianzhuo's spine even before he laid eyes on her. He struggled to maintain his composure, realizing that most inner disciples would be utterly captivated by merely a word from her. It was evident that the art of seduction was indeed formidable. Only those with unwavering resolve could withstand its allure. Even Lu Tianzhuo found himself on high alert. Sect leader, you are mistaken. My actions are a testament to my utmost respect for you. The fragrance is simply intoxicating, a profound compliment to your essence. How could it be deemed impolite? Upon regaining his composure, Lu Tianzhuo gazed at Ling Shuangli with a smile. By heavens, this woman possesses an irresistible charm. I must have her. Lu Tianzhuo silently vowed, envisioning the pleasures of dual cultivation with her, which was simply beyond imagination. It seemed he needed to exert more effort. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. No wonder Min Min has developed feelings for you. With formidable cultivation, mastery of body refinement, and prowess in alchemy, coupled with your eloquence, who could possibly resist? Ling Shuangli remarked with a flirtatious smile directed at Lu Tianzhuo. To an outsider, it would appear as though she were openly flirting with him. However, Lu Tianzhuo was acutely aware that this woman was not to be underestimated. A moment's carelessness could lead him into a trap. He might end up being sold out, only to count the profits for her. Thus, when interacting with such a woman, he needed to remain vigilant. This was a battle of wits and courage. To take the initiative, he must prevail in the contest of intellect against her. Sect leader, I may be somewhat lacking in the first three areas you mentioned, yet the last is indeed true. My silver tongue has many capabilities. Our interactions have been limited, and you may not yet grasp the full extent of my abilities. Once we engage more deeply, you will come to understand the power of my eloquence. Lu Tianzhuo spoke in a half-serious, half-jesting manner, leaving the understanding of his words to Ling Shuangli's interpretation. However, judging by the blush on her cheeks, she seemed to have caught the underlying implication. You smooth talker. Min Min mentioned you had matters to discuss. What is it? Clearly, Ling Shuangli wished to steer the conversation away from the topic of his eloquence, turning her attention to Lu Tianzhuo. She recognized that his audacity was rather remarkable. Engaging in a battle of wits with him seemed an unwise endeavor, especially since her proud charm appeared to have little effect on him. If she could manage to completely win him over, it would be splendid. However, given the current situation, it seemed to pose some difficulty, and a gradual approach was necessary. I do indeed have a matter to discuss with the sect leader. Recently, Min Min and the others sought out Elder Guo at Luoxia Peak due to my seclusion. This was indeed our oversight. Leaving Elder Guo embarrassed and harboring a grievance against me, I intend to resolve this issue, as she is one of the foremost experts within our sect. If I can mend our relationship, It would be beneficial for Min Min in the future should she require assistance. Would you agree, sect leader? Upon hearing this, Ling Shuangli nodded in agreement. She was aware of the events that transpired, understanding how it had indeed caused Gua Qianyu considerable embarrassment. Sister Gua held a significant position within their Hahuan sect, serving as one of its pillars. It was essential for Min Min, who was destined to succeed her, to cultivate a good rapport with her. So, you seek my assistance in apologizing to Sister Gua? However, that may not be feasible. I am quite familiar with Sister Gua's temperament. Ling Shuangli assumed Lu Tianzhuo wished for her to intervene, and based on her understanding of Gua Qianyu's disposition, she knew that even her intervention might not yield the desired results. As the sect leader, losing face would be an embarrassing affair for her. Thus, Ling Shuangli preemptively cautioned Lu Tianzhuo, effectively closing off that avenue. Sect leader, you misunderstand. I do not wish for you to intervene personally. This matter originated from me, and therefore, it is my responsibility to resolve it. I merely wish to gain insight into Elder Gua's situation. I sense something amiss with her. She seems to distance herself from everyone. Has something transpired? Lu Tianzhuo conveyed his thoughts, recognizing that understanding Gua Qianyu's inner turmoil was crucial. Without insight, it would be impossible to address her issues effectively. Attempting to unravel her heart's complexities would be a futile endeavor. You have quite the perceptive intuition. Sister Gua was not always this way. She was once very open and had good relationships with everyone. However, several decades ago, an event transpired that profoundly altered her character, transforming her into a remarkably indifferent individual, devoid of any emotional depth. After listening to Lu Tianzhuo's words, Ling Shuangli softly remarked. In truth, she felt a sense of regret for Gua Qianyu. Had that incident not occurred, perhaps she would not have been deemed worthy of inheriting the position of the sect leader. This role rightfully belonged to her, despite Gua Qianyu possessing only an ordinary cultivation physique. Her abilities surpassed those of even the most exceptional cultivation physiques. At that time, she was undoubtedly the foremost figure among the younger generation. Chapter 90. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Master Sister, what on earth has transpired to transform Elder Gua into her current state? Lu Tianzhuo inquired eagerly of Ling Shuangli. For him, this was the most crucial step in fulfilling the task assigned by the system. Once he unraveled the intricacies of the situation and applied the appropriate remedy, completing the task should pose no significant challenge. This matter was once well known within the sect, yet now, no one dared to speak of it. Sister Gua had a beloved, a prominent figure within Hehuan Zone, whose allure surpassed even that of the present. His name was Shi Yongxiao, who had already attained the nascent soul stage and was soon to be appointed as an elder. This meant that he would become the first male elder of Hehuan Zone, leaving no room for others. Shi Yongxiao was a proud individual, and he and Sister Gua, a match of beauty and talent, were on the verge of becoming partners in the Tao. However, he insisted on exploring the forbidden grounds of Hehuan Zone, seeking to uncover its secrets. Sister Gua desperately tried to dissuade him, for the forbidden grounds were known to be a one-way journey. Yet, Shi Yongxiao was resolute, and Sister Gua could not alter his decision. He even promised that upon his return from the forbidden grounds, they would be officially united as partners under the old sect master's auspices, and he would ascend to the position of the first male elder. Ling Shuangli recalled this carefully. So, after Shi Yongxiao ventured into the forbidden grounds, he never returned? Lu Tianzhuo had indeed heard whispers of the forbidden grounds of Hehuan Zone. However, he had never entertained the thought of exploring them. After all, it was deemed forbidden. Who in their right mind would risk such folly? What secrets lay within had no bearing on him. It appeared that this Shi Yongxiao was equally foolish, abandoning such a beautiful maiden to venture into the unknown. Was he not possessed of sound judgment? Indeed, several other promising youths accompanied Shi Yongxiao. Ling Shuangli continued. Sister Gua wished to join them, but was restrained by Shi Yongxiao, a fact that has lingered in her heart ever since. If she truly desired to go, after Shi Yongxiao's departure, she could have done so. With her cultivation level, who could have stopped her? Lu Tianzhuo scoffed. But there was someone to restrain her, our old sect master. Otherwise, Sister Gua would have ventured into the forbidden grounds long ago. Even before the old sect master departed, she was persistently prevented from pursuing that path. Why has Sister Gua's cultivation advanced so rapidly over the years? It is precisely because she yearns to grow stronger quickly, so she can enter the forbidden grounds and uncover the truth, finally putting her own affairs to rest. Ling Shuangli, Observing Lu Tianzhuo's disdain, felt compelled to elucidate further. Who would have thought? Elder Guo is indeed a woman of deep affection. Lu Tianzhuo found a measure of admiration for Guo Qianyu's devotion to Shi Yongxiao. How does one break through her emotional barriers? Should I pursue her? Hoping to move her heart and erase the memory of that man named Shi Yongxiao. Suddenly, Lu Tianzhuo felt the weight of impending responsibility, contemplating whether to abandon the task altogether. However, the rewards of the system were not to be dismissed lightly. They promised a divine formation, a prospect too grand to ignore. Embracing this challenge seemed inevitable, especially given Guo Qianyu's undeniable beauty. With this resolve, Lu Tianzhuo began to formulate a plan to unlock Guo Qianyu's heart. If I cannot even replace a deceased man, what then is my purpose in this realm? Indeed, if she were not so emotionally attached, how could she have remained ensnared in her sorrow for so long? She is, after all, a pitiable soul. Ling Shuangli sighed. Their past friendship had flourished until that fateful incident, which had led Guo Qianyu to close her heart entirely, severing their bond. It is indeed a shame, for she could have been my right hand, perhaps even the sect master of Hehuanzhong. Fate can be capricious, leaving little recourse. It seems I must assist Elder Guo in overcoming this emotional turmoil. Otherwise, she will remain forever walled off from others. This task must fall to me. Lu Tianzhuo sighed once more. Are you truly intent on helping Sister Guo mend her heart? I advise against it. We have made numerous attempts to no avail. Shi Yongxiao entered the forbidden grounds at the early stage of the nascent soul period. Sister Guo has made it clear that once she reaches the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, she will unhesitatingly enter the forbidden grounds, even if it means never returning, to accompany Shi Yongxiao. Ling Shuangli understood Guo Qianyu well. Her words held weight. Once she reached the peak of her cultivation, she would undoubtedly return to the forbidden grounds. The outcome would likely mirror the past, resulting in another loss for Hehuanzhong. This situation is indeed challenging. No wonder she appears so distant. Lu Tianzhuo lamented, pondering his approach. He had a slight understanding of Guo Qianyu's tenacity. This woman would not relent until her objectives were achieved. Must he accompany her into the forbidden grounds? What if he too became ensnared in its depths? At that moment, Lu Tianzhuo felt a tumult of confusion within. Uncertain of his next steps, should he venture with Guo Qianyu into the forbidden grounds or abandon the task assigned by the system? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. If he too were to vanish, would that not render the system's efforts futile? Choosing not to go would merely mean relinquishing the task. Yet, to venture forth could very well cost him his life. Conversely, if the system had entrusted him with this mission, there must be purpose behind it. Should he continue to hesitate, the system might cease to assign tasks to him in the future. In that case, the esteemed system would be rendered ineffective. With this thought, Lu Tianzhuo's determination began to crystallize. One cannot bear to part with the child while attempting to ensnare the wolf, nor can one forego the wife while seeking to trap the rogue. Thus, I shall proceed. I am grateful to the esteemed Sister Zhongzhu for sharing these ancient tales with me. I shall devise a reasonable approach to thoroughly resolve the discord between myself and Elder Guo. Lu Tianzhuo did not confide his innermost thoughts to Ling Shuangli. He preferred to keep them to himself. Soon, I shall visit Guo Qianyu to discuss matters and see if I can unlock her heart's entanglement with minimal cost. If that proves impossible, then I shall boldly accompany her into the forbidden grounds. Life and death are predetermined, while wealth and nobility are ordained by fate. What is there to fear from trifles? Chapter 91. Guo Qianyu compromised for the sake of the system's rewards. Lu Tianzhuo was determined to take risks, albeit with careful consideration rather than blind recklessness. Having discerned the roots of Guo Qianyu's emotional turmoil, the path forward became clearer. After expressing his gratitude once more to Ling Shuangli, he departed from the sect leader's residence. Instead of returning to Ziwang Peak, he made his way directly to Wanxiao Peak. This was akin to revisiting an old haunt. As he beheld the breathtaking scenery of Wanxiao Peak and recalled Guo Qianyu's exquisite visage, a smile involuntarily graced Lu Tianzhuo's lips. If he were to take on this challenge, it would be worthwhile to cultivate alongside such an extraordinary woman. Having mentally prepared himself for various aspects, he quickened his pace. Who approaches Wanxiao Peak? As he neared Guo Qianyu's dwelling, her frosty voice echoed in the air. She remained as aloof as ever, indicating that her emotional barriers were deeply entrenched. Sister Fairy, I am your younger brother, Lu Tianzhuo, he hastily replied. However, the title younger brother felt somewhat distasteful to him. How had he come to this? Truly, he was willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. What brings you here? Guo Qianyu fell silent for a moment before her voice resounded once more. Lu Tianzhuo sensed a slight thaw in her tone, perhaps a fleeting warmth. Regardless, the fact that she had not outright dismissed him was a positive sign. Sister Fairy, I am here regarding the previous incident. The more I ponder on it, the more I believe the fault lies with them. So I thought it prudent to apologize and resolve this misunderstanding, Lu Tianzhuo said with a smile. Come in, Guo Qianyu invited after a moment of contemplation. This was a rather encouraging signal for Lu Chonglao. The invitation indicated that Guo Qianyu harbored no significant animosity towards him. Otherwise, she would have expelled him long ago. With an excited heart, he adjusted his collar and stepped into the room. It was his first time entering Guo Qianyu's quarters, and he could not help but scrutinize his surroundings. The decor was exceedingly simple, lacking the embellishments typically found in a woman's room, even less adorned than his own. It appeared that Guo Qianyu led an austere life, devoted solely to her cultivation. Such a pure-hearted and ascetic woman would indeed be difficult to open up. Lu Chonglao, the incident has passed. We discussed it previously at Ziwang Peak. There was no need for you to come in person, Guo Qianyu remarked, lightly gesturing with her right hand, causing a chair to glide before Lu Tianzhuo. He did not hesitate to take a seat directly opposite her. Sister Fairy, the more I reflect on the matter, the more I feel the fault lies with us. Thus, I deemed it necessary to extend my apologies. Moreover, the elder from the Zhou family sought trouble, and you intervened on my behalf, leaving me indebted to you, Lu Tianzhuo said with a smile. His strategy was to cultivate rapport. If she continued to maintain her distance, it would hinder their progress. Since you afforded me such courtesy at Wanxia Peak, it is only fitting that I assist you. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Guo Qianyu inquired, regarding him intently. Sister Fairy, I have heard various rumors, all concerning you. Consequently, I am now well informed of your circumstances, Lu Tianzhuo disclosed without reservation. Guo Qianyu was taken aback by his words. What was his intention in bringing this up? Was he here to provoke her? Her brow furrowed in concern. Lu Tianzhuo, what do you mean by this? Her voice had turned as cold as before, clearly indicating that he had touched upon a sensitive issue. I know you once swore that upon reaching the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, you would venture into the forbidden grounds of Hahuan sect. Coincidentally, I share a similar ambition, and I wonder if you would be willing to expedite this plan? Guo Qianyu stood frozen, struggling to believe her ears. Was this man genuinely volunteering to accompany her into the forbidden grounds? Did he grasp the implications of such a venture? Are you mocking me? Guo Qianyu asked, fixing her gaze upon Lu Tianzhuo after a moment of silence. Do I appear to be jesting? Lu Tianzhuo replied, his demeanor unperturbed, maintaining a cheerful expression. He was sincere, not attempting to provoke her, so he felt no trepidation. Do you understand what entering the forbidden grounds entails? I have heard that you have many companions in Hahuan's sect, and once you enter, you will never see them again. Is that a fate you are willing to accept? Once assured that Lu Tianzhuo was not jesting, Guo Qianyu's tone softened slightly. If I dare to enter, it signifies my absolute confidence in returning. The purpose of this endeavor is to help you release your emotional burdens. Do not allow the memory of a deceased person to overshadow the living. Lu Tianzhuo's words were harsh, and he sensed a fleeting surge of hostility from Guo Qianyu. Yet, Lu Chonglao remained unfazed. Given the current circumstances, he could withstand her wrath without harm. Guo Qianyu was a discerning individual. She would not resort to extreme measures. Are you certain you wish to proceed? It was evident that her murderous intent had dissipated, confirming that Lu Tianzhuo had made the right gamble. Of course, do you think I came here to jest? If you agree, we can embark on our journey to the forbidden grounds tomorrow, as I must inform a few women first. Lu Tianzhuo responded with utmost certainty. Informing them? How could we still proceed? Nobody will permit your entry into the forbidden grounds. I never intended to return alive, Guo Qianyu stated seriously, her heart having died the moment Shi Yongxiao failed to return. Had it not been for the intervention of the venerable Zhongzhu, she would have long since ventured into the forbidden realm. To have survived for so many years is merely to exist in a state of lingering despair. Therefore, she harbored no qualms about entering the forbidden land at any moment. Having prepared herself for the inevitability of death, she felt no fear. I am unlike you, driven solely by curiosity towards this forbidden domain, and I am aware that I possess the capability to emerge from it alive. However, the most crucial aspect is to assist you in unburdening your heart. I do not wish for the fairy sister to remain in such a state. Will you promise me one thing? If we manage to escape the forbidden land, let us fully open our hearts and return to our original selves. Agreed. Guo Qinyu sensed the sincerity in Lu Tianzhuo's words, and after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately chose to acquiesce. Chapter 92. Born together, die together in truth. These years have been a torment for Guo Qinyu. She feels burdened by an overwhelming weight and must venture into the forbidden area to uncover the truth. If she cannot return, she will at least accompany Shi Yongxiao in the afterlife. However, she remains perplexed as to why Lu Tianzhuo intends to enter the forbidden area. Thus, it was settled. Later tomorrow, she would meet him. Upon hearing her agreement, Lu Tianzhuo smiled. He was confident he could emerge unscathed from the forbidden area, believing no challenge could deter him. With this matter resolved, he turned his attention to the delicate task of disclosing the plan to the women. He anticipated their objections, but trusted in his ability to persuade them. After bidding farewell to Guo Qinyu, he departed from Luoxia Peak. Instead of returning to Zhuowang Peak, he first made his way to the General Affairs Hall. Upon seeing him, the diligent Zhuang Ling immediately paused her tasks, smiling as she inquired, "Tianzhuo, what brings you here?" Their relationship had become public, allowing Zhuang Ling to speak freely. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo had become the idol of the entire harem sect, and many likely envied Zhuang Ling for her connection to him, which made her appear exceptionally confident and untroubled. "I have something important to discuss with you, but please remain calm after hearing it." Lu Tianzhuo felt a significant weight on his shoulders regarding the forbidden area. However, he understood that the rewards from the system were not always available. Thus, he cherished this opportunity, recognizing that high returns required accepting substantial risks. In a world where certainty is rare, Lu Tianzhuo felt grateful for his current situation. He knew he must strive relentlessly to ascend to unparalleled heights, a necessary phase for any king. If he were averse to taking risks, the system might regret selecting a host like him. "What is it? Why the mystery?" Zhuang Ling asked, her curiosity piqued. "Go on, I can handle it." Sensing Lu Tianzhuo's seriousness, an ominous feeling crept into her heart, yet she maintained her composed demeanor. "Tomorrow evening, I plan to accompany Elder Guo Qinyu to the harem sect's forbidden area." "What?" Zhuang Ling could no longer feign calm. Her voice rose several octaves, drawing the attention of everyone in the General Affairs Hall. Lu Tianzhuo shot her an exasperated glance, then chuckled as he explained, "Haven't you seen couples quarrel before? Please, resume your tasks and ignore us." The crowd erupted in playful banter before returning to their duties. "Tianzhuo, are you joking?" Zhuang Ling lowered her voice, feeling embarrassed by the earlier scene. However, upon hearing Lu Tianzhuo's announcement, calmness was no longer an option. The forbidden area was notorious for its deadly reputation, and Zhuang Ling felt compelled to dissuade him from such a perilous venture. "Do you think I would jest about this? I genuinely intend to enter the forbidden area with Guo Qinyu, but I assure you, I will return unscathed." Lu Tianzhuo hastily reassured Zhuang Ling. "Assure me? What can you possibly offer as a guarantee? You must have heard the tales of the forbidden area's horrors. No matter how formidable one's cultivation, none have returned alive. I cannot agree to this. If you must go, then take me with you. I will brave any danger alongside you." Zhuang Ling expressed her conditions. Her opposition was not to Lu Tianzhuo's venture itself, but rather a plea to share the journey, as they were destined to face life and death together. "I cannot agree to that. This journey is fraught with uncertainty. You should remain safely at home and await my return. There is no need for you to share in the peril." Lu Tianzhuo firmly rejected her request. To be honest, he too was uncertain about what awaited him in the forbidden area. However, he believed the system would protect him, otherwise, it would reflect poorly on its judgment. The thought of bringing Zhuang Ling along was too risky. If anything were to happen to her, he would be consumed by regret for eternity. Then why not take Guo Qinyu? In terms of cultivation, I am currently weaker than her. If you can take her, why not me? I assure you, I will not be a burden. Zhuang Ling looked at Lu Tianzhuo with utmost seriousness. She had wholly devoted herself to him, and if he were to face any misfortune, she would find no reason to continue living. Thus, in her eyes, there was no justification for not including her in his plans. "I understand your feelings, but I still cannot allow you to accompany us. Trust me, I will return safely from the forbidden area." Lu Tianzhuo's voice radiated unwavering confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Zhuang Ling felt a surge of admiration. She believed in his capabilities, convinced he could achieve what others had failed to accomplish. "But Tianzhuo, I wish to experience everything with you. Perhaps in the future, but this time is truly different. If you trust me, please do not insist on this." After speaking, Lu Tianzhuo locked eyes with Zhuangling. Under his gaze, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. With her head lowered, Lu Tianzhuo's gaze was imbued with profound emotion, and she feared she might succumb to her feelings. In such a public setting, engaging in any undignified act would surely become the subject of jest among the sect. I am willing to grant your request, but you must promise me that you will return alive. Otherwise, I shall venture in alone to find you. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall accept it. As she spoke these words, Zhuangling's resolve was unwavering. Confronted by Lu Tianzhuo's heartfelt stare, she showed no signs of retreat. Very well, it is settled. What more could Elder Lu say in response? Chapter 93. Qi Wei versus Meng Huan. At last, one matter was resolved, yet there remained several more to address. Lu Tianzhuo, too, was vexed. It appeared that having multiple women could indeed present its own set of challenges. Fortunately, he could manage the situation. Had it been someone else, a domestic conflict might have erupted. So, now you are troubled, are you? When you were cultivating with that young lady, I did not see you in distress. Zhuangling, upon noticing Lu Tianzhuo's gloomy expression, instantly discerned his thoughts. Thus, she playfully remarked to Elder Lu, reminding him that dual cultivation was not without its costs. If only everyone could be as understanding as our Ling Ling, I would have no worries at all. Well then, let us have a thorough discussion this evening. I still need to inform the others about this matter. After Lu Tianzhuo finished speaking, he winked at Zhuangling. The beautiful Zhuang's cheeks immediately flushed, for she was well aware of the nature of this discussion. Scoundrel! She lightly scolded Lu Tianzhuo, though her heart was still filled with joy. Being with him was the happiest time of her life. Humph, dare to scold me. I shall punish you properly tonight. Do not beg for mercy. After teasing her a couple more times, Lu Tianzhuo laughed heartily and departed from the General Affairs Hall, hurrying towards his next destination. Meanwhile, Elder Meng Huan arrived at Qi Wei's courtyard. Qi Wei, come out at once. Her voice carried a chilling undertone, seemingly filled with resentment towards Qi Wei. Qi Wei, who was in the midst of her cultivation, furrowed her brow upon hearing the voice. Recognizing it belonged to Meng Huan, she wondered what the woman sought from her. Moreover, her tone was so aggressive. Had she offended her in any way? Ceasing her practice, she rose and stepped outside the courtyard. Master Meng, what brings you here? Upon seeing Meng Huan's furious expression, Qi Wei was even more astonished. It appeared that she had deeply offended her. Yet, they had no prior interactions. Could it be that she was venting her frustrations from a quarrel with their master? Of course, there is a matter, Meng Huan replied, her voice growing even colder. Tell me, how did Qin Sheng die? Upon hearing this question, a scene flashed in Qi Wei's mind. Qin Sheng's demise at her hands. However, she was certain that aside from Lu Tianzhuo, only her close friend Qing Ying was aware of the truth. The two of them would certainly keep this matter to themselves. This assurance filled Qi Wei with confidence. With a smile, she responded, Master Meng, if even you cannot uncover this matter, how could I possibly know the answer? You must have mistaken the person to inquire of. Perhaps you should ask others who were familiar with junior brother Qin? Seeing Qi Wei's dismissive attitude, Meng Huan felt her anger boiling. However, she refrained from immediate outbursts, suppressing her irritation, and spoke again. On the day Qin Sheng went missing, someone saw you at Zuowang Peak. Did you and Lu Tianzhuo conspire to eliminate Qin Sheng and the others? In truth, Meng Huan had no solid evidence. She was merely speculating wildly. She did not genuinely wish to trouble Qi Wei, but sought to obtain leverage against Lu Tianzhuo through her. How could Meng Huan not desire revenge against someone who had treated her so poorly? If she could confirm that Qin Sheng was killed by Lu Tianzhuo through Qi Wei, her methods of retaliation would become abundant. It could only be said that Qi Wei was unfortunate. After all, someone had witnessed her at Zuowang Peak. If she did not confess, Meng Huan was prepared to employ drastic measures. She was 99% certain that Qin Sheng's death was related to Lu Tianzhuo, as was the death of Tianwang. Thus, Qi Wei was a critical point, and she had to utilize it well. At that moment, Meng Huan was unconcerned about offending the second elder. I went to Zuowang Peak to request pills from Master Lu. As for the matter concerning Qin Sheng, I truly know nothing. Master Meng, putting me in a difficult position serves no purpose. Why not directly inquire with Master Lu Tianzhuo? Qi Wei replied with a smile. With no evidence against her, what could Meng Huan do? Qi Wei, emboldened by her certainty, felt untouchable as long as she did not admit to anything. However, she underestimated the extent of Meng Huan's dominance within the sect, which was amplified by her recent breakthrough to the peak of the Golden Core stage. She was invincible below the nascent soul realm, and thus her confidence swelled, causing her to disregard the influence of Qi Wei's backing, the second elder. Therefore, upon hearing Qi Wei's words, she swiftly advanced towards the young woman. This action indeed caught Qi Wei by surprise, yet having also reached the golden core stage, she remained composed. As Meng Huan appeared before her, striking out with a palm, Qi Wei calmly raised her own palm to meet it. The two palms collided with a resounding thud. Immediately, Meng Huan felt a wave of frigid energy emanating from Qi Wei's palm, penetrating into her body. This chilling force was exceedingly domineering, swiftly racing toward her heart's meridian. This very chill was the Lian Bingju that Lu Tianzhuo had imparted to Qi Wei during her breakthrough. Normally, the system's bestowed techniques could not be passed on to others by Lu Tianzhuo. However, due to Qi Wei being a Tian sacred body, she became an exception and learned the Lian Bingju. Meng Huan had not anticipated such potent cold energy, and it frightened her considerably. With no time to spare on Qi Wei, she hurriedly adjusted her internal spiritual energy to contain this chilling force. As for Qi Wei, she did not gain any advantage. She had only just entered the golden core stage. In terms of cultivation, she was 2 minor realms weaker than Meng Huan. Thus, her performance was already commendable. She was forced back several steps before finally regaining her balance, her vital energy surging, leaving her momentarily unable to move. Little girl, what kind of technique is this? Meng Huan managed to suppress the cold energy and then inquired of Qi Wei. She had never encountered such a terrifying chill. Had it not been for her recent breakthrough, controlling it would have posed a challenge. That is unrelated to Master Meng. I have nothing more to say on this matter, and I hope you will refrain from being so aggressive. Qi Wei gazed at Meng Huan, her voice laced with coldness. At this moment, she had composed herself and was fully prepared to continue the battle. Little girl, are you the type that won't shed tears until you see the coffin? If I do not receive a satisfactory answer from you today, I shall not relent. Do not think that your master's protection will shield you from my wrath. When I lose my temper, I spare no one. Meng Huan fixed her gaze on Qi Wei, her tone chillingly resolute. If I claim ignorance, it is because I truly do not know. What can you do about it? Qi Wei's temper flared, her defiance matching that of her opponent. Chapter 94. The most powerful assassin. Upon hearing her words, Meng Huan was both amused and infuriated. Even her master, the second elder, would not dare to speak to her in such a manner. Now, a mere junior had the audacity to act so arrogantly. If she did not teach this girl a lesson, how could she maintain her standing within Hahuan Zone? Would it not imply that any inner sect disciple could easily manipulate her? Not to mention the elders? Very well, I see you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Let me witness how much of your master's prowess you have truly inherited. With that, she launched herself at Qi Wei once more. Having learned from previous experiences, Meng Huan was considerably more cautious this time. She held nothing back. Every strike was executed with her utmost strength. At that moment, Meng Huan had only one thought in her mind: to subdue Qi Wei swiftly and compel her to reveal what transpired that day on Zhuowang Peak. Once the truth about Lu Tianzhu's murder of Qin Sheng and Tian Wang was confirmed, the one surnamed Lu would not escape her grasp. Though Qi Wei performed commendably, bolstered by the assistance of Lian Bingju, the disparity between the two was still significant. Furthermore, her lack of practical combat experience soon placed her at a disadvantage. She was left with only the ability to defend herself, unable to counterattack. Qi Wei felt a deep frustration. If only she could buy herself some time to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. The difference of a minor realm would render her no longer fearful of Meng Huan. But alas, that was not the case now. It seemed that defeat was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, Qi Wei gritted her teeth and persisted, striving to push her limits. It was the only way for her to progress quickly, otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. In truth, Meng Huan was also astonished. She had not anticipated that this girl had already advanced to the Golden Core stage. At this rate, it was not impossible for Qi Wei to catch up to her. Today, she must subdue her, and if necessary, render her powerless. One could say that Meng Huan was quite ruthless. Otherwise, she would not have reached her current position. Thus, her attacks grew even more ferocious, leaving no room for Qi Wei to breathe. She pressed forward relentlessly, aiming to subdue her as swiftly as possible and force her to divulge everything that had occurred on Zhuowang Peak. The frenzied assaults of a peak Golden Core expert were undeniably terrifying. Qi Wei was forced to retreat repeatedly, her icy energy waning. She could only manage a bitter smile. The gap between her and Meng Huan was still too vast. However, To be defeated by a named elder was not a disgrace. Without a breakthrough, she would have been unable to last even a single round against Meng Huan. Given the current situation, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Bang! After a brief struggle, Meng Huan struck her palm against Qi Wei's chest. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qi Wei was sent flying. Before she could even attempt to rise, Meng Huan had already appeared beside her, stepping firmly on her chest. Hearing the commotion, several inner sect disciples gathered to watch, yet none dared to speak up due to Meng Huan's intimidating presence. This woman was simply not someone to be trifled with. Qi Wei, considering my prior connection with your master, if you recount what transpired on Zhuowang Peak, I shall no longer make things difficult for you. What say you? Meng Huan looked down at Qi Wei, her tone brimming with arrogance. Master Meng, I merely went to Zhuowang Peak to ask Lu De Ge for some pills. As for what you mentioned, I did not witness anything and have no idea what you want me to say. Qi Wei responded directly. Lu De Ge? Upon hearing this title, Meng Huan's displeasure intensified. That scoundrel Lu not only had an entanglement with Zhuang Ling, but now this girl was also involved. Damn it. She had initially intended to claim him as her own, and now he had two women. This left Meng Huan with a feeling of seething fury. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Do not blame your master for being harsh. If you cannot endure this, then speak the truth. Crack. As Meng Huan finished speaking, her foot, already pressing on Qi Wei's chest, came down upon her left arm, breaking it. Qi Wei, displaying remarkable resilience, bit down hard, not uttering a single sound. Her teeth ground together audibly as her gaze remained fixed on Meng Huan, her eyes radiating a fierce intensity that even Meng Huan found unsettling. You little wretch, do you dare glare at me? Allow me to teach you the consequences of offending me. With that, she raised her foot again, preparing to stomp on Qi Wei's other arm. Stop! Lu Tianzhuo's voice echoed from a distance, and in an instant, a figure charged toward Meng Huan. Bang! In a hasty response, Meng Huan unleashed a palm strike, only to be forcefully pushed back several steps. It was clear she could not harm Qi Wei any further, as Lu Tianzhuo had occupied her previous position. Qi Wei, how are you feeling? Lu Tianzhuo carefully helped Qi Wei to her feet, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her injured arm. The energy rapidly began to heal her wounds, yet it required time to take effect. Qi Wei still felt pain and gritted her teeth, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side to Lu De Ge. She forced a smile, saying, Do not worry, Lu De Ge. I am fine. Silly girl, Lu De Ge will avenge you. However, I will not take her life. That will be for you to decide. Lu Tianzhuo affectionately ruffled Qi Wei's hair before turning his attention toward the culprit, Meng Huan. You shall pay for your actions. Initially, Lu Tianzhuo had harbored some interest in this woman, but after encountering Zhuang Ling and her companions, she no longer held any allure for him. Now, daring to lay a hand on Qi Wei was tantamount to courting death. However, having promised Qi Wei, he certainly would not take Meng Huan's life today. Yet, she would face necessary punishment. Otherwise, how could he explain himself to Qi Wei? Meng Huan, did you kill Qin Sheng? Am I wrong to seek vengeance for him? Under the terrifying gaze of Lu Tianzhuo, Meng Huan's voice trembled slightly. It was evident that she too sensed the dread emanating from Lu Tianzhuo, her confidence waning. What if I killed him? Such scum deserves death. Today you shall pay a heavy price for your actions. To lay a hand on Lu Tianzhuo's woman? Even if it were the heavenly king himself, I would ensure retribution. At this moment, Lu Tianzhuo was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Everyone felt it. The strongest furnace of He Huanzong had transformed into the most formidable god of death. Chapter 95. Double Retribution. With Lu Tianzhuo's current cultivation level, he is more than capable of sweeping through the entire He Huanzong. Although he prefers to remain low-key, this woman has broken Qi Wei's arm. As Qi Wei's man, Lu Tianzhuo must rise to the occasion. Otherwise, what is the point of his existence? Therefore, at this moment, Elder Lu feels no need to hold back. He is the one who has committed the act, so what does it matter? Those scoundrels like Qin Sheng and Tian Wang deserve to die. Ah, Lu Tianzhuo, you have finally admitted it. Do you understand the consequences of killing a fellow disciple? Originally, Meng Huan sought out Qi Wei to obtain evidence of Lu Tianzhuo's murder. Now, this fellow has admitted it outright, which means that a handle has fallen into her hands. It should not be difficult to manipulate him now. Thus, Meng Huan's heart swells with excitement. If all goes according to plan, Lu Tianzhuo will soon become her plaything. Damn it, did he not waste his own furnace? Very well, let him replace Qin Sheng and become her exclusive furnace. This old fellow has considerable potential, and recently, he appears to have regained a youthful vigor. Cultivating alongside him would undoubtedly be beneficial for her own advancement. It must be said that Menghuan's plans are quite shrewd. Yet she has made two critical errors, overestimating herself and underestimating Lu Tianzhuo. If Elder Lu did not possess absolute confidence, how could he possibly admit to such a matter in public? His acknowledgement implies that he has the capacity to resolve this issue. Elder Meng, have you forgotten the grave consequences for an inner disciple attempting to kill an elder? I killed Qinxing because he sought to take my life atop the Ziwang Peak. This lad is merely an inner disciple, who grants him the audacity to challenge an elder. Qinxing's usual tyranny within Hahuan Zone is entirely due to your influence, is it not? Thus, do I not have reason to suspect that all his actions were instigated by you? You must clarify this matter with me. Let us settle both new grudges and old debts together. Damn it. Does this woman still wish to engage in verbal sparring? What a joke. Lu Tianzhuo was once a seasoned keyboard warrior. While he was not a full-time combatant, he was certainly semi-professional, and dealing with her should be a piece of cake. You lie. I did not instruct Qinxing to do anything. Menghuan did not anticipate Lu Tianzhuo's retort, which bore a significant weight. Thus, she hurriedly denied it. This is no longer important. You should know that Wei Wei is my woman. Now that you have broken her arm, do you not owe me an explanation? Lu Tianzhuo's tone grew cold. He had no time to waste on trivialities. After speaking with Ji Wei, he still needed to find Lin Min for further discussions. Hence, his time was precious, and he needed to expedite his dealings with this woman. TSK, Lu Tianzhuo, your speed is impressive. Has it only been a few days, and you have already entangled yourself with Zhuang Ling and Qi Wei? I heard that you incapacitated Zhou Mao due to another flower, Qingying? It seems you have returned to your former days as a furnace. Menghuan's ire escalated with each word. This rascal, does he not realize that she too has needs? Had he come earlier to serve her properly, such conflict could have been avoided. Yet, on the other hand, perhaps this could be beneficial. He might become her dedicated furnace. No. This is not the same as before. Have you not noticed that all these individuals were pure before me? Thus, I am not merely a furnace. This is genuine affection. Anyone could discern that Lu Tianzhuo was mocking Menghuan for not being pure and thus incomparable to the other women. Though he did not utter crude words, the insult was undeniably filthy. Menghuan was seething with rage. She had long been accustomed to dominance within the sect and had never endured such verbal humiliation. Her fury surged from her feet, reaching her very core, and she lost all sense of reason. The sole thought in her mind was to subdue this detestable man before her. Otherwise, she could not possibly continue to survive within the sect. Lu Tianzhuo, you are courting death. Menghuan shouted furiously, charging directly at Lu Tianzhuo. She still believed Elder Lu to be the same naive man she had previously trampled upon, forgetting how he had swiftly defeated Elder Zhou Long of the Zhou family. Swish! Just as she reached Lu Tianzhuo, a flash of white light appeared, aiming straight for Menghuan's face. The speed and force were astonishing. Consequently, Menghuan had no intention of continuing her assault on Lu Tianzhuo. Her sole desire was self-preservation. She hurriedly dodged, avoiding a direct collision with the white light, uncertain if she could withstand it. Bang! The idea was commendable, but she had grossly underestimated Lu Tianzhuo's speed. Furthermore, she was already in a forward motion, making it exceedingly difficult to retract. Halfway through her retreat, Lu Tianzhuo's first sword move, Yinchue Jing Home, struck her. Although Menghuan had assumed a defensive stance, this sword was no trifling matter. With a muffled thud, Menghuan was sent flying. Her vitality in turmoil, though she suffered no serious injury. Thud! After gliding through the air for a moment, she crashed heavily to the ground. A pinnacle golden core master had been felled by a single strike. This left the arrogant Elder Ming feeling utterly humiliated. Just as she attempted to rise and continue battling Lu Tianzhuo, a size 43 foot came crashing down upon her chest, mirroring the position she had taken when stepping on Qi Wei. This could very well be poetic justice. Lu Tianzhuo's handsome visage filled her vision, yet at that moment, he appeared utterly loathsome to her. Lu Tianzhuo, what are you doing? Do not forget that I am also one of the elders of Hahuan Zone. Quickly remove your filthy foot. Menghuan cried out in desperation. At this moment, her heart brimmed with shock, for just days prior, dealing with Lu Tianzhuo had felt like child's play. How could this fellow possibly experience such a qualitative leap in his cultivation in such a brief span of time? Even with the aid of rare treasures from heaven and earth, such a rapid breakthrough seems implausible. Yet, what does it matter? You have offended my woman. Do not think that I would show leniency even to a mere elder of the Hahuan sect, let alone a divine being. Did you not break Wei Wei's arm? Very well. I shall ensure you repay this debt tenfold. Upon uttering these words, he did not grant Meng Huan the opportunity to respond, and, employing the same method, descended upon her left arm. With a crack. After one arm was broken, Liu Tianzhuo did not pause. Before Meng Huan could utter a cry of agony, he advanced towards her other arm. Chapter 96. The feeling of being worshipped snap. The familiar sound reverberated once more. This time, Meng Huan could no longer endure and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even so, Liu Tianzhuo was not inclined to show her mercy. This woman was clearly of the non-violent, non-cooperative type. A decisive defeat was the only way to subdue her. Thus, he prepared to strike at her legs, intending to render Meng Huan incapacitated like Zhou Mao. However, he was immediately intercepted by Qi Wei, who insisted that the situation had escalated significantly and could not be allowed to deteriorate further. Brother Liu, let it go. She has already received her due punishment. If you go further, I fear it may not bode well with the sect leader. Qi Wei felt a pang of guilt within. Had it not been for her, they would not have arrived at such a dire situation. Meng Huan was indeed bothersome, but her position as a senior elder of the He Huan sect warranted caution. It was likely that the higher-ups would demand an explanation from Liu Tianzhuo. What if the sect leader sought retribution? Wei Wei, have you vented your anger? If not, I would have no qualms about taking her life. Liu Tianzhuo's primary objective was to satisfy Qi Wei. If she was displeased, he would ensure her satisfaction. As for Meng Huan's life, to him, it was as insignificant as that of an ant. I have vented, let this matter end here. Qi Wei exclaimed anxiously. Elder Meng, consider yourself fortunate today. Our Wei Wei will not pursue your responsibilities any further, so be quick to depart. If you dare to linger here, it will not merely be your arms at stake. Arrogant before me. You are not worthy. As Liu Tianzhuo spoke, an aura of menacing intent surrounded him. It was evident that he had already contemplated taking Meng Huan's life. Without Qi Wei's plea, the outcome could have been dire. Meng Huan managed to rise from the ground, casting a cold glance at Liu Tianzhuo before hastily departing. Her arms were severely fractured, and recovery would demand considerable time. This was only due to Liu Tianzhuo's mercy. Otherwise, her limbs would have been rendered utterly useless. Do not linger here, disperse. Seeing the crowd gathered around the courtyard, Liu Tianzhuo barked an irritable command. At that moment, his authority within the He Huan sect rivaled that of the sect leader, Ling Shuangli, leaving no room for dissent. As soon as he spoke, the onlookers hurriedly dispersed, fearing Liu Tianzhuo's wrath. If even the formidable Elder Meng had been brought low, what worth did they possess? Soon, the once bustling courtyard fell silent. After Liu Tianzhuo assisted Qi Wei into a room, he noted that although her arm was shielded by her own spiritual energy, it was evidently insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Wait here for a moment. I will retrieve some alchemical materials from the General Affairs Hall to concoct a healing elixir that will restore your arm immediately. What a jest! Liu Tianzhuo was a god-level alchemist, an almost invincible being. Crafting an elixir to heal Qi Wei was an endeavor far too simple. After a brief exchange with her, he swiftly returned to the General Affairs Hall. After summarizing the events to Zhang Ling, he procured the necessary materials and returned to Qi Wei's room. Wei Wei, may I borrow this basin? Though Qi Wei was puzzled about the purpose of the basin, she complied unconditionally with his request. Thus, she hastily acquiesced, wondering internally, could it be that alchemy required a basin? However, her curiosity was short-lived. As Liu Tianzhuo began tossing the materials into the basin, with a swift motion, a pale blue flame appeared in his palm. This flame seemed to possess little heat, leaving Qi Wei astonished. Brother Liu, you cannot possibly be using this for alchemy, can you? Although she was not an alchemist, she had some knowledge of the craft. To forego a proper alchemical furnace seemed rather frivolous. Had Liu Tianzhuo truly produced those previous elixirs using a basin? The thought of such a scenario was almost unfathomable. Indeed, those previous elixirs were concocted in this manner, and their effects were commendable. Just observe, this healing elixir is relatively low level, with ordinary materials, and will be ready in no time. Liu Tianzhuo explained with a smile, directing the spiritual fire toward the materials in the basin. Remarkably, the basin remained unscathed by the flame, steady as a rock. Qi Wei watched in awe, her perception of Liu Tianzhuo's control over the spiritual fire far exceeding her expectations. Comparing oneself to others was a futile endeavor. Striving in the face of innate talent seemed utterly pointless. Those alchemists devoted their lives to finding the most exceptional alchemical furnaces, believing only such tools could yield superior elixirs. Even high-ranking alchemists adhered to this belief. Yet, here was Lu Tianzhuo, casually wielding a mere basin to accomplish feats that others could not achieve with top-tier furnaces. Under Lu Tianzhuo's command, the materials rapidly melted together, coalescing with remarkable speed, reminiscent of blacksmithing. As the process unfolded, the scent of the elixir wafted through the air, soothing and pleasant. With a series of crisp sounds, 3 pale yellow elixirs emerged from the bottom of the basin. The aroma intensified, leaving Qi Wei even more bewildered. Brother Lu, has the elixir already been completed? As far as she knew, alchemy was an exceedingly lengthy process. For an alchemist to produce a batch of elixirs typically required at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer. Yet, Lu Tianzhuo had completed this elixir in less than half an hour. It seemed almost absurd. Indeed, 3 in total. You may consume 1, and the other 2 are for emergencies. Should a similar situation arise, you can take them immediately. This healing elixir is relatively easy to concoct. The remaining elixirs of a higher grade may require several hours to concoct. Can you believe this? They claim that only the higher grade elixirs necessitate such a duration. Qi Wei firmly believes that if Lu Tianzhuo's abilities were to become widely known, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those illustrious families and top-tier sections. This is a clear transcendence beyond the realm of high-level alchemists. It is truly remarkable. Brother Lu, this is quite extraordinary, don't you think? What is this? I possess even more astonishing skills. In due time, you shall come to understand. Observing Qi Wei's adoration, Lu Tianzhuo felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. Chapter 97. How long can it be hidden? Vivi, take this pill, and then channel your spiritual energy to cultivate, Lu Tianzhuo said with a smile towards Qi Wei. For him, a severed arm was hardly a significant issue. A single dan could easily resolve it. Qi Wei had no doubts about Lu Tianzhuo's words. She immediately consumed a pill and began her cultivation. She could feel her fractured arm repairing at a visibly rapid pace. The shattered bones were reassembling piece by piece, which was quite fascinating. After a brief incense stick's time, her severed arm was completely restored. When Qi Wei opened her eyes again, she felt no sensation at all. She hesitated for a moment, then began to wave her arm. There were no issues whatsoever. It felt as if she had never been injured. Incredible. This is truly miraculous. Lu Dage, this is astonishing. Seeing the girl's excitement, Lu Tianzhuo affectionately ruffled her hair. Vivi, Lu Dage has come to speak with you about something today. With the injury resolved, it was time to address his own matters. What is it, Lu Dage? Please go ahead. Qi Wei responded with a smile. As long as it involved Lu Tianzhuo and was within her capabilities, she would have no objections. Even if it meant risking her life, she would willingly offer it up. Her feelings for Lu Tianzhuo were no less than those of Zhuangling. Well, tomorrow I must venture into the forbidden grounds of Hahuan's sect. The previously cheerful Qi Wei's smile vanished upon hearing this. The forbidden grounds were notoriously a one-way trip. This was common knowledge among the sect's members. Lu Dage, why take such a risk? What if you cannot return? Is there no other option? The tremor in her voice hinted at impending tears. Seeing her distress was heart-wrenching for Lu Tianzhuo. How could anyone resist such a charming girl? He quickly enveloped her in his embrace. Do not cry, silly girl. I wish to explore the secrets of the so-called forbidden grounds. Have you not seen Lu Dage's abilities? A mere forbidden ground cannot possibly contain me. Moreover, I will not be going in alone. I will be accompanied by Elder Guoqinyu. You have witnessed her prowess. Together, we shall overcome any challenges. Then I have a request. Qi Wei lifted her small face to look at Lu Tianzhuo earnestly. Of course, state your request. Seeing her no longer crying eased his anxious heart. He was willing to agree to anything that would make her happy. It is simple. Allow me to accompany you into the forbidden grounds. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can face them together. That is my only request. Qi Wei's plea mirrored that of Zhuangling. Lu Tianzhuo was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to be so devoted. He felt a sense of pride in having cared for her so well. However, considering Qi Wei's current cultivation level, she would not be of much help and could potentially become a burden once inside. He had already denied Zhuangling's similar request, so how could he agree to hers? Vivi, I understand your feelings. But you cannot accompany me this time. I previously turned down Zhuangling's request for the same reason. Given your current level of cultivation, even if you entered, you would not be able to assist me and might distract me instead. Therefore, stay at home and wait for my return. I assure you I will come back unscathed. Lu Tianzhuo spoke to Qi Wei with utmost seriousness. But I worry about you encountering danger, she replied, her eyes glistening again with tears. Lu Dage's capabilities are well known to you. Put your mind at ease. I will be perfectly fine. He reassured her, albeit with a hint of helplessness. All right. But remember, if you do not return, I will enter the forbidden grounds to find you. Her response was strikingly similar to Zhuangling's. With such a devoted partner, what more could Lu Tianzhuo desire? His heart was deeply touched. For his affection did not hinder his loyalty. If he failed to meet their expectations, they would not be so devoted. Thus, he felt quite satisfied with the current situation. Rest assured, a mere forbidden ground cannot contain me. Think of me while I am away, and when I return, I shall reward you handsomely. After saying this, he planted a gentle kiss on her delicate cheek. Qi Wei's face immediately flushed crimson, and her breath quickened. Lu Tianzhuo felt a surge of desire. He longed to reward her at that very moment. Yet, considering he still had to visit the sect leader's residence and the prolonged time he would be away, he suppressed those feelings for the time being. Lu Dage, remember my words. If you do not come back, I will go in search of you. Qi Wei's tone was resolute. She had prepared herself for the possibility. Such a scenario was unlikely. He assured her to calm her worries. I must visit the sect leader's residence, so I cannot stay here with you. Also, it would be best not to mention this to Ying. I do not wish for her to worry as well. Unlike Qi Wei, Zhuangling had become intimately connected with him. However, Ying had not, so Lu Tianzhuo did not intend to share this matter with her. This was not favoritism. It was simply unnecessary to burden her with worry. Lu Dage, Ying's heart and mind belong to you. Will she be upset if you do not tell her? Qi Wei understood her friend well and offered her insight. Ultimately, the decision rested with Lu Tianzhuo. She could not make it for him. You are distinct from Lingling. You are both my women, and thus I shall confide all my matters to you. However, Ying is different. This is something you should comprehend, so if it is possible to keep it concealed, then let it be. Lu Tianzhuo finds himself in a predicament, for having many women leads to such complications. Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning it to her. Nevertheless, I believe this matter will soon spread throughout the entire sect, for no paper can truly contain fire. Years ago, when Shi Yongshao ventured into the forbidden grounds, it sent shockwaves throughout the sect. Hence, I trust this instance shall be no exception. To keep it from Cheng'ing is rather unrealistic. Thus, let us see how long we can maintain this secrecy. Lu Tianzhuo is undoubtedly at a loss.